Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's creeping up with the Kardashians this Halloween season. Kim K is giving fans a tour of her very own haunted mansion. Check it out. The reality star showed off her Halloween decorations on social media. She called it skeleton themed. Features trees crawling with skull and bones, followed by a graveyard of hands using molds made by her friends and family. There's even an entryway there filled with mummies.
The family is planning parties, but more families are also looking to get away this fall. NBC's Vicki Nguyen looks at how you can save big.
Move over summer vacation. Fall is now the hot season for family getaways. More than a quarter of American travelers say they plan to take a trip in October. Travel agency sales for vacation airline tickets up 9% this fall, and average ticket prices way down for many family-friendly destinations. Flights to Honolulu now 30% less, Denver down 20%, and Fort Lauderdale 15% less. With working remotely making vacations easier than ever for working parents, many are itching to get away after being homebound during the pandemic.
Compared to last fall, we're seeing an almost 500% increase in families booking close-in travel.
Mom Stacy McKenzie from Maine is actually pulling her 3 kids out of school this week for a long postponed vacation to Disney World and Universal Studios in Orlando.
We decided to go in the fall just because I thought it would be cooler weather and less people.
This vacation was too good to pass up after all that time cooped up.
Yes. And I'm one of those that cries at Disney commercials because I want to go so bad. So we are so excited to be going. I'm so excited.
Though average hotel rates are higher, up 22% compared to last year, demand is still soaring, with the number of rooms booked in September surpassing the same month in 2019 for the first time. If you want the best vacation deals for your family, experts say consider getting on board a cruise. Book a future trip on Royal Caribbean and Norwegian, and your kids can sail for free, blackout dates excluded. With COVID vaccine requirements now eliminated, families are signing up in droves. Nebraska mom Miriam Hamilton, her husband and twin boys just went on an 8-day Caribbean cruise for 50% off the regular price.
Prices are always better for traveling in the fall. It's usually quieter for the kids. The activities are not as full for kids, so they get better chances at doing things and doing them more often.
And our thanks to Vicki for that report. Makes sense if you're going to save money, but then if you want to save even more money for the holidays, then you got to weigh that too.
Yeah, and a lot of people too were pushing things off from the summer because of all the chaos and the cancellations, and so now is kind of a safer time to fly, cheaper at least. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. This morning, courtrooms around the country delivering justice. In Wisconsin, a man was found guilty in the Christmas parade massacre that claimed 6 lives. And in Michigan, 3 men are found guilty in a kidnapping plot involving the state's governor.
12 days to the midterm election.
Brooks, who represented himself, showed a range of emotions in what became a circus-like trial, deciding to plead not guilty by reason of mental defect.
Mr. Brooks, you're interrupting me yet again.
You just weren't speaking.
All right,
so
Mr. Brooks, you are now going to be removed to the other courtroom.
Brooks repeatedly interrupted the trial, at one point removing his shirt and staring down the judge, who removed him from court.
I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. Frankly, it makes me scared.
In Wisconsin, first-degree intentional homicide carries a mandatory life sentence. Darrell Brooks will be formally sentenced in the coming weeks.
Thanks to Miguel for that report.
In Michigan, 3 men have been found guilty of supporting a 2020 scheme to kidnap Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Paul Ballard, Joseph Morrison, and Morrison's father-in-law, Pete Musico, were all convicted in state court of providing material support for a terrorist act, gun crimes, and gang membership. They will be sentenced on December 15. The 3 took part in gun drills with ringleader Adam Fox, who was convicted in August and faces life in prison. Governor Whitmer was never heard, as the group had been infiltrated by federal agents months ahead of the arrest. 9 other people have also been charged in the plot. Those prosecutions have resulted in a mixture of retrials, acquittals, guilty pleas, and lighter prison sentences.
A mystery break-in at a Democratic campaign headquarters in Phoenix has both sides pointing fingers at each other. Local police are investigating a burglary at the headquarters of the Democratic candidate for governor of Arizona. State Democrats are blaming Hobbs' Republicans.
According to a new Reuters Ipsos poll, 43% of Americans are concerned about voter intimidation or threats of violence when voting in person. When broken down along party lines, that's 51% of Democrats and 38% of Republicans. And a 67% majority are worried about violence from extremists after the election if people are not happy with the results. And now to Arizona, where election officials are stepping up security after what they call vigilantes were spotted near ballot drop boxes. Gabe Gutierrez has the details.
Amid complaints of armed mass groups wearing tactical gear and recording voters, the sheriff in Maricopa County, Arizona, has now stepped up security near ballot drop boxes.
It troubles me that suddenly others feel compelled to act out in a way that is potentially criminal intimidation or criminal threats, trying to undermine democracy under this cloak of patriotism. And in doing so, what they're doing is they're destroying the most important institution in our nation, the freedom and the right to vote.
He also says his office is investigating this incident captured on cell phone video where a woman tried to take a picture of one of their license plates and was pushed. We spoke to the woman. She asked us not to use her name or show her face for fear of backlash.
A lot of people are intimidated, and when people are standing around, with handguns on them and sometimes tactical gear, it really does scare the average person.
At least 6 complaints of alleged voter intimidation here have now been referred to the state attorney general's office and the Department of Justice. Across the country,
late fees on credit cards, resort charges at hotels, and processing fees for concert tickets. Inflation is the #1 topic across party lines. According to a survey, voters overwhelmingly trust Republicans over Democrats to set the economy on track. President Biden said Republicans would increase the deficit, not reduce it.
Put the entire Republican plan all together, and they would add $3 trillion to the deficit. $3 trillion. That's their plan. Massive deficits that are reckless and irresponsible. Republican plan is to will make inflation worse, not reduce it. There's nothing that will create more chaos, more inflation, and more damage to the American economy than this. Republicans are going to crash the economy.
The Biden administration says these new steps will save consumers $1 billion. Philip?
I think getting rid of those fees are one thing that pretty much everybody could agree on. All right, Bree, thank you.
Heavy snow in the west and driving rain in the south. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has a look at your Thursday morning. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Great to see you. And yeah, we're looking at heavy snow in the Rockies. We could see up to 10 inches in some spots. That's on the cold side. On the warm side of the storm, we're going to see heavy rain, especially this evening into the overnight hours. Could see some strong to severe storms, especially in portions of western Texas. Damaging hail, that's going to be the biggest risk. But could see some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Also an isolated tornado or two. As we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see this cold front moving off to the east. That's going to move very slowly. It's going to bring more rain to portions of the southern plains, also the Gulf Coast. And then as we go throughout the weekend, still going to see that rain in those spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures really nice in the northeast. Sunshine finally returning after 3 gray days. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s. And then as we head towards the southern plains, we're looking at temperatures in the 70s mainly. Also some 80s in San Antonio. All right, guys, we're going to take a look at Thursday's forecast and also a sneak peek at your Halloween forecast in just a bit.
Oh, that is very important. We want to hear it. Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
Rising seas and melting ice is putting emperor penguins on the path to extinction. That's according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which says the mighty penguins will now receive protection under the Endangered Species Act. Emperor penguins are now listed as a threatened species. The service says the rapid reduction of ice has hurt the species environment.
Okay, if you haven't seen Kim Kardashian's Halloween decorations, it's well worth sticking around for.
And is the Kia challenge made popular on TikTok to blame for a recent string of crashes? We're back in a minute.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline.
Break it down.
And getting away in seconds. Earlier this year, a group known as the Kia Boys wreaking absolute havoc in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, stealing cars, then going on reckless joyrides. Motor vehicle thefts in Milwaukee have surged in the last 2 years, more than double 2020, with nearly 7,000 car thefts so far this year. In a 2-week window in July, nearly half of the 56 cars stolen in St. Petersburg, Florida, were Kia or Hyundai models, according to police.
They tell us they learned it on the internet or they learned it from another friend. It just continues to spread like wildfire.
Police say St. Paul, Minnesota is experiencing similar problems. As of July of this year, 212 Hyundais and 248 Kias have been stolen. Last year, just 39 Hyundais and 24 Kias. This summer, video showed a Kia Forte that was reported stolen, driving erratically and dangerously as a police helicopter followed throughout the city. The car eventually struck the center concrete median twice before becoming disabled. All 4 occupants ran off, but were later arrested by authorities. All teenagers. The victims caught off guard.
It was kind of shocking. I thought, I thought with the newer cars that you had to have the key.
We heard from the car maker who says their hearts are with the Buffalo area community where this deadly crash took place. Kia says they're concerned about this apparent spike in car thefts, and that's why they are providing free wheel locking devices to law enforcement agencies in affected areas all across the nation. And we're also hearing from TikTok. The company says it doesn't condone the actions in any of these Kia Challenge videos, and they say that if they're found going forward, those videos will be removed from the platform entirely.
Our thanks to Morgan for that report.
Up next, Orange is the new black star Natasha Lyonne on the other side of justice in a new Peacock series.
Plus, a Fright Fest the Kardashian way inside Kim's haunted mansion.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Get ready to solve some mysteries in Poker Face. The new show from Knives Out director Rian Johnson stars Natasha Lyonne as a detective with a knack for detecting lies. It premieres January 26th on Peacock, which is owned and operated by our parent company, NBC Universal.
Creeping up with the Kardashians this Halloween season, Kim K is giving fans a tour into her very own haunted mansion. Check it out. The reality star showed off her Halloween decorations on social media. She called it skeleton themed. It's got trees crawling with skull and bones, followed by a graveyard of hands there made out of a mold with her friends and family helping out. There's even the entryway you saw there. It's filled with mummies.
All of their parties are always beyond extra, and it's not just her. Each sister has her own big event. So, I mean, just very typical. Got to be great to be their party planner. So.
And it would be cool if she let the public in to see some of that stuff, right? That'd be cool. That's not going to happen, you know.
That's the closest we're going to get, though, for
right there.
Insta stories.
True.
Okay, Michelle's tracking showers and storms. That's next.
And modern-day Buffalo soldiers continue a 150-year tradition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
to look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We remain unsettled in the Northwest. We're looking at snow in the Rockies. Could see up to 10 inches in some spots. Storms possible in the southern plains. Clearing out in the Northeast, also New England today, to sunshine finally. And then as we look towards the Halloween weekend, we're looking at Friday. Strong storms still in portions of Texas, the Gulf Coast. This is a very slow-moving cold front. It's going to be in place for the next several days. Northwest rain does continue, and lots of sunshine through the Midwest, the Great Lakes, and Northeast New England, even down to the Southeast. Then as we look towards Saturday, a great autumn day for portions of the Northeast, New England, into the Midwest and Northern Plains. Heavy rain does continue into the Gulf Coast. We could see up to 1, 2, 3 inches of rain. And then as we look towards Sunday, a gentle breeze in the Northern Plains, a nice day, October warmth in the Southwest. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Michelle. Next on Early Today, a statue honoring Buffalo soldiers gets a roaring escort into the history books.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now to a cross-country ride into history. A statue honoring one of the original Buffalo Soldier regiments is traveling 1,000 miles to its new home. NBC's Jay Gray takes us on this ride through history.
Horsepower replaces the sound of hooves for this cavalry of modern-day Buffalo soldiers, riding Harleys and Hondas, continuing a journey that began more than 150 years ago, honoring their heritage and riding escort to history.
There's 7 horses on top. We want to squeeze as many as possible so it looked like a cavalry.
History immortalized by sculptor Becky Ault and a team of artisans at their foundry in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
We did nothing but think about this day and night for several years.
The better part of 3 years, designing and creating a memorial to the original Buffalo Soldiers, the first all-black regiments recognized by Congress as part of the U.S. Army in the 1800s.
These gentlemen fought for our freedom.
The bronze statue highlighting the 10th Cavalry, heroes of the 1898 Spanish-American War.
These guys were a team. They watched each other's back, and I wanted to have that strength, that dynamic of several soldiers together.
With the artwork complete, a convoy of new Buffalo Soldiers, members of the nation's largest African-American motorcycle club, gathered to take it home to Lakeland, Florida, where the soldiers lived in tents while they trained, traveling more than 1,000 miles across 7 states for 2 days. Their journey ends at Veterans Memorial Park in Lakeland, with the crowd gathering for the installation.
Truly, truly emotional. I have not yet today been able to find the words to accurately describe the feeling. That's how deep it is, because it has so many meanings.
The formal dedication is set for Veterans Day weekend. It's a statue honoring soldiers many say history has ignored or forgotten, with a message for generations to come.
To me, the message is unity. There are so many different people involved with this project, so many different opinions and so many different ideas. Like I say, for me, it's a symbol of unity, of people working together. That's going to always be here.
Like the legacy of the men it remembers.
Buffalo Soldiers! Buffalo Soldiers!
Jay Gray, NBC News, Lakeland, Florida.
10th Cavalry still bringing people together.
Buffalo Soldiers strong. Perfect example right there.
That's right. Thanks for riding into Thursday with us. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great day. See you tomorrow. Guilty, a Wisconsin man who represented himself in court. Here's the jury's verdict in the killing of 6 people with an SUV at a Christmas parade.
In St. Louis, the warning from the shooter's family to police, and pleas to take a gun away from the 19-year-old who killed 2 people at a high school this week.
The national Adderall shortage is raising alarms for parents, physicians, and kids who rely on the medication.
We are 12 days out from the midterm elections, and cases of voter intimidation are on the rise. Our Gabe Gutierrez investigates.
In just a few weeks shy of Thanksgiving, why now might be the best time to take that fall family vacation.
Brace yourself for a Powerball frenzy. No grand prize winner overnight, sending the jackpot to over $800 million. Early today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. We begin this morning as new details emerge about the 19-year-old gunman who took the lives of 2 people and injured 7 others at a St. Louis high school on Monday. Officials say his family worked to remove a gun and get him medical help before the horrific shooting took place. Emily Ikeda starts us off.
Months before storming a St. Louis high school with a long gun and 600 rounds of ammunition, police say the accused killer's family worked with law enforcement to have his gun removed from their home.
It's hard to tell when somebody is going to be violent or act out, or if they're just struggling.
His family played an active role in getting him medical help involving therapy, medication, and committing him on several occasions, according to police.
Was the family aware of the arsenal of ammunition he had?
They were aware that he had acquired a firearm.
The ATF is still tracing where he originally bought the gun and how it landed back in his possession after law enforcement had transferred it to another adult.
How he acquired it after that, we don't know.
It's believed to be the same AR-15 style weapon used to gun down sophomore Alexandria Bell and teacher Jean Kuska, both of whom Ashley Wrench knew well.
And you can hear just pop, 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 pop.
The longtime math teacher walking by her classroom for the first time since the shooting spree.
What do you remember from Monday?
Everything. The terror, the intruder trying to get in my room 2, 3, 4 times.
That day, the school doors were locked and 7 unarmed security guards were on site. But authorities say the gunman managed to avoid the school's checkpoints.
Can you tell us if he had to break glass to get into the building, though?
He did have to force entry, and that's good for us because that buys us time.
Authorities believe the gunman, who described himself as an isolated loner, was targeting the school and certain individuals. But the rapid police response and a potentially malfunctioning gun helped prevent even more bloodshed. Back to you.
Emily, thank you.
The verdict is in. 3 men have been found guilty of supporting a 2020 scheme to kidnap Michigan's Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In state court, Paul Ballard, Joseph Morrison, and Morrison's father-in-law, Pete Musico, were all convicted of providing material support for a terrorist act. The 3 were also convicted of gun crimes and gang membership. They're part of a far-right paramilitary group called the Wolverine Watchmen. They'll be sentenced on December 15th. Governor Whitmer was never heard, and the group had been infiltrated by federal agents months ahead of the arrests. 10 other people have also been charged in the plot. Those prosecutions have resulted in a mixture of retrials, acquittals, guilty pleas, and lighter prison sentences.
Let's turn now to another guilty verdict in Wisconsin. The man who drove his car through a Christmas parade found guilty on all counts. The charges included multiple counts of intentional homicide after he killed 6 people. Antonio Hilton is following the story.
A jury in Wisconsin has found Darrell Brooks guilty of all 76 counts in connection with the Waukesha Christmas parade tragedy. Prosecutors argued that Darrell Brooks drove an SUV that day through the crowd of people celebrating, killing 6 different people and injuring more than 60 others. This case has garnered national attention, not just because of the gruesome events that happened that day, but also because of how strange this trial has been. Darrell Brooks has chosen to represent himself, foregoing any legal representation or expertise, and he's been belligerent and argumentative with the judge, resulting in him being thrown out of the room at several different points. As the verdict was read, someone shouted out that he should burn in hell and was removed from the room as well. Although this has been a chaotic and long trial, the hope is that now as he faces life in prison, all of the families who were affected by the tragedy that day are going to find some peace. Antonia Hilton, NBC News.
With gas prices going up again and a potential recession looming, American families are really feeling the squeeze. Yesterday, President Biden announced new steps to fight inflation by cracking down on junk fees. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. to break it all down for us. Bree, good morning.
Good morning, Philip. Well, to help ease the burden on millions of Americans, the Biden administration announced that crackdown on junk fees. Now, we're talking about things like bank overdraft fees, late fees on credit cards, resort charges at hotels, and processing fees for concert tickets. Inflation is the #1 topic across party lines. According to a CNBC survey, voters overwhelmingly trust Republicans over Democrats to set the economy on track. President Biden said Republicans would increase the deficit, not reduce it.
Put the entire Republican plan all together, and they would add $3 trillion to the deficit. $3 trillion. That's their plan. Massive deficits that are reckless and irresponsible. Republican plan is to make inflation, will make inflation worse, not reduce it. There's nothing that will create more chaos, more inflation, and more damage to the American economy than this. Republicans are going to crash the economy.
The Biden administration says these new steps will save consumers $1 billion. Philip?
And nothing more aggravating and puzzling than those fees. All right, Bree, thank you.
The show of force in Russia. President Vladimir Putin observing annual drills led by Russia's strategic nuclear forces as Russia continues with unfounded claims that Ukraine intends to use a dirty bomb in the war there. Russian authorities have also returned the body of an American man killed in August while fighting for Ukraine. The remains of 24-year-old Joshua Jones were handed over to Ukrainian officials in a Russian-controlled part of Ukraine.
New trouble for Americans suffering from ADHD, which includes more than 6 million children. An Adderall shortage has left parents scrambling to fill prescriptions. Ann Thompson has more.
Giovanni is the center of Lion and Candy Flood's world.
Oh, nice.
Turned upside down by the Adderall shortage.
When they told you the prescription wasn't available, I mean, did your heart sink?
Absolutely. My anxiety went up and my heart sank and I was at a loss.
Get it. Oh, that was a...
For a week, the third grader had no Adderall to manage his ADHD.
Giovanni, what was it like for you to go without your medicine?
Uncomfortable. His teacher came to us, threw her hands up and said, can y'all do something? Because he was way out of control, doing cartwheels in the class and rolling on the floor. Yeah.
We're fielding several phone calls a day.
Dr. Leonard Adler leads the adult ADHD program at NYU Langone Health.
I've had a patient having to call about 15 pharmacies before they finally got their... 15? 15 pharmacies before they got their prescription filled.
This month, the FDA revealed the shortage, blaming increased demand for the controlled substance and manufacturing issues at Teva, the largest drug maker. In a statement, Teva says the shortages are temporary and it expects inventory recovery in the coming months.
If you're at the end of your prescription, I wouldn't suggest doing anything on your own. I would have a discussion with your physician. Sometimes that means trying a new pharmacy. It can be, if necessary, trying a new medication.
Candy's daily phone calls to her pharmacy paid off. They got a month's refill, but there's no guarantee they won't face this again, and soon. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Chilling new UN reports are shedding light on the world's fight against climate change. The UN says heat-trapping greenhouse gases hit record high levels last year. UN climate officials also warned that the world is not on pace to cut emissions that were agreed upon in the Paris Climate Accord. The report estimated emissions will increase by over 10% by 2030, down slightly from last year's estimates. And experts say climate change is rapidly destroying the habitat of emperor penguins. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Agency now listing the species as threatened and protecting it under the Endangered Species Act.
Let's get a check on today's weather with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. And we are looking at the chance for severe storms later on this afternoon into the evening and overnight hours. That's on the warm side of a storm system. We have a cold side, too, that's going to bring some snow to the Rockies. Could see up to 10 inches in some spots. But with the severe weather, we're looking at the chance for damaging hail. That's the greatest risk. But we do have a risk of damaging winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see an isolated tornado or two. Also, we'll be seeing some heaviest rain. The likeliest spot for these severe storms, Abilene, San Angelo, where you see this yellow here in portions of western Texas. This cold front's going to move painfully slow to the east, so it's going to bring that heavy rain today, tomorrow, over the next few days. And again, we do have that snow in the higher elevations of the Rockies where we could see nearly a foot of snow. Then as we go throughout Friday, we're looking at that snow, the cold front moving off to the east. That's going to bring those heavy rains to portions of the Gulf Coast. We're looking at a lot of rain. It's going to include a lot of areas, too. So we're looking 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain. That could lead to some localized flooding. And once again, on that cold side, we're looking at higher elevation snow. Where you see these brighter colors, that's where we're seeing the highest amounts. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Lots of sunshine finally in the Northeast, New England, also portions of the Mid-Atlantic. And then down to the south, temperatures in the 70s, 80s, 80 degrees today in San Antonio, 78 in Houston. All right, guys, we're going to take a look at today's forecast and also take a look at the weekend forecast in just a bit.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, despite the temperatures, there's lottery fever. It's simmering as Powerball winnings continue to climb. No one took home the grand prize in last night's drawing, which ballooned the next Powerball jackpot to $800 million. That is now the second largest prize in the game's history, but still a far cry away from the nearly $1.6 billion payoff from 2016. And there's plenty of time to cash in on Lottery Fever. The drawing for that $800 million jackpot is Saturday at 11 p.m. Eastern.
Early today is back in 60 seconds with a break-in scare for an Arizona gubernatorial candidate.
Plus the new efforts to combat voter intimidation at the polls and secure our elections.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Phoenix police are investigating a burglary at Katie Hobbs' campaign headquarters. Hobbs is the Democratic nominee for governor of Arizona. State Democrats are blaming Hobbs' Republican opponent, Kari Lake, saying she's spread lies and hate and incited violence. A spokesperson for Lake's campaign denounced this accusation, saying that it's Democrats who are responsible. Police have not identified any suspects, and it's not clear what was stolen.
Just 12 more days until the midterms, but some voters are worried about their safety at the polls. According to a new Reuters Ipsos poll, 43% of Americans are concerned about voter intimidation or threats of violence when voting in person. When broken down along party lines, that's 51% of Democrats and 38% of Republicans. And 67% majority are worried about violence from extremists after the election if people are not happy with the results. And now to Arizona, where election officials are stepping up security after what they call vigilantes were spotted near ballot drop boxes. Gabe Gutierrez has the details.
Amid complaints of armed mass groups wearing tactical gear and recording voters, the sheriff in Maricopa County, Arizona, has now stepped up security near ballot drop boxes.
It troubles me that suddenly others feel compelled to act out in a way that is potentially criminal intimidation or criminal threats, trying to undermine democracy under this cloak of patriotism. And in doing so, what they're doing is they're destroying the most important institution in our nation, the freedom and the right to vote.
He also says his office is investigating this incident captured on cell phone video where a woman tried to take a picture of one of their license plates and was pushed. We spoke to the woman. She asked us.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death.
Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Elon Musk opened with a joke as he entered Twitter headquarters, saying, "Let that sink in," while carrying that, lugging a white sink in his arms. His presence there is another sign his Twitter takeover could happen this week. He is expected to meet a Friday deadline to complete the $44 billion deal People familiar with the matter tell the Wall Street Journal that banks have started to send $13 billion in cash backing the acquisition. And Musk has already taken a new title. Look at his Twitter profile. It now says Chief Twit, and it marks his location as Twitter headquarters.
There is more fallout for Kanye West. Yesterday, he was escorted out of Skechers headquarters in California. The company says Ye arrived unannounced and without invitation and engaged in unauthorized filming. The footwear brand says it has no intention on working with West.
Spotify's CEO says West's music will not be removed from the service unless Ye's label requests it. In an interview with Reuters, Daniel Ek called the rapper's recent anti-Semitic comments, quote, awful. But because his songs haven't violated the company's policies on hate speech, they will remain on the platform. Even his wax figure is being removed from Madame Tussauds. A rep for the Wax Museum says his figure has been removed from the London location and placed into the archives. And we were talking about this, the repercussions, and where does he go from here? And my concern are his kids, because the older ones, they're old enough to know what's going on. They're going to school. You know there's chat about it. So
yeah, that's important to remember about all the other things that are happening, the shrapnel when it comes to this. I mean, we talk about not being able to look at a wax figure. I mean, that is arguably maybe, all right, that's maybe too far. But yeah, like what you said, his kids are dealing with this. And really, you just wish the best for them. Nobody wants to go through something like that. All right, well, if you're looking for a fall getaway, we've got some tips to help you save some money.
And she is the ghostest with the mostest inside Kim Kardashian's haunted mansion.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back on this Thursday. The west remains unsettled. The northwest, we're looking at this chance for strong storms in the southern plains, northeast, finally some sunshine returning. Then we kick off the Halloween weekend. We're looking at strong storms still continuing in the southern plains. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Michelle. Next and early today, the leaves are changing and so are vacation plans. Why more families are taking trips in the fall.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's creeping up with the Kardashians this Halloween season. Kim K is giving fans a tour of her very own haunted mansion. Check it out. The reality star showed off her Halloween decorations on social media. She called it skeleton themed. Features trees crawling with skull and bones, followed by a graveyard of hands using molds made by her friends and family. There's even an entryway there filled with mummies.
The family is planning parties, but more families are also looking to get away this fall. NBC's Vicki Nguyen looks at how you can save big.
Move over summer vacation. Fall is now the hot season for family getaways. More than a quarter of American travelers say they plan to take a trip in October. Travel agency sales for vacation airline tickets up 9% this fall, and average ticket prices way down for many family-friendly destinations. Flights to Honolulu now 30% less, Denver down 20%, and Fort Lauderdale 15% less. With working remotely making vacations easier than ever for working parents, many are itching to get away after being homebound during the pandemic.
Compared to last fall, we're seeing an almost 500% increase in families booking close-in travel.
Mom Stacy McKenzie from Maine is actually pulling her 3 kids out of school this week for a long postponed vacation to Disney World and Universal Studios in Orlando.
We decided to go in the fall just because I thought it would be cooler weather and less people.
This vacation was too good to pass up after all that time cooped up.
Yes. And I'm one of those that cries at Disney commercials because I want to go so bad. So we are so excited to be going. I'm so excited.
Though average hotel rates are higher, up 22% compared to last year, demand is still soaring, with the number of rooms booked in September surpassing the same month in 2019 for the first time. If you want the best vacation deals for your family, experts say consider getting on board a cruise. Book a future trip on Royal Caribbean and Norwegian, and your kids can sail for free, blackout dates excluded. With COVID vaccine requirements now eliminated, families are signing up in droves. Nebraska mom Miriam Hamilton, her husband and twin boys just went on an 8-day Caribbean cruise for 50% off the regular price.
Prices are always better for traveling in the fall. It's usually quieter for the kids. The activities are not as full for kids, so they get better chances at doing things and doing them more often.
And our thanks to Vicki for that report. Makes sense if you're going to save money, but then if you want to save even more money for the holidays, then you got to weigh that too.
Yeah, and a lot of people too were pushing things off from the summer because of all the chaos and the cancellations, and so now is kind of a safer time to fly, cheaper at least. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo, filling in for Savannah today. Right now on Morning News Now, trouble on the trail. Georgia GOP Senate candidate Herschel Walker is facing a new allegation claiming he made a woman get an abortion years ago. All of this while running an anti-abortion platform. We'll have more on Walker's denial of this new allegation and what effect it might have on an already tight race. Plus, getting out the Latino vote. We'll explain which party has an edge right now when it comes to winning over this voting bloc and what this means for critical swing states like Nevada. Sanctioned. The U.S. issues a series of new sanctions against Iran as protests grow over the death of a young woman in police custody. The new punishments the U.S. is imposing and the impact it could have on nuclear talks. Also this morning, finding the balance. Employees at some of the country's largest companies say they're not getting that work-life balance and are choosing to walk out the door instead. We'll take a look at just how many workers are quitting, why they're doing it, and the possible solutions. Plus, from students to inventor, a teenager is named America's top young scientist for creating a device that could save lives. We'll introduce you to the 14-year-old and her special pair of headphones that now has the medical world listening. Very cool. At that age, I was just maybe a scientist for Halloween at the very best.
Which you could do again this year, too, if you would like.
Will. Yeah.
Maybe you'll be inspired.
We'll talk to her in just a bit. Maybe we will be. But we do begin this morning with one of the most closely watched elections in the upcoming midterms.
Yeah, once again, the Georgia Senate race is in the spotlight as a new allegation against Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker comes to light. Attorney Gloria Allred says a second woman, only going by the name Jane Doe, has now come forward saying she had a romantic relationship with Walker and that after she got pregnant, he drove her to get an abortion. She says this happened nearly 30 years ago. The Republican candidate, who is running on an anti-abortion platform, has denied a similar earlier allegation against him as well as this one from yesterday. Now, this new allegation, it's rocking what is a close and hotly contested race, and now incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock is pouncing on this latest allegation, claiming Walker is unfit for office. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Cumming, Georgia with more. So, Ellison, let's start with the claims made by Jane Doe. What are the allegations? What kind of evidence did she and her attorney provide to try to back up her claims?
Right. So, Joe, these allegations have not been independently verified by NBC News. What was presented at that press conference was evidence of a relationship between Herschel Walker and this unidentified woman of some kind, but direct evidence of an abortion, that was not presented. This woman, only identified as Jane Doe, made a statement via Zoom at a press conference hosted by attorney Gloria Allred. You will hear her voice in this next clip, but you won't see her face. She says that she is afraid of reprisal. Listen.
Herschel Walker says he is against women having abortions, but he pressured me to have one. I am coming forward now because I saw Herschel deny the allegations by another woman who claimed that he had paid for her abortion.
Mr. Walker clearly wanted her to have an abortion and convinced her to do so. Our client alleges that Mr. Walker gave her cash to pay for the abortion and that she went to a clinic in Dallas, Texas.
So Jane Doe alleges that she and Walker met in the 1980s. She said they had a romantic relationship and she became pregnant with Walker's child in April of 1993. She claims that she discussed the pregnancy with Walker several times and that ultimately he drove her to an abortion clinic, paid for and pressured her to have an abortion. Again, NBC News has not independently verified these allegations. And again, what was presented at that press conference was evidence of a relationship of some kind, not direct evidence of an abortion. Gloria Allred played an apparent voice message. Walker left Jane Doe a clothed photograph Jane Doe allegedly took of Walker on a hotel bed and a series of greeting cards that Allred said were signed by Herschel Walker. Joe.
So, Ellison, I know Walker's on the campaign trail right now. What is he saying in response to all this?
Yeah, adamantly denying it. He calls this a lie. He said that this is foolishness. Listen.
I've already told people this is a lie, and I'm not going to entertain, continue to carry a lie alone. And I also want to let you know I didn't kill JFK either. And right now they sent one out after he got crushed at that debate. Now the Democrats are doing say whatever they can to win this seat. But I want them to know they don't know Herschel Walker. They don't know that I'm from Wrightsville, Georgia, and I'm going to win this seat.
He and his allies are implying that this is a politically motivated attack. He was asked in an interview on Fox News last night whether or not he knew who this woman is. He did not deny knowing her. He only said he was not going to play any sort of guessing game, and reiterated what we heard him say on the campaign trail, which is that he says this is a lie. He called it foolishness and said his campaign is moving on. Joe.
So Ellison Walker's opponent, Senator Raphael Warnock, he had been relatively quiet about the allegations against Walker, but he's now speaking out more. What is he saying?
Yeah, it's really interesting because we didn't really hear from Warnock directly or his campaign in the immediate hours and days after the first allegation of abortion was made against Herschel Walker, but we heard from them very quickly in this case. The deputy campaign manager for Senator Warnock issuing a statement saying this, quote, "We know Herschel Walker has a problem with the truth, a problem answering questions, and a problem taking responsibility for his actions. Today's new report is just the latest example of a troubling pattern we have seen play out again and again and again. Herschel Walker shouldn't be representing Georgians in the U.S. Senate." Joe.
All right, Ellison Barber kicking us off this hour. Ellison, thank you so much. In other political news, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is under federal investigation again.
Yeah, this comes after more than 4 years since the government dropped a different corruption case against Menendez. He was indicted on corruption charges in 2015, but it resulted in a hung jury just 2 years later. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now with more on this. So, Tom, what more do we know about this investigation, and do we know how long it's been going on?
Well, I think that's really the big question, is how long this investigation has been going on. And this exact scope of this and what it involves is still a little bit unclear. We're trying to get some details. Semaphore, a news website that broke the story yesterday, had one person saying that they received a subpoena in the course of this, which would imply that there's a grand jury. That's not surprising at this point if this investigation has been going on for some period of time. But what exactly that period of time is, we're not entirely sure. So we're still trying to get our hands around the allegations. Look, as you said, this is somebody who has been under investigation before. It started late 2013. Our colleague Jonathan Dienst broke that investigation back in early 2014, centered around a whole host of different individuals and areas. But ultimately, as you alluded to, Menendez was charged. The person that he was charged alongside, a doctor from South Florida, Solomon Melgen, he was sentenced to 17 years in jail after he was convicted. And at the urging of Senator Menendez, former President Trump commuted his sentence just before leaving office.
So Menendez not up for re-election this year. He's up in 2024. But his son Rob is running for Congress in New Jersey. I believe is pretty much favored to win there. We know that the attorney's office for the Southern District of New York is declining to comment on this. It's Menendez's office that really confirmed this investigation exists. Correct. What else is Menendez saying right now?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's saying we're not sure what the scope of this is either, by the way, but we're happy to answer questions if we're contacted by the authorities. That's where he's coming from on this. Look, I think, time will tell where this investigation goes, but the sense that we have of it at this point is it's quite serious.
All right. A lot of questions left. Tom Winter, thanks.
Sure thing.
Now to new sanctions by the Biden administration on several Iranian officials after a violent crackdown on protests in that country. Just yesterday, security forces clashed with protesters who gathered to mark 40 days since the death of Mahsa Amini. That's the young woman who died last month while in police custody. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuz. Dan, good morning to you. So let's start with these sanctions. Who are they targeting, and what is the White House saying about them?
Yeah, they're targeting intelligence officials in the Revolutionary Guard Corps that are very much overseeing this brutal crackdown against protesters across Iran. They're also targeting regional governors who oversaw some very violent responses to the protests in some parts of Iran. And then as well, so-called cyber actors, companies or organizations that are involved in the surveillance of Iranians online and also censoring the internet to try to restrict people's access to the internet. And the White House is saying this is a way to hold Iran accountable for their response to these peaceful protests. And so they're saying they're going to be doing more of this, and it's kind of a naming and shaming exercise.
So, Dan, as you've reported, the White House has been criticized by some Iranian Americans and other activists over its response to these demonstrations over the last month. Did the stalled talks to revive the 2015 nuclear agreement with Iran have any impact at all on these sanctions? Do we know?
The administration says no, not at all, that negotiation is really stalled and dead in the water, and they're focused on these protests. So they're saying these sanctions aren't related to that. But of course, there is criticism the White House is facing that maybe they should just completely close the door on those negotiations.
And Dan, it has been more than a month since Amini's death. In a statement, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said, in part, the United States will, quote, continue to impose costs on individuals and entities in Iran who engage in the brutal repression of the Iranian people. So what other tools does the U.S. have at its disposal when it comes to Iran?
The tools are pretty limited because Iran is already under a tremendous amount of economic sanctions that have built up over the years. But I think the one tool they do have that they have not used is to make a declaration that they will completely rule out any further negotiations with the regime on its nuclear program. Because, of course, that offers a carrot to Iran. That says to them, if you agree to this deal, we'll lift some of these economic sanctions. And a lot of activists are telling the White House, you should just completely declare those talks dead and not going anywhere near them, and even kick out Iran's ambassadors in the West and so on. So that's the one tool they haven't used.
All right, Dan DeLuce. Dan, thank you so much.
The Wisconsin man who drove his car through a Christmas parade last year has been found guilty on dozens of counts against him. NBC national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more from inside that courtroom.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
The verdict was a clean sweep for prosecutors. Darrell Brooks guilty of all 76 criminal charges, including intentional homicide, reckless endangering safety, and hit and run causing death.
Are those your true verdicts?
Yes. After just 3 hours of deliberation, the chaotic 3-week trial came to an end as Brooks sat slumped over.
We are satisfied that this defendant has been held accountable for his actions.
It was last year at this Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, when Brooks plowed his car through the crowd, killing 6 and injuring dozens. Among the victims, the elderly and children.
We're stronger than him, and it's been proven today. It's just another step forward in the process.
Maintaining his innocence.
I am a lot of things. A murderer is not one of them.
Brooks, who represented himself, showed a range of emotions in what became a circus-like trial, deciding to plead not guilty by reason of mental defect.
Mr. Brooks, you're interrupting me yet again.
You just weren't speaking,
all right,
so
Mr. Brooks, you are now going to be removed to the other courtroom.
Brooks repeatedly interrupted the trial, at one point removing his shirt and staring down the judge, who removed him from court.
I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. Frankly, it makes me scared.
In Wisconsin, conviction of first-degree intentional homicide carries a mandatory life sentence. Darrell Brooks will be formally sentenced in the coming weeks. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Now to growing concern this morning over a wave of respiratory infections among children. Cases of RSV are spreading to more parts of the country, including warmer areas where the illness is rare. NBC's Tom Costello has more on the warning signs for parents.
3-year-old Izzy Banky is today almost back to her old self, but she's been through a rough few weeks. Homesick, a 2-hour wait in an urgent care clinic, a second urgent care visit, an ambulance ride to Children's National Med Center as she struggled to breathe. Then admitted with RSV-caused pneumonia.
Nobody wants to hold their kid down and hold a mask on their face. And so she's screaming and trying to rip the breathing tubes out. And that breaks your heart as a parent.
RSV is an ever-present respiratory virus, but especially serious in kids with low immunity after isolating during the pandemic. Now, hospitals nationwide say they're overwhelmed with sick kids. 74% of pediatric hospital beds nationwide are occupied. 89% in Missouri, 91% in Texas, 99% in Rhode Island. Seattle Children's tells NBC News it's at 200% capacity in the ER. At At UW Health Kids in Madison, Wisconsin, the chief medical officer is urging parents to stay on top of the symptoms before kids have to go to the ER.
Suctioning the nasal passages, staying well hydrated, using anti-fever medications usually do the trick. We really want to pay attention to as kids under about 18 months of age that can develop more significant respiratory symptoms.
Seek immediate help if a child is in respiratory distress, breathing fast, nose flaring, using their shoulders or pulling under their ribs to breathe, and turning blue.
If you think your child's in danger, you need to go to the ER. I mean, that's a flat-out message.
Trust your gut, say doctors. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather?
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with more on the forecast. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And the big story today, a cold front moving through the middle of the nation. Snow up to a foot in some spots in the Rockies, and then some severe weather possible. So we kind of have it all today. That's mainly in the middle of the country because the coasts are looking really good. Finally, the Northeast clearing out. But we're going to continue to watch this cold front. It's moving painfully slow. We're going to see this rain in the forecast not only today, but tomorrow and also through Saturday. So snow for the central and southern Rockies up to a foot in some spots. And then we're watching out for a late severe storm, strong to severe. We could see some hail, also some heavy rain. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, it doesn't move very far, and that's going to be the problem too. So as we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at those heavy rains soaking the central and east Texas portions of Texas. Today, it's going to be more western Texas. Gusty winds, that could cause some power outages. The ground's going to be wet, leaves still on the trees. So any sort of wind gusts could bring down those trees and also those power lines. As we look at a flood forecast, we're looking at heavy rain. It's going to be lingering for a while in the same spot. So for today, we're looking western Texas, moving a little bit further to the east by Friday and then into the Gulf Coast states by Saturday. This is going to be something we're talking about through Sunday as well. Your rainfall forecast, it's a lot of rain over a lot of area. We're looking at localized flooding in spots where you see those darker colors, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. That's where we're looking at the heaviest rainfall. So even extending into portions of the Tennessee Valley, even close to the Ohio Valley as we get closer to Sunday. And then eventually into the Northeast by Monday. Severe threat today. We do have the hazard of damaging hail that could cause damage on its own up to an inch. We've had a lot of reports of that early in the week. Also, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see a tornado or two, but that is the least likely risk. That's the good news, but it's not zero. So we need to keep that in the forecast. Where you see the yellow here, Abilene, San Angelo, Lubbock, that's where we're looking at the chance for some severe weather. That moves off to the east tomorrow. Doesn't move very far. So now we're talking about the coast of Florida, the eastern coast of Florida. So Bay City, also Victoria, again, where you see that yellow, that's where we're looking at the threat for some severe weather. The cool air does expand. We're looking at temperatures in the 40s and 50s, 30 degrees in Telluride. That's certainly cold enough for some snow, and that's where we're going to see some snow in central and northern Rockies. But that cool air expands tomorrow. So it's a chilly rain in portions of Texas. Temperatures in the 50s, the 60s, 12 degrees below normal in portions of Lubbock at 55, 59 in Midland. Abilene 62, Dallas 60, 64 in Waco. Your snowfall forecast, you know what, the ski lovers are loving this, I'm sure. We're looking at those brighter colors, 6 to 9 inches in some spots, even up to a foot in those highest elevations of the Rockies. And we're going to get that winter season started, or at least the ski season started. Today, snow and chill throughout the Rockies, sunny and mild in the Northeast. Let's linger on that for a bit because we had some cloudy days the past 3 days. Fog, drizzle in place. We're clearing it out to a clear day, lots of sunshine, mild too. It's going to be mild throughout portions of the southeast as well. The one spot is in Florida, central Florida, where we could see some thunderstorms. Taking a look towards the Halloween weekend, we're looking on Friday. Strong storms still lingering in portions of the Gulf Coast states. Lots of sunshine, though, in the northern plains, the Gulf into the Great Lakes, Mid-Atlantic, into the Northeast, New England. So if you have any Halloween plans tomorrow, I know a lot of kids kick it off on Friday. It's going to look really good there. Still unsettled in the Northwest. But as we look towards Saturday, kind of a repeat performance. Great autumn day in portions of the Great Lakes, the Midwest, into the Northern Plains, also New England, Northeast, Mid-Atlantic. The Southeast looks good, too. Heavy rain still in portions of the Gulf Coast, and we're looking at those brighter colors. So it's going to be those downpours. It's not going to be showers. Certainly need to carry the umbrellas there. Rain and wind in the Northwest, and unfortunately, this rain does move into the Northeast by Halloween. So I know.
So get a costume that involves umbrellas, raincoats, rain boots, as we've been discussing this week.
I'll bring them in. You can borrow them.
Use them for the first time.
Exactly.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Coming up on Morning News Now, President Biden hits the road less than 2 weeks before Election Day.
Yeah, the major manufacturing investment he's expected to discuss and his message for voters on the economy. That's coming up next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. With less than 2 weeks to go until the midterms, President Biden is hitting the campaign trail, heading to Syracuse, New York later today, touting his economic agenda.
He's expected to discuss plans by chip maker Micron to invest $100 billion there over at least 20 years. That money will help build semiconductor factories. President Biden will also lay out his administration's economic policies and successes as Americans prepare to head to the voting booth. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Melloway joins us now from Syracuse with more on this. So, Mike, we know the president has made American manufacturing one of the key pillars of his economic agenda. What's he expected to say about this massive investment in Syracuse?
Well, Joe, he's expected to take a lot of credit for it. We've really seen the president over the last few weeks rush to join companies as they're making these kinds of major jobs announcements. Micron, $100 billion, as you mentioned, is going to be adding to that today, announcing that as part of their expansion plans here in upstate New York, they're going to be adding 9,000, in some cases, six-figure paying jobs, as well as signing labor agreements to ensure a prevailing wage. We saw the president just a few weeks ago at an IBM plant in Poughkeepsie, at an Intel plant in Ohio. This is really an opportunity for him to tie all these expansion to the CHIPS Act, an important legislative win for him. But it's also going to be an opportunity for the president today to really make an economic argument, closing argument for the midterms. And he's not alone. There's going to be more than a half a dozen members of the cabinet also fanning out today across the country, many to swing districts, swing states, to really try to frame the choice for voters in the fall as one of expansion and jobs in the Biden administration versus what they're arguing Republicans would do if they're elected.
And Michael, we know the president is also expected to contrast his economic agenda with that of Republicans and criticize the Republicans' party's plans. What message do we think we're going to hear about this to voters?
Yeah, it's interesting the way that the White House is presenting the argument today and what we'll hear directly from the president, laying out, yes, the record that the Biden administration has racked up, but what they're also claiming is the Republican plan. They say that that involves an uneven tax burden, shifting it back to the middle class, higher prescription drug costs, higher health insurance premiums, higher energy costs, and higher education costs. Now, you may be saying Republicans are no way proposing that, right? Well, what the White House is arguing is that because Republicans have vowed that they would repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, that's exactly what would happen. There are tax credits in that. There are taxes for corporations that didn't exist before. There are fixes to the Affordable Care Act that would lower health costs. So that's really what the White House and the president is going to try to do today, lay out really what the consequences of what Republicans' rhetoric would lead to.
And Mike, to many, the midterms are going to be seen as a referendum on how the president is handling inflation, which is a huge issue for voters, perhaps the top issue. With 12 days to go, how worried is the administration right now? And looking ahead, are they promising any additional measures to try and help fight inflation?
Well, the administration, clearly, the president himself, worried about where things stand with now just over 11 days until the midterm elections. The president really talking about a potential shift back to Democrats in the polls. That's an acknowledgement that it's not going their way right now. And they know the economy is front and center. That's part of why the president is focusing on it today. Now, what the president is going to also be talking about is some additional proposals he would implement if given a Democratic Congress next year. That really means following through on other parts of that Build Back Better agenda that he didn't get through in the last Congress, things like free community college tuition, also an expansion of child care benefits as well. So it's a tall order. We know how hard it was to do with even the narrow Democratic majorities that they have now. We know that they're probably going to be slimmed down, if even existent, in the next Congress, but it's part of what the president is going to be making the case for today.
All right, Mike Memoli. Mike, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Turning now to international news, more than a dozen people are dead after gunmen attacked a holy site in Iran.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome for more on this and other international headlines. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, on Wednesday, gunmen stormed a major Shiite holy site in Iran, killing at least 15 people and wounding 40 others. Now, Iran state TV blames Sunni extremists for the attack, which have also carried out attacks in the past against the Shiite minority there, but it appears to be unrelated to the widespread demonstrations that marked 40 days since a 22-year-old woman died after she was arrested by Iran's morality police. Now, let's go to Malaysia, where tens of people working on a movie had to be rescued after they became trapped in a limestone cave. Police officials there told the Associated Press that 30 members of a film crew who were shooting in the cave were trapped when the water level near the cave's exit rose to about 5 feet due to heavy rains. And finally, let's move to Germany, where the coalition government has agreed on a plan to legalize recreational cannabis. According to the plan, possessions of up to 1 ounce of cannabis will be allowed among adults. And if approved by Parliament, it will come into effect by 2024. Still, the advertising or mailing of cannabis will still remain prohibited, guys.
All right. Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, still to come on Morning News Now, getting out the Latino vote.
Yeah, they're the fastest growing voting bloc in the country and could decide who wins in the midterms. We're going to take a look at who voters are leaning toward right now in one key state and what's being done to make sure they cast their ballots. That's next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now. look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. With less than 2 weeks until Election Day, many candidates are focusing their campaigns on a crucial voting bloc, Latino voters.
According to the Washington Post, support from Latinos shifted toward Republicans in the 2020 election. But can the GOP count on them this time around?
Let's bring in Washington Post congressional reporter, our friend Mariana Sotomayor. Mariana, good morning. Good to have you with us. So the Pew Research Center says about 34 million Hispanic Americans are eligible to vote in this year's midterms, making it the fastest growing bloc of voters since the last midterm election in 2018. So help us understand, how much has the Latino vote grown and how could it change the outcome of the election in a couple weeks?
Yeah, the population itself is growing and will continue to grow. And the voting population is also growing as well. This is going to be the first election for many voters out there. But it's worth pointing out where those voters are and why that matters in these elections. When you look at the Senate map in particular, you have Florida, you have Nevada, Pennsylvania, states that are rich with Latino voters and a growing population there. You see a similar thing also in House races, and that's really where I'm looking at, because there are a number of districts and states that you don't traditionally think about. Obviously, races in Florida, Nevada, but as I mentioned, Pennsylvania as well. A lot of the Latino population is growing there, Puerto Rican base. In northern Pennsylvania. You're seeing races also influenced by the Latino vote in Colorado, in Wisconsin, and that can really make the difference. A lot of these elections, obviously every election has to do with turnout, and both Republicans and Democrats finally getting the picture that this is a key voting bloc, especially when you're looking at extremely tight races where voters at the margins are going to decide Republican or Democrat to represent them in office.
Certainly a growing influence. And Mariana, you've also spoken with strategists who say Nevada is the state to watch when it comes to the Latino vote. Can you explain what's going on in that state?
Yeah, so of course in Nevada you have governor's races, Senate races, and there are 3 Democrats that are currently representing the Las Vegas area in the House. So Republicans have been really bullish for a long time on just winning those seats, but it is going to be a significant year for the Latino vote there. Democrats have really had a large influence for decades in Nevada. And this is the first time that Republicans are really feeling that the issues could actually help them. A number of voters are looking at the economy. And because of Las Vegas, a lot of people were out of jobs during the pandemic. So that is something that a lot of voters there are actually siding with Republicans on. However, it would be a significant trend. We have seen a lot of Latino voters start to vote Republican in places like Florida, South Texas. Nevada could be a huge win and a big blunt on the West Coast, where Democrats really do have a grasp on the Latino vote there. And it's worth mentioning still that Latinos tend to vote and have said that they will vote for Democrats nationally.
Mariana, you mentioned the economy. That's obviously a huge issue. What is it Latino voters want to hear from candidates to get their vote in this home stretch?
Yeah, you know, that's been really interesting, and especially for Democrats who are starting to see support loss from the Latino vote. A lot of that also has to do with voter apathy. It's not necessarily that Latinos are going in droves to join the Republican Party. They just don't feel very seen, and that's something that both parties will have to deal with and address. And this election continually, the economy has been a #1 issue. Education is also something that has been very big traditionally for this community that, you know, has come here to try and attain the American dream. Education they see as a pathway there. I should also mention abortion. A lot of conventional wisdom, because Latinos are very religious, the assumption is, okay, they're probably fine with Roe v. Wade being overturned. A lot of polls, a lot of people I've been talking to who have been tracking the vote say that's not the case. Latinos are very private people, and they do not want government in their lives, and they see that as a key decision. I've talked to a number of voters across the country who do bring that up as an issue that at the end of the day could determine their vote.
All right, Mariana, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, Arizona election officials are stepping up security after so-called vigilantes were reported loitering near ballot drop boxes. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on what's being done to protect voters.
Arizona's Secretary of State, who's also running for governor, has referred 6 allegations of voter intimidation to the Department of Justice as tensions flare ahead of the midterms. Amid complaints of armed mass groups wearing tactical gear and recording voters, the sheriff in Maricopa County, Arizona, has now stepped up security near ballot drop boxes.
It troubles me that suddenly others feel compelled to act out in a way that is potentially criminal intimidation or criminal threats, trying to undermine democracy under this cloak of patriotism. And in doing so, what they're doing is they're destroying the most important institution in our nation, you know, the freedom and the right to vote.
He also says his office is investigating this incident captured on cell phone video where a woman tried to take a picture of one of their license plates and was pushed. We spoke to the woman. She asked us not to use her name or show her face for fear of backlash.
You know, a lot of people are intimidated, and when people are standing around, you know, with handguns on them and sometimes tactical gear, you know, it really does scare the average person.
At least 6 complaints of alleged voter intimidation here have now been referred to the state attorney general's office and the Department of Justice. Across the country, election threats are ramping up ahead of the midterms.
A lot of these threats are fueled by mis and disinformation.
Law enforcement nationwide is on alert.
The Justice Department has an obligation to prevent, to guarantee a free and fair vote.
Back in Arizona, where early votes are already being counted, Republican election officials have called these armed drop box watchers uninformed vigilantes. As a Republican, how frustrating is it to you that some of these groups have latched onto conspiracy theories?
Well, it's been an interesting last 2 years, and you know, for the party of facts and logic, at times we have fallen short from, in my estimation, on facts and logic.
Voter rights organizations have now sued to temporarily block at least some of these groups from monitoring these ballot drop boxes. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Coming up, all tricks and no treats? Say it ain't so. Halloween is coming at a bigger price this year.
Yeah, up next, how you can save money but still hand out the best candy to all those ghouls and goblins knocking at your door. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning. Welcome to today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Workers at some of the country's largest companies who maybe weren't compensated for family or sick leave are quitting their jobs at higher rates than those who do have those benefits. That's according to a newly released congressional report highlighting Americans in the workforce during the pandemic. Let's dig a little deeper with Rebecca Gibbon. She's an associate professor of labor studies and employment relations at Rutgers University, as well as the co-director of the Center for Work and Health. Good to have you with us. So this report focused on data from 12 major companies, including AT&T, Disney, Walmart, Comcast, which is the parent company of our company, NBC Universal, and that's just to name a few. So what sort of trends and data were lawmakers specifically looking at while researching this?
The report looks at the different employment outcomes for workers, especially the difference between hourly workers who are lower paid and salaried workers, and different outcomes by things like race and gender. And they especially look at the impact of access to things like paid family leave and paid sick leave. And unsurprisingly, what they find is that those workers who are already disadvantaged, hourly workers, workers without access to paid sick leave, family leave, workers of color, all had worse outcomes, more likely to be fired, more likely to need to quit because they don't have what they need. So the pandemic experience just kind of magnified these existing inequities.
So, Professor, I mean, let's give viewers some context here. We know Congress created a temporary paid sick leave requirement for companies with 50 to 500 employees at the beginning of the pandemic, but that mandate expired at the end of 2020. So digging into this report, I mean, the numbers show that workers without paid sick leave quit at 3 to 4 times the rate of other workers. So how are companies addressing this?
In short, they're not necessarily addressing it. What we see is that companies are not providing paid sick leave unless they absolutely have to, and they mostly don't have to. Only in a few states and cities do they actually have to provide paid sick leave, and in most cases, they prefer not to. They're paying the cost of turnover rather than provide paid sick leave, and so workers are facing this choice every time they're sick of whether to go to work sick or, if they can't, to quit. So it really creates problems for everybody.
separate study, it was conducted by AARP back in 2020, found that 17% of workers who are 55 and older were more likely to lose their jobs during the first 6 months of the pandemic. So this new congressional report backs that up. Why is it that this is happening, and how could lawmakers begin to solve the problem?
I think there's a few issues. We know that age discrimination is really rampant, but it's very, very hard to prove. So for the most part, workers that are discriminated against because of their age can't really do anything about it. And employers have a bias towards younger workers. So what we're seeing is the lack of enforcement. Even when we have laws that protect people, when those laws are on the books, they don't necessarily have an impact unless there's a way to enforce them, unless employers actually face some kind of punishment that acts as a deterrent when they, for example, treat older workers differently or worse than younger workers.
All right, Rebecca Given, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate your expertise.
Thanks for having me.
Turning now to financial news, where a potential railroad strike could be approaching.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Steve and Joe. A second railroad union has voted down last month's tentative agreement struck between freight rail companies, rail unions, and the Biden administration. The main issue is overpaid sick time, which has become a main sticking point for union members. Traditionally, the rail companies have offered workers higher pay and generous short-term disability benefits instead. Now, if both sides can't agree on new contracts, Congress may have to step in to block a strike and impose terms on workers. Argo AI, the self-driving startup funded by Ford and VW, is shutting down. According to Ford, the decision was made after the company struggled to find a way to make fully autonomous driving profitable at scale. Instead, Ford is shifting its focus towards partially autonomous driving technology after realizing full autonomous driving is, quote, still a long way off. And today marks your last chance to buy and sell shares of Twitter. Public trading of the company stock will be suspended starting tomorrow, according to the New York Stock Exchange website. The move comes as billionaire Elon Musk faces a court-ordered October 28th deadline to close his $44 billion deal to take the social media app private, guys.
So if I buy some shares, can I control who tweets at me?
You may have to talk to Elon Musk about that.
Okay, all right.
We'll get him on the line.
All right, we'll do that. Silvana, thank you. Appreciate it.
You got it.
All right, Halloween is, of course, only a few days away. This year could be more trick than treat thanks to inflation. The price of everything from costumes to candy has gone up, but don't be scared. There are ways to celebrate without breaking the bank.
Yeah, joining us here in studio is Kristen Meyer. She's the editor-in-chief for TheBalance.com. Kristen, good morning to you. Thanks for being here.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
We know The Balance looked at some data from the Labor Department as well as pricing trends for Halloween products. What did you find when you took a look at that?
Well, essentially, as you were mentioning, everything is much more expensive this year. Essentially, depending on what item that you buy, it could actually cost you about 16% more this year than last year. So if you do want to go out and you want to celebrate Halloween, you're going to be shelling out a lot more money.
My grandpa was the guy who used to, when people came and did trick or treat, he always said trick. And he would literally make people do a trick before the treat, which is a way to save money, I suppose, right? But
that's free.
Right, see, exactly. What are some other ways people who are looking to save money, whether it's candy, whether it's costumes, can do that this year?
Okay, so we looked at some of the most popular items that you're probably going to be shelling some money out for and when it comes to the Halloween holiday. So first things first, cookies are actually the most expensive. So if you want a bat cookie, a pumpkin cookie, it's going to cost you about 16% more. Candy, everyone has to have candy for Halloween. That's about 13% more expensive. And then pumpkins, about 5% more expensive, and those costumes, 6% more expensive. So again, no matter where you go, you are going to be spending more money, but there are definitely ways that you can save some cash.
All right, important ways. And looking ahead to the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, what are we expecting there? Can we see this trend continue into that?
Yeah, I don't have any good news for anyone.
Is that going to be magical? And now everything's cheap for the holidays.
Good news for you. We actually already looked at Thanksgiving. That's going to cost you about 17% more. We haven't looked at Christmas yet, but I can tell you you're probably going to be spending more money. However, some good news here. We actually are already seeing holiday deals come out right now. And if you are someone who maybe wants to plan ahead, if you buy some Halloween items November 1st, so mark your calendars, everything is going to be at a discount. You might not be able to buy candy for next year now, but you can definitely buy a costume. You can buy Halloween decorations, all of those things are, of course, going to be at a steep discount right after Halloween ends. So definitely get that stuff now.
Probably don't buy next year's pumpkin on November.
No, I don't
right?
recommend that. I don't recommend it. Since, honestly, buying pumpkins, I love to carve, jack-o'-lanterns. You can also use them to make some pies or even cookies of your own. So another way to save cash.
There you go. And then you can have it at Thanksgiving.
Right in time for
put it in the freezer
I'm
at
telling
Christmas.
You, pumpkin chocolate chip cookies, guys. Everyone thank me later. Everyone needs to go try them.
We're going to have you back for that.
All right, Kristen, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Coming up, a groundbreaking invention in the medical field created by a teenager.
Yeah, I love this story. And the 14-year-old has now been named America's top young scientist, and she joins us live with how she earned that title coming up next.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We are back with 800 million reasons to get a Powerball ticket this morning. That's right, the Powerball jackpot just went up again after no one won last night's $700 million Powerball drawing. But lottery officials did say that more than 2 million tickets did win some sort of cash prize in last night's drawing, totaling $21 million. Not bad. The next drawing is Saturday with an estimated $800 million up for grabs. That is the second highest in the history of the game. The largest jackpot ever won was that, remember that one that was $1.5 billion back in 2016? It was the definition of Powerball mania.
Yeah, I meant to buy a ticket then.
Right.
We still didn't do it.
We didn't win that one.
No.
That's why we're here. But we would be here if we did.
That's true. We love our jobs.
Totally. All right. We need you to put your thinking caps on for this next one so you can keep up with our next guest. A 9th grader from San Diego has earned some major bragging rights after being named America's top young scientist.
Yeah, very cool. That's right. Leanne Fan beat out 8 other contestants in a 2-day competition for the prestigious title, which, not for nothing, came with a $25,000 prize and even a special destination trip. See, kids, it really does pay off to be smart. So joining us now is the top young scientist herself, Leanne Fan, along with her mentor, Dr. Ross Bailing. Thank you both for being here. Very exciting. First off, congratulations, Leanne.
Thank you.
That is so exciting. What can you tell us about how you've made it to this point?
So I made Vincent headphones, which can basically detect and treat a mid-ear infection without using antibiotics. And how it works is I can detect it using sound and then treat it using light.
Wow. I mean, what kind of light is that? Are we talking about?
So this is a 405 nanometer LED blue light, which is, unlike UV light, really safe for you, and it's in the visible light spectrum.
And does it actually go in your ear then, or how does that work? Or just near it?
So I used a 3M reflective film to direct it into your ear so that you don't lose any light in the process.
I can't even imagine wrapping my head around learning all the things you have to do that. I know that, you know, each finalist is paired for a mentor, and yours is Dr. Bailing here. I mean, talk about what your relationship has been like, how much it's meant for you to work with him.
So every week we meet once a week for an hour, and it's been really nice because Dr. Bailing, or Ross, is really smart, and then he's been able to get a lot of patents on his different products. So I've been able to learn a lot about the process and then just the scientific way.
Very cool. And Dr. Bailing, what has it been like to work with Leanne here?
Oh, it's been really fun to work with Leanne. It's so energizing to work with someone that's young and excited, and the science behind this is just fantastic. So it's really energized me and to do science in my own career. So.
It strikes me that if an adult did that, it would be amazing. The fact that someone so young did, I mean, what's your reaction to that?
Oh, that's exactly my thought. I have 40-year-old colleagues that if they did this, I'd be wildly impressed. Now, when a 14-year-old is able to duplicate this as well, it's just so fantastic. So really cool science and very fun to work on.
Leanne, this comes with that prize that we were mentioning. You get the money. What, yeah. So okay, that's a motivator, isn't it? What do you plan to do with the money? Do you have any idea at this point?
So I tell everyone this, but I want to get sushi again.
It's a lot of sushi.
There's never enough. And then after that, I'd like to spend some time more on my project, and I want to be able to do human trials in my project and train the AI using human ear canals, because up to now I've been using a model because I don't have access to humans. I'd also like to get a patent in the future.
That'd be very cool. Yeah, I mean, this is, I guess, just the beginning. What else do you hope to do with this product?
I do want to get it out on the market in the next few years. I do have school, so it's going to be
Balance is very important. All right. Leanne, Dr. Bailing, thank you both. We appreciate it so much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Very incredible. That title, very awesome.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Thursday. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, midterm mania. New fallout this morning following another bombshell allegation made against Georgia's Republican candidate Herschel Walker, as well as the denial of the claim. Plus, we're going to take you to Wisconsin as both candidates for governor hit the road in their high-stakes race. We have all the new developments you need to know about as Election Day approaches. Wave of worry. Cases of a respiratory illness in children are on the rise across the country, well ahead of a peak we don't normally see until the winter. This morning, the growing concern among parents and doctors is hospitals scramble to find the space they need to handle the surge. Falling short, the United Nations issued a stark warning to the world yesterday, saying countries are nowhere near the UN's targets to cut down emissions. We're going to break down what that could mean for our planet and if there is still time to prevent the worst case scenarios from global warming. And back on Broadway, Arthur Miller's iconic play Death of a Salesman is back on the Great White Way, this time with black actors playing the Lohman family. I'm going to talk to Andre DeShields and Chris Davis live about the play's revival That's coming up a little bit later in the hour. That's part of our ongoing series, Flipping the Script. That is a script many people know well. It's been around for decades, but it's seen through a new lens this time around.
Very exciting. Can't wait for that one.
Good to have you with us this morning. We're going to begin this hour with the new developments in the contentious Senate race in Georgia.
Yeah, and now a second woman has come forward accusing Herschel Walker of pressuring her into having an abortion nearly 30 years ago. That claim comes just 12 days before the midterm elections. Walker has denied that claim, as well as an earlier similar one against him. NBC News Now anchor and senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest on the contest and how both candidates are responding.
Hey there, good morning. It is crunch time now for candidates in really important, really close races, with big guns, like former presidents in both parties, set to hit the campaign trail in the days to come. And the focus today turning to Georgia, where there's a new abortion allegation surfacing in one of the country's most closely watched matchups. With less than 2 weeks to go this morning, the future of the Senate could hang on two key states with neck-and-neck races in Pennsylvania and Georgia, where there's now another twist. Republican Herschel Walker, who's campaigned on an anti-abortion platform, now denying a new allegation from a second woman who says Walker pressured her to have an abortion in the early 90s.
What I'm saying is this is a lie, and I've said it once, and I've moved on my campaign.
The anonymous woman, sharing her voice only, came forward in a Zoom press conference arranged by attorney Gloria Allred. The accuser saying after she became pregnant in 1993, Walker encouraged her to have an abortion, adding she first couldn't go through with the procedure, but that Walker encouraged her to go back, driving her to a Dallas clinic where she had the abortion. The woman explaining why she's speaking up now.
I am a registered independent, and I voted for Donald Trump in both elections. I do not believe that Herschel is morally fit to be a U.S. senator.
NBC News has not verified her allegations, and the woman did not provide evidence Walker was involved in her abortion.
I'm done with this foolishness.
The Republican candidate and former football star also denied allegations earlier this month from another former girlfriend who says Walker paid for her abortion in 2009. In a statement, the campaign for Walker's opponent, Senator Raphael Warnock, says Walker has a problem with the truth, a problem answering questions, and a problem taking responsibility for his actions. That matchup, very close, with recent polling showing Warnock leading by just 5 points. And in another closely watched race in Pennsylvania, a toss-up, with polls ranking Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz within the margin of error.
Doing that debate wasn't exactly easy. Knew it wasn't going to be easy after, having a stroke after 5 months.
Fetterman appearing at a campaign rally in Pittsburgh after raising $2 million, his team says, in the hours after his one and only debate against Republican Mehmet Oz. Fetterman facing questions about his, at times, halting debate performance with lingering auditory processing issues after a stroke 5 months ago. Oz also on the campaign trail, hammering the issue of crime and on defense against a new Democratic ad highlighting his debate comments on abortion.
This is who Dr. Oz wants in charge of women's health care decisions.
I want women, doctors, local political leaders,
So we've talked about how abortion, crime, these are all big issues in those races in Georgia and Pennsylvania, but so is the economy. And today you've got President Biden hitting the road to make a kind of closing argument highlighting his administration's record on the economy. We know, along with cost of living, that's the #1 thing voters say they care about. The president's going to be in upstate New York to argue that Democrats' economic policies are better than Republicans, even as many GOP candidates have pointed to high inflation in their midterm campaigns. You've got the Biden cabinet, too, fanning out across the country as part of a full court press ahead of Election Day. Back to you.
All right, we'll be watching. Hallie, thanks.
Turning now to Wisconsin, where the race between Democratic Governor Tony Evers and Republican Tim Michels is heating up. There has been a huge turnout already. Early voting is underway there, and the Wisconsin Elections Commission says more than 300,000 people have cast their ballots ahead of November 8th. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Milwaukee with more. Shaq, good morning. So the differences between these two candidates, they are pretty stark. So what do we know about them? How are they both preparing for the final days of this campaign?
Well, some dramatic differences between the Republican candidate, Tim Michels, and the incumbent governor, Democratic governor, Tony Evers. And they're planning to lay out those differences over the next couple of days as we get closer to Election Day. Tony Evers is kicking off a bus tour today. He's calling it the bus tour is touting his record, a doing the right thing tour that he's calling it. And you'll see him out with the Labor Secretary Marty Walsh campaigning and talking about his record of accomplishments here in the state of Wisconsin. But on the other side, you have Tim Michels. He was out with Glenn Youngkin yesterday, attacking the governor, saying that he hasn't been doing enough for Wisconsin, hitting him on issues from election integrity to abortion to the economy.
Shaq, do I dare ask what the noise is that's going on behind you there? So do I dare ask what the noise is that's going on behind you there, or no?
It just started like 2 minutes ago as we were going. We have no idea what it is. I see some construction down the street, so maybe that goes into what the governor has been talking about in terms of fixing the roads. I don't know.
There you go. All right, good way to make a connection there. All right, so let me ask you, Michels outlined just some of the issues he plans to address if he's elected during a campaign event. What all did he say, and how are voters responding to him?
Yeah, he kind of listed out his 3 priorities yesterday when he was with the Virginia governor, Glenn Youngkin. He said that his first priority would be election integrity. He said his second priority would be something on education in terms of universal school choice in the state of Wisconsin. He also wants to focus on the economy and giving back tax reform. He's saying right now the state has about a $5 billion surplus. That's something that the governor has touted, but Tim Michels says he wants to give that back to the people in a way of tax cuts. So those are the 3 priorities he says that he'll act on. In the state of Wisconsin, Governor Evers has vetoed more than 100 pieces of legislation passed by the conservative legislature here in the state. So there'll be plenty of bills, plenty of pieces of legislation that Tim Michels will be able to act on if he does win this election.
And Shaq, you mentioned Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin in Wisconsin campaigning on behalf of Michels. What is Youngkin saying on the campaign trail, and how is Governor Evers responding to all this?
Well, we heard Glenn Youngkin kind of connect himself and what he did in Virginia to what he hopes Tim Michels will do in the state of Wisconsin. Remember, Glenn Youngkin won his election almost by a surprise in a blue state, a state that President Biden won, President Obama, and also Secretary Hillary Clinton won. They're saying that they want to model that same thing here in the state of Wisconsin. I think we have some sound from Glenn Youngkin yesterday out on the campaign trail. I want you to listen to a little bit of what we heard from him.
If we do not have election integrity, our entire constitutional system comes crumbling down. I'm going to work with the legislature. We're going to get those bills right, the bills that Tony Evers vetoed, and we are going to stop the Zuckerbucks, stop the ballot harvesting, and stop the indefinitely confined status.
That was actually Tim Michels who we heard from, but we saw them appear together at the end of that event. You saw some good chemistry between the two, and Glenn Youngkin said that he was the Glenn Youngkin said he was the 74th governor of the state of Virginia. He wants Tim Michels to be the 47th governor of the state of Wisconsin. They were playing with the numbers there out there on the campaign trail.
All right, Shaq Brewster reporting near a mysterious construction project somewhere in Milwaukee. Shaq, thanks.
He fought through it just great. Well, a wave of respiratory illnesses among children has now spread to more parts of the country, including warmer areas where they don't normally see problems like that. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is inside a Phoenix Children's Hospital with the latest on this. Gabe, good morning.
Stephen and Joe, good morning. It's only October, but doctors here and across the country are seeing a higher number of patient cases, typically that they don't see until much later in the winter. And overnight, we met one mother here who had barely heard of RSV before she ended up in the hospital with her newborn son.
This morning, the latest wave of child respiratory illnesses is spreading, prompting more concerns of a triple-demic this winter. In Arizona, RSV cases are up 344% over a typical season.
Terrifying. It's a serious illness, with him being this young. He doesn't have an immune system to fight it off.
Cheyenne Schilder's 2-month-old son, Ryder, was in the hospital overnight.
What would you tell other parents?
Look up the symptoms of RSV and trust your gut, too, because I was on the border about coming or not to the hospital, and I feel like I probably should have come a little bit sooner.
Last year and now this year, Phoenix Children's Hospital has been dealing with an unusually high number of RSV cases. Though the facility is not at capacity, it's bracing for a rough winter.
COVID-19 combined with a potentially bad influenza season, and now we're seeing RSV going up at the same time, that obviously makes us concerned that we might get into this triple pandemic situation.
This year, even western and southern states with warmer temperatures are seeing a significant rise in RSV and flu cases. In Arizona, 87% of pediatric hospital beds are occupied. In Texas, 91%. Seattle Children's tells NBC News it's at 200% capacity in the ER.
Under normal circumstances, about 90% of kids end up getting RSV at least once by the time they're at 2. Because of the pandemic, some of the kind of standard patterns have been disrupted, so we're seeing a lot of RSV at once.
Parents now worried sick across the country. From San Diego, where Fernanda Castaneras is caring for baby Alejandra.
She was struggling to breathe. She was struggling breathing, and we got scared because she had no color at all on her skin.
To Washington, D.C., where 3-year-old Izzy Banky is recovering.
Nobody wants to hold their kid down and hold a mask on their face. And so she's screaming and trying to rip the breathing tubes out. And that breaks your heart as a parent.
Now, COVID cases are trending down nationally right now, but there is concern about potentially new strains this winter. And of course, as we've been reporting, the flu season is hitting some parts of the country especially hard right now, and it is expected to get worse in the coming months. Stephen and Joe.
A lot of people concerned over that one. Gabe, thank you.
It has been 40 days since the death of Mahsa Amini while in police custody, which has sparked mass protests across Iran. She was detained for allegedly breaching the country's strict dress code. Yesterday, security forces clashed with demonstrators who had gathered in her hometown to mark the milestone. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest.
Hey there, good day to you, and we're just getting more incredibly impactful images out of Iran today. In the city of Mahabad in northwestern Iran, protesters apparently targeting buildings, throwing stones. There seems to be tear gas once again on those streets. Those videos posted by a Kurdish rights group that says that a number of government buildings have been taken over, and that all of this today surrounds the funeral of a man who was shot dead during the protests yesterday. A powerful image seen around the world. A young woman not wearing a headscarf stands on the roof of a car, hands in the air, as crowds attempt to reach the grave of Mahsa Amini. And near the cemetery, this video from an independent Kurdish human rights organization captioned, "The resistance is glorious." Huge numbers across Iran determined to mourn and to protest the death of the 22-year-old. Marking 40 days after she died in the hospital, the morality police targeting her for allegedly violating the country's strict clothing code. In the capital, Tehran, clashes with the security forces and the sound of gunfire. In Mahsa's hometown, they shouted women, life, freedom. And these demonstrators daring to chant, freedom, freedom, enough of the despotism. Then, images like this one. Smoke rising, told of another violent crackdown there. Reports say live rounds were used and tear gas. The Iranian authorities switching off the internet in the city, but a semi-official news agency reporting at least 10,000 demonstrated. Thousands of miles away, the White House announcing sanctions targeting more than a dozen Iranian officials.
Our message to Iran is very, very clear. Stop killing your people and stop sending weapons to Russia to kill Ukrainians.
A dramatic change.
I bought 3 cords of wood for under $800. If I wanted to heat my house solely on the wood, that would take me through the season. That's less than half of a tank of oil.
Now, a lot of people may find that it's simply too expensive this year with these bills going up. And if so, every state offers home energy and home heating assistance programs. So go to your state's website, look for that, check with your local utility company. This may also be the year that if you can afford your bill and you can round up to help those in need, offer an extra $1 to help those in need, it could go a long way this winter. Back to you.
All right, good info. Tom, thanks.
Speaking of heat, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the forecast. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And we do have some heat in the forecast, still above normal in the east, but we're looking at really frigid temperatures in the west. It's all due to a cold front. Back behind the system, we're looking at snow in spots, up to a foot in some spots in the northern and central southern Rockies. We're also looking at rain developing in portions of the southern plains. So this cold front's going to sink to the south and also to the east. We're looking at the chance for some strong storms. Could see some hail, some damaging winds, a chance of a tornado, and certainly some heavy rain. This is going to move very, very slowly to the east. So we're going to be talking about this rain for days, at least into the weekend. Now, as we look towards the northeast, finally clearing out to sunny skies. We're looking at bright skies. Temperatures still really nice. That includes portions of the Great Lakes, the Mid-East, into the southeast, and also the Gulf Coast states before you get your rain tomorrow. As we look ahead towards the Halloween weekend, we're looking at those strong storms. This is going to be the major weather story as we go throughout the next few days. Northwest rain, we're seeing impulses of storms coming on shore over and over again. So that's going to continue to happen, but looking really dry through the southwest and northern plains, the Great Lakes, the Midwest into the southeast, and then we're going to incorporate portions of Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, portions of Tennessee also on Sunday. Your severe threat for this afternoon, you want to keep an eye to the sky, be weather aware, especially with these storms. Where you see the yellow, that's your likeliest spot. So Abilene, San Angelo, Lubbock, you could see some strong to severe storms. Damaging hail, that's the greatest risk. Also heavy rain. And then we're looking at damaging winds, too. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. And again, we can't rule out the chance of a tornado, although it's not the greatest risk. It's still not zero. Then as we go throughout Friday, we're going to move that risk into the eastern portion of Texas along the coast. Bay City, Victoria, York, Vegas, 40s in Salt Lake City, below freezing in Telluride. And be a chilly on Friday in portions of the southern plains. Dallas, 60 degrees, 14 degrees below normal. We're looking at lots of 50s, too, in Amarillo. Lubbock, 55. Midland, we're looking at 59. El Paso, 66. Albuquerque, 59 degrees. We are also tracking the tropics. We have a few systems that could develop into a tropical depression. Although it's getting late in the season, the waters are getting a little bit cooler to the north. So this first one, right south of Puerto Rico, there's one also north of Puerto Rico, so pretty close to each other, has a 50% chance of developing in the next 5 days. And it's going to move into a favorable area. So we're going to be watching this. We're also watching another system just north of Puerto Rico.
So like Mary Poppins, Paddington Bear, I'm trying to think of costumes that incorporate weather gear already.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
Everyone's going to be Mary Poppins. There you go. That's the answer.
Umbrellas.
Or who's the one who flies?
That's Mary
Poppins.
Paddington has rain gear. I hope I got that right.
Yeah, no, you're right. He wears a yellow jacket.
All
yeah.
right.
Thanks, Michelle.
Connor's like, let's go.
Coming up on Morning News Now, speaking out.
Yeah, it's been 5 years since the start of Me Too. Hard to believe. And this morning, we're getting a look at how the revolution is being viewed by Gen Z and where they think it's headed next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you. We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It has been 5 years since the Me Too movement began, and in the season finale of Meet the Press Reports, our own Savannah Sellers talked to members of Gen Z about how they see the movement after all these years. Here's a preview.
So when you just think about the fact that it's been 5 years since the start of the Me Too movement, what's just your first reaction to that, 5 years passing?
Galvanized the movement amongst globally around the world for women and all survivors. I'm proud of it. Look where we are now. So much work to do, but it was a really important time in our world. It was a seminal moment in contemporary history.
Days after Arquette made her accusation, the hashtag MeToo took off on Twitter, and people around the world shared their own experiences of harassment and assault. It seemed to impact all industries, and it seemed to make real progress. According to a New York Times analysis in 2018, the Me Too movement brought down 201 powerful men, and nearly half of their replacements were women.
The younger generation, you are much wiser. You have a lot more than what we had now, the tools to take it to the next level, and please do.
So we wanted to know, 5 years in, what impact did this huge cultural moment and movement have on the generation to follow in its wake? We talked to students from coast to coast, and it turns out, for Gen Z, Me Too is kind of a so what.
Do you think the Me Too movement did something substantial?
It's like we only heard about Me Too when celebrities were involved.
These young women at Coastal Carolina University say in many ways, things haven't really changed.
It was never Me Too when, something happened on a college campus. It wasn't Me Too when someone just went to work at a regular corporate office. It's not Me Too when maybe it's a black man saying that he was assaulted.
When domestic violence and sexual assault and different crimes happen on college campuses, I think they are lessened in a way. I think that you're told you shouldn't go out, with your girls, or you shouldn't dress like this.
But then something happens, and you can't say Me Too, because nobody's going to listen.
So to you, it really didn't have much impact on your life?
Absolutely not. It couldn't have. If it did, wow. Okay, someone doing something for black women, that's even hard to believe there. That's shocking. I would be jumping for joy if Me Too would have done anything. But
You can catch more of this on Meet the Press Reports, Gen Z and Me Too, tonight at 10:30 Eastern, right here on NBC News Now.
Turning now to the refugee crisis in Afghanistan. Thousands of people still trying to flee that country after the Taliban took control more than a year ago. But now sources tell NBC News that Qatar will temporarily stop critical evacuation flights as the country gears up to host the World Cup. Emotional moments like this now in jeopardy. Atifa Sharifi welcoming her Afghan sister who was able to escape the Taliban-controlled country.
I think my tears explain everything. I feel like it means the world to me that she's here.
NBC News has learned that Qatar is planning to suspend evacuation flights for Afghan refugees hoping to resettle in the U.S. This, according to refugee advocates and congressional aides. Qatar's embassy in Washington did not respond to a request for comment. The move comes as the nation is less than a month away from hosting soccer's World Cup. More than 1 million fans from around the world are expected to travel through the country's airports.
The World Cup is a security nightmare. They're concerned about that, but it doesn't appear that they made any effort to coordinate with the United States or to warn us of this move.
So far, bookings for future flights from Kabul to Doha have been halted, the first leg of any journey to the U.S. A journey Atifa's sister Latifa and her 3 children have waited more than a year to complete, reaching the U.S. in the nick of time. The NBC Dallas station has been following the family.
She said that I want to thank you to the team that helped me to get out of Afghanistan.
Their story, one of tens of thousands since a refugee crisis emerged following the botched withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan. Some so desperate to flee in the initial days, they were clinging to a U.S. military aircraft that was taking off without them.
So I can't imagine the horror of expecting to be on a flight and then being told that the flights are going to be stopped. We don't know how this is going to play out. It could be life and death for some of them.
More than a year later, so many still desperate to escape. According to a State Department spokesperson, the U.S. has issued more than 18,000 special immigrant visas to Afghan applicants between January of 2021 and the end of last month. Those lucky enough to make it to the U.S. try to settle into a new life here.
She has been through so much struggle, so much tough time with her 3 kids that I want to give her as much as convenience and good and pleasing time here so that she forgets all those bad memories.
Well, Qatar is facing other criticism in the run-up to the World Cup, including its treatment of women, LGBTQ plus people, and migrant workers. As for those refugee flights, all the State Department was able to tell us is that they remain committed to the relocation plans and that they appreciate the work and partnership with Qatar.
More international headlines. Several Chinese cities are going back under COVID restrictions as cases there rise.
Yeah, Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more international headlines. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, as COVID-19 cases are once again on the rise in China, so are the containment measures. Heavy restrictions are being reintroduced in several cities all across China, including the sealing of buildings and the locking down of entire districts where there is a high risk of COVID-19 resurgence. China's coronavirus caseload has remained small by global standards, but its containment policy remains one of the strictest in the world. Let's come back here in Rome, or rather at the Vatican, where Pope Francis met the family of Shireen Abu Akleh, the Al Jazeera journalist who was shot dead by Israeli forces 6 months ago. The journalist, who was Catholic, was covering an army raid in a refugee camp in the occupied West Bank when she was shot in the head, despite the fact that she was clearly identified as a member of the press. An Israeli military investigation concluded that it was highly possible that Israeli fire killed Abu Akleh, but the military also vigorously denies allegations that a soldier intentionally targeted her. And finally, let's move to Britain, where the much-anticipated memoir by Prince Harry may have a publication date. According to the New York Times, the book by the royal will come out on January 10th next year. The content of the memoir has been shrouded in rumors, delays, and secrecy, but given the turmoil caused by the prince during his interviews since he has lived in self-imposed exile, it is expected to be a blockbuster, but also to give a royal headache to the British monarchy, guys.
An understatement. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Now to a story about a father's love and dedication captured in a photo at a college basketball game. Here's NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff.
Guys, in that picture, you can see a man with coal mine dust still on his face, sitting with his 3-year-old son at the Kentucky Wildcats annual blue-white basketball scrimmage. It was posted by head coach John Calipari, getting nearly 60,000 likes in just 2 days. Attention and fame that Michael McGuire says he never expected.
It's just all mind-blowing. I never imagined that.
Disbelief and excitement. Michael McGuire and his wife Molly are awestruck at the attention that this one photo garnered in a matter of days. On Saturday, McGuire rushed from the coal mines, a 30 to 40-minute drive to Rupp Arena in Pikeville, in order to take his 3-year-old son, Easton, to his first in-person college basketball game.
Easton has took a huge interest in sports, so it was the perfect time to buy tickets for Michael and Easton to start that.
Working long hours underground and up to 6 days a week, family time is precious to McGuire. With no time to spare, not even to clean off the coal mine dust that powdered his face and clothes, he got to the game in the nick of time.
Didn't want to miss it. I've had to miss quite a few stuff.
The sight of McGuire and his son moved head coach John Calipari, who posted this picture on his Instagram, writing, "My family's American dream started in a Clarksburg, West Virginia coal mine, so this picture hits home." Adding, he wanted to gift the family VIP tickets to Rupp Arena. Calipari wasn't the only one touched. Comments on the post included, "You just won me over, coach. Being an ex-coal miner myself, I know this all too well." Another user writing, "This is Kentucky in one photo." The annual blue-white scrimmage is one of UK's biggest fan favorites ahead of the regular season. But it was especially important this year because it raised over $162,000 to help victims of this summer's deadly floods in eastern Kentucky. Floyd County, where McGuire's from, was one of the worst-hit areas.
We had some friends that lost a lot. That's when we looked at each other and was like, all right, let's do what we can.
The check was presented by the Wildcats to Kentucky's governor during halftime. As for the McGuire's time at the game,
Easton was dancing and everything.
It's been a fun experience for us as a family.
Michael and Molly told us it's actually pretty normal to see parents covered in coal dust at kids' practices. They say children don't even bat an eye since coal mining is the dominant industry by far in eastern Kentucky. As for the VIP tickets, the McGuire said they'll bring Easton and their 1-year-old daughter, Lindley, to watch Kentucky face off against the Kansas Jayhawks in January. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you.
Well, coming up, a new warning this morning about the growing risks of climate change.
Why the UN is now saying the world is facing an uphill battle to reach its emissions goals. We're going to break it all down when we come back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The United Nations is out with a disturbing new warning.
Yeah, according to the UN Climate Office, the world is nowhere near hitting the greenhouse gas emissions targets. Dr. Rob Jackson, climate scientist at Stanford University and chair of Global Carbon Project, joins us now with more on this. Good morning to you, Dr. Jackson. So if you could remind us about the Paris Climate Agreement and what are some of the major takeaways from this new report?
Well, first of all, good morning and thanks for having me. The Paris Climate Agreement is
an agreement that helps countries set targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to keep global climate in a safe space, well below 2 degrees C increases. And the bad news this week is that greenhouse gas emissions are still rising, and we're a long way from a safe and stable climate. I think that's partly because the last few years have been chaos, right? First, COVID struck, and countries turned to dirtier coal to jumpstart their economies. And now we're stuck in an energy crisis caused by an unjust war. Europe's importing more natural gas and struggling to keep the lights and heat on.
So, Dr. Jackson, I mean, the world is now no stranger to seeing unprecedented and extreme weather patterns, deadly floods, seemingly endless wildfires and heat waves. So environmentally, what is at stake here if we just continue down this same path?
Well, you're absolutely right. We've turbocharged the weather and turned climate into a monster. Right, a few months ago, a third of Pakistan was flooded, what officials there called a monsoon on steroids. And it isn't just halfway around the world. Here in the U.S., we're paying $100 billion more each year for weather disasters than we were just a few decades ago. You and I are paying for this.
All right, some good points there. Dr. Jackson, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
This week marks 1 month since Hurricane Ian made landfall in Florida, becoming one of the strongest storms to ever hit the United States.
Yeah, Fort Myers Beach was one of the hardest hit areas, but today it's a much different scene.
Today's show co-anchor Al Roker joins us from there right now. Al, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, guys. And right now you're looking, this was the Randall home. It is gone now. These are folks from Rebuilding Together, an organization that is helping repeat this scene. You've got to clear, you really have to clear all the debris out before you can even rebuild. And that's what they are doing. We were very fortunate, our lend a hand today, the folks from Wells Fargo donating $500,000 to Rebuilding Together so that they can help repeat this scene at countless homes and business sites all across Fort Myers Beach. But in the meantime, when you look at a tragedy like this, you have to find the helpers. And here in Fort Myers Beach, guys, the helpers are easy to spot.
I feel like it's our honor and privilege to be part of the community, so why would we walk away from it?
This is what's left of the Randall family home.
And this would have been the front door.
Brett and his wife, Jana, have lived on Fort Myers Beach for over 10 years. Their teenage son, Elon, growing up here on the island. Your house was gone, so it was somewhere down this way?
Yes, so if you're standing here, you can kind of peer, and it was about 2 o'clock that way.
The Randall family losing everything. Precious heirlooms and items you never even think about living without.
I lost my wedding band. It's those things that are like those legacy things that you want to pass on.
For items that could be replaced, the family turned to the community.
I was in shock with just the amount of bags that came in. I ended up with like a few outfits that actually looked good.
With a new wardrobe, the Randall family is stepping up for their neighbors as well. Besides dealing with all this devastation, there is a tremendous amount of paperwork that goes into this, and you've been helping other community members with this.
Well, I'm a local accountant. We're doing all of those forms as much as we can around the clock. We'll do anybody's residence taxes pro bono.
This community made strong by residents like the Randalls and Susan Krajewski.
This is one of my chairs.
Folks say when you stepped inside her hair salon, you never felt like a stranger.
We're such a close-knit community that everybody knew everybody, like a big happy family.
For nearly 3 decades, Susan cutting hair under these lights.
Gave my grandsons their first haircut sitting on that counter.
Creating lifelong memories here and at her home down the road.
The water line, you can see it clear up in the rafters.
While picking up the pieces, Susan's been volunteering with the Fort Myers Beach Community Foundation, collecting donations for neighbors in similar situations. Also lending a hand, Deputy Carl Ellie of the Lee County Sheriff's Department, going viral for his dance moves while directing traffic at the north entrance of Fort Myers Beach. In the days after the hurricane, this was the only way on or off the island.
A lot of people rolled down their windows. I saw they had their cameras out. They basically told me it's the first time they smiled. Some people drove past 3 times just to see me dance.
He was the first person so many saw as they returned to their homes after the storm, directing traffic and keeping the community safe day after day for 12-hour shifts.
The dancing was great, but the conversations that I had with those that were waiting in line, those were more important.
When I saw this young man dance, it's off the chart.
A month later, those dance moves aren't going anywhere.
Seeing Carl just brightened my day 100%.
That bright light, contagious here on Fort Myers Beach as this community vows to rebuild.
We are resilient. We'll come back.
We're a community of hope.
But I don't want to leave. I don't want to move. And I want to come back, and I want to be built, and I want to be with my community again.
And guys, you hear that sentiment repeated over and over again. Besides helping fund rebuilding together, the folks at Wells Fargo also stepping up to give gift cards to first responders, nonprofits, and also fund some community sporting centers as well that were close to Deputy Carl Ellie as well. I got to tell you, one of the things you think about, this is just one little sliver. And a system, as you had in that story about climate change, we're going to see this again and again. And what's going to happen to the next community? So it's something that while we're thrilled that this can go on here, we worry about who's going to be next.
An important message always, Al. Thanks so much. We appreciate your report.
Certainly do, Al. Thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, under investigation.
Tesla is reportedly the subject of a federal probe into its autopilot system. We're going to have the latest on that when we come back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The Department of Justice is reportedly investigating whether Tesla made misleading claims about the capabilities of its autopilot driver assistance system.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on the story.
According to Reuters, the U.S. Department of Justice reportedly launched this previously undisclosed probe last year in the wake of more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during those accidents.
Autopilot changes the way you relate to your drive.
Tesla, famous for its attention-grabbing tech innovations, has long touted the Autopilot feature in its cars.
Designed for highway use, Autopilot assists you with the routines of daily driving, whether you're cruising or crawling.
But this morning, the company could be under fire for that technology. Reuters reporting the electric car company is facing a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice for its claims that its cars can drive themselves, examining whether Tesla misled consumers. According to Reuters, citing 3 sources familiar with the matter, quote, the U.S. Department of Justice launched the previously undisclosed probe last year following more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during the accidents. Tesla has always maintained that its Autopilot features require constant monitoring, and drivers need to be ready to take control at all times.
You must be fully attentive and have your hands on the wheel at all times while driving, regardless of what features are active.
But the company and CEO Elon Musk have promoted the self-driving features. A video currently on the company's website says, the person in the driver's seat is only there for legal reasons. He is not doing anything. The car is driving itself. In the past, Musk has described Tesla as probably better than a human driver. Reuters reporting just last week, Musk told shareholders that Tesla would soon release an upgraded version of full self-driving software, allowing customers to travel to your work, your friend's house, to the grocery store without you touching the wheel. NBC News has reached out to Tesla and to the Department of Justice, but has not received a response. Elon Musk did not respond to written questions from Reuters seeking comment. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
More financial news. Mark Zuckerberg has big plans for the metaverse.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Steve and Joe. It turns out building the metaverse isn't cheap. Meta, the parent company of Facebook, posted a 19% year-over-year jump in cost and expenses during the third quarter. Meta's Web3 development unit has lost more than $9 billion so far this year, and the company warns that operating losses will, quote, grow significantly in 2023. And that's putting a huge dent in Meta's balance sheet and pressuring the stock this morning. Disney wants to integrate your Disney Plus content suggestions with what you experienced at its theme parks. For example, if you go to the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disney World, your Disney Plus account would then recommend related content like the movies. CEO Bob Chapek mentioned the move at a Wall Street Journal event, but didn't say when the program could start rolling out. Don't expect your grocery bill to get any cheaper anytime soon. Unilever, the owner of brands like Hellmann's and Ben & Jerry's, hiked prices once again in recent months, this time by more than 12% around the world, marking the largest quarterly hike in company history. Unilever blaming the increases on rising ingredient costs due to the ongoing war in Ukraine, guys. I know my grocery bill has definitely gone up.
Yeah, people are seeing it everywhere. All right, Silvana,
Yep.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up this morning, Death of a Salesman back on Broadway.
Next, I'll talk to 2 stars of the show about how they're flipping the script on an American classic.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. So the new Black Panther movie is out next month, but that's not the big headline. Rihanna's first cut out of new music in 6 years will be featured on its soundtrack. The pop and fashion icon says she wrote the single Lift Me Up as a tribute to late actor Chadwick Boseman and others she's lost in her life. Boseman, of course, starred in the first Black Panther film, but died in 2020. The soundtrack, along with Rihanna's song, will be released on November 4th, and the film hits theaters on November 11th. Very excited about that film and that song.
Exactly. That's a pretty big headline right there. All right, Stephen, thank you so much. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes who are shining a spotlight on diversity. And this morning, we're heading to Broadway for a new take on an old classic, Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman. The play, first performed back in 1949, centers on the family of Willie Loman and deals with timeless themes like the quest for the American dream. And now, for the first time ever in a major New York production, the Lomans are played by Black actors. And joining me now are two of those gifted performers, Tony-winning actor Andre DeShields, who plays Ben Loman, the ghost of Willie's brother, and Chris Davis, who plays Biff Loman, one of Willie's sons. Thank you both for joining us. It is an honor to have you both here.
Pleasure.
I mean, we call this Flipping the Script, and here we have a script people know well. It has been around for a long time.
Yes, indeed.
Yet it is very new. I mean, Andre, what is the significance of telling this story through the lens of a Black family?
The significance is, in terms of the accessibility of the American dream, the best perspective on it is to hear it from those people who have been traditionally marginalized to the edges of society. We can all sell it, but who can own it? And that's the question that's posed to us in Death of a Salesman, and it gets answered in a lionized way by the company.
You know, Chris, this sparks a lot of modern-day conversations, especially when it comes to mental health. What are some of the conversations you hope are sparked by this production?
Well, I hope that this conversation sparks conversations within the family units of people of color, especially Black people, because traditionally the conversation around mental health has been something that has been taboo. So hopefully this play can help us crack that open, right, to dig deeper into understanding it and to find more compassion and love for our loved ones who do suffer, you know, and to find the help for them.
And those conversations are so important.
They really are.
In the last year, about a year ago, we saw Broadway strike this new deal for Broadway, which was really meant to talk more about diversity and inclusion in the theater. Andre, have you seen things change in even just that short period of time? What's happening on Broadway, do you think, right now?
Broadway is doing its best to represent diversity, equity, and inclusion. But it's easier said than done, because Broadway is about one of the issues in Death of a Salesman, capitalism. If you can make money for me, come on to Broadway. But if you can't, go some other place. Broadway being one of the bastions of capitalism. We're making slow progress. But this is the most representative year on Broadway that I've seen in 50 years.
Chris, for young people who see this production, what do you hope is their takeaway?
I hope their takeaway is that they can tell all the stories that exist out there, because the Black experience is the American experience, which is why this play works so well. So any experience that is portrayed through the Black lens is a human experience. So I hope that they have the courage and the bravery to pick up any script
and to say, this is the story I want to tell. And I also hope that when they come to the production, that they feel the bravery to be the vanguards in their family, to break open the conversations about what it means to find yourself and to start the conversations around mental health. Yeah.
Andre, while we have you here, you've had your Tony from Hadestown a few years ago.
2019.
Yeah, you'll always remember that one, won't you?
Well, because finally I'm legitimate.
Yeah, but I mean, on top of that, I mean, like Netflix, you're in the Neil Patrick Harris series, Uncoupled. It feels like you just can't be stopped right now. How are you feeling right now?
I'm absolutely unstoppable. But here's the sweet part of it. I'm 76 years old, and my life is expanding. So I guess the American dream is accessible.
What's the message to people about that?
Don't give up, don't give over, don't give out. You know, time is longer than anything. Live your life accordingly. Slow down, enjoy it.
You seem to be enjoying it right now?
Yes, indeed.
And Chris, I think you're enjoying it too, right?
I am, very much, absolutely.
All right, Chris, Andre, thank you so much for joining us. The play is getting rave reviews right now, so make sure to check it out. We appreciate you having the time to talk with us.
Pleasure.
Flipping the script. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo, filling in for Savannah today. Right now on Morning News Now, trouble on the trail. Georgia GOP Senate candidate Herschel Walker is facing a new allegation claiming he made a woman get an abortion years ago. All of this while running an anti-abortion platform. We'll have more on Walker's denial of this new allegation and what effect it might have on an already tight race. Plus, getting out the Latino vote. We'll explain which party has an edge right now when it comes to winning over this voting bloc and what this means for critical swing states like Nevada. Sanctioned. The U.S. issues a series of new sanctions against Iran as protests grow over the death of a young woman in police custody. The new punishments the U.S. is imposing and the impact it could have on nuclear talks. Also this morning, finding the balance. Employees at some of the country's largest companies say they're not getting that work-life balance and are choosing to walk out the door instead. We'll take a look at just how many workers are quitting, why they're doing it, and the possible solutions. Plus, from students to inventor, a teenager is named America's top young scientist for creating a device that could save lives. We'll introduce you to the 14-year-old and her special pair of headphones that now has the medical world listening. Very cool. At that age, I was just maybe a scientist for Halloween at the very best.
Which you could do again this year, too, if
maybe
you would
I
like.
will. Yeah.
Maybe you'll be inspired.
We'll talk to her in just a bit. Maybe we will be. But we do begin this morning with one of the most closely watched elections in the upcoming midterms.
Yeah, once again, the Georgia Senate race is in the spotlight as a new allegation against Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker comes to light. Attorney Gloria Allred says a second woman, only going by the name Jane Doe, has now come forward saying she had a romantic relationship with Walker and that after she got pregnant, he drove her to get an abortion. She says this happened nearly 30 years ago. The Republican candidate, who is running on an anti-abortion platform, has denied a similar earlier allegation against him as well as this one from yesterday. Now, this new allegation, it's rocking what is a close and hotly contested race. And now incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock is pouncing on this latest allegation, claiming Walker is unfit for office. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Cumming, Georgia with more. So, Ellison, let's start with the claims made by Jane Doe. What are the allegations? What kind of evidence did she and her attorney provide to try to back up her claims?
Right. So, Joe, these allegations have not been independently verified by NBC News. What was presented at that press conference was evidence of a relationship between Herschel Walker and this unidentified woman of some kind, but direct evidence of an abortion, that was not presented. This woman, only identified as Jane Doe, made a statement via Zoom at a press conference hosted by attorney Gloria Allred. You will hear her voice in this next clip, but you won't see her face. She says that she is afraid of reprisal. Listen.
Herschel Walker says he is against women having abortions, but he pressured me to have one. I am coming forward now because I saw Herschel deny the allegations by another woman who claimed that he had paid for her abortion.
Mr. Walker clearly wanted her to have an abortion and convinced her to do so. Our client alleges that Mr. Walker gave her cash to pay for the abortion and that she went to a clinic in Dallas, Texas.
So Jane Doe alleges that she and Walker met in the 1980s. She said they had a romantic relationship and she became pregnant with Walker's child in April of 1993. She claims that she discussed the pregnancy with Walker several times and that ultimately he drove her to an abortion clinic, paid for and pressured her to have an abortion. Again, NBC News has not independently verified these allegations. And again, what was presented at that press conference was evidence of a relationship of some kind, not direct evidence of an abortion. Gloria Allred played an apparent voice message. Walker left Jane Doe a clothed photograph Jane Doe allegedly took of Walker on a hotel bed and a series of greeting cards that Allred said were signed by Herschel Walker. Joe.
So, Ellison, I know Walker's on the campaign trail right now. What is he saying in response to all this?
Adamantly denying it. He calls this a lie. He said that this is foolishness. Listen.
I've already told people this is a lie, and I'm not going to entertain, continue to carry a lie alone. And I also want to let you know I didn't kill JFK either. And right now they sent one out after he got crushed at that debate. Now the Democrats are doing, say whatever they can to win this seat. But I want them to know they don't know Herschel Walker. They don't know that I'm from Wrightsville, Georgia, and I'm going to win this seat.
He and his allies are implying that this is a politically motivated attack. He was asked in an interview on Fox News last night whether or not he knew who this woman is. He did not deny knowing her. He only said he was not going to play any sort of guessing game and reiterated what we heard him say on the campaign trail, which is that he says this is a lie. He called it foolishness and said his campaign is moving on. Joe.
So Ellison, Walker's opponent, Senator Raphael Warnock, he had been relatively quiet about the allegations against Walker, but he's now speaking out more. What is he saying?
Yeah, it's really interesting because we didn't really hear from Warnock directly or his campaign in the immediate hours and days after the first allegation of abortion was made against Herschel Walker, but we heard from them very quickly in this case. The deputy campaign manager for Senator Warnock issuing a statement saying this, quote, "We know Herschel Walker has a problem with the truth, a problem answering questions, and a problem taking responsibility for his actions. Today's new report is just the latest example of a troubling pattern we have seen play out again and again and again. Herschel Walker shouldn't be representing Georgians in the U.S. Senate." Joe.
All right, Ellison Barber kicking us off this hour. Ellison, thank you so much. In other political news, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is under federal investigation again.
Yeah, this comes after more than 4 years since the government dropped a different corruption case against Menendez. He was indicted on corruption charges in 2015, but it resulted in a hung jury just 2 years later. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now with more on this. So, Tom, what more do we know about this investigation, and do we know how long it's been going on?
Well, I think that's really the big question, is how long this investigation has been going on. And this exact scope of this and what it involves is still a little bit unclear. We're trying to get some details. Semaphore, a news website that broke the story yesterday, had one person saying that they received a subpoena in the course of this, which would imply that there's a grand jury. That's not surprising at this point if this investigation has been going on for some period of time. But what exactly that period of time is, we're not entirely sure. So we're still trying to get our hands around the allegations. Look, as you said, this is somebody who has been under investigation before. It started late 2013. Our colleague Jonathan Dienst broke that investigation back in early 2014, centered around a whole host of different individuals and areas. But ultimately, as you alluded to, Menendez was charged. The person that he was charged alongside, a doctor from South Florida, Solomon Melgen, he was sentenced to 17 years in jail after he was convicted. And at the urging of Senator Menendez, former President Trump commuted his sentence just before leaving office.
So Menendez not up for re-election this year. He's up in 2024, but his son Rob is running for Congress in New Jersey. I believe is pretty much favored to win there. We know that the attorney's office for the Southern District of New York is declining to comment on this. It's Menendez's office that really confirmed this investigation exists. Correct. What else is Menendez saying right now? Yeah, I mean, look, he's saying we're not sure what the scope of this is either, by the way, but we're happy to answer questions if we're contacted by the authorities. That's where he's coming from on this. Look, I think, time will tell where this investigation goes, but the sense that we have of it at this point is it's quite serious.
All right. A lot of questions left. Tom Winter, thanks.
Sure thing.
Now to new sanctions by the Biden administration on several Iranian officials after a violent crackdown on protests in that country. Just yesterday, security forces clashed with protesters who gathered to mark 40 days since the death of Mahsa Amini. That's the young woman who died last month while in police custody. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce. Dan, good morning to you. So let's start with these sanctions. Who are they targeting, and what is the White House saying about them?
Yeah, they're targeting intelligence officials in the Revolutionary Guard Corps that are very much overseeing this brutal crackdown against protesters across Iran. They're also targeting regional governors who oversaw some very violent responses to the protests in some parts of Iran. And then as well, so-called cyber actors, companies or organizations that are involved in the surveillance of Iranians online and also censoring the internet to try to restrict people's access to the internet. And the White House is saying this is a way to hold Iran accountable for their response to these peaceful protests. And so they're saying they're going to be doing more of this, and it's kind of a naming and shaming exercise.
So, Dan, as you've reported, the White House has been criticized by some Iranian Americans and other activists over its response to these demonstrations over the last month. Did the stalled talks to revive the 2015 nuclear agreement with Iran have any impact at all on these sanctions? Do we know?
The administration says no, not at all, that negotiation is really stalled and dead in the water, and they're focused on these protests. So they're saying these sanctions aren't related to that. But of course, there is criticism the White House is facing that maybe they should just completely close the door on those negotiations.
And Dan, it has been more than a month since Amini's death. In a statement, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said, in part, the United States will, quote, continue to impose costs on individuals and entities in Iran who engage in the brutal repression of the Iranian people. So what other tools does the U.S. have at its disposal when it comes to Iran?
The tools are pretty limited because Iran is already under a tremendous amount of economic sanctions that have built up over the years. But I think the one tool they do have that they have not used is to make a declaration that they will completely rule out any further negotiations with the regime on its nuclear program. Because, of course, that offers a carrot to Iran. That says to them, if you agree to this deal, we'll lift some of these economic sanctions. And a lot of activists are telling the White House, you should just completely declare those talks dead and not going anywhere near them, and even kick out Iran's ambassadors in the West and so on. So that's the one tool they haven't used.
All right, Dan DeLuce. Dan, thank you so much.
The Wisconsin man who drove his car through a Christmas parade last year has been found guilty on dozens of counts against him. NBC national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more from inside that courtroom.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide.
The verdict was a clean sweep for prosecutors. Darrell Brooks guilty of all 76 criminal charges, including intentional homicide, reckless endangering safety, and hit and run causing death.
Are those your true verdicts?
Yes. After just 3 hours of deliberation, the chaotic 3-week trial came to an end as Brooks sat slumped over.
We are satisfied that this defendant has been held accountable for his actions.
It was last year at this Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, when Brooks plowed his car through the crowd, killing 6 and injuring dozens. Among the victims, the elderly and children.
We're stronger than him, and it's been proven today. It's just another step forward in the process.
Maintaining his innocence.
I am a lot of things. A murderer is not one of them.
Brooks, who represented himself, showed a range of emotions in what became a circus-like trial, deciding to plead not guilty by reason of mental defect.
Mr. Brooks, you're interrupting me yet again.
You just weren't speaking,
all right,
so
Mr. Brooks, you are now going to be removed to the other courtroom.
To that.
Brooks repeatedly interrupted the trial, at one point removing his shirt and staring down the judge, who removed him from court.
I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. Frankly, it makes me scared.
In Wisconsin, conviction of first-degree intentional homicide carries a mandatory life sentence. Daryl Brooks will be formally sentenced in the coming weeks. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Now to growing concern this morning over a wave of respiratory infections among children. Cases of RSV are spreading to more parts of the country, including warmer areas where the illness is rare. NBC's Tom Costello has more on the warning signs for parents.
3-year-old Izzy Banky is today almost back to her old self, but she's been through a rough few weeks. Homesick, a 2-hour wait in an urgent care clinic, a second urgent care visit, an ambulance ride to Children's National Med Center as she struggled to breathe. Then admitted with RSV-caused pneumonia.
Nobody wants to hold their kid down and hold a mask on their face. And so she's screaming and trying to rip the breathing tubes out. And that breaks your heart as a parent.
RSV is an ever-present respiratory virus, but especially serious in kids with low immunity after isolating during the pandemic. Now, hospitals nationwide say they're overwhelmed with sick kids. 74% of pediatric hospital beds nationwide are occupied. 89% in Missouri, 91% in Texas, 99% in Rhode Island. Seattle Children's tells NBC News it's at 200% capacity in the ER. At UW Health Kids in Madison, Wisconsin, the chief medical officer is urging parents to stay on top of the symptoms before kids have to go to the ER.
Suctioning the nasal passages, staying well hydrated, using anti-fever medications usually do the trick. We really want to pay attention to as kids under about 18 months of age that can develop more significant respiratory symptoms.
Seek immediate help if a child is in respiratory distress, breathing fast, nose flaring, using their shoulders or pulling under their ribs to breathe, and turning blue.
If you think your child's in danger, you need to go to the ER. I mean, that's a flat-out message.
Trust your gut, say doctors. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather?
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with more on the forecast. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And the big story today, a cold front moving through the middle of the nation. Snow up to a foot in some spots in the Rockies, and then some severe weather possible. So we kind of have it all today. That's mainly in the middle of the country because the coasts are looking really good. Finally, the Northeast clearing out. But we're going to continue to watch this cold front. It's moving painfully slow. We're going to see this rain in the forecast not only today, but tomorrow and also through Saturday. So snow for the central and southern Rockies up to a foot in some spots. And then we're watching out for a late severe storm, strong to severe. We could see some hail, also some heavy rain. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, it doesn't move very far, and that's going to be the problem too. So as we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at those heavy rains soaking the central and east Texas portions of Texas. Today, it's going to be more western Texas. Gusty winds, that could cause some power outages. The ground's going to be wet, leaves still on the trees. So any sort of wind gusts could bring down those trees and also those power lines. As we look at a flood forecast, we're looking at heavy rain. It's going to be lingering for a while in the same spot. So for today, we're looking western Texas, moving a little bit further to the east by Friday and then into the Gulf Coast states by Saturday. This is going to be something we're talking about through Sunday as well. Your rainfall forecast, it's a lot of rain over a lot of area. We're looking at localized flooding in spots where you see those darker colors, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. That's where we're looking at the heaviest rainfall. So even extending into portions of the Tennessee Valley, even close to the Ohio Valley as we get closer to Sunday. and then eventually into the Northeast by Monday. Severe threat today, we do have the hazard of damaging hail that could cause damage on its own up to an inch. We've had a lot of reports of that early in the week. Also, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see a tornado or two, but that is the least likely risk. That's the good news, but it's not zero, so we need to keep that in the forecast. Where you see the yellow here, Abilene, San Angelo, Lubbock, that's where we're looking at the chance for some severe weather. That moves off to the east tomorrow. Doesn't move very far, so now we're talking about the coast of Florida, the eastern coast of Florida. So Bay City, also Victoria, again, where you see that yellow, that's where we're looking at the threat for some severe weather. The cool air does expand. We're looking at temperatures in the 40s and 50s, 30 degrees in Telluride. That's certainly cold enough for some snow, and that's where we're going to see some snow in central and northern Rockies. But that cool air expands tomorrow, so it's a chilly rain in portions of Texas. Temperatures in the 50s, the 60s, 12 degrees below normal in portions of Lubbock at 55, 59 in Midland. Abilene 62, Dallas 60, 64 in Waco. Your snowfall forecast. You know what? The ski lovers are loving this, I'm sure. We're looking at those brighter colors, 6 to 9 inches in some spots, even up to a foot in those highest elevations of the Rockies. And we're going to get that winter season started, or at least the ski season started. Today, snow and chill throughout the Rockies, sunny and mild in the Northeast. Let's linger on that for a bit because we had some cloudy days the past 3 days. Fog, drizzle in place. We're clearing it out to a clear day. Lots of sunshine. Mild, too. It's going to be mild throughout portions of the southeast as well. The one spot is in Florida, central Florida, where we could see some thunderstorms. Taking a look towards the Halloween weekend, we're looking on Friday. Strong storms still lingering in portions of the Gulf Coast states. Lots of sunshine, though, in the northern plains, the Gulf Coast, into the Great Lakes, mid-Atlantic, into the Northeast, New England. So if you have any Halloween plans tomorrow, I know a lot of kids kick it off on Friday. It's going to look really good there. Still unsettled in the Northwest. As we look towards Saturday, kind of a repeat performance. Great autumn day in portions of the Great Lakes, the Midwest, into the Northern Plains, also New England, Northeast, Mid-Atlantic. The Southeast looks good, too. Heavy rain still in portions of the Gulf Coast, and we're looking at those brighter colors. So it's going to be those downpours. It's not going to be showers. Certainly need to carry the umbrellas there. Rain and wind in the Northwest, and unfortunately, this rain does move into the Northeast by Halloween. So I know.
So get a costume that involves umbrellas, raincoats, rain boots, as we've been discussing this week.
I'll bring them in. You can borrow them.
Use them for the first time.
Exactly.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Coming up on Morning News Now, President Biden hits the road less than 2 weeks before Election Day.
Yeah, the major manufacturing investment he's expected to discuss and his message for voters on the economy. That's coming up next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, Al. Morning, Cap. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens,
wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. With less than 2 weeks to go until the midterms, President Biden is hitting the campaign trail, heading to Syracuse, New York later today, touting his economic agenda.
He's expected to discuss plans by chip maker Micron to invest $100 billion there over at least 20 years. That money will help build semiconductor factories. President Biden will also lay out his administration's economic policies and successes as Americans prepare to head to the voting booth. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Syracuse with more on this. So, Mike, we know the president has made American manufacturing one of the key pillars of his economic agenda. What's he expected to say about this massive investment in Syracuse?
Well, Joe, he's expected to take a lot of credit for it. We've really seen the president over the last few weeks rush to join companies as they're making these kinds of major jobs announcements. Micron, $100 billion, as you mentioned, is going to be adding to that today, announcing that as part of their expansion plans here in upstate New York, they're going to be adding 9,000, in some cases, six-figure paying jobs, as well as signing labor agreements to ensure a prevailing wage. We saw the president just a few weeks ago at an IBM plant in Poughkeepsie, at an Intel plant in Ohio. This is really an opportunity for him to tie all these expansion to the CHIPS Act, an important legislative win for him. But it's also going to be an opportunity for the president today to really make an economic argument, closing argument for the midterms. And he's not alone. There's going to be more than a half a dozen members of the cabinet also fanning out today across the country, many to swing districts, swing states, to really try to frame the choice for voters in the fall as one of expansion and jobs in the Biden administration versus what they're arguing Republicans would do if they're elected.
And Michael, we know the president is also expected to contrast his economic agenda with that of Republicans and criticize the Republicans' party's plans. What message do we think we're going to hear about this to voters?
Yeah, it's interesting the way that the White House is presenting the argument today and what we'll hear directly from the president, laying out, yes, the record that the Biden administration has racked up, but what they're also claiming is the Republican plan. They say that that involves an uneven tax burden, shifting it back to the middle class, higher prescription drug costs, higher health insurance premiums, higher energy costs, and higher education costs. Now, you may be saying Republicans are no way proposing that, right? Well, what the White House is arguing is that because Republicans have vowed that they would repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, that's exactly what would happen. There are tax credits in that. There are taxes for corporations that didn't exist before. There are fixes to the Affordable Care Act that would lower health costs. So that's really what the White House and the president is going to try to do today, lay out really what the consequences of what Republicans' rhetoric would lead to.
And Mike, to many, the midterms are going to be seen as a referendum on how the president is handling inflation, which is a huge issue for voters, perhaps the top issue. With 12 days to go, how worried is the administration right now? And looking ahead, are they promising any additional measures to try and help fight inflation?
Well, the administration, clearly, the president himself worried about where things stand with now just over 11 days until the midterm elections. The president really talking about a potential shift back to Democrats in the polls. That's an acknowledgement that it's not going their way right now. And they know the economy is front and center. That's part of why the president is focusing on it today. Now, what the president is going to also be talking about is some additional proposals he would implement if given a Democratic Congress next year. That really means following through on other parts of that Build Back Better agenda that he didn't get through in the last Congress, things like free community college tuition, also an expansion of child care benefits as well. So it's a tall order. We know how hard it was to do with even the narrow Democratic majorities that they have now. We know that they're probably going to be slimmed down, if even existent, in the next Congress, but it's part of what the president is going to be making the case for today.
All right, Mike Memoli. Mike, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Turning now to international news, more than a dozen people are dead after gunmen attacked a holy site in Iran.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome for more on this and other international headlines. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, on Wednesday, gunmen stormed a major Shiite holy site in Iran, killing at least 15 people and wounding 40 others. Now, Iran state TV blames Sunni extremists for the attack, which have also carried out attacks in the past against the Shiite minority there, but it appears to be unrelated to the widespread demonstrations that marked 40 days since a 22-year-old woman died after she was arrested by Iran's morality police. Now, let's go to Malaysia, where tens of people working on a movie had to be rescued after they became trapped in a limestone cave. Police officials there told the Associated Press that 30 members of a film crew who were shooting in the cave were trapped when the water level near the cave's exit rose to about 5 feet due to heavy rains. And finally, let's move to Germany, where the coalition government has agreed on a plan to legalize recreational cannabis. According to the plan, possessions of up to 1 ounce of cannabis will be allowed among adults. And if approved by Parliament, it will come into effect by 2024. Still, the advertising or mailing of cannabis will still remain prohibited, guys.
All right. Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, still to come on Morning News Now, getting out the Latino vote.
Yeah, they're the fastest growing voting bloc in the country and could decide who wins in the midterms. We're going to take a look at who voters are leaning toward right now in one key state and what's being done to make sure they cast their ballots. That's next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now? What's happening next? And what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. With less than 2 weeks until Election Day, many candidates are focusing their campaigns on a crucial voting bloc, Latino voters.
According to the Washington Post, support from Latinos shifted toward Republicans in the 2020 election, but Can the GOP count on them this time around?
Let's bring in Washington Post congressional reporter, our friend Mariana Sotomayor. Mariana, good morning. Good to have you with us. So the Pew Research Center says about 34 million Hispanic Americans are eligible to vote in this year's midterms, making it the fastest growing block of voters since the last midterm election in 2018. So help us understand, how much has the Latino vote grown and how could it change the outcome of the election in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, the population itself is growing and will continue to grow. And the voting population is also growing as well. This is going to be the first election for many voters out there. But it's worth pointing out where those voters are and why that matters in these elections. When you look at the Senate map in particular, you have Florida, you have Nevada, Pennsylvania, states that are rich with Latino voters and a growing population there. You see a similar thing also in House races, and that's really where I'm looking at, because there are a number of districts and states that you don't traditionally think about. Obviously, races in Florida, Nevada, but as I mentioned, Pennsylvania as well. A lot of the Latino population is growing there, Puerto Rican base. In northern Pennsylvania. You're seeing races also influenced by the Latino vote in Colorado, in Wisconsin, and that can really make the difference. A lot of these elections, obviously every election has to do with turnout, and both Republicans and Democrats finally getting the picture that this is a key voting bloc, especially when you're looking at extremely tight races where voters at the margins are going to decide Republican or Democrat to represent them in office.
Certainly a growing influence. And Mariana, you've also spoken with strategists who say Nevada is the state to watch when it comes to the Latino vote. Can you explain what's going on in that state?
Yeah, so of course in Nevada you have governor's races, Senate races, and there are 3 Democrats that are currently representing the Las Vegas area in the House. So Republicans have been really bullish for a long time on just winning those seats, but it is going to be a significant year for the Latino vote there. Democrats have really had a large influence for decades in Nevada. And this is the first time that Republicans are really feeling that the issues could actually help them. A number of voters are looking at the economy. And because of Las Vegas, a lot of people were out of jobs during the pandemic. So that is something that a lot of voters there are actually siding with Republicans on. However, it would be a significant trend. We have seen a lot of Latino voters start to vote Republican in places like Florida, South Texas. Nevada could be a huge win and a big blunt on the West Coast, where Democrats really do have a grasp on the Latino vote there. And it's worth mentioning still that Latinos tend to vote and have said that they will vote for Democrats nationally.
Mariana, you mentioned the economy. That's obviously a huge issue. What is it Latino voters want to hear from candidates to get their vote in this home stretch?
Yeah, that's been really interesting, and especially for Democrats who are starting to see support loss from the Latino vote. A lot of that also has to do with voter apathy. It's not necessarily that Latinos are going in droves to join the Republican Party. They just don't feel very seen, and that's something that both parties will have to deal with and address. And this election continually, the economy has been a #1 issue. Education is also something that has been very big traditionally for this community that, has come here to try and attain the American dream. Education they see as a pathway there. I should also mention abortion. A lot of conventional wisdom, because Latinos are very religious, the assumption is, okay, they're probably fine with Roe v. Wade being overturned. A lot of polls, a lot of people I've been talking to have been tracking the vote say that's not the case. Latinos are very private people, and they do not want government in their lives, and they see that as a key decision. I've talked to a number of voters across the country who do bring that up as an issue that at the end of the day could determine their vote.
All right, Mariana, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, Arizona election officials are stepping up security after so-called vigilantes were reported loitering near ballot drop boxes. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on what's being done to protect voters.
Arizona's Secretary of State, who's also running for governor, has referred 6 allegations of voter intimidation to the Department of Justice as tensions flare ahead of the midterms. Amid complaints of armed mass groups wearing tactical gear and recording voters, the sheriff in Maricopa County, Arizona, has now stepped up security near ballot drop boxes.
It troubles me that
suddenly others feel compelled to act out in a way that is potentially criminal intimidation or criminal threats, trying to undermine democracy under this cloak of patriotism. And in doing so, what they're doing is they're destroying the most important institution in our nation, the freedom and the right to vote.
He also says his office is investigating this incident captured on cell phone video where a woman tried to take a picture of one of their license plates and was pushed. We spoke to the woman. She asked us not to use her name or show her face for fear of backlash.
A lot of people are intimidated, and when people are standing around, with handguns on them and sometimes tactical gear, it really does scare the average person.
At least 6 complaints of alleged voter intimidation here have now been referred to the State Attorney General's office and the Department of Justice. Across the country, election threats are ramping up ahead of the midterms.
A lot of these threats are fueled by mis and disinformation.
Law enforcement nationwide is on alert.
The Justice Department has an obligation to prevent, to guarantee a free and fair vote.
Back in Arizona, where early votes are already being counted, Republican election officials have called these armed Dropbox watchers uninformed vigilantes. As a Republican, how frustrating is it to you that some of these groups have latched onto conspiracy theories?
Well, it's been an interesting last 2 years, and for the party of facts and logic, at times we have fallen short from, in my estimation, on facts and logic.
Voter rights organizations have now sued to temporarily block at least some of these groups from monitoring these ballot drop boxes. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Coming up, all tricks and no treats? Say it ain't so. Halloween is coming at a bigger price this year.
Yeah, up next, how you can save money, but still hand out the best candy to all those ghouls and goblins knocking at your door. You're watching Morning News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Workers at some of the country's largest companies who maybe weren't compensated for family or sick leave are quitting their jobs at higher rates than those who do have those benefits. That's according to a newly released congressional report highlighting Americans in the workforce during the pandemic. Let's dig a little deeper with Rebecca Given. She's an associate professor of labor studies and employment relations at Rutgers University, as well as the co-director of the Center for Work and Health. Good to have you with us. So this report focused on data from 12 major companies, including AT&T, Disney, Walmart, Comcast, which is the parent company of our company, NBC Universal, and that's just to name a few. So what sort of trends and data were lawmakers specifically looking at while researching this?
The report looks at the different employment outcomes for workers, especially the difference between hourly workers who are lower paid and salaried workers, and different outcomes by things like race and gender. And they especially look at the impact of access to things like paid family leave and paid sick leave. And unsurprisingly, what they find is that those workers who are already disadvantaged, hourly workers, workers without access to paid sick leave, family leave, workers of color, all had worse outcomes, more likely to be fired, more likely to need to quit because they don't have what they need. So the pandemic experience just kind of magnified these existing inequities.
So, Professor, I mean, let's give viewers some context here. We know Congress created a temporary paid sick leave requirement for companies with 50 to 500 employees at the beginning of the pandemic, but that mandate expired at the end of 2020. So digging into this report, I mean, the numbers show that workers without paid sick leave quit at 3 to 4 times the rate of other workers. So how are companies addressing this?
In short, they're not necessarily addressing it. What we see is that companies are not providing paid sick leave unless they absolutely have to, and they mostly don't have to. Only in a few states and cities do they actually have to provide paid sick leave, and in most cases, they prefer not to. They're paying the cost of turnover rather than provide paid sick leave, and so workers are facing this choice every time they're sick of whether to go to work sick or, if they can't, to quit. So it really creates problems for everybody.
Separate study, it was conducted by AARP back in 2020, found that 17% of workers who are 55 and older were more likely to lose their jobs during the first 6 months of the pandemic. So this new congressional report backs that up. Why is it that this is happening, and how could lawmakers begin to solve the problem?
I think there's a few issues. We know that age discrimination is really rampant, but it's very, very hard to prove. So for the most part, workers that are discriminated against because of their age can't really do anything about it. And employers have a bias towards younger workers. So what we're seeing is the lack of enforcement. Even when we have laws that protect people, when those laws are on the books, they don't necessarily have an impact unless there's a way to enforce them, unless employers actually face some kind of punishment that acts as a deterrent when they, for example, treat older workers differently or worse than younger workers.
All right, Rebecca Given, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate your expertise.
Thanks for having me.
Turning now to financial news, where a potential railroad strike could be approaching.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Steve and Joe. A second railroad union has voted down last month's tentative agreement struck between freight rail companies, rail unions, and the Biden administration. The main issue is overpaid sick time, which has become a main sticking point for union members. Traditionally, the rail companies have offered workers higher pay and generous short-term disability benefits instead. Now, if both sides can't agree on new contracts, Congress may have to step in to block a strike and impose terms on workers. Argo AI, the self-driving startup funded by Ford and VW, is shutting down. According to Ford, the decision was made after the company struggled to find a way to make fully autonomous driving profitable at scale. Instead, Ford is shifting its focus towards partially autonomous driving technology after realizing full autonomous driving is, quote, still a long way off. And today marks your last chance to buy and sell shares of Twitter. Public trading of the company stock will be suspended starting tomorrow, according to the New York Stock Exchange website. The move comes as billionaire Elon Musk faces a court-ordered October 28th deadline to close his $44 billion deal to take the social media app private, guys.
So if I buy some shares, can I control who tweets at me?
You may have to talk to Elon Musk about that.
Okay, all right.
We'll get him on the line.
All right, we'll do that. Savannah, thank you. Appreciate it.
You got it.
All right, Halloween is, of course, only a few days away. This year could be more trick than treat thanks to inflation. The price of everything from costumes to candy has gone up, but don't be scared. There are ways to celebrate without breaking the bank.
Yeah, joining us here in studio is Kristen Meyer. She's the editor-in-chief for TheBalance.com. Kristen, good morning to you. Thanks for being here.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
We know The Balance looked at some data from the Labor Department as well as pricing trends for Halloween products. What did you find when you took a look at that?
Well, essentially, as you were mentioning, everything is much more expensive this year. Essentially, depending on what item that you buy, it could actually cost you about 16% more this year than last year. So if you do want to go out and you want to celebrate Halloween, you're going to be shelling out a lot more money.
My grandpa was the guy who used to, when people came and did trick or treat, he always said trick. And he would literally make people do a trick before the treat, which is a way to save money, I suppose, right? But
that's free.
Right, see, exactly. What are some other ways people who are looking to save money, whether it's candy, whether it's costumes, can do that this year?
Okay, so we looked at some of the most popular items that you're probably going to be shelling some money out for and when it comes to the Halloween holiday. So first things first, cookies are actually the most expensive. So if you want a bat cookie, a pumpkin cookie, it's going to cost you about 16% more. Candy, everyone has to have candy for Halloween. That's about 13% more expensive. And then pumpkins, about 5% more expensive, and those costumes, 6% more expensive. So again, no matter where you go, you are going to be spending more money, but there are definitely ways that you can save some cash.
All right, important ways. And looking ahead to the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, what are we expecting there? Can we see this trend continue into that?
Yeah, I don't have any good news for anyone.
Is that going to be magical? And now everything's cheap for the holidays.
Good news for you. We actually already looked at Thanksgiving. That's going to cost you about 17% more. We haven't looked at Christmas yet, but I can tell you you're probably going to be spending more money. However, some good news here. We actually are already seeing holiday deals come out right now. And if you are someone who maybe wants to plan ahead, if you buy some Halloween items November 1st, so mark your calendars, everything is going to be at a discount. You might not be able to buy candy for next year now, but you can definitely buy a costume. You can buy Halloween decorations. All of those things are, of course, going to be at a steep discount right after Halloween ends. So definitely get that stuff now.
Probably don't buy next year's pumpkin on November.
No, I don't recommend that. I don't recommend it. Since, honestly, buying pumpkins, I love to carve, jack-o'-lanterns. You can also use them to make some pies or even cookies of your own. So another way to save cash.
There you go. And then you can have it at Thanksgiving.
Right in time
and
for
put it in a freezer at Christmas.
Pumpkin chocolate chip cookies, guys. Everyone thank me later. Everyone needs to go try them.
We're going to have you back for that.
All right, Kristen, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Coming up, a groundbreaking invention in the medical field created by a teenager.
Yeah, I love this story. And the 14-year-old has now been named America's top young scientist, and she joins us live with how she earned that title coming up next.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with 800 million reasons to get a Powerball ticket this morning. That's right, the Powerball jackpot just went up again after no one won last night's $700 million Powerball drawing. But lottery officials did say that more than 2 million tickets did win some sort of cash prize in last night's drawing, totaling $21 million. Not bad. The next drawing is Saturday with an estimated $800 million up for grabs. That is the second highest in the history of the game. The largest jackpot ever won was that, remember that one that was $1.5 billion back in 2016? It was the definition of Powerball mania.
Yeah, I meant to buy a ticket then.
Right.
We still didn't do it.
We didn't win that one.
No.
That's why we're here. But we would be here if we did.
That's true. We love our jobs.
Totally. All right. We need you to put your thinking caps on for this next one so you can keep up with our next guest. A 9th grader from San Diego has earned some major bragging rights after being named America's top young scientist.
Yeah, very cool. That's right. Leanne Fan beat out 8 other contestants in a 2-day competition for the prestigious title, which, not for nothing, came with a $25,000 prize and even a special destination trip. See, kids, it really does pay off to be smart. So joining us now is the top young scientist herself, Leanne Fan, along with her mentor, Dr. Ross Bailing. Thank you both for being here. Very exciting. First off, congratulations, Leanne.
Thank you.
That is so exciting. What can you tell us about how you've made it to this point?
So I made Vincent headphones, which can basically detect and treat a mid-ear infection without using antibiotics. And how it works is I can detect it using sound and then treat it using light.
Wow. I mean, what kind of light is that? Are we talking about?
So this is a 4 or 5 nanometer LED blue light, which is, unlike UV light, really safe for you, and it's in the visible light spectrum.
And does it actually go in your ear then, or how does that work? Or just near it?
So I used a 3M reflective film to direct it into your ear so that you don't lose any light in the process.
I can't even imagine wrapping my head around learning all the things you have to do that. I know that, you know, each finalist is paired for a mentor, and yours is Dr. Bailing here. I mean, talk about what your relationship has been like, how much it's meant for you to work with him.
So every week we meet once a week for an hour, and it's been really nice because Dr. Bailing, or Ross, is really smart, and then he's been able to get a lot of patents on his different products. So I've been able to learn a lot about the process and then just the scientific way.
Very cool. And Dr. Bailing, what has it been like to work with Leanne here?
Oh, it's been really fun to work with Leanne. It's so energizing to work with someone that's young and excited, and the science behind this is just fantastic. So it's really energized me and to do science in my own career. So.
It strikes me that if an adult did that, it would be amazing. The fact that someone so young did, I mean, what's your reaction to that?
Oh, that's exactly my thought. I have 40-year-old colleagues that if they did this, I'd be wildly impressed. Now, when a 14-year-old is able to duplicate this as well, it's just so fantastic. So really cool science and very fun to work on.
Leanne, this comes with that prize that we were mentioning. You get the money. So okay, that's a motivator, isn't it? What do you plan to do with the money? Do you have any idea at this point?
So I tell everyone this,
yes.
but I want to get sushi again.
It's a lot of sushi.
There's never enough. And then after that, I'd like to spend some time more on my project, and I want to be able to do human trials in my project and train the AI using human ear canals, because up to now I've been using a model because I don't have access to humans. I'd also like to get a patent in the future.
That'd be very cool. Yeah, I mean, this is, I guess, just the beginning. What else do you hope to do with this product?
I do want to get it out on the market in the next few years. I do have school, so it could be time crunch.
Balance is very important. All right. Leanne, Dr. Bailing, thank you both. We appreciate it so much, and congratulations once again.
Yeah, very incredible. That title, very awesome.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Thursday. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, midterm mania. New fallout this morning following another bombshell allegation made against Georgia's Republican candidate Herschel Walker, as well as the denial of the claim. Plus, we're going to take you to Wisconsin as both candidates for governor hit the road in their high-stakes race. We have all the new developments you need to know about as Election Day approaches. Wave of worry. Cases of a respiratory illness in children are on the rise across the country, well ahead of a peak we don't normally see until the winter. This morning, the growing concern among parents and doctors is hospitals scramble to find the space they need to handle the surge. Falling short, the United Nations issued a stark warning to the world yesterday, saying countries are nowhere near the UN's targets to cut down emissions. We're going to break down what that could mean for our planet and if there is still time to prevent the worst case scenarios from global warming. And back on Broadway, Arthur Miller's iconic play Death of a Salesman is back on the Great White Way, this time with black actors playing the Lohman family. I'm going to talk to Andre DeShields and Chris Davis live about the play's revival that's coming up a little bit later in the hour. That's part of our ongoing series, Flipping the Script. That is a script many people know well. It's been around for decades, but it's seen through a new lens this time around.
Very exciting. Can't wait for that one.
Good to have you with us this morning. We're going to begin this hour with the new developments in the contentious Senate race in Georgia.
Yeah, now a second woman has come forward accusing Herschel Walker of pressuring her into having an abortion nearly 30 years ago. That claim comes just 12 days before the midterm elections. Walker has denied that claim, as well as an earlier similar one against him. NBC News Now anchor and senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest on the contest and how both candidates are responding.
Hey there, good morning. It is crunch time now for candidates in really important, really close races, with big guns, like former presidents in both parties, set to hit the campaign trail in the days to come. And the focus today turning to Georgia, where there's a new abortion allegation surfacing in one of the country's most closely watched matchups. With less than 2 weeks to go this morning, the future of the Senate could hang on two key states with neck-and-neck races in Pennsylvania and Georgia, where there's now another twist. Republican Herschel Walker, who's campaigned on an anti-abortion platform, now denying a new allegation from a second woman who says Walker pressured her to have an abortion in the early 90s.
What I'm saying is this is a lie, and I've said it once, and I've moved on my campaign.
The anonymous woman, sharing her voice only, came forward in a Zoom press conference arranged by attorney Gloria Allred. The accuser saying after she became pregnant in 1993, Walker encouraged her to have an abortion, adding she first couldn't go through with the procedure, but that Walker encouraged her to go back, driving her to a Dallas clinic where she had the abortion. The woman explaining why she's speaking up now.
I am a registered independent, and I voted for Donald Trump in both elections. I do not believe that Herschel is morally fit to be a U.S. senator.
NBC News has not verified her allegations, and the woman did not provide evidence Walker was involved in her abortion.
I'm done with this foolishness.
The Republican candidate and former football star also denied allegations earlier this month from another former girlfriend who says Walker paid for her abortion in 2009. In a statement, the campaign for Walker's opponent, Senator Raphael Warnock, says Walker has a problem with the truth, a problem answering questions, and a problem taking responsibility for his actions. That matchup, very close, with recent polling showing Warnock leading by just 5 points. And in another closely watched race in Pennsylvania, a toss-up, with polls ranking Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz within the margin of error.
Doing that debate wasn't exactly easy. I knew it wasn't going to be easy after having a stroke after 5 months.
Fetterman appearing at a campaign rally in Pittsburgh after raising $2 million, his team says, in the hours after his one and only debate against Republican Mehmet Oz. Fetterman facing questions about his, at times, halting debate performance with lingering auditory processing issues after a stroke 5 months ago. Oz also on the campaign trail, hammering the issue of crime and on defense against a new Democratic ad highlighting his debate comments on abortion.
This is who Dr. Oz wants in charge of women's health care decisions.
I want women, doctors, local political leaders.
So we've talked about how abortion, crime, these are all big issues in those races in Georgia and Pennsylvania, but so is the economy. And today you've got President Biden hitting the road to make a kind of closing argument highlighting his administration's record on the economy. We know, along with cost of living, that's the #1 thing voters say they care about. The president's going to be in upstate New York to
surplus. That's something that the governor has touted, but Tim Michaels says he wants to give that back to the people in a way of tax cuts. So those are the 3 priorities he says that he'll act on. In the state of Wisconsin, Governor Evers has vetoed more than 100 pieces of legislation passed by the conservative legislature here in the state. So there'll be plenty of bills, plenty of pieces of legislation that Tim Michaels will be able to act on if he does win this election.
And Shaq, you mentioned Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin in Wisconsin campaigning on behalf of Michaels. What is Youngkin saying on the campaign trail, and how is Governor Evers responding to all this?
Well, we heard Glenn Youngkin kind of connect himself and what he did in Virginia to what he hopes Tim Michaels will do in the state of Wisconsin. Remember, Glenn Youngkin won his election almost by a surprise in a blue state, a state that President Biden won, President Obama, and also Secretary Hillary Clinton won. They're saying that they want to model that same thing here in the state of Wisconsin. I think we have some sound from Glenn Youngkin yesterday out on the campaign trail. I want you to listen to a little bit of what we heard from him.
If we do not have election integrity, our entire constitutional system comes crumbling down. I'm going to work with the legislature. We're going to get those bills right, the bills that Tony Evers vetoed, and we are going to stop the Zuckerbucks, stop the ballot harvesting, and stop the indefinitely confined status.
That was actually Tim Michaels, who we heard from, but we saw them appear together at the end of that event. You saw some good chemistry between the two, and Glenn Youngkin said that he was the Glenn Youngkin said he was the 74th governor of the state of Virginia. He wants Tim Michaels to be the 47th governor of the state of Wisconsin. They were playing with the numbers there out there on the campaign trail.
All right, Shaq Brewster reporting near a mysterious construction project somewhere in Milwaukee. Shaq, thanks.
He fought through it just great. Well, a wave of respiratory illnesses among children has now spread to more parts of the country, including warmer areas where they don't normally see problems like that. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is inside Phoenix Children's Hospital with the latest on this. Gabe, good morning.
Stephen and Joe, good morning. It's only October, but doctors here and across the country are seeing a higher number of patient cases, typically that they don't see until much later in the winter. And overnight, we met one mother here who had barely heard of RSV before she ended up in the hospital with her newborn son.
This morning, the latest wave of child respiratory illnesses is spreading, prompting more concerns of a triple-demic this winter. In Arizona, RSV cases are up 344% over a typical season.
Terrifying. It's a serious illness, with him being this young.
he doesn't have an immune system to fight it off.
Cheyenne Schilder's 2-month-old son, Ryder, was in the hospital overnight. What would you tell other parents?
Look up the symptoms of RSV and trust your gut too, because I was on the border about coming or not to the hospital, and I feel like I probably should have come a little bit sooner.
Last year and now this year, Phoenix Children's Hospital has been dealing with an unusually high number of RSV cases. Though the facility is not at capacity, it's bracing for a rough winter.
COVID-19 combined with a potentially bad influenza season, and now we're seeing RSV going up at the same time. That obviously makes us concerned that we might get into this triple pandemic situation.
This year, even western and southern states with warmer temperatures are seeing a significant rise in RSV and flu cases. In Arizona, 87% of pediatric hospital beds are occupied. In Texas, 91%. Seattle Children's tells NBC News it's at 200% capacity in the ER.
Under normal circumstances, about 90% of kids end up getting RSV at least once by the time they're at 2. Because of the pandemic, some of the kind of standard patterns have been disrupted, so we're seeing a lot of RSV at once.
Parents now worried sick across the country, from San Diego, where Fernanda Castaneras is caring for baby Alejandra.
She was struggling to breathe. She was struggling breathing, and we got scared because she had no color at all on her skin.
To Washington, D.C., where 3-year-old Izzy Banky is recovering.
Nobody wants to hold their kid down and hold a mask on their face, and so she's screaming and trying to rip the breathing tubes out, and that breaks your heart as a parent.
Now, COVID cases are trending down nationally right now, but there is concern about potentially new strains this winter. And of course, as we've been reporting, the flu season is hitting some parts of the country especially hard right now, and it is expected to get worse in the coming months. Stephen and Joe.
A lot of people concerned over that one. Gabe, thank you.
It has been 40 days since the death of Mahsa Amini while in police custody, which has sparked mass protests across Iran. She was detained for allegedly breaching the country's strict dress code. Yesterday, security forces clashed with demonstrators who had gathered in her hometown to mark the milestone. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest.
Hey there, good day to you, and we're just getting more incredibly impactful images out of Iran today. In the city of Mahabad in northwestern Iran, protesters apparently targeting buildings, throwing stones. There seems to be tear gas once again on those streets. Those videos posted by a Kurdish rights group that says that a number of government buildings have been taken over, and that all of this today surrounds the funeral of a man who was shot dead during the protests yesterday. A powerful image seen around the world. A young woman not wearing a headscarf stands on the roof of a car, hands in the air, as crowds attempt to reach the grave of Mahsa Amini. And near the cemetery, this video from an independent Kurdish human rights organization captioned, "The resistance is glorious." Huge numbers across Iran determined to mourn and to protest the death of the 22-year-old. Marking 40 days after she died in the hospital, the morality police targeting her for allegedly violating the country's strict clothing code. In the capital, Tehran, clashes with the security forces and the sound of gunfire. In Mahsa's hometown, they shouted women, life, freedom. And these demonstrators daring to chant, freedom, freedom, enough of the despotism. Then, images like this one. Smoke rising, told of another violent crackdown there. Reports say live rounds were used and tear gas. The Iranian authorities switching off the internet in the city, but a semi-official news agency reporting at least 10,000 demonstrated. Thousands of miles away, the White House announcing sanctions targeting more than a dozen Iranian officials.
Our message to Iran is very, very clear. Stop killing your people and stop sending weapons to Russia to kill Ukrainians.
A dramatic change from earlier this year when the Biden administration was trying to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. But this morning, there is no sign of compromise in Tehran and no backing down by these young female protesters and the many men out on the streets in support. And just underscoring how incredibly tense it is in Iran now, 15 worshippers were killed at a mosque, a shooting completely unrelated to the protests. ISIS claiming responsibility for that, the government of Iran blaming foreign terrorists. But it just emphasizes how extraordinarily brave these protesters are, going out onto the streets day after day in support of Mahsa Amini.
Keir Simmons, thank you so much.
All right, now to a new report about a projected spike in the cost of heat with winter approaching and temperatures dropping. New data suggests we can also expect bigger bills as we crank up the dial on those heaters. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains why.
Yeah, good day. We are at an oil terminal here in the Bronx. So the bottom line is that oil comes out of here and goes to homes. And, you know, millions of people in the Northeast use heating oil to heat their homes. Right now, heating oil stocks are at their lowest level in decades, but there is no talk of rationing. But it doesn't matter if you use heating oil or gas or electricity. It's going to cost you more to keep warm this winter. From the Northeast and Midwest to parts of the South, Mother Nature has already given millions of us a sneak peek at what's ahead. And this morning, the forecast for America's collective wallet this winter may also be a bit frigid.
It's a very, very high bill.
Across the board, energy costs are expected to be higher than last year. The federal government expects the biggest jumps for customers who use heating oil or natural gas to stay warm, up 27% and 28%. Two factors are driving the spike: the global market affected by Russia's war in Ukraine and OPEC's plan to slash production of crude oil. The supply of heating oil in New England is also about a third of where it typically is.
We are operating right now at unacceptably low inventory levels.
Still, and this is important, experts say that is not cause for concern.
Supply is tight. That is undeniable. We have enough fuel to supply people's needs at this time. And for over a century, our industry has never failed.
Right now, the cost for a gallon of heating oil is about $5.70 per gallon. That's up more than $2 from last year, with 8 states paying even more.
There are people that are going to have to choose between feeding their families or heating their home. And that's scary. You know, it's really scary.
Experts say the best ways to save: check windows for leaks and seal or replace if needed. Adjust your thermostat when you're sleeping or out of the house. And schedule routine services to maintain your heating systems.
This will heat about 2,000 square feet.
Donna Huber in Rhode Island is among many Americans looking for alternatives to stay warm, recently installing a wood stove in her home.
I bought 3 cords of wood for under $800. If I wanted to heat my house solely on the wood, that would take me through the season. That's less than half of a tank of oil.
Now, a lot of people may find that it's simply too expensive this year with these bills going up. And if so, every state offers home energy and home heating assistance programs. So go to your state's website, look for that, check with your local utility company. This may also be the year that if you can afford your bill and you can round up to help those in need, offer an extra $1 to help those in need, it could go a long way this winter. Back to you.
All right, good info. Tom, thanks.
Speaking of heat, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the forecast. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And we do have some heat in the forecast, still above normal in the east, but we're looking at really frigid temperatures in the west. It's all due to a cold front back behind the system. We're looking at snow in spots, up to a foot in some spots in the northern and central southern Rockies. We're also looking at rain developing in portions of the southern plains. So this cold front's going to sink to the south and also to the east. We're looking at the chance for some strong storms. Could see some hail, some damaging winds, a chance of a tornado, and certainly some heavy rain. This is going to move very, very slowly to the east. So we're going to be talking about this rain for days, at least into the weekend. Now, as we look towards the northeast, finally clearing out to sunny skies. We're looking at bright skies. Temperatures still really nice. That includes portions of the Great Lakes, the Mideast, into the southeast, and also the Gulf Coast states before you get your rain tomorrow. As we look ahead towards the Halloween weekend, we're looking at those strong storms. This is going to be the major weather stories we go throughout the next few days. Northwest rain, we're seeing impulses of storms coming on shore over and over again. So that's going to continue to happen, but looking really dry through the southwest and northern plains, the Great Lakes, the Midwest into the southeast, mid-Atlantic and northeast. So most of us looking really good on Friday. Saturday, same story. Great start to the weekend. We had a beautiful weekend last weekend in the northeast. We're going to do that once again today. That extends into the northern plains, the southwest, and then eventually clearing out into portions of the southern plains. But it's the Gulf Coast where we're looking at heavy rain, and we see those brighter colors. So we could see some flooding rains as well as we look towards Saturday into the Tennessee Valley, also portions of the Mississippi Valley. Once again, rain and wind into the northwest. Sunday, we're looking at showers and storms extending from the Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley, portions of the southeast. October warm temperatures in the 70s in portions of Texas, 80s in the southwest. A gentle breeze, but nice in the northern plains, nice and quiet, and more rain as expected on Sunday in the Pacific Northwest. Notice the northeast, New England, we're going to keep it quiet on Sunday. So overall, the weekend looking really good. Things change, though, on Halloween. We're looking dreary, eerily dreary as we head towards Halloween from New England to the northeast and mid-Atlantic. So with those costumes, you might need to incorporate some weather gear there. We're looking nice throughout most of the country, in the middle of the country, a little windy through the northern plains, and then also looking at more precipitation in the northwest. It's all due to this cold front. It's moving slowly. It will continue to move slowly. It's bringing that snow on the backside. Some severe storms, some heavy rain on ahead of that front and along that front. Also some winds. And then tomorrow we're going to see the heavy rain. That could bring some power outages because the grounds are going to be so saturated, and with leaves still on the trees, that could certainly cause some problems. We're looking at the chance for localized flooding. Lots of people expecting rain over the next several days. This is a large swath. So we're talking about the central southern plains into the Mississippi Valley, the southeast, the Gulf Coast, and also into the Tennessee Valley and Ohio Valley. So that could cause some flooding risk, some flash flooding risk. That's always dangerous, especially if you're out and about, because we do have Halloween coming up. I know a lot of towns celebrate a little bit early. So today we're looking at western Texas into tomorrow, flooding risk into western Texas. And then we're going to incorporate portions of Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, portions of Tennessee also on Sunday. Your severe threat for this afternoon, you want to keep an eye to the sky, be weather aware, especially with these storms. Where you see the yellow, that's your likeliest spot. So Abilene, San Angelo, Lubbock, you could see some strong to severe storms. Damaging hail, that's the greatest risk. Also heavy rain. And then we're looking at damaging winds, too. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. And again, we can't rule out the chance of a tornado, although it's not the greatest risk. It's still not zero. Then as we go throughout Friday, we're going to move that risk into the eastern portion of Texas along the coast. Bay City, Victoria, you are in that risk area, again, where you see that yellow. And pretty much we're looking at the same risk of damaging winds, some hail, and also some really gusty winds. We're looking at the chance of heavy rain as well. But that cool air extends all the way from the northwest, the Intermountain West, into the southwest. Notice Albuquerque, New Mexico, 53 degrees today. That's 13 degrees below normal for this time of year. Just in the 60s in Las Vegas, 40s in Salt Lake City, below freezing in Telluride. And it's going to be a chilly rain on Friday in portions of the southern plains. Dallas, 60 degrees, 14 degrees below normal. We're looking at lots of 50s too in Amarillo. Lubbock, 55. Midland, we're looking at 59. El Paso, 66. Albuquerque, 59 degrees. We are also tracking the tropics. We have a few systems that could develop into a tropical depression. Although it's getting late in the season, the waters are getting a little bit cooler to the north. So this first one is right south of Puerto Rico. There's one also north of Puerto Rico, so pretty close to each other, has a 50% chance of developing in the next 5 days. And it's going to move into a favorable area. So we're going to be watching this. We're also watching another system just north of Puerto Rico.
So like Mary Poppins, Paddington Bear. I'm trying to think of costumes that incorporate weather gear already.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
Everyone's going to be Mary Poppins. There you go. That's the answer.
Umbrellas.
Or who's the one who flies?
That's Mary
Poppins.
Paddington has reindeer. I hope I got that right.
Yeah, no, you're right. He wears a yellow jacket. Yeah.
Right.
Thanks, Michelle.
Connor's like, let's go.
Coming up on Morning News Now, speaking out.
Yeah, it's been 5 years since the start of Me Too. Hard to believe. And this morning, we're getting a look at how the revolution is being viewed by Gen Z and where they think it's headed next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. now with our NBC News exclusive.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Morning, Al.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It has been 5 years since the Me Too movement began, and in the season finale of Meet the Press Reports, our own Savannah Sellers talked to members of Gen Z about how they see the movement after all these years. Here's a preview.
So when you just think about the fact that it's been 5 years since the start of the Me Too movement, what's just your first reaction to that, 5 years passing?
Galvanized the movement amongst globally around the world for women and all survivors. I'm proud of it. Look where we are now. So much work to do, but it was a really important time in our world. It was a seminal moment in contemporary history.
Days after Arquette made her accusation, the hashtag #MeToo took off on Twitter, and people around the world shared their own experiences of harassment and assault. It seemed to impact all industries, and it seemed to make real progress. According to a New York Times analysis in 2018, the Me Too movement brought down 201 powerful men, and nearly half of their replacements were women.
The younger generation, you are much wiser. You have a lot more than what we had now, the tools to take it to the next level, and please do.
We wanted to know, 5 years in, what impact did this huge cultural moment and movement have on the generation to follow in its wake? We talked to students from coast to coast, and it turns out, for Gen Z, Me Too is kind of a so what.
Do you think the Me Too movement did something substantial?
It's like we only heard about Me Too when celebrities were involved.
These young women at Coastal Carolina University say, in many ways, things haven't really changed.
It was never Me Too when, something happened on a college campus. It wasn't Me Too when someone just went to work at a regular corporate office. It's not Me Too when maybe it's a black man saying that he was assaulted.
When domestic violence and sexual assault and different crimes happen on college campuses, I think they are lessened in a way. I think that you're told you shouldn't go out you know, with your girls, or you shouldn't dress like this.
But then something happens, and you can't say me too, because nobody's going to listen.
So to you, it really didn't have much impact on your life?
Absolutely not. It couldn't have. If it did, wow, okay, someone doing something for Black women, that's even hard to believe there. That's shocking. I mean, I would be jumping for joy if Me Too would have done anything. But
You can catch more of this on Meet the Press Reports Gen Z and Me Too tonight at 10:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Turning now to the refugee crisis in Afghanistan. Thousands of people still trying to flee that country after the Taliban took control more than a year ago. But now sources tell NBC News that Qatar will temporarily stop critical evacuation flights as the country gears up to host the World Cup. Emotional moments like this now in jeopardy. Atifa Sharifi welcoming her Afghan sister who was able to escape the Taliban-controlled country.
I think my tears explain everything. I feel like it means the world to me that she's here.
NBC News has learned that Qatar is planning to suspend evacuation flights for Afghan refugees hoping to resettle in the U.S. This, according to refugee advocates and congressional aides. Qatar's embassy in Washington did not respond to a request for comment. The move comes as the nation is less than a month away from hosting soccer's World Cup. More than 1 million fans from around the world are expected to travel through the country's airports.
The World Cup is a security nightmare. They're concerned about that, but it doesn't appear that they made any effort to coordinate with the United States or to warn us of this move. So far, bookings for future flights from Kabul to Doha have been halted, the first leg of any journey to the U.S. A journey Atifa's sister Latifa and her 3 children have waited more than a year to complete, reaching the U.S. in the nick of time. The NBC Dallas station has been following the family.
She said that I want to thank you to the team that helped me to get out of Afghanistan.
Their story, one of tens of thousands since a refugee crisis emerged following the botched withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan. Some so desperate to flee in the initial days, they were clinging to a U.S. military aircraft that was taking off without them.
So I can't imagine the horror of expecting to be on a flight and then being told that the flights are going to be stopped. We don't know how this is going to play out. It could be life and death for some of them.
More than a year later, so many still desperate to escape. According to a State Department spokesperson, the U.S. has issued more than 18,000 special immigrant visas to Afghan applicants between January of 2021 and the end of last month. Those lucky enough to make it to the U.S. try to settle into a new life here.
She has been through so much struggle, so much tough time with her 3 kids that I want to give her as much as convenience and good and pleasing time here so that she forgets all those bad memories.
Well, Qatar is facing other criticism in the run-up to the World Cup, including its treatment of women, LGBTQ plus people, and migrant workers. As for those refugee flights, all the State Department was able to tell us is that they remain committed to the relocation plans and that they appreciate the work and partnership with Qatar.
More international headlines. Several Chinese cities are going back under COVID restrictions as cases there rise.
Yeah, Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more international headlines. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, as COVID-19 cases are once again on the rise in China, so are the containment measures. Heavy restrictions are being reintroduced in several cities all across China, including the sealing of buildings and the locking down of entire districts where there is a high risk of COVID-19 resurgence. China's coronavirus caseload has remained small by global standards, but its containment policy remains one of the strictest in the world. Let's come back here in Rome, or rather at the Vatican, where Pope Francis met the family of Shireen Abu Akleh, the Al Jazeera journalist who was shot dead by Israeli forces 6 months ago. The journalist, who was Catholic, was covering an army raid in a refugee camp in the occupied West Bank when she was shot in the head, despite the fact that she was clearly identified as a member of the press. An Israeli military investigation concluded that it was highly possible that Israeli fire killed Abu Akleh, but the military also vigorously denies allegations that a soldier intentionally targeted her. And finally, let's move to Britain, where the much-anticipated memoir by Prince Harry may have a publication date. According to the New York Times, the book by the royal will come out on January 10th next year. The content of the memoir has been shrouded in rumors, delays, and secrecy. But given the turmoil caused by the prince during his interviews since he has lived in self-imposed exile, it is expected to be a blockbuster, but also to give a royal headache to the British monarchy, guys.
It's an understatement. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Now to a story about a father's love and dedication captured in a photo at a college basketball game. Here's NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff.
Guys, in that picture, you can see a man with coal mine dust still on his face, sitting with his 3-year-old son at the Kentucky Wildcats annual blue-white basketball scrimmage. It was posted by head coach John Calipari, getting nearly 60,000 likes in just 2 days. Attention and fame that Michael McGuire says he never expected.
It's just all mind-blowing. I never imagined it.
Disbelief and excitement. Michael McGuire and his wife Molly are awestruck at the attention that this one photo garnered in a matter of days. On Saturday, McGuire rushed from the coal mines, a 30 to 40-minute drive to Rupp Arena, in order to take his 3-year-old son Easton to his first in-person college basketball game.
Easton has took a huge interest in sports. So it was the perfect time to buy tickets for Michael and Easton to start that.
Working long hours underground and up to 6 days a week, family time is precious to McGuire. With no time to spare, not even to clean off the coal mine dust that powdered his face and clothes, he got to the game in the nick of time.
Didn't want to miss it. I've had to miss quite a few stuff.
The sight of McGuire and his son moved head coach John Calipari, who posted this picture on his Instagram, writing, "My family's American dream started in a Clarksburg, West Virginia coal mine, so this picture hits home." Adding, he wanted to gift the family VIP tickets to Rupp Arena. Calipari wasn't the only one touched. Comments on the post included, "You just won me over, coach. Being an ex-coal miner myself, I know this all too well." Another user writing, "This is Kentucky in one photo." The annual blue-white scrimmage is one of UK's biggest fan favorites ahead of the regular season. But it was especially important this year because it raised over $162,000 to help victims of this summer's deadly floods in eastern Kentucky. Floyd County, where McGuire's from, was one of the worst-hit areas.
We had some friends that lost a lot. That's when we looked at each other and was like, all right, let's do what we can.
The check was presented by the Wildcats to Kentucky's governor during halftime. As for the McGuire's time at the game,
Easton was dancing and everything.
It's been a fun experience for us as a family.
Michael and Molly told us it's actually pretty normal to see parents covered in coal dust at kids' practices. They say children don't even bat an eye since coal mining is the dominant industry by far in eastern Kentucky. As for the VIP tickets, the McGuire said they'll bring Easton and their 1-year-old daughter, Lindley, to watch Kentucky face off against the Kansas Jayhawks in January. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you.
Well, coming up, a new warning this morning about the growing risks of climate change.
Why the UN is now saying the world is facing an uphill battle to reach its emissions goals. We're going to break it all down when we come back.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The United Nations is out with a disturbing new warning.
Yeah, according to the UN Climate Office, the world is nowhere near hitting the greenhouse gas emissions targets. Dr. Rob Jackson, climate scientist at Stanford University and chair of Global Carbon Project, joins us now with more on this. Good morning to you, Dr. Jackson. So if you could remind us about the Paris Climate Agreement and what are some of the major takeaways from this new report?
Well, first of all, good morning and thanks for having me. The Paris Climate Agreement is an agreement that helps countries set targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to keep global climate in a safe space well below 2 degrees C increases. And the bad news this week is that greenhouse gas emissions are still rising and we're a long way from a safe and stable climate. I think that's partly because the last few years have been chaos, right? First, COVID struck and countries turned to dirtier coal to jumpstart their economies. And now we're stuck in an energy crisis caused by an unjust war. Europe's importing more natural gas and struggling to keep the lights and heat on.
So, Dr. Jackson, I mean, the world is now no stranger to seeing unprecedented and extreme weather patterns, deadly floods, seemingly endless wildfires and heat waves. So environmentally, what is at stake here if we just continue down this same path?
Well, you're absolutely right. We've turbocharged the weather and turned climate into a monster. Right, a few months ago, a third of Pakistan was flooded, what officials there called a monsoon on steroids. And it isn't just halfway around the world. Here in the U.S., we're paying $100 billion more each year for weather disasters than we were just a few decades ago. You and I are paying for this.
All right, some good points there. Dr. Jackson, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
This week marks 1 month since Hurricane Ian made landfall in Florida, becoming one of the strongest storms to ever hit the United States.
Yeah, Fort Myers Beach was one of the hardest hit areas, but today it's a much different scene.
Today's show co-anchor Al Roker joined us from there right now. Al, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, guys. And right now you're looking, this was the Randall home. It is gone now. These are folks from Rebuilding Together, an organization that is helping repeat this scene. You've got to clear, you really have to clear all the debris out before you can even rebuild. And that's what they are doing. We were very fortunate, our lend a hand today, the folks from Wells Fargo donating $500,000 to Rebuilding Together so that they can help repeat this scene at countless homes and business sites all across Fort Myers Beach. But in the meantime, when you look at a tragedy like this, you have to find the helpers. And here in Fort Myers Beach, guys, the helpers are easy to spot.
I feel like it's our honor and privilege to be part of the community, so why would we walk away from it?
This is what's left of the Randall family home.
And this would have been the front door.
Brett and his wife, Jenna, have lived on Fort Myers Beach for over 10 years. Their teenage son, Elon, growing up here on the island. Your house was gone, so it was somewhere down this way?
Yes, so if you're standing here, you can kind of peer, and it was about 2 o'clock that way.
The Randall family losing everything. Precious heirlooms and items you never even think about living without.
I lost my wedding band. It's those things that are like those legacy things that you want to pass on.
For items that could be replaced, the family turned to the community.
I was in shock with just the amount of bags that came in. I ended up with like a few outfits that actually looked good.
With a new wardrobe, the Randall family is stepping up for their neighbors as well. Besides dealing with all this devastation, there is a tremendous amount of paperwork that goes into this, and you've been helping other community members with this.
Well, I'm a local accountant. We're doing all of those forms as much as we can around the clock. We'll do anybody's residence taxes pro bono.
This community made strong by residents like the Randalls and Susan Krajewski.
This is one of my chairs.
Folks say when you stepped inside her hair salon, you never felt like a stranger.
We're such a close-knit community that everybody knew everybody, like a big happy family.
For nearly 3 decades, Susan cutting hair under these lights.
Gave my grandsons their first haircut sitting on that counter.
Creating lifelong memories here and at her home down the road.
The water line, you can see it clear up in the rafters.
While picking up the pieces, Susan's been volunteering with the Fort Myers Beach Community Foundation, collecting donations for neighbors in similar situations. Also lending a hand, Deputy Carl Ellie of the Lee County Sheriff's Department, going viral for his dance moves while directing traffic at the north entrance of Fort Myers Beach. In the days after the hurricane, this was the only way on or off the island.
A lot of people rolled down their windows. I saw they had their cameras out. They basically told me it's the first time they smiled. Some people drove past 3 times just to see me dance.
He was the first person so many saw as they returned to their homes after the storm, directing traffic and keeping the community safe day after day for 12-hour shifts.
The dancing was great, but the conversations that I had with those that were waiting in line, those were more important.
When I saw this young man dance, it's off the chart.
A month later, those dance moves aren't going anywhere.
Seeing Carl just brightened my day 100%.
That bright light, contagious here on Fort Myers Beach as this community vows to rebuild.
We are resilient. We'll come back.
We're a community of hope.
But I don't want to leave. I don't want to move. And then when I come back, and I want to be built, and I want to be with my community again.
And guys, you hear that sentiment repeated over and over again. Besides helping fund rebuilding together, the folks at Wells Fargo also stepping up to give gift cards to first responders, nonprofits, and also fund some community sporting centers as well that were close to Deputy Carl Ellie as well. I got to tell you, one of the things you think about, this is just one little sliver. And a system, as you had in that story about climate change, we're going to see this again and again. And what's going to happen to the next community? So it's something that while we're thrilled that this can go on here, we worry about who's going to be next. Guys?
Important message always, Al. Thanks so much. We appreciate your report.
Certainly do, Al. Thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, under investigation.
Tesla is reportedly the subject of a federal probe into its autopilot system. We're going to have the latest on that when we come back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
A masked killer takes aim and fires.
A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. The Department of Justice is reportedly investigating whether Tesla made misleading claims about the capabilities of its autopilot driver assistance system.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on the story.
According to Reuters, the U.S. Department of Justice reportedly launched this previously undisclosed probe last year in the wake of more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during those accidents.
Autopilot changes the way you relate to your drive.
Tesla, famous for its attention-grabbing tech innovations, has long touted the Autopilot feature in its cars.
Designed for highway use, Autopilot assists you with the routines of daily driving, whether you're cruising or crawling.
But this morning, the company could be under fire for that technology. Reuters reporting the electric car company is facing a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice for its claims that its cars can drive themselves, examining whether Tesla misled consumers. According to Reuters, citing 3 sources familiar with the matter, quote, the U.S. Department of Justice launched the previously undisclosed probe last year following more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during the accidents. Tesla has always maintained that its Autopilot features require constant monitoring, and drivers need to be ready to take control at all times.
You must be fully attentive and have your hands on the wheel at all times while driving, regardless of what features are active.
But the company and CEO Elon Musk have promoted the self-driving features. A video currently on the company's website says, the person in the driver's seat is only there for legal reasons. He is not doing anything. The car is driving itself. In the past, Musk has described Tesla as probably better than a human driver. Reuters reporting just last week, Musk told shareholders that Tesla would soon release an upgraded version of full self-driving software, allowing customers to travel to your work, your friend's house, to the grocery store without you touching the wheel. NBC News has reached out to Tesla and to the Department of Justice, but has not received a response. Elon Musk did not respond to written questions from Reuters seeking comment. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
More financial news. Mark Zuckerberg has big plans for the metaverse.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Steve and Joe. It turns out building the metaverse isn't cheap. Meta, the parent company of Facebook, posted a 19% year-over-year jump in cost and expenses during the third quarter. Meta's Web3 development unit has lost more than $9 billion so far this year, and the company warns that operating losses will, quote, grow significantly in 2023. And that's putting a huge dent in Meta's balance sheet and pressuring the stock this morning. Disney wants to integrate your Disney Plus content suggestions with what you experienced at its theme parks. For example, if you go to the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disney World, your Disney Plus account would then recommend related content like the movies. CEO Bob Chapek mentioned the move at a Wall Street Journal event, but didn't say when the program could start rolling out. Don't expect your grocery bill to get any cheaper anytime soon. Unilever, the owner of brands like Hellmann's and Ben & Jerry's, hiked prices once again in recent months, this time by more than 12% around the world, marking the largest quarterly hike in company history. Unilever blaming the increases on rising ingredient costs due to the ongoing war in Ukraine, guys. I know my grocery bill has definitely gone up.
Yeah, people are seeing it everywhere. All right, Silvana,
Yep.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up this morning, Death of a Salesman back on Broadway.
Next, I'll talk to 2 stars of the show about how they're flipping the script on an American classic.
NBC News, streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
there's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. So the new Black Panther movie is out next month, but that's not the big headline. Rihanna's first cut out of new music in 6 years will be featured on its soundtrack. The pop and fashion icon says she wrote the single Lift Me Up as a tribute to late actor Chadwick Boseman and others she's lost in her life. Boseman, of course, starred in the first Black Panther film, but died in 2020. The soundtrack, along with Rihanna's song, will be released on November 4th, and the film hits theaters on November 11th. Very excited about that film and that song.
Exactly. That's a pretty big headline right there. All right, Stephen, thank you so much. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes who are shining a spotlight on diversity. And this morning, we're heading to Broadway for a new take on an old classic, Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman. The play, first performed back in 1949, centers on the family of Willie Loman and deals with timeless themes like the quest for the American dream. And now, for the first time ever in a major New York production, the Lomans are played by Black actors. And joining me now are two of those gifted performers, Tony-winning actor Andre DeShields, who plays Ben Loman, the ghost of Willie's brother, and Chris Davis, who plays Biff Loman, one of Willie's sons. Thank you both for joining us. It is an honor to have you both here.
Pleasure.
I mean, we call this Flipping the Script, and here we have a script people know well. It has been around for a long time.
Yes, indeed.
Yet it is very new. I mean, Andre, what is the significance of telling this story through the lens of a Black family?
The significance is, in terms of the accessibility of the American dream, the best perspective on it is to hear it from those people who have been traditionally marginalized to the edges of society. We can all sell it, but who can own it? And that's the question that's posed to us in Death of a Salesman, and it gets answered in a lionized way by the company.
You know, Chris, this sparks a lot of modern-day conversations, especially when it comes to mental health. What are some of the conversations you hope are sparked by this production?
Well, I hope that this conversation sparks conversations within the family units of people of color, especially Black people, because traditionally the conversation around mental health has been something that has been taboo. So hopefully this play can help us crack that open, right, to dig deeper into understanding it and to find more compassion and love for our loved ones who do suffer, you know, and to find the help for them.
And those conversations are so important.
They really are.
In the last year, about a year ago, we saw Broadway strike this new deal for Broadway, which was really meant to talk more about diversity and inclusion in the theater. Andre, have you seen things change in even just that short period of time? What's happening on Broadway, do you think, right now?
Broadway is doing its best to represent diversity, equity, and inclusion. But it's easier said than done, because Broadway is about one of the issues in Death of a Salesman, capitalism. If you can make money for me, come on to Broadway. But if you can't, go some other place. Broadway being one of the bastions of capitalism. We're making slow progress, but this is the most representative year on Broadway that I've seen in 50 years.
Chris, for young people who see this production, what do you hope is their takeaway?
I hope their takeaway is that they can tell all the stories that exist out there, because the Black experience is the American experience, which is why this play works so well. So any experience that is portrayed through the Black lens is a human experience. So I hope that they have the courage and the bravery to pick up any script and to say, this is the story I want to tell. And I also hope that when they come to the production, that they feel the bravery to be the vanguards in their family, to break open the conversations about what it means to find yourself and to start the conversations around mental health. Yeah.
Andre, while we have you here, you've had your Tony from Hadestown a few years ago.
2019.
Yeah, you'll always remember that one, won't you?
Well, because finally I'm legitimate.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but I mean, on top of that, I mean, like Netflix, you're in the Neil Patrick Harris series, Uncoupled. It feels like you just can't be stopped right now. How are you feeling right now?
I'm absolutely unstoppable. But here's the sweet part of it. I'm 76 years old, and my life is expanding. So I guess the American dream is accessible.
What's the message to people about that?
Don't give up, don't give over, don't give out. You know, time is longer than anything. Live your life accordingly. Slow down, enjoy it.
You seem to be enjoying it right now?
Yes, indeed.
And Chris, I think you're enjoying it too, right?
I am, very much, absolutely.
All right, Chris, Andre, thank you so much for joining us. The play is getting rave reviews right now, so make sure to check it out. We appreciate you having the time to talk with us.
Pleasure.
Flipping the script. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Thursday. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, midterm mania. New fallout this morning following another bombshell allegation made against Georgia's Republican candidate Herschel Walker, as well as the denial of the claim. Plus, we're going to take you to Wisconsin as both candidates for governor hit the road in their high-stakes race. We have all the new developments you need to know about as Election Day approaches. Wave of worry. Cases of a respiratory illness in children are on the rise across the country, well ahead of a peak we don't normally see until the winter. This morning, the growing concern among parents and doctors is hospitals scramble to find the space they need to handle the surge. Falling short, the United Nations issued a stark warning to the world yesterday, saying countries are nowhere near the UN's targets to cut down emissions. We're going to break down what that could mean for our planet and if there is still time to prevent the worst case scenarios from global warming. And back on Broadway, Arthur Miller's iconic play Death of a Salesman is back on the Great White Way, this time with Black actors playing the Lohman family. I'm going to talk to Andre DeShields and Chris Davis live about the play's revival that's coming up a little bit later in the hour. That's part of our ongoing series, Flipping the Script. That is a script many people know well. It's been around for decades, but it's seen through a new lens this time around.
Very exciting. Can't wait for that one.
Good to have you with us this morning. We're going to begin this hour with the new developments in the contentious Senate race in Georgia.
Yeah, and now a second woman has come forward accusing Herschel Walker of pressuring her into having an abortion nearly 30 years ago. That claim comes just 12 days before the midterm elections. Walker has denied that claim, as well as an earlier similar one against him. NBC News Now anchor and senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest on the contest and how both candidates are responding.
Hey there, good morning. It is crunch time now for candidates in really important, really close races, with big guns, like former presidents in both parties, set to hit the campaign trail in the days to come. And the focus today turning to Georgia, where there's a new abortion allegation surfacing in one of the country's most closely watched matchups. With less than 2 weeks to go this morning, the future of the Senate could hang on two key states with neck-and-neck races in Pennsylvania and Georgia, where there's now another twist. Republican Herschel Walker, who's campaigned on an anti-abortion platform, now denying a new allegation from a second woman who says Walker pressured her to have an abortion in the early 90s.
What I'm saying is this is a lie, and I've said it once, and I've moved on my campaign.
The anonymous woman, sharing her voice only, came forward in a Zoom press conference arranged by attorney Gloria Allred. The accuser saying after she became pregnant in 1993, Walker encouraged her to have an abortion, adding she first couldn't go through with the procedure, but that Walker encouraged her to go back, driving her to a Dallas clinic where she had the abortion. The woman explaining why she's speaking up now.
I am a registered independent, and I voted for Donald Trump in both elections. I do not believe that Herschel is morally fit to be a U.S. senator.
NBC News has not verified her allegations, and the woman did not provide evidence Walker was involved in her abortion.
I'm done with this foolishness.
The Republican candidate and former football star also denied allegations earlier this month from another former girlfriend who says Walker paid for her abortion in 2009. In a statement, the campaign for Walker's opponent, Senator Raphael Warnock, says Walker has a problem with the truth, a problem answering questions, and a problem taking responsibility for his actions. That matchup, very close, with recent polling showing Warnock leading by just 5 points. And in another closely watched race in Pennsylvania, a toss-up, with polls ranking Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz within the margin of error.
Doing that debate wasn't exactly easy. Knew it wasn't going to be easy after, having a stroke after 5 months.
Fetterman appearing at a campaign rally in Pittsburgh after raising $2 million, his team says, in the hours after his one and only debate against Republican Mehmet Oz. Fetterman facing questions about his, at times, halting debate performance with lingering auditory processing issues after a stroke 5 months ago. Oz also on the campaign trail, hammering the issue of crime and on defense against a new Democratic ad highlighting his debate comments on abortion.
This is who Dr. Oz wants in charge of women's health care decisions.
I want women, doctors, local political leaders,
So we've talked about how abortion, crime, these are all big issues in those races in Georgia and Pennsylvania, but so is the economy. And today you've got President Biden hitting the road to make a kind of closing argument highlighting his administration's record on the economy. We know, along with cost of living, that's the #1 thing voters say they care about. The president's going to be in upstate New York to argue that Democrats' economic policies are better than Republicans, even as many GOP candidates have pointed to high inflation in their midterm campaigns. You've got the Biden cabinet, too, fanning out across the country as part of a full court press ahead of Election Day. Back to you.
All right, we'll be watching. Hallie, thanks.
Turning now to Wisconsin, where the race between Democratic Governor Tony Evers and Republican Tim Michels is heating up. There has been a huge turnout already. Early voting is underway there, and the Wisconsin Elections Commission says more than 300,000 people have cast their ballots ahead of November 8th. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Milwaukee with more. Shaq, good morning. So the differences between these two candidates, they are pretty stark. So what do we know about them? How are they both preparing for the final days of this campaign?
Well, some dramatic differences between the Republican candidate, Tim Michels, and the incumbent governor, Democratic governor, Tony Evers. And they're planning to lay out those differences over the next couple of days as we get closer to Election Day. Tony Evers is kicking off a bus tour today. He's calling it the bus tour is touting his record, a doing the right thing tour that he's calling it. And you'll see him out with the Labor Secretary Marty Walsh campaigning and talking about his record of accomplishments here in the state of Wisconsin. But on the other side, you have Tim Michels. He was out with Glenn Youngkin yesterday, attacking the governor, saying that he hasn't been doing enough for Wisconsin, hitting him on issues from election integrity to abortion to the economy.
Shaq, do I dare ask what the noise is that's going on behind you there? So do I dare ask what the noise is that's going on behind you there, or no?
It just started like 2 minutes ago as we were going. We have no idea what it is. I see some construction down the street, so maybe that goes into what the governor has been talking about in terms of fixing the roads. I don't know.
There you go. All right, good way to make a connection there. All right, so let me ask you, Michels outlined just some of the issues he plans to address if he's elected during a campaign event. What all did he say, and how are voters responding to him?
Yeah, he kind of listed out his 3 priorities yesterday when he was with the Virginia Governor, Glenn Youngkin. He said that his first priority would be election integrity. He said his second priority would be something on education in terms of universal school choice in the state of Wisconsin. He also wants to focus on the economy and giving back tax reform. He's saying right now the state has about a $5 billion surplus. That's something that the governor has touted, but Tim Michels says he wants to give that back to the people in a way of tax cuts. So those are the 3 priorities he says that he'll act on. In the state of Wisconsin, Governor Evers has vetoed more than 100 pieces of legislation passed by the conservative legislature here in the state. So there'll be plenty of bills, plenty of pieces of legislation that Tim Michels will be able to act on if he does win this election.
And Shaq, you mentioned Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin in Wisconsin campaigning on behalf of Michels. What is Youngkin saying on the campaign trail, and how is Governor Evers responding to all this?
Well, we heard Glenn Youngkin kind of connect himself and what he did in Virginia to what he hopes Tim Michels will do in the state of Wisconsin. Remember, Glenn Youngkin won his election almost by a surprise in a blue state, a state that President Biden won, President Obama, and also Secretary Hillary Clinton won. They're saying that they want to model that same thing here in the state of Wisconsin. I think we have some sound from Glenn Youngkin yesterday out on the campaign trail. I want you to listen to a little bit of what we heard from him.
If we do not have election integrity, our entire constitutional system comes crumbling down. I'm going to work with the legislature. We're going to get those bills right, the bills that Tony Evers vetoed, and we are going to stop the Zuckerbucks, stop the ballot harvesting, and stop the indefinitely confined status.
That was actually Tim Michels who we heard from, but we saw them appear together at the end of that event. You saw some good chemistry between the two, and Glenn Youngkin said that he was the Glenn Youngkin said he was the 74th governor of the state of Virginia. He wants Tim Michels to be the 47th governor of the state of Wisconsin. They were playing with the numbers there out there on the campaign trail.
All right, Shaq Brewster reporting near a mysterious construction project somewhere in Milwaukee. Shaq, thanks.
He fought through it just great. Well, a wave of respiratory illnesses among children has now spread to more parts of the country, including warmer areas where they don't normally see problems like that. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is inside a Phoenix Children's Hospital with the latest on this. Gabe, good morning.
Stephen and Joe, good morning. It's only October, but doctors here and across the country are seeing a higher number of patient cases, typically that they don't see until much later in the winter. And overnight, we met one mother here who had barely heard of RSV before she ended up in the hospital with her newborn son.
This morning, the latest wave of child respiratory illnesses is spreading, prompting more concerns of a triple-demic this winter. In Arizona, RSV cases are up 344% over a typical season.
Terrifying. It's a serious illness, with him being this young. He doesn't have an immune system to fight it off.
Cheyenne Schilder's 2-month-old son, Ryder, was in the hospital overnight.
What would you tell other parents?
Look up the symptoms of RSV and trust your gut, too, because I was on the border about coming or not to the hospital, and I feel like I probably should have come a little bit sooner.
Last year and now this year, Phoenix Children's Hospital has been dealing with an unusually high number of RSV cases. Though the facility is not at capacity, it's bracing for a rough winter.
COVID-19 combined with a potentially bad influenza season, and now we're seeing RSV going up at the same time. That obviously makes us concerned that we might get into this triple pandemic situation.
This year, even western and southern states with warmer temperatures are seeing a significant rise in RSV and flu cases. In Arizona, 87% of pediatric hospital beds are occupied. In Texas, 91%. Seattle Children's tells NBC News it's at 200% capacity in the ER.
Under normal circumstances, about 90% of kids end up getting RSV at least once by the time they're at 2. Because of the pandemic, some of the kind of standard patterns have been disrupted, so we're seeing a lot of RSV at once.
Parents now worried sick across the country, from San Diego, where Fernanda Castaneras is caring for baby Alejandra.
She was struggling to breathe. She was struggling breathing, and we got scared because she had no color at all on her skin.
To Washington, D.C., where 3-year-old Izzy Banky is recovering.
Nobody wants to hold their kid down and hold a mask on their face. And so she's screaming and trying to rip the breathing tubes out. And that breaks your heart as a parent.
Now, COVID cases are trending down nationally right now, but there is concern about potentially new strains this winter. And of course, as we've been reporting, the flu season is hitting some parts of the country especially hard right now, and it is expected to get worse in the coming months. Stephen and Joe.
A lot of people concerned over that one. Gabe, thank you.
It has been 40 days since the death of Mahsa Amini while in police custody, which has sparked mass protests across Iran. She was detained for allegedly breaching the country's strict dress code. Yesterday, security forces clashed with demonstrators who had gathered in her hometown to mark the milestone. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest.
Hey there, good day to you, and we're just getting more incredibly impactful images out of Iran today. In the city of Mahabad in northwestern Iran, protesters apparently targeting buildings, throwing stones. There seems to be tear gas once again on those streets. Those videos posted by a Kurdish rights group that says that a number of government buildings have been taken over, and that all of this today surrounds the funeral of a man who was shot dead during the protests yesterday.
A powerful image seen around the world. A young woman not wearing a headscarf stands on the roof of a car, hands in the air, as crowds attempt to reach the grave of Mahsa Amini. And near the cemetery, this video from an independent Kurdish human rights organization captioned, "The resistance is glorious." Huge numbers across Iran determined to mourn and to protest the death of the 22-year-old. Marking 40 days after she died in the hospital, the morality police targeting her for allegedly violating the country's strict clothing code. In the capital, Tehran, clashes with the security forces and the sound of gunfire. In Mahsa's hometown, they shouted women, life, freedom. And these demonstrators daring to chant, freedom, freedom, enough of the despotism. Then, images like this one. Smoke rising told of another violent crackdown there. Reports say live rounds were used and tear gas. The Iranian authorities switching off the internet in the city, but a semi-official news agency reporting at least 10,000 demonstrated. Thousands of miles away, the White House announcing sanctions targeting more than a dozen Iranian officials.
Our message to Iran is very, very clear. Stop killing your people and stop sending weapons to Russia to kill Ukrainians.
A dramatic change from earlier this year when the Biden administration was trying to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. But this morning, there is no sign of compromise in Tehran and no backing down by these young female protesters and the many men out on the streets in support.
And just underscoring how incredibly tense it is in Iran now, 15 worshippers were killed at a mosque, a shooting completely unrelated to the protests. ISIS claiming responsibility for that, the government of Iran blaming foreign terrorists. But it just emphasizes how extraordinarily brave these protesters are, going out onto the streets day after day in support of Mahsa Amini.
Keir Simmons, thank you so much.
All right, now to a new report about a projected spike in the cost of heat with winter approaching and temperatures dropping. New data suggests we can also expect bigger bills as we crank up the dial on those heaters. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains why.
Yeah, good day. We are at an oil terminal here in the Bronx. So the bottom line is that oil comes out of here and goes to homes. And, you know, millions of people in the Northeast use heating oil to heat their homes. Right now, heating oil stocks are at their lowest level in decades, but there is no talk of rationing. But it doesn't matter if you use heating oil or gas or electricity. It's going to cost you more to keep warm this winter. From the Northeast and Midwest to parts of the South, Mother Nature has already given millions of us a sneak peek at what's ahead. And this morning, the forecast for America's collective wallet this winter may also be a bit frigid.
It's a very, very high bill.
Across the board, energy costs are expected to be higher than last year. The federal government expects the biggest jumps for customers who use heating oil or natural gas to stay warm, up 27% and 28%. Two factors are driving the spike: the global market affected by Russia's war in Ukraine and OPEC's plan to slash production of crude oil. The supply of heating oil in New England is also about a third of where it typically is.
We are operating right now at unacceptably low inventory levels.
Still, and this is important, experts say that is not cause for concern.
Supply is tight. That is undeniable. We have enough fuel to supply people's needs at this time. And for over a century, our industry has never failed.
Right now, the cost for a gallon of heating oil is about $5.70 per gallon. That's up more than $2 from last year, with 8 states paying even more.
There are people that are going to have to choose between feeding their families or heating their home. And that's scary. You know, it's really scary.
Experts say the best ways to save: check windows for leaks and seal or replace if needed. Adjust your thermostat when you're sleeping or out of the house, and schedule routine services to maintain your heating systems.
This will heat about 2,000 square feet.
Donna Huber in Rhode Island is among many Americans looking for alternatives to stay warm, recently installing a wood stove in her home.
I bought 3 cords of wood for under $800. If I wanted to heat my house solely on the wood, that would take me through the season. That's less than half of a tank of oil.
Now, a lot of people may find that it's simply too expensive this year with these bills going up. And if so, every state offers home energy and home heating assistance programs. So go to your state's website, look for that, check with your local utility company. This may also be the year that if you can afford your bill and you can round up to help those in need, offer an extra $1 to help those in need, it could go a long way this winter. Back to you.
All right, good info. Tom, thanks.
Speaking of heat, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the forecast. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And we do have some heat in the forecast, still above normal in the east, but we're looking at really frigid temperatures in the west. It's all due to a cold front. Back behind the system, we're looking at snow in spots, up to a foot in some spots in the northern and central southern Rockies. We're also looking at rain developing in portions of the southern plains. So this cold front's going to sink to the south and also to the east. We're looking at the chance for some strong storms. Could see some hail, some damaging winds, a chance of a tornado, and certainly some heavy rain. This is going to move very, very slowly to the east. So we're going to be talking about this rain for days, at least into the weekend. Now, as we look towards the northeast, finally clearing out to sunny skies. We're looking at bright skies. Temperatures still really nice. That includes portions of the Great Lakes, the Mideast, into the southeast, and also the Gulf Coast states before you get your rain tomorrow. As we look ahead towards the Halloween weekend, we're looking at those strong storms. This is going to be the major weather story as we go throughout the next few days. Northwest rain, we're seeing impulses of storms coming on shore over and over again. So that's going to continue to happen, but looking really dry through the southwest and northern plains, the Great Lakes, the Midwest, into the southeast, mid-Atlantic, and northeast. So most of us looking really good on Friday. Saturday, same story. Great start to the weekend. We had a beautiful weekend last weekend in the northeast. We're going to do that once again today. That extends into the northern plains, the southwest, and then eventually clearing out into portions of the southern plains. But it's the Gulf Coast where we're looking at heavy rain, and we see those brighter colors. So we could see some flooding rains as well as we look towards Saturday into the Tennessee Valley, also portions of the Mississippi Valley. Once again, rain and wind into the northwest. Sunday, we're looking at showers and storms extending from the Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley, portions of the southeast. October warm temperatures in the 70s in portions of Texas, 80s in the southwest. A gentle breeze, but nice in the northern plains, nice and quiet, and more rain as expected on Sunday in the Pacific Northwest. Notice the northeast, New England, we're going to keep it quiet on Sunday. So overall, the weekend looking really good. Things change, though, on Halloween. We're looking dreary, eerily dreary as we head towards Halloween from New England to the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. So with those costumes, you might need to incorporate some weather gear there. We're looking nice throughout most of the country, in the middle of the country, a little windy through the northern plains, and then also looking at more precipitation in the northwest. It's all due to this cold front. It's moving slowly. It will continue to move slowly. It's bringing that snow on the backside. Some severe storms, some heavy rain on ahead of that front and along that front. Also some winds. And then tomorrow we're going to see the heavy rain. That could bring some power outages because the grounds are going to be so saturated. And with leaves still on the trees, that could certainly cause some problems. We're looking at the chance for localized flooding. Lots of people expecting rain over the next several days. This is a large swath. So we're talking about the central southern plains into the Mississippi Valley, the southeast, the Gulf Coast, and also into the Tennessee Valley and Ohio Valley. So that could cause some flooding risk, some flash flooding risk. That's always dangerous, especially if you're out and about, because we do have Halloween coming up. I know a lot of towns celebrate a little bit early. So today we're looking at western Texas into tomorrow, flooding risk into western Texas. And then we're going to incorporate portions of Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, portions of Tennessee also on Sunday. Your severe threat for this afternoon, you want to keep an eye to the sky, be weather aware, especially with these storms. Where you see the yellow, that's your likeliest spot. So Abilene, San Angelo, Lubbock, you could see some strong to severe storms. Damaging hail, that's the greatest risk. Also heavy rain. And then we're looking at damaging winds, too. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. And again, we can't rule out the chance of a tornado, although it's not the greatest risk. It's still not zero. Then as we go throughout Friday, we're going to move that risk into the eastern portion of Texas along the coast. Bay City, Victoria, you are in that risk area, again, where you see that yellow. And pretty much we're looking at the same risk of damaging winds, some hail, and also some really gusty winds. We're looking at the chance of heavy rain as well. But that cool air extends all the way from the northwest, the Intermountain West, into the southwest. Notice Albuquerque, New Mexico, 53 degrees today. That's 13 degrees below normal for this time of year. Just in the 60s in Las Vegas, 40s in Salt Lake City, below freezing in Telluride. And it's going to be a chilly rain on Friday in portions of the southern plains. Dallas, 60 degrees, 14 degrees below normal. We're looking at lots of 50s, too, in Amarillo. Lubbock, 55. Midland, we're looking at 59. El Paso, 66. Albuquerque, 59 degrees. We are also tracking the tropics. We have a few systems that could develop into a tropical depression. Although it's getting late in the season, the waters are getting a little bit cooler to the north. So this first one is right south of Puerto Rico. There's one also north of Puerto Rico, so pretty close to each other, has a 50% chance of developing in the next 5 days. And it's going to move into a favorable area. So we're going to be watching this. We're also watching another system just north of Puerto Rico.
So like Mary Poppins, Paddington Bear. I'm trying to think of costumes that incorporate weather gear already.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
Everyone's going to be Mary Poppins. There you go. That's the answer.
Umbrellas.
Or who's the one who flies?
That's Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins?
Paddington has rain gear. I hope I got that right.
Yeah,
no, you're right. He wears a yellow jacket.
Yeah. Right.
Thanks, Michelle.
Connor's like, let's go.
Coming up on Morning News Now, speaking out.
Yeah, it's been 5 years since the start of Me Too. Hard to believe. And this morning, we're getting a look at how the revolution is being viewed by Gen Z and where they think it's headed next.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
It has been 5 years since the Me Too movement began, and in the season finale of Meet the Press Reports, our own Savannah Sellers talked to members of Gen Z about how they see the movement after all these years. Here's a preview.
So when you just think about the fact that it's been 5 years since the start of the Me Too movement, what's just your first reaction to that, 5 years passing?
Galvanized the movement amongst globally around the world for women and all survivors. I'm proud of it. Look where we are now. So much work to do, but it was a really important time in our world. It was a seminal moment in contemporary history.
Days after Arquette made her accusation, the hashtag #MeToo took off on Twitter, and people around the world shared their own experiences of harassment and assault. It seemed to impact all industries, and it seemed to make real progress. According to a New York Times analysis in 2018, the Me Too movement brought down 201 powerful men, and nearly half of their replacements were women.
The younger generation, you are much wiser. You have a lot more than what we had now, the tools to take it to the next level, and please do.
We wanted to know, 5 years in, what impact did this huge cultural moment and movement have on the generation to follow in its wake? We talked to students from coast to coast, and it turns out, for Gen Z, Me Too is kind of a so what.
Do you think the Me Too movement did something substantial?
It's like we only heard about Me Too when celebrities were involved.
These young women at Coastal Carolina University say, in many ways, things haven't really changed.
It was never Me Too when, something happened on a college campus. It wasn't Me Too when someone just went to work at a regular corporate office. It's not Me Too when maybe it's a black man saying that he was assaulted.
When domestic violence and sexual assault and different crimes happen on college campuses, I think they are lessened in a way. I think that you're told you shouldn't go out, with your girls, or you shouldn't dress like this.
But then something happens, and you can't say Me Too, because nobody's going to listen.
So to you, it really didn't have much impact on your life?
Absolutely not. It couldn't have. If it did, wow. Okay, someone doing something for black women, that's even hard to believe there. That's shocking. I would be jumping for joy if Me Too would have done anything. But
you can catch more of this on Meet the Press Reports, Gen Z and Me Too, tonight at 10:30 Eastern, right here on NBC News Now.
Turning now to the refugee crisis in Afghanistan. Thousands of people still trying to flee that country after the Taliban took control more than a year ago. But now sources tell NBC News that Qatar will temporarily stop critical evacuation flights as the country gears up to host the World Cup. Emotional moments like this now in jeopardy. Atifa Sharifi welcoming her Afghan sister who was able to escape the Taliban-controlled country.
I think my tears explain everything. I feel like it means the world to me that she's here.
NBC News has learned that Qatar is planning to suspend evacuation flights for Afghan refugees hoping to resettle in the U.S. This, according to refugee advocates and congressional aides. Qatar's embassy in Washington did not respond to a request for comment. The move comes as the nation is less than a month away from hosting soccer's World Cup. More than 1 million fans from around the world are expected to travel through the country's airports.
The World Cup is a security nightmare. They're concerned about that, but it doesn't appear that they made any effort to coordinate with the United States or to warn us of this move. So far, bookings for future flights from Kabul to Doha have been halted, the first leg of any journey to the U.S. A journey Atifa's sister Latifa and her 3 children have waited more than a year to complete, reaching the U.S. in the nick of time. The NBC Dallas station has been following the family.
She said that I want to thank you to the team that helped me to get out of Afghanistan.
Their story, one of tens of thousands since a refugee crisis emerged following the botched withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan. Some so desperate to flee in the initial days, they were clinging to a U.S. military aircraft that was taking off without them.
So I can't imagine the horror of expecting to be on a flight and then being told that the flights are going to be stopped. We don't know how this is going to play out. It could be life and death for some of them.
More than a year later, so many still desperate to escape. According to a State Department spokesperson, the U.S. has issued more than 18,000 special immigrant visas to Afghan applicants between January of 2021 and the end of last month. Those lucky enough to make it to the U.S. try to settle into a new life here.
She has been through so much struggle, so much tough time with her 3 kids that I want to give her as much as convenience and good and pleasing time here so that she forgets all those bad memories.
Well, Qatar is facing other criticism in the run-up to the World Cup, including its treatment of women, LGBTQ plus people, and migrant workers. As for those refugee flights, all the State Department was able to tell us is that they remain committed to the relocation plans and that they appreciate the work and partnership with Qatar.
More international headlines. Several Chinese cities are going back under COVID restrictions as cases there rise.
Yeah, Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more international headlines. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, as COVID-19 cases are once again on the rise in China, so are the containment measures. Heavy restrictions are being reintroduced in several cities all across China, including the sealing of buildings and the locking down of entire districts where there is a high risk of COVID-19 resurgence. China's coronavirus caseload has remained small by global standards, but its containment policy remains one of the strictest in the world. Let's come back here in Rome, or rather at the Vatican, where Pope Francis met the family of Shireen Abu Akleh, the Al Jazeera journalist who was shot dead by Israeli forces 6 months ago. The journalist, who was Catholic, was covering an army raid in a refugee camp in the occupied West Bank when she was shot in the head, despite the fact that she was clearly identified as a member of the press. An Israeli military investigation concluded that it was highly possible that Israeli fire killed Abu Akleh, but the military also vigorously denies allegations that a soldier intentionally targeted her. And finally, let's move to Britain, where the much-anticipated memoir by Prince Harry may have a publication date. According to the New York Times, the book by the royal will come out on January 10th next year. The content of the memoir has been shrouded in rumors, delays, and secrecy. But given the turmoil caused by the prince during his interviews, since he has lived in self-imposed exile, it is expected to be a blockbuster, but also to give a royal headache to the British monarchy, guys.
It's an understatement. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Now to a story about a father's love and dedication captured in a photo at a college basketball game. Here's NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff.
Guys, in that picture, you can see a man with coal mine dust still on his face, sitting with his 3-year-old son at the Kentucky Wildcats annual blue-white basketball scrimmage. It was posted by head coach John Calipari, getting nearly 60,000 likes in just 2 days. Attention and fame that Michael McGuire says he never expected.
It's just all mind-blowing. I never imagined it.
Disbelief and excitement. Michael McGuire and his wife Molly are awestruck at the attention that this one photo garnered in a matter of days. On Saturday, McGuire rushed from the coal mines, a 30 to 40-minute drive to Rupp Arena, in order to take his 3-year-old son Easton to his first in-person college basketball game.
Easton has took a huge interest in sports, so it was the perfect time to buy tickets for Michael and Easton to start that.
Working long hours underground and up to 6 days a week, family time is precious to McGuire. With no time to spare, not even to clean off the coal mine dust that powdered his face and clothes, he got to the game in the nick of time.
Didn't want to miss it. I've had to miss quite a few stuff.
The sight of McGuire and his son moved head coach John Calipari, who posted this picture on his Instagram, writing, "My family's American dream started in a Clarksburg, West Virginia coal mine, so this picture hits home." Adding, he wanted to gift the family VIP tickets to Rupp Arena. Calipari wasn't the only one touched. Comments on the post included, "You just won me over, coach. Being an ex-coal miner myself, I know this all too well." Another user writing, "This is Kentucky in one photo." The annual blue-white scrimmage is one of UK's biggest fan favorites ahead of the regular season. But it was especially important this year because it raised over $162,000 to help victims of this summer's deadly floods in eastern Kentucky. Floyd County, where McGuire's from, was one of the worst-hit areas.
We had some friends that lost a lot. That's when we looked at each other and was like, all right, let's do what we can.
The check was presented by the Wildcats to Kentucky's governor during halftime. As for the McGuire's time at the game,
Easton was dancing and everything.
It's been a fun experience for us as a family.
Michael and Molly told us it's actually pretty normal to see parents covered in coal dust at kids' practices. They say children don't even bat an eye since coal mining is the dominant industry by far in eastern Kentucky. As for the VIP tickets, the McGuire said they'll bring Easton and their one-year-old daughter, Lindley, to watch Kentucky face off against the Kansas Jayhawks in January. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you.
Well, coming up, a new warning this morning about the growing risks of climate change.
Why the UN is now saying the world is facing an uphill battle to reach its emissions goals. We're going to break it all down when we come back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Morning, Al.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. The United Nations is out with a disturbing new warning.
Yeah, according to the UN Climate Office, the world is nowhere near hitting the greenhouse gas emissions targets. Dr. Rob Jackson, climate scientist at Stanford University and chair of Global Carbon Project, joins us now with more on this. Good morning to you, Dr. Jackson. So if you could remind us about the Paris Climate Agreement and what are some of the major takeaways from this new report?
Well, first of all, good morning and thanks for having me. The Paris Climate Agreement is an agreement that helps countries set targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to keep global climate in a safe space well below 2 degrees C increases. And the bad news this week is that greenhouse gas emissions are still rising and we're a long way from a safe and stable climate. And I think that's partly because the last few years have been chaos, right? First, COVID struck, and countries turned to dirtier coal to jumpstart their economies. And now we're stuck in an energy crisis caused by an unjust war. Europe's importing more natural gas and struggling to keep the lights and heat on.
So, Dr. Jackson, I mean, the world is now no stranger to seeing unprecedented and extreme weather patterns, deadly floods, seemingly endless wildfires and heat waves. So environmentally, what is at stake here if we just continue down this same path?
Well, you're absolutely right. We've turbocharged the weather and turned climate into a monster. Right, a few months ago, a third of Pakistan was flooded, what officials there called a monsoon on steroids. And it isn't just halfway around the world. Here in the U.S., we're paying $100 billion more each year for weather disasters than we were just a few decades ago. You and I are paying for this.
All right, some good points there. Dr. Jackson, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
This week marks 1 month since Hurricane Ian made landfall in Florida, becoming one of the strongest storms to ever hit the United States.
Yeah, Fort Myers Beach was one of the hardest hit areas, but today it's a much different scene.
Today's show co-anchor Al Roker joined us from there right now. Al, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, guys. And right now you're looking, this was the Randall home. It is gone now. These are folks from Rebuilding Together, an organization that is helping repeat this scene. You've got to clear, you really have to clear all the debris out before you can even rebuild. And that's what they are doing. We were very fortunate, our lend a hand today, the folks from Wells Fargo donating $500,000 to Rebuilding Together so that they can help repeat this scene at countless homes and business sites all across Fort Myers Beach. But in the meantime, when you look at a tragedy like this, you have to find the helpers. And here in Fort Myers Beach, guys, the helpers are easy to spot.
I feel like it's our honor and privilege to be part of the community, so why would we walk away from it?
This is what's left of the Randall family home.
And this would have been the front door.
Brett and his wife, Jana, have lived on Fort Myers Beach for over 10 years. Their teenage son, Elon, growing up here on the island. Your house was gone, so it was somewhere down this way?
Yes, so if you're standing here, you can kind of peer, and it was about 2 o'clock that way.
The Randall family losing everything. Precious heirlooms and items you never even think about living without.
I lost my wedding band. It's those things that are like those legacy things that you want to pass on.
For items that could be replaced, the family turned to the community.
I was in shock with just the amount of bags that came in. I ended up with like a few outfits that actually looked good.
With a new wardrobe, the Randall family is stepping up for their neighbors as well. Besides dealing with all this devastation, there is a tremendous amount of paperwork that goes into this, and you've been helping other community members with this.
Well, I'm a local accountant. We're doing all of those forms as much as we can around the clock. We'll do anybody's residence taxes pro bono.
This community made strong by residents like the Randalls and Susan Krajewski.
This is one of my chairs.
Folks say when you stepped inside her hair salon, you never felt like a stranger.
We're such a close-knit community that everybody knew everybody, like a big happy family.
For nearly 3 decades, Susan cutting hair under these lights.
Gave my grandsons their first haircut sitting on that counter.
Creating lifelong memories here and at her home down the road.
The water line, you can see it clear up in the rafters.
While picking up the pieces, Susan's been volunteering with the Fort Myers Beach Community Foundation, collecting donations for neighbors in similar situations. Also lending a hand, Deputy Carl Ellie of the Lee County Sheriff's Department, going viral for his dance moves while directing traffic at the north entrance of Fort Myers Beach. In the days after the hurricane, this was the only way on or off the island.
A lot of people rolled down their windows. I saw they had their cameras out. They basically told me it's the first time they smiled. Some people drove past 3 times just to see me dance.
He was the first person so many saw as they returned to their homes after the storm, directing traffic and keeping the community safe day after day for 12-hour shifts.
The dancing was great, but the conversations that I had with those that were waiting in line, those were more important.
When I saw this young man dance, it's off the chart.
A month later, those dance moves aren't going anywhere.
Seeing Carl just brightened my day 100%.
that bright light contagious here on Fort Myers Beach as this community vows to rebuild.
We are resilient. We'll come back.
We're a community of hope.
But I don't want to leave. I don't want to move. And then when I come back, and I want to be built, and I want to be with my community again.
And guys, you hear that sentiment repeated over and over again. Besides helping fund rebuilding together, the folks at Wells Fargo also stepping up to give gift cards to first responders, nonprofits, and also fund some community sporting centers as well that were close to Deputy Carl Ellie as well. I got to tell you, one of the things you think about, this is just one little sliver. And a system, as you had in that story about climate change, we're going to see this again and again. And what's going to happen to the next community? So it's something that while we're thrilled that this can go on here, we worry about who's going to be next.
An important message always, Al. Thanks so much. We appreciate your report.
Certainly do, Al. Thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, under investigation.
Tesla is reportedly the subject of a federal probe into its autopilot system. We're going to have the latest on that when we come back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Department of Justice is reportedly investigating whether Tesla made misleading claims about the capabilities of its autopilot driver assistance system.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on the story.
According to Reuters, the U.S. Department of Justice reportedly launched this previously undisclosed probe last year in the wake of more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during those accidents.
Autopilot changes the way you relate to your drive.
Tesla, famous for its attention-grabbing tech innovations, has long touted the Autopilot feature in its cars.
Designed for highway use, Autopilot assists you with the routines of daily driving, whether you're cruising or crawling.
But this morning, the company could be under fire for that technology. Reuters reporting the electric car company is facing a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice for its claims that its cars can drive themselves, examining whether Tesla misled consumers. According to Reuters, citing three sources familiar with the matter, quote, the U.S. Department of Justice launched the previously undisclosed probe last year following more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during the accidents. Tesla has always maintained that its Autopilot features require constant monitoring, and drivers need to be ready to take control at all times.
You must be fully attentive and have your hands on the wheel at all times while driving.
regardless of what features are active.
But the company and CEO Elon Musk have promoted the self-driving features. A video currently on the company's website says the person in the driver's seat is only there for legal reasons. He is not doing anything. The car is driving itself. In the past, Musk has described Tesla as probably better than a human driver. Reuters reporting just last week, Musk told shareholders that Tesla would soon release an upgraded version of full self-driving software, allowing customers to travel to your work, your friend's house, to the grocery store without you touching the wheel. NBC News has reached out to Tesla and to the Department of Justice, but has not received a response. Elon Musk did not respond to written questions from Reuters seeking comment. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
More financial news. Mark Zuckerberg has big plans for the metaverse.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Steve and Joe. It turns out building the metaverse isn't cheap. Meta, the parent company of Facebook, posted a 19% year-over-year jump in cost and expenses during the third quarter. Meta's Web3 development unit has lost more than $9 billion so far this year, and the company warns that operating losses will, quote, grow significantly in 2023. And that's putting a huge dent in Meta's balance sheet and pressuring the stock this morning. Disney wants to integrate your Disney Plus content suggestions with what you experienced at its theme parks. For example, if you go to the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disney World, your Disney Plus account would then recommend related content like the movies. CEO Bob Chapek mentioned the move at a Wall Street Journal event, but didn't say when the program could start rolling out. Don't expect your grocery bill to get any cheaper anytime soon. Unilever, the owner of brands like Hellmann's and Ben & Jerry's, hiked prices once again in recent months, this time by more than 12% around the world, marking the largest quarterly hike in company history. Unilever blaming the increases on rising ingredient costs due to the ongoing war in Ukraine, guys. I know my grocery bill has definitely gone up.
Yeah, people are seeing it everywhere. All right, Silvana,
Yep.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up this morning, Death of a Salesman back on Broadway.
Next, I'll talk to two stars of the show about how they're flipping the script on an American classic.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. So the new Black Panther movie is out next month, but that's not the big headline. Rihanna's first cut out of new music in 6 years will be featured on its soundtrack. The pop and fashion icon says she wrote the single Lift Me Up as a tribute to late actor Chadwick Boseman and others she's lost in her life. Boseman, of course, starred in the first Black Panther film, but died in 2020. The soundtrack, along with Rihanna's song, will be released on November 4th, and the film hits theaters on November 11th. Very excited about that film and that song.
Exactly. That's a pretty big headline right there. All right, Stephen, thank you so much. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes who are shining a spotlight on diversity. And this morning, we're heading to Broadway for a new take on an old classic, Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman. The play, first performed back in 1949, centers on the family of Willie Loman and deals with timeless themes like the quest for the American dream. And now, for the first time ever in a major New York production, the Lomans are played by Black actors. And joining me now are two of those gifted performers, Tony-winning actor Andre DeShields, who plays Ben Loman, the ghost of Willie's brother, and Chris Davis, who plays Biff Loman, one of Willie's sons. Thank you both for joining us. It is an honor to have you both here.
Pleasure.
I mean, we call this Flipping the Script, and here we have a script people know well. It has been around for a long time.
Yes, indeed.
Yet it is very new. I mean, Andre, what is the significance of telling this story through the lens of a Black family?
The significance is, in terms of the accessibility of the American dream, the best perspective on it is to hear it from those people who have been traditionally marginalized to the edges of society. We can all sell it, but who can own it? And that's the question that's posed to us in Death of a Salesman, and it gets answered in a lionized way by the company.
You know, Chris, this sparks a lot of modern-day conversations, especially when it comes to mental health. What are some of the conversations you hope are sparked by this production?
Well, I hope that this conversation sparks conversations within the family units of people of color, especially Black people, because traditionally the conversation around mental health has been something that has been taboo. So hopefully this play can help us crack that open, right, to dig deeper into understanding it and to find more compassion and love for our loved ones who do suffer, you know, and to find the help for them.
And those conversations are so important.
They really are.
In the last year, about a year ago, we saw Broadway strike this new deal for Broadway, which was really meant to talk more about diversity and inclusion in the theater. Andre, have you seen things change in even just that short period of time? What's happening on Broadway, do you think, right now?
Broadway is doing its best to represent diversity, equity, and inclusion. But it's easier said than done, because Broadway is about one of the issues in Death of a Salesman, capitalism. If you can make money for me, come on to Broadway. But if you can't, go some other place. Broadway being one of the bastions of capitalism. We're making slow progress. But this is the most representative year on Broadway that I've seen in 50 years.
Chris, for young people who see this production, what do you hope is their takeaway?
I hope their takeaway is that they can tell all the stories that exist out there, because the Black experience is the American experience, which is why this play works so well. So any experience that is portrayed through the Black lens is a human experience. So I hope that they have the courage and the bravery to pick up any script and to say, this is the story I want to tell. And I also hope that when they come to the production, that they feel the bravery to be the vanguards in their family, to break open the conversations about what it means to find yourself and to start the conversations around mental health. Yeah.
Andre, while we have you here, you've had your Tony from Hadestown a few years ago.
2019.
Yeah, you'll always remember that one, won't you?
Well, because finally I'm legitimate.
Yeah, but I mean, on top of that, I mean, like Netflix, you're in the Neil Patrick Harris series, Uncoupled. It feels like you just can't be stopped right now. How are you feeling right now?
I'm absolutely unstoppable. But here's the sweet part of it. I'm 76 years old, and my life is expanding. So I guess the American dream is accessible.
What's the message to people about that?
Don't give up, don't give over, don't give out. You know, time is longer than anything. Live your life accordingly. Slow down, enjoy it.
You seem to be enjoying it right now.
Yes, indeed.
And Chris, I think you're enjoying it too, right?
I am, very much. Absolutely.
All right, Chris, Andre, thank you so much for joining us. The play is getting rave reviews right now, so make sure to check it out. We appreciate you having the time to talk with us.
Pleasure.
Flipping the script. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
And good Thursday to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, October 27th. Autopilot investigation. Tesla under scrutiny by the Department of Justice over its self-driving car technology. Specifically, have they exaggerated its capabilities and put passengers in danger?
Supply and demand as the cold weather begins to crank up. The cost of heating your home is skyrocketing because of a steep drop in the availability of oil and natural gas. We have some tips to help you save.
And the right place. Republican Party has long sought to win over minority voters with limited results. We'll take you inside a new outreach effort using community centers to win over hearts and minds.
The return of Riri. The wait is over. After 6 long years, Rihanna is dropping new music in support of the movie Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. We have that and so much more in our entertainment roundup.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. Thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. We start with newly revealed investigation into Tesla over claims of self-driving cars.
Now, the Justice Department reportedly launched the probe last year after more than a dozen crashes, some of them deadly. Now the company and its executives could face criminal charges. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now. Steph, good to see you. So what exactly is the Justice Department now looking into? And we've been hearing about these crashes for a while now. Why now?
Well, the first thing you need to know is the Department of Justice did not announce its investigations. And this investigation reportedly started last summer. This is a report that's coming from Reuters. So this is according to Reuters. They don't talk about investigations. They don't give details. They don't tell you that they've been launched. But according to Reuters, this is because of more than a dozen crashes where this autopilot self-driving feature of Tesla was involved. And the company has always touted this particular feature and that the car can, quote unquote, drive itself. They also say it needs constant monitoring and that you have to be able to take it over. So this is really a question about the advertising and have they misrepresented what the car can do, and has that led to deaths?
Wow. Okay.
And Ms. Stephanie, the question is sort of who's speaking, because we know that Tesla, Elon Musk, no one's really spoken out about this particular claim, but what have they said in the past that could possibly make them liable for these crashes now?
Well, I mean, if you look at their advertising, in one case on their website, they say it's probably better than a human driver, the car can drive itself. In a call, according to Reuters, with shareholders just last week, they talked about how there would be new self-driving software. So they're going to look at those messages, and they're going to look at these crashes specifically to see if the autopilot was involved and that perhaps the message was misrepresented and people think they can take their hands off the cars. Having been in a Tesla and seen it, it will alert you in a number of circumstances to get you to put your hands back on. So, it has to be investigated.
Steph, let's pivot to some other news involving Elon Musk and that app we call Twitter. So he has until 5 o'clock tomorrow.
One.
Yeah, that one. To complete his deal with Twitter. Do we have any indications that, yes, this is going to happen, or any last-minute surprises heading our way?
What do you think runs through your mind as you approach the deadline for that $44 billion investment? So Elon Musk is going to move forward, it looks like. He's reaching out to advertisers, and he's telling them, look, this is what he calls important for civilization to have this digital town square of sorts. That might be hyperbole, but he then also says that it can't be, in his words, a free-for-all hellscape. So it looks like it's going to happen, guys.
Wow, we'll be
wait and see.
Yeah. We'll be watching. All right. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk, as always, thank you.
You're welcome.
The triple threat of COVID, the flu, and RSV is sweeping across the country and even hitting areas with warmer temperatures. The rise in case numbers is alarming health officials ahead of what could be a really brutal winter of respiratory illnesses. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. So, Gabe, which warmer or southern states are now seeing this uptick in the number of cases for all these illnesses? And also talk about how atypical this is. Normally, we see this in cold weather climates when everyone's inside together, right?
Well, hi there, Vicki. Well, we're here inside Phoenix Children's Hospital in Arizona, and this state is actually seeing 344% more RSV cases than it does in a typical season. Now, other states are seeing an uptick as well. For example, Texas, 91% of the hospital beds, the pediatric hospital beds in Texas are full right now, according to HHS. And the CDC reports that there's actually high transmission of flu, and it's hitting areas of the country in the southeast and south central U.S. especially hard. Vicki, as you know, over the past several days, we've been reporting in the northeast, and hospitals there were very hard hit. Well, now some hospitals in the southern part of the country with those warmer temperatures are starting to see more of this despite the warmer temperatures. Vicki?
Gabe, are they saying anything about why it's moving through so quickly and why we're seeing these numbers so early in the season?
Well, this is all developing right now after, several years of restriction, of COVID restrictions, right? The White House, has been saying, Dr. Ashish Jha, and many medical experts across the country believe that it's because these respiratory illnesses, the flu and RSV are now hitting younger children especially hard after years of, these restrictions, and they really had not been exposed to these kinds of viruses. So it's hitting their immune systems all at once.
So we hadn't seen these germs, and now that's why we're seeing it happening in such a wave. Just specifically drill down on RSV for us, Gabe, and talk to us about who's most susceptible, the symptoms, and when you should go to a doctor.
Yeah, that's right, Vicki. Many parents are familiar with RSV. It's a respiratory syncytial virus, RSV for short. And parents see this every year, practically. But as we said, what's different this year is that these cases are coming much earlier in the season than usual. Usually it peaks in February when people are indoors because of the cold weather. Now it's happening considerably earlier. This hospital in Phoenix, actually, they started to see a rise in RSV last season as well. They're also seeing an uptick now, and there's no telling when that peak will be. Now, the symptoms of RSV are much like the common cold. For most cases, they're not very serious at all, but for children under 2 years of age and also older adults with weakened lungs, there can be the risk of serious infection. And we actually spoke with a mother overnight who is at this hospital right now with her 2-month-old son, Ryder. She had actually barely heard of RSV before she ended up in the hospital with her young son. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Terrifying. It's a serious illness, with him being this young. He doesn't have an immune system to fight it off.
What would you tell other parents?
Look up the symptoms of RSV and trust your gut too, because I was on the border about coming or not to the hospital, and I feel like I probably should have come a little bit sooner.
And Ryder is hopefully expected to recover very soon. But, we're hearing from her, what we're hearing from her is something that, many parents around the country can relate to right now. There's this uncertainty about RSV. And as for the flu, as we mentioned, there's a high transmission rate in many parts of the country as well. Thankfully, so far, when it comes to COVID cases are trending down nationally. But the concern is, Vicki, as we head into winter, that there might be potentially more variants, on the way. And so, as you said, this could be a triple threat: COVID, RSV, and the flu as we head into the winter months.
Everyone's got to be aware, and we hope that Ryder has a full and quick recovery. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you.
As temperatures continue to fall, the cost of heating your home this winter, well, it's going up, especially now since there is a shortage of oil. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on the new data that shows that staying warm this winter will come at a cost.
Good day. We are at an oil terminal here in the Bronx. So the bottom line is that oil comes out of here and goes to homes. And, you know, millions of people in the Northeast use heating oil to heat their homes. Right now, heating oil stocks are at their lowest level in decades, but there is no talk of rationing. But it doesn't matter if you use heating oil or gas or electricity. It's going to cost you more to keep warm this winter.
From the Northeast and Midwest to parts of the South, Mother Nature has already given millions of us a sneak peek at what's ahead. And this morning, the forecast for America's collective wallet this winter may also be a bit frigid.
It's a very, very high bill.
Across the board, energy costs are expected to be higher than last year. The federal government expects the biggest jumps for customers who use heating oil or natural gas to stay warm, up 27% and 28%. Two factors are driving the spike: the global market affected by Russia's war in Ukraine and OPEC's plan to slash production of crude oil. The supply of heating oil in New England is also about a third of where it typically is.
We are operating right now at unacceptably low inventory levels.
Still, and this is important, experts say that is not cause for concern.
Supply is tight. That is undeniable. We have enough fuel to supply people's needs at this time. And for over a century, our industry has never failed.
Right now, the cost for a gallon of heating oil is about $5.70 per gallon. That's up more than $2 from last year, with 8 states paying even more.
There are people that are going to have to choose between feeding their families or heating their home. And that's scary. You know, it's really scary.
Experts say the best ways to save: check windows for leaks and seal or replace if needed. Adjust your thermostat when you're sleeping or out of the house, and schedule routine services to maintain your heating systems.
This will heat about 2,000 square feet.
Donna Huber in Rhode Island is among many Americans looking for alternatives to stay warm, recently installing a wood stove in her home.
I bought 3 cords of wood for under $800. If I wanted to heat my house solely on the wood, that would take me through the season. That's less than half of a tank of oil.
Now, a lot of people may find that it's simply too expensive this year with these bills going up. And if so, every state offers home energy and home heating assistance programs. So go to your state's website, look for that, check with your local utility company. This may also be the year that if you can afford your bill and you can round up to help those in need, offer an extra $1 to help those in need, it could go a long way this winter. Back to you.
All right, turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Experts are warning people to brace for even higher health insurance premiums next year, a price hike that could impact nearly 159 million Americans who actually get their insurance through work.
Yeah, here with us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. So, Deirdre, do we have an idea of just how much more people should be prepared to spend on health insurance next year?
Well, Vicki, we don't have any precise predictions, but based on the inflation that we have seen so far this year, those premiums are going to be going higher. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, the average cost of family coverage through employer-sponsored health insurance was more than $22,000 this year and just under $8,000 for one person. The study's authors predict next year's jump may be even higher than the 3 to 4 percentage point hikes that we've seen in recent years. So a family could be looking at an increase of more than $1,000, and a single person may be paying over $300 more for the year. So there you have it, guys. On top of your energy costs, your insurance costs could be going up next year, too.
Very difficult year. All right, CNBC's Deirdre Bosa. Thank you, Deirdre.
Well, if you are feeling run down or stuck in a rut, you are not alone. Just after the break, expert advice on how to beat the burnout. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, today's mental health check is all about burnout. If there is one thing the pandemic taught us, it is the importance of work-life balance.
That's right. Suffering from exhaustion or burnout in your job, it can look and feel a lot like depression, but the two don't necessarily go hand in hand. So joining us now to break it all down is psychotherapist and author Dr. Nero Feliciano. Dr. Feliciano, it's great to see you again this Thursday. First off, let's just sort of set the scene for everyone. What exactly is burnout, and what are the sort of obvious symptoms of it?
Well, great to see you too. And originally in 2019, the WHO classified burnout as an occupational phenomenon, so mainly in the workplace. But now post-pandemic, we're seeing it in terms of caregiving and parenting as well. But basically exhaustion, mental and physical, the inability to perform at work, to be productive, loss of focus, feelings of cynicism and negativity, and we see a decrease in productivity as well.
How can you tell the difference between really genuinely being burned out, whether it's your job, your relationships, and depression, traditional depression? And can you actually have both things going on, God forbid, at the same time?
Yes, both things you can, and we'll get to that. But there is a significant difference. With depression, it's more serious and it's more global. For burnout, you're going to feel that way in your certain area that's overwhelming. But if you step away, you get your feelings of motivation back. You might not be performing at work, but you're all good at a party. But whereas depression is pervasive in all areas, you lose motivation, and it's a period of 2 weeks or more. Hopelessness, sadness, feelings of exhaustion as well, and lack of focus. But anhedonia is big when it comes to depression. So you don't have joy across the board for things that you love, and in extreme cases, suicidal ideation. And with burnout, as I said, you step away, you get better, you take a mental health day, you set boundaries around work, maybe you turn off notifications or emails when you're not at work, decompressing, walks, exercises, connecting with people, all of that helps for burnout, whereas depression, you may need a higher level of treatment involving a clinician.
You were talking about that. So those are some ways that we can help prevent burnout. Anhedonia, is that the word that I heard? Loss of joy?
We're learning something new.
That's depression. Yeah, that loss of joy for anything that you normally enjoy or felt joy for. And that's a key sign of depression. Now, burnout can be a trigger for depression. So especially if someone has a vulnerability or past history of depression, we really want to be on top of burnout when we start feeling that way.
Wow, that's really important. Great advice, psychotherapist and author Dr. Nero Feliciano. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate the tips. We could all use them.
Anytime.
All right, well, frustrated parents are calling dozens of pharmacies in hopes of finding a medicine to treat ADHD when this critical shortage impacting millions of Americans could finally be cleared up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The scandal surrounding Los Angeles City Council members caught on tape making racist comments is igniting an anti-racism reckoning in Mexico. It sparked protests in the streets and online with the hashtag #WhiteSican.
NBC News correspondent Nayeli Charles has more on the movement calling for the end of colorism.
Es hora de que despiertes, México. Tenemos mucho que hacer en contra del racismo.
Mexican protesters are raising alarms about racism in their country, flooding social media feeds in a way never done before. The tension within the Hispanic community highlighted recently north of the border in Los Angeles. Nuri Martinez, LA's first Latina city council president, resigned after leaked audio recorded her making racist statements to 2 other Latino council members against black people and indigenous Mexicans, calling them ugly and saying this.
I see a lot of little short, dark people. Yeah.
The broader issue now going viral under hashtag #WhiteSican.
Mucho también a partir de que en 2020 pues se abrió la conversación en la sociedad mexicana.
Protesters say Mexicans have been conditioned to believe racism doesn't exist. But in reality, they say the country is plagued by a system that discriminates based on skin color, rewarding those with lighter skin.
A partir del 2018, que surge como una parodia justamente para retratar a la élite normalmente blanca, pero no necesariamente blanca, ¿no? La blancura, que es básicamente el fenotipo blanco asociado al europeo, es muy diferente a la blanquitud. La blanquitud básicamente es esa forma de ser y de posicionarse hacia el mundo, en donde siempre ponemos por arriba lo europeo, ¿no? Lo estadounidense.
In Los Angeles, the growing Oaxacan community is proud. The indigenous group hails from the southern region of Mexico.
They don't make this in Spain.
They don't make this in Spain.
In the 90s, Oaxacans started to migrate to South LA in huge numbers to flee the racism and lack of opportunity in their homeland, opting for the black neighborhoods instead of the existing Mexican ones.
Luis Lopez Resendiz moved to the United States from Mexico when he was 12.
How are indigenous people treated in Mexico?
You know, people will pass and they'll hit you out of nowhere just because you're indigenous to call you names.
Basically shunned in society.
Yes.
Mexico's census doesn't even categorize race or ethnicity.
What does that say about the country as a whole?
A lot of Latinos, when they are asked to identify by race, they say, well, I'm not black, I'm not white, what should I check?
In 2020, the census allowed Mexicans to identify by customs and traditions as black for the first time. More than 2 million Mexicans did. The range of hues of its people, critics say, not reflected in Mexican film and TV, where casting is largely white. Tinoco Huerta, an indigenous Mexican actor, speaks about the industry's discrimination often.
Siempre que nos hablan de violencia y marginación, siempre indudablemente vamos a ser los morenos los que estemos ahí.
But perhaps a sign of progress, as Huerta will portray a king in the upcoming Black Panther movie. A far cry from the many stereotypical roles he's been offered in the past. And it's not just Mexico. From the moment the Europeans colonized the Americas, heritage and skin color became ingrained in every Latin country.
Hay una frase muy famosa en donde dice, México ama a los indios muertos, pero desprecia a los indios vivos.
For living natives like Louise, Mexican history begins with them.
We are the original Mexicans. Mexico needs to have a conversation about racism.
On the ground and on social media, we're seeing anti-racism protests in Guatemala, Colombia, and Brazil, where there, about half of the population is black or biracial. All of those movements are influenced by the George Floyd protests that happened here. Back to you.
Great piece, Nyla. Thank you.
So other stories in the news today. Spotify CEO says Kanye West music will not be removed from the service unless the rapper's label requests it.
Yeah, in an interview with Reuters, Daniel Ek called the rapper's recent anti-Semitic comments, quote, awful. But because his songs have not violated the company's policies on hate speech, they will stay on the platform.
Now, we could find out tonight if a New York Trader's Joe will unionize. Votes from the Brooklyn store's union election will be counted this evening, and employees at TJ stores in Massachusetts and Minnesota have voted for a union in recent months. And a possible November surprise at the polls inside the Republican outreach to minority voters, and just how it could be a rude awakening for Democrats. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back, and thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. People in Nigeria are turning to floodwater to survive as they deal with some of the worst floods in a decade. With no access to clean water, Nigerians who fled their homes are using dirty, stagnant floodwater for drinking and cooking. They're putting themselves at risk of cholera. Almost 1.5 million people have been displaced since that flooding began.
The New York City Fire Department will have its first female leader in its 157-year history. Mayor Eric Adams officially promoted Acting Commissioner Laura Kavanaugh to the post today, and she'll oversee 17,000 FDNY employees, including firefighters, as well as emergency medical workers.
Prince Harry's highly anticipated memoir officially has a release date. It's set to come out January 10th. It will be called Spare. That's a reference to the phrase the heir and the spare that was used to describe Harry and his brother William, the future King of England.
Let's turn now to the nationwide shortage of the critical ADHD medication Adderall. More than 6 million children have been diagnosed with that disorder.
Well, this shortage is now leaving many parents scrambling to get meds for their kids. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has our story.
Giovanni is the center of Lion and Candy Flood's world.
Oh, nice.
Turned upside down by the Adderall shortage.
When they told you the prescription wasn't available, I mean, did your heart sink?
Absolutely. My anxiety went up and my heart sank and I was at a loss.
Get it? Oh, that was a...
For a week, the third grader had no Adderall to manage his ADHD.
Giovanni, what was it like for you to go without your medicine?
Uncomfortable.
His teacher came to us, threw her hands up and said, can y'all do something? Because he was way out of control, doing cartwheels in the class and rolling on the floor. Yeah.
We're fielding several phone calls a day.
Dr. Leonard Adler leads the adult ADHD program at NYU Langone Health.
I've had a patient having to call about 15 pharmacies before they finally got their...
15?
15 pharmacies before they got their prescription filled.
This month, the FDA revealed the shortage, blaming increased demand for the controlled substance and manufacturing issues at Teva, the largest drug maker. In a statement, Teva says the shortages are temporary and it expects inventory recovery in the coming months.
If you're at the end of your prescription, I wouldn't suggest doing anything on your own. I would have a discussion with your physician. Sometimes that means trying a new pharmacy. It can be, if necessary, trying a new medication.
Candy's daily phone calls to her pharmacy paid off. They got a month's refill, but there's no guarantee they won't face this again, and soon. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Well, did you know almost 2/3 of Americans are currently living paycheck to paycheck? Groceries, utilities, rent, clothing, you name it, the price has gone up. And with a lot of us feeling that strain of surging inflation, our wallets could certainly use some relief.
Everyone could use some relief. So here are some tips to get that relief. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent, Ms. Sharon Epperson.
Hello.
Sharon, you always give us the best advice. And I know one of the pieces of advice you've given us is to really maintain and create a budget. But what else can people do to just kind of use their money smartly right now?
Well, if you have a little bit of money left over, and for some people that's kind of tough, you still want to make sure that that money's making money for you without you doing anything. You can do that at with an online savings account at an online bank. I say that because the savings accounts at traditional banks have rates of return of less than 1%. At an online savings bank, you could probably get 3% or more right now, perhaps as much as 4% by the end of the year as the Fed continues to raise interest rates. So you want to direct deposit into that savings account and build your emergency savings slowly by focusing on that one major item that you need to have covered every month, probably your rent or your mortgage.
So interesting.
Make sure you have 3 to 6 months of that saved up, and that way at least you know you got a roof over your head.
I like that strategy. Focus on one thing. That's great.
Yeah. You're always telling us about those I-bonds as well, and that's really interesting, the difference between online banks and traditional banks, and more bang for your buck that way.
Yes.
What about rent and mortgages? That's an area where we really don't have a lot of wiggle room, and in some cases, Americans are spending 40% of their take-home pay just for a roof over their heads. What can you do in that area?
Yeah, you want to try to bring that down to 30% or less. One way to do it, if you're a homeowner, you want to think about perhaps even renting out a room in your house. If their zoning laws with your city or state allow it, if your homeowners association allows it, that's one way. Thinking about reducing the electricity use in your home, that's good for a renter or someone who owns their home. If you're renting, get a roommate. Don't pay for the parking space. Try to give that up. And think about whether or not you are able to do other things that are going to make it less expensive for you to live there. And that might mean that you may need to find a cheaper place to live in a different area.
Or as you mentioned, some of those extras like parking spaces.
Exactly.
But let's talk about credit cards for a minute, because the interest rates on credit card, I mean, they're the highest we've seen since people have been tracking it since like 1994. So is there a way to sort of lower that credit card debt?
When you're looking at 18% interest on your credit card, you want to try to get that down. How about 0%? There's a possibility that you may qualify for a 0% interest balance transfer card. If you do qualify, that means for at least 12 months, perhaps as long as almost 2 years, you'll pay no interest. You just have to be careful about the fees associated with that. Also, ask. If you don't ask, you don't get. Call the credit card issuer, say, listen, this is my situation. I've been with you for a long time. I'm a great customer. Can I get a lower rate? 70% of people who said that they asked actually got their rate lowered, according to Lending Tree.
Seriously?
7 percentage points was the average amount
That's a
it came
lot.
down.
I didn't know you could do that.
18% to 11%, that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
Just at least try. Make that call and ask for a lower rate.
Why not?
I know.
Absolutely.
Can't hurt. Exactly. All right, CNBC's personal finance expert, Sharon Epperson, thank you so much.
Sure.
We head now to Georgia, where Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker is denying a new abortion allegation. A woman claims he drove her to a clinic in the 90s after she became pregnant with his child. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has our report.
A second woman is accusing Republican candidate Herschel Walker of paying for an abortion. Walker denied the first allegation. He is denying the second one as well, calling it a lie and foolishness. At his first campaign event of the day, Herschel Walker did not talk about these allegations as he spoke to a crowd of supporters, but Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who was on the campaign trail with him, he did. He alluded to the allegations and suggested this is all politics.
I want you to know this. All this crap they're throwing at you coming from Los Angeles, 13 days before an election, all you got going for you is the people of Georgia.
Walker's opponent, incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock, was quick to respond to this latest allegation, tweeting, Herschel Walker once again proved he has a problem with the truth and taking accountability for his own actions. He should be forced to answer for his actions, from his lies about the most basic facts of his life to his pattern of violence against women. Walker's supporters seem unfazed by it all. This event in Cumming, Georgia today, there was a large crowd, especially for a weekday. At least 200 people gathered here. They were energetic in their support for Walker. Back to you.
Well, speaking of midterms, we are less than 2 weeks away. And as political campaigns work to reach voters from every demographic, there's one outreach program that's been quietly expanding across the country. They're called Minority Outreach Centers, and they're all part of a Republican strategy to court minority voters, hoping to tip the margins in their favor. I visited one center in Georgia to see exactly how it works. Take a look. Here in Gwinnett County, just outside of Atlanta, David Martinez is all dressed up for a neighborhood event. But the organizer for this local get-together isn't a person. It's actually the Republican National Committee.
So were you always involved in politics?
No, actually, I was never involved in politics until recently.
So are you saying this center, the creation of this center, sort of inspired you to get more involved in politics?
Yes, it did.
This is the Hispanic Outreach Center, one of 37 minority outreach centers that the RNC has opened across the country in the last year and a half, focused on Black, Asian, and Native American voters, along with 21 locations geared toward Hispanic voters alone. Supporting them with free family events, movie nights, even free citizenship classes.
We're engaging with diverse communities more than ever.
It's all part of a multi-million-dollar strategy by the RNC to shift the margins among non-white voters just enough.
Why did you all decide as a party to invest in these brick and mortar sites instead of, for example, putting that money in ads, social media, television, radio?
Because we have done that, and we're not refraining from doing what we used to do. We're doing just something additional.
It's a plan the RNC says is working. While Democrats still have an advantage among Hispanic voters, recent polls found a 14 percentage point swing towards Republicans since the 2020 election, with a similar shift to the right among Black voters.
I'm Carrie Lake. As governor, I will issue a declaration of invasion.
This while Republican candidates across the country focus on the border and immigration as central campaign issues.
You know, we've seen dozens of ads and interviews from Republican candidates calling southern border crossers, for example, an invasion. So are these centers enough to counter that type of rhetoric?
Okay, that rhetoric is wrong. We're not against immigration. It's not that we hate the people that is in the other side of the border. It's that we love the people that is in this side of the border, and we have to protect them.
One of the fascinating things about these centers is how inconspicuous they are. Here at this shopping mall, there's a beauty salon, there's a dentist's office, there's an urgent care clinic, and it's that low profile that has some progressive strategists concerned.
Does it make me feel good that they're doing it? No. Is it going to be super effective? I hope not, but it still is worrisome for Democrats to see Republicans showing up in neighborhoods that used to be safely ours.
A strategy Martinez says he hopes will continue through Election Day.
Is it working? Have you seen more people come through the doors, fewer people come to the events?
I have seen more people come through and everything. They want to see change.
All right, so just to be clear, those polling shifts to the right cannot be directly attributed to really any one thing, but Republicans do believe that these centers are a key element. We also reached out to the Democratic National Committee, who acknowledged that they have not chosen to invest in these kinds of community centers, but they did point to a 7-figure investment in Spanish language ads in key states, along with a bilingual voter contact program. They added in part, the RNC's community centers will not be enough to hide the Republican Party's extreme plans to ban abortion, make healthcare more expensive, and gift corporations and the ultra-wealthy tax giveaways. Vicki?
Morgan, great story. Well, the convicted Fire Festival fraudster, that man is already out of prison, and now he is plotting his next big thing. What we know about this controversial comeback straight ahead. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's the news Rihanna fans have been waiting on for 6 whole years. The singer finally dropping some new music.
She's been busy. She got makeup line, clothing
she had
line,
a baby.
all that stuff. Exactly. For all the dirt on this, here's entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, so good to see you as always. So let's talk about Rihanna's return. So it's Rihanna. I know people call her Rihanna.
I know it's hotly debated. Like Rihanna has introduced herself as Rihanna, so I'm going to go with Rihanna.
All right,
feel free to tweet me.
Says it. I love it.
Right, Rihanna
so we're going to talk about Rihanna, and also please bring in some.
We have to bring some Taylor in. So Rihanna's been busy for the past 5-6 years making herself a billionaire, but she just teased a little bit of a new song that's coming out tomorrow as part of the Black Panther Wakanda Forever sequel. It's called Lift Me Up. And when I say it's a tease, she doesn't even sing in the tease. She's like humming, but there's no lyrics. So I'm like, okay, you got us. But but it'll be out tomorrow. Widely rumored, believe that she's going to have a new album out in January, but not confirmed because we know that she's performing in the Super Bowl.
Right.
She has been busy, you know, doing her lingerie line, her makeup line, making tons of money. So she does it on her terms, and I love that.
Yes.
And another score for Taylor Swift. This is great. She's the first person in 5 years to sell more than 1 million units in a week. And I should correct myself. She actually sold 1.2 million in 3 days, right?
Wow.
So, and here's what I love about this. Almost 500,000 of those units were vinyl.
Okay, so what does that mean? Oh, albums, like actual physical albums.
Tangible albums. People want to hold, they want to touch it. They want that tangible thing, which I think is really cool.
That is fascinating, making a comeback.
Right?
So also, I know that a lot of people have been binge watching this week and lots of shows. Maybe I know someone who hasn't, maybe has been watching Love is Blind, like, you know, I don't know.
Asking for a friend, right?
What are people watching?
Okay, you know, true crime, the scripted recreations of true crime. It used to be the docs and then like the kind of recrees of those things. Now it's scripted versions of true crime. The Watcher just hit a milestone of their own, 148 million hours of viewing in just a week, right? And this is actually surpassing the Dahmer one, which has now reached 700 million hours in a month.
The Watcher's that creepy.
You know,
right. This is Ryan Murphy, right? Could you imagine dating Ryan Murphy?
In the studio, he's been telling me to watch Dahmer. Joey, you've been telling me to watch. I know. I'm about to put him on this jib, and Joey's been vouching for Dahmer.
I'm a friend of the Family Guy. That comes out every week. It dropped today. So well, the newest episode dropped today. That's on Peacock, and that's another scripted version. There was a TV conference, though. You'll notice that these are all stories about men doing terrible things. There was a new TV conference about what producers are looking for now, and the next things are going to be really focusing on women. Yes. Although The Truth About Pam was one of those that did very well.
So good.
But lately now you're seeing a lot of the men, and the next in a year or so you're going to see a lot of them be about women.
Well, let's talk about 6 Degrees of Separation. Kevin Bacon coming to the Marvel Universe now. What's this all about?
Right, kind of an unlikely guest star kind of cameo in an upcoming Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special on D+. It's hard to explain, so let me just explain it by showing you a clip. Let's take a look.
We're looking for the legendary Kevin Bacon.
We're looking for the legendary Kevin Bacon.
I just said that, Drax.
But your voice is small and mousy. I think maybe he didn't hear you. You're coming with us. That's a Christmas present.
Are you confused?
It's him as himself.
He's as himself, and the storyline is that they're trying to cheer up Chris Pratt's character Star-Lord by, I guess, gifting him Kevin Bacon.
Wow.
And they're
Bacon
not from,
to you.
They're not from this country, this world, so they don't understand Hollywood and how this works. So they're like, well, Kevin Bacon's popular. Let's go get Kevin Bacon. So why wouldn't you, right?
Okay, so talk to us about the Fire Festival comeback. I mean, this was kind of the story that kept on giving a while ago.
Oh my God, I was captivated by this. That's Billy McFarland, who was behind so much of the drama and disastrousness of Fire Festival. And he just posted a TikTok. He just got out of jail for wire fraud. That's what they got him for 4 years. He posted a TikTok, which was then deleted, saying he's back. Then he posted another one that's saying he's got something bigger coming, bigger than he's ever done. I'm not sure that's a good thing.
I'm going to hold on to my checklist. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that.
And he's drawing on a map of the Bahamas and Florida. So I don't know. You're welcome to join. And you know what? You guys should do a live shot from whatever that is.
You let me know how it goes.
Okay.
It's one of those fool me once,
Will do.
shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right?
Exactly.
Going back to the Bahamas with you? No.
Not happening. All right, entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthasar. Brian, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
An Afghan woman who now calls Texas home is making it her mission to help others escape Taliban rule. Allie Spilliers from our NBC Dallas station shows us how that woman is helping others find freedom from a world away.
For 421 days, Atifa Sharifi has waited for this moment. The chance to know that her sister Latifa Sharifi is finally safe and sound.
I think my tears explain everything. I feel like it means the world to me that she's here.
After the U.S. withdrew the last of its troops from Afghanistan and the Taliban seized power, Atifa, a former interpreter who came to Frisco on a special immigrant visa, worked tirelessly, first to bring her son Saeed to the States, and then her sister Latifa, along with her 3 boys.
She said that I want to thank you to the team that helped me to get out of Afghanistan.
As a human rights attorney, recognized last year by the International Association of Lawyers for her work fighting for the freedom of women and young girls, Latifa was a prime Taliban target.
I wasn't able to think that I will make it out of country, and I had this fear.
In one attempt, her youngest was nearly trampled in a crowd like this trying to catch the last flight out of Kabul. Between then and now, Latifa resigned to bouncing between safe houses, kissing her husband goodbye and eventually making a harrowing escape to Europe, where last month, thanks to an army of supporters, the U.S. finally granted her humanitarian parole.
She has been through so much struggle, so much tough time with her 3 kids that I want to give her as much as convenience and good and pleasing time here so that she forgets all those bad memories.
Once settled, Latifa says she'll resume her work, not just for loved ones left behind, but also the women and girls who the Taliban have stripped of their fundamental rights. And she'll do it safely, with family by her side.
All right, that was Allie Spilliers from our NBC station in Dallas reporting.
Morgan, a college student athlete is beating the odds on court and in his own life. Here's NBC News correspondent Kathy Park with this inspiring story.
Jeremiah Armstead picked up a basketball at 14. The same age he realized life wasn't a game.
I feel like I was a man 14. That's what I feel like. Because that's when they really picked up homelessness and stuff like that.
For years, Jeremiah says he moved from shelter to shelter with his mom and 2 siblings.
We was living off food stamps.
What would you say were some of the darkest times in your life?
Sleeping at beaches, people walking by, looking in the car. But stuff like that builds character, so I can't be mad at stuff like that.
Homelessness pushed Jeremiah to fight harder for his goals.
Can't is not in my vocabulary.
He excelled as a student in California and as an athlete. A winning combination that got him into Fisk University in Nashville and a spot on the basketball team.
Nice! The grit definitely sets him apart.
Former NBA point guard Kenny Anderson now coaches a rising star and sees a lot of himself in Jeremiah.
My best year of my high school career, I didn't have nowhere to live. We got evicted.
The NBA legend beat the odds and believes Jeremiah can too. Meanwhile, his cheering squad couldn't be prouder.
This is a child who deserves to just show what he can do.
What's the end game for you?
My first goal, which is get my mom, brother, and sister out the shelter that they in.
Family first, while making moves on and off the court. Kathy Park, NBC News, Nashville.
Well, the queen of the court is not ruling out a return to the court.
This is really interesting. So 23-time Grand Slam champ Serena Williams, she's saying she is not retired. Williams made these comments while promoting her investment company in San Francisco earlier this week. She says the chances are high that she will return to the court. In an August essay, Williams says she was, quote, evolving away from tennis. But guess what? She never actually officially announced a retirement. The tennis world speculated the 2022 U.S. Open would be her last, but guess what? It's probably not going to be.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Hi, good Thursday. Glad to have you with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, October 27th. Striking spread. Doctors in Arizona and other southern states are seeing a rapid rise in RSV cases as pediatric hospital beds begin to fill up. It is all fueling fears of a triple-demic RSV, flu, and COVID this winter.
Another allegation. A second woman has accused Republican Georgia Senate candidate Herschel Walker of pressuring her to have an abortion less than 2 weeks before Election Day.
TikTok tragedy. A car accident that left 4 teenagers dead could be the result of a viral challenge that requires a simple USB cable to hotwire and steal cars.
Plus, new ways to save as inflation continues to creep up. We've got the inside scoop on hidden benefits that your memberships may actually already have, helping you save a little bit of cash.
The triple threat of COVID, the flu, and RSV is sweeping across the country and even hitting areas with warmer temperatures. The rise in case numbers is alarming health officials ahead of what could be a really brutal winter of respiratory illnesses. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. So, Gabe, which warmer or southern states are now seeing this uptick in the number of cases for all these illnesses? And also talk about how atypical this is. Normally, we see this in cold weather climates when everyone's inside together, right?
Well, hi there, Vicki. Well, we're here inside Phoenix Children's Hospital in Arizona, and this state is actually seeing 344% more RSV cases than it does in a typical season. Now, other states are seeing an uptick as well. For example, Texas, 91% of the hospital beds, the pediatric hospital beds in Texas, are full right now, according to HHS. And the CDC reports that there's actually high transmission of flu, and it's hitting areas of the country in the southeast and south central U.S. especially hard. Vicki, as you know, over the past several days, we've been reporting in the northeast, and hospitals there were very hard hit. Well, now some hospitals in the southern part of the country with those warmer temperatures are starting to see more of this despite the warmer temperatures. Vicki?
Gabe, are they saying anything about why it's moving through so quickly and why we're seeing these numbers so early in the season?
Well, this is all developing right now after, several years of COVID restrictions, right? The White House, has been saying, Dr. Ashish Jha, and many medical experts across the country believe that it's because these respiratory illnesses, the flu and RSV are now hitting younger children especially hard after years of, these restrictions, and they really had not been exposed to these kinds of viruses. So it's hitting their immune systems all at once.
So we hadn't seen these germs, and now that's why we're seeing it happening in such a wave. Just specifically drill down on RSV for us, Gabe, and talk to us about who's most susceptible, the symptoms, and when you should go to a doctor.
Yeah, that's right, Vicki. Many parents are familiar with RSV. It's a respiratory syncytial virus, RSV for short. And parents see this every year practically. But as we said, what's different this year is that these cases are coming much earlier in the season than usual. Usually it's, it peaks in February when people are indoors because of the cold weather. Now it's happening considerably earlier. This hospital in Phoenix, actually, they started to see a rise in RSV last season as well. They're also seeing an uptick now, and there's no telling when that peak will be. Now, the symptoms of RSV are much like the common cold. For most cases, they're not very serious at all, but for children under 2 years of age and also older adults with weakened lungs, there can be the risk of serious infection. And we actually spoke with a mother overnight who is at this hospital right now with her 2-month-old son, Ryder. She had actually barely heard of RSV before she ended up in the hospital with her young son. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Terrifying. It's a serious illness, with him being this young. He doesn't have an immune system to fight it off.
What would you tell other parents?
Look up the symptoms of RSV and trust your gut too, because I was on the border about coming or not to the hospital, and I feel like I probably should have come a little bit sooner.
And Ryder is hopefully expected to recover very soon. But, we're hearing from her, what we're hearing from her is something that, many parents around the country can relate to right now. There's this uncertainty about RSV. And as for the flu, as we mentioned, there's a high transmission rate in many parts of the country as well. Thankfully, so far, when it comes to COVID cases are trending down nationally. But the concern is, Vicki, as we head into winter, that there might be potentially more variants, on the way. And so, as you said, this could be a triple threat: COVID, RSV, and the flu as we head into the winter months.
Everyone's got to be aware, and we hope that Ryder has a full and quick recovery. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you.
All right, so Tesla is facing an investigation, according to Reuters, over its self-driving car technology claims. The Justice Department has reportedly been looking into whether the company misled consumers, investors, as well as regulators after a dozen crashes involving the technology. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
Hey there. According to Reuters, the U.S. Department of Justice reportedly launched this previously undisclosed probe last year in the wake of more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during those accidents.
Autopilot changes the way you relate to your drive.
Tesla, famous for its attention-grabbing tech innovations, has long touted the Autopilot feature in its cars.
Designed for highway use, Autopilot assists you with the routines of daily driving, whether you're cruising or crawling.
The company could be under fire for that technology. Reuters reporting the electric car company is facing a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice for its claims that its cars can drive themselves, examining whether Tesla misled consumers. According to Reuters, citing 3 sources familiar with the matter, quote, the U.S. Department of Justice launched the previously undisclosed probe last year following more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during the accidents. Tesla has always maintained that its Autopilot features require constant monitoring, and drivers need to be ready to take control at all times.
You must be fully attentive and have your hands on the wheel at all times while driving, regardless of what features are active.
But the company and CEO Elon Musk have promoted the self-driving features. A video currently on the company's website says, the person in the driver's seat is only there for legal reasons. He is not doing anything. The car is driving itself. In the past, Musk has described Tesla as probably better than a human driver. Reuters reporting just last week, Musk told shareholders that Tesla would soon release an upgraded version of full self-driving software, allowing customers to travel to your work, your friend's house, to the grocery store without you touching the wheel. NBC News has reached out to Tesla and to the Department of Justice, but has not received a response. Elon Musk did not respond to written questions from Reuters seeking comment. Back to you.
Well, Tesla isn't the only company on Elon Musk's radar. There, of course, is also Twitter. Either Musk will meet tomorrow's deadline to buy the social media platform, or he'll face a new trial. But there are signs that he is committed to the deal since he changed his Twitter bio. Look at this, to Chief Twit just yesterday. He even posted a video of himself walking into Twitter offices. Look, there it is, San Francisco. You can see what he's holding. He's holding a sink with the caption, "Entering Twitter HQ." So let that sink in. See what
I'm not sure what the
we did there,
symbolism
Vicki?
is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Got it?
Everything in the kitchen sink.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Morgan. We're going to turn now to Georgia, where Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker is once again playing defense after another woman came forward with an abortion allegation. She claims the anti-abortion candidate encouraged her to get the procedure when she became pregnant with his child back in the 90s. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has our report.
A second woman is accusing Republican candidate Herschel Walker of paying for an abortion. Walker denied the first allegation. He is denying the second one as well, calling it a lie and foolishness. At his first campaign event of the day, Herschel Walker did not talk about these allegations as he spoke to a crowd of supporters. But Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who was on the campaign trail with him, he alluded to the allegations and suggested this is all politics.
I want you to know this. All this crap they're throwing at you coming from Los Angeles, 13 days before an election, all you got going for you is the people of Georgia.
Walker's opponent, incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock, was quick to respond to this latest allegation, tweeting, Herschel Walker once again proved he has a problem with the truth and taking accountability for his own actions. He should be forced to answer for his actions, from his lies about the most basic facts of his life to his pattern of violence against women. Walker's supporters seem unfazed by it all. This event in Cumming, Georgia today, there was a large crowd, especially for a weekday. At least 200 people gathered here. They were energetic in their support for Walker. Back to you.
Thanks, Ellison. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Shares of Facebook parent company Meta plunging to their lowest levels since 2016. Yeah. This drop comes after the tech giant posted its second straight decline in quarterly revenue.
Yeah, that's big news. CNBC Wall Street correspondent Leslie Picker joining us now to unpack what this all means. Leslie, tell us more.
Hey, Morgan, yeah, a stunning decline from Meta shares today. Facebook and Instagram users specifically won't be impacted by this unless they also happen to be shareholders. But the stock price plunging more than 22%, wiping out almost $80 billion in market value. So far this year, that stock is down 70%. That's a stunning drop for such an enormous company. Today, Wall Street is extremely unhappy that profit in Meta's most recent quarter was chopped in half, and revenue continues to fall amid tough competition from TikTok and other social media companies, even as the company spends billions of dollars to realize CEO Mark Zuckerberg's goal of a metaverse offering immersive online experiences that has yet to really filter down to the bottom line. Unlike Meta, though, the Dow is moving higher today after the government reported the nation's economy, as measured by the gross domestic product, grew at an annualized rate of 2.6% this summer. That follows two quarters of declines, and it's stronger than economists had been expecting. But the increase was largely due to a one-time factor that's unlikely to be repeated. And the jackpot for this Saturday's Powerball drawing is expected to be $800 million, the fifth largest in U.S. history. Your chance, though, of picking the winning number is about 1 in 292 million. Wow. But there is still a chance.
Small chance. Yeah. You got to play to win. All right, CNBC Wall Street correspondent. Yeah, Leslie Picker. Thank you, Leslie.
And a new dangerous social media challenges in the spotlight after a deadly crash. What you need to know about the Kia challenge right when we come back. You are watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
It's been more than a week since a Massachusetts teenager was last seen. Monica Madeja with our NBC station in Boston spoke with the girl's mother about the last time she saw her daughter.
She has family, she has friends, she has community. Everybody is just missing her so much. Her dog just wanders around the house constantly looking for her.
Kristen Weaver is living a mother's worst nightmare. Her 16-year-old daughter, Colleen, has now been missing more than a week. Last Tuesday, Kristen went to wake Colleen for school, but she was nowhere to be found.
I had to keep looking under the blankets because I thought for sure that she just, was under there somewhere because nothing else looked disturbed.
She thinks her daughter could have been tricked into leaving her home in the middle of the night by someone she met online.
Colleen is a sweet, sweet soul. She is bubbly, vivacious, always has a smile on her face, will talk to anybody.
Colleen's loved ones are now organizing, putting up posters along Orchard Street near her home.
We're just pushing and pushing to get the word out.
Raynham police believe she's in danger. They're working with state and federal agencies all over New England. Colleen is now listed on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's website. Investigators saying she may have traveled 100 miles from her home. That's what strikes fear into the hearts of those who love her.
We're kind of under the assumption that she wasn't planning on going away, that she thought she'd be home.
Kristen Weaver just wants to see her daughter home safe.
My fear is that she is somewhere being held against her will, and that she wants to reach out to me, and she wants to call me, and she wants to come home, but somebody's not letting her.
We turn now to a deadly car crash that is drawing attention to a new dangerous TikTok trend known as the Kia Challenge. Here's Morgan Chesky.
4 teens killed in a deadly upstate New York car crash involving a stolen Kia that police say may be linked to a popular TikTok challenge. Among the victims, 14-year-old Ajane Harper and 19-year-old Marcus Webster.
This is a terrible, terrible outcome for such young kids that have their entire lives in front of them.
The crash happened early Monday morning. All 5 passengers in the car were ejected from the stolen Kia. The sole survivor, a 14-year-old girl, is still in a hospital, authorities say.
We need to do a thorough investigation to find out what happened and what the appropriate charges are against the driver.
Police say the 16-year-old Kia driver has now been charged with unauthorized use of a vehicle and criminal possession of the stolen property.
They are very easy, unfortunately, to steal. You can look up the information that's been put out there.
He's talking about the viral sensation dubbed the Kia Challenge, an internet trend that shows how to steal Kias and Hyundais built in the last decade with something as simple as a cell phone charger or even USB cable.
Pull it down and then break it down.
And getting away in seconds. Earlier this year, a group known as the Kia Boys wreaking absolute havoc in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Stealing cars, then going on reckless joyrides. Motor vehicle thefts in Milwaukee have surged in the last 2 years, more than double 2020, with nearly 7,000 car thefts so far this year. In a 2-week window in July, nearly half of the 56 cars stolen in St. Petersburg, Florida, were Kia or Hyundai models, according to police.
They tell us they learned it on the internet or they learned it from another friend. It just continues to spread like wildfire.
Police say St. Paul, Minnesota is experiencing similar problems. As of July of this year, 212 Hyundais and 248 Kias have been stolen. Last year, just 39 Hyundais and 24 Kias. This summer, video showed a Kia Forte that was reported stolen, driving erratically and dangerously as a police helicopter followed throughout the city. The car eventually struck the center concrete median twice before becoming disabled. All 4 occupants ran off, but were later arrested by authorities. All teenagers, the victims caught off guard.
It was kind of shocking. I thought, I thought with the newer cars that you had to have the key.
Wild video there. Our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. Well, with the prices of just about everything skyrocketing, we have some really surprising ways to help you save money. That's coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. All right, so it's been 5 years since the Me Too movement began, but despite its success in calling out many abusers in politics, sports, and Hollywood, a lot of younger women are struggling to see the impact that movement is actually having on their everyday lives.
NBC News Now host Savannah Sellers joins us now. And Savannah, you actually had a chance to sit down and talk with one of the first women to accuse Harvey Weinstein and kind of launch the whole Me Too movement. What is she saying about the legacy of it now?
That's right. I got the chance to sit down with Rosanna Arquette, and she is this incredible woman who was one of the first accusers. Just days actually after she first told her story was when the Me Too hashtag really took off, and then of course was the movement that we came to know and see globally across the world. But this was right before. I also happened to be speaking with her just before Harvey Weinstein's Los Angeles trial, which is now underway, began. So it was really this moment for her to kind of reflect on 5 years, but then see, as we know, Harvey Weinstein is getting this appeal in his New York trial. This LA one is about to begin. She really had a lot to unpack. And one of the biggest things that she told me about the legacy that she thinks about is her daughter. She has a daughter. She wants the world to be somewhere that young women do feel that Me Too did something for them. But that was actually one of the interesting things we found out in doing this, is that a lot of young women don't feel that way. So first, I want you to listen to what Rosanna had to say, and also some of those young women that we spoke with. So when you just think about the fact that it's been 5 years since the start of the Me Too movement, what's just your first reaction to that, 5 years passing?
Galvanized the movement amongst globally around the world for women and all survivors. I'm proud of it. Look where we are now. So much work to do, but it was a really important time in our world. It was a seminal moment in contemporary history.
Days after Arquette made her accusation, the hashtag MeToo took off on Twitter, and people around the world shared their own experiences of harassment and assault. It seemed to impact all industries, and it seemed to make real progress. According to a New York Times analysis in 2018, the Me Too movement brought down 201 powerful men, and nearly half of their replacements were women.
The younger generation, you are much wiser. You have a lot more than what we had now, the tools to take it to the next level, and, and please do.
So we wanted to know, 5 years in, what impact did this huge cultural moment and movement have on the generation to follow in its wake? We talked to students from coast to coast, and it turns out, for Gen Z, Me Too is kind of a so what.
Do you think the Me Too movement did something substantial?
It's like we only heard about Me Too when celebrities were involved.
These young women at Coastal Carolina University say in many ways, things haven't really changed.
It was never Me Too when, something happened on a college campus. It wasn't Me Too when someone just went to work at a regular corporate office. It's not Me Too when maybe it's a black man saying that he was assaulted.
When domestic violence and sexual assault and different crimes happen on college campuses, I think they are lessened in a way. I think that you're told you shouldn't go out, with your girls, or you shouldn't dress like this.
But then something happens, and you can't say Me Too, because nobody's gonna listen.
So to you, it really didn't have much impact on your life?
Absolutely not. It couldn't have. If it did, wow. Okay, someone doing something for black women, that's even hard to believe there. That's shocking. I would be jumping for joy if Me Too would have done anything.
Wow. That's interesting, Savannah. I know that you talked about this dark side of social media that popped up in response to this. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. We really dig into this tonight, and it's a lot to unpack. So there you heard sort of about the apathy. There is a much darker side to that. Things called incels, stands for involuntary celibates, thing called pickup artists, this sort of misogynistic side of social media that has actually even cascaded over into violence in real life that we're going to dig into tonight. We actually have somebody who was a former member of one of those groups who tells us what it's like to get pulled down that rabbit hole, how the algorithm works, and exactly how he got out of it as well. So it's an important conversation tonight.
Oh, wow. We look forward to it. NBC News Now's Savannah Sellers, thank you so much. And you can catch more tonight of Savannah's great reporting at 10:30 p.m. Eastern right here, well, over on NBC News Now, rather.
Violence and arrest in the streets of Iran. What we know about the protester who was killed by police and the ongoing demonstrations still happening. That's all coming up, and you're watching NBC News Daily.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back this Thursday. Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Bradford. Here's what's making news right now. The Department of Agriculture is offering nearly $800 million in loans and grants to help rural communities get high-speed internet access. There are 49 participants in 24 states, and it's all part of a broader push for connectivity from last year's infrastructure law.
Same-sex marriage is now legal in all of Mexico after the last of Mexico's 32 states voted in favor. Back in 2015, the country's Supreme Court declared laws banning these marriages, though it took 7 years for every state to conform to that ruling.
The New York Post website and Twitter account were hacked today, and several racist and sexually explicit headlines targeting President Biden and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez were published. Those posts have been removed. Let's go now overseas to Iran, where more protests are erupting today, more than 40 days after Mahsa Amini died in police custody.
NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons is in London with more details about the ongoing clashes in Iran.
Hey there, good day to you. And we're just getting more incredibly impactful images out of Iran today. In the city of Mahabad in northwestern Iran, protesters apparently targeting buildings, throwing stones. There seems to be tear gas once again on those streets. Those videos posted by a Kurdish rights group that says that a number of government buildings have been taken over, and that all of this today surrounds the funeral of a man who was shot dead during the protests yesterday.
A powerful image seen around the world. A young woman not wearing a headscarf stands on the roof of a car, hands in the air, as crowds attempt to reach the grave of Mahsa Amini. And near the cemetery, this video from an independent Kurdish human rights organization captioned, "The resistance is glorious." Huge numbers across Iran determined to mourn and to protest the death of the 22-year-old. Marking 40 days after she died in the hospital, the morality police targeting her for allegedly violating the country's strict clothing code. In the capital, Tehran, clashes with the security forces and the sound of gunfire. In Massa's hometown, they shouted women, life, freedom. And these demonstrators daring to chant, freedom, freedom, enough of the despotism. Then, images like this one. Smoke rising told of another violent crackdown there. Reports say live rounds were used and tear gas. The Iranian authorities switching off the internet in the city, but a semi-official news agency reporting at least 10,000 demonstrated. Thousands of miles away, the White House announcing sanctions targeting more than a dozen Iranian officials.
Our message to Iran is very, very clear. Stop killing your people and stop sending weapons to Russia to kill Ukrainians.
A dramatic change from earlier this year when the Biden administration was trying to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. But this morning, there is no sign of compromise in Tehran and no backing down by these young female protesters and the many men out on the streets in support.
And just underscoring how incredibly tense it is in Iran now, 15 worshippers were killed at a mosque, a shooting completely unrelated to the protests. ISIS claiming responsibility for that, the government of Iran blaming foreign terrorists. But it just emphasizes how extraordinarily brave these protesters are, going out onto the streets day after day in support of Mahsa Amini.
Keir, thank you. With inflation driving up prices, many of us are looking for ways to save money. Some of those deals, they're right in front of you. Shopping memberships and organizations like AARP, even your local library. Here's how it all works.
With rising costs on essential needs,
inflation is awful. Everything costs so much.
It's time to get smart about saving.
We're all trying to figure out ways to save money and to be super impactful with our spend, especially as the holidays approach.
And the discounts are out there. A simple library card can actually save you from hefty streaming subscriptions. Apps like Overdrive, Hoopla, and Canopy offer catalogs of content for free. And one surprising trend now among young people, signing up for benefits from the AARP.
Contrary to popular belief, you can be any age to join AARP, and the benefits are awesome.
The Wall Street Journal finding 20-somethings as new card carriers in an effort to snag discounts amid inflation, showing it's not just for the 50 and older crowd.
In my head, it was always something for senior citizens.
28-year-old Marissa Schwartz says she learned a lot about AARP benefits through TikTok and couldn't help but join in on the savings and even convinced her parents to do the same. In a similar fashion, a AAA membership can also land you deals from food, entertainment, and travel, while wholesale clubs are a popular way to save in bulk.
I paid about $200. I think there's way more than $200 worth in this basket.
I mean, it's just crazy how expensive it all is, and it just adds up.
Maximize your wholesale membership by sharing with another person to cut costs. Alone, Costco's memberships can run $60 a year, $120 if you're looking at the executive level, while Sam's Club is $50 per year, $110 for its Plus membership. And before you sign up, check out sites like Groupon, Retail Me Not, and Slick Deals for discounts on the membership itself.
I think people love a deal. It's the idea that the buy one, get one, the 10% off, the 15% off, you really feel like you're gaming the system.
But buyer beware of signing up for too many costly memberships. Experts suggest narrowing down the necessities first to determine which ones will be the most impactful and avoid getting overrun by the club fees.
You have to be really thoughtful with these memberships, because if you're going to spend money to join a membership, then you need to really make sure it's worth it on the back end.
And experts also say that you should keep yourself from the clutter by having those membership cards digitally in your Apple Wallet or your Google Pay apps on your phone. And also when it comes to streaming services, look to bundle your memberships. Cut the ones that you don't need. You can always catch up and binge later.
Now to the latest research in the fight against cancer. More and more doctors are now encouraging physical activity during cancer treatment.
Yeah, it's called exercise oncology. It is an emerging field studying the positive impacts of physical exertion on cancer patients. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. So Dr. Syal, this is really fascinating.
Yeah, thanks, Vicki. And, I got a chance to speak to a woman who not only exercised during cancer treatment, but got a chance to fulfill one of her fitness goals. Here's her story. Erica Aleman was gearing up for the Chicago Marathon when she got some devastating news.
The only thing I thought is about my daughters, how I'm going to tell my daughters that their mom is dying.
She was diagnosed with stage 2 triple-negative breast cancer.
I didn't know if I was going to be able to continue running.
And would need both chemotherapy and surgery.
She said, I would like to run the Chicago Marathon. Can I do that?
Hi, Erica.
Dr. Regina Stein, an oncologist at Northwestern Medicine, gave Erica the hope she needed.
I said to her, your goal is something that we can achieve. You maintaining your conditioning, your running, will actually benefit you.
She's part of a growing group of doctors starting to encourage more activity during cancer treatment, an emerging field known as exercise oncology.
There was literally a 300% increase in the number of trials between 2010 and 2020.
Catherine Schmitz, a leading researcher in the field and author of the book Moving Through Cancer, predicted this new shift in medicine.
We have the data now that tell us that people living with and beyond cancer should be physically active as well.
Research has shown that exercise can improve fatigue, quality of life, and even help your heart and lungs during cancer treatment. It can be as simple as putting on comfortable shoes to get the blood flowing.
We know that as little as twice weekly walking for 10 minutes is enough to really make a powerful impact.
A good starting point is to aim for 30 minutes of moderate exercise at least 3 times a week, including both cardio and weight training. But don't be discouraged if this seems like too much. So what was the hardest part of the marathon for you?
I couldn't walk. There were days that I couldn't even put my shoes on.
After 16 bouts of chemo, she kept putting in the miles.
I used to get chemo on Wednesdays, so I woke up really early, and 5:45 a.m. I ran before my chemo.
Until race day, 5 days before her surgery.
I honestly ran with my heart. When my body was giving up, I just used my heart, and that got me through the finish line.
It's great to see.
That is. So, Dr. Sayal, that's a beautiful story, but it's also a fascinating field for cancer patients who perhaps cannot begin to run a marathon. Like, what do doctors suggest, and even for other people just to get started?
Yeah, the most important thing here is to really listen to your body. And, Dr. Schmitz, who you saw in that story, she told us this should not make you feel worse. If you are starting an exercise program during undergoing cancer treatment and it's making you feel worse, you should stop. You're probably overdoing it. So this is something you definitely want to talk to your doctors about. But, it's as simple as putting on a comfortable pair of shoes, getting out there and walking just a few times a week.
Sometimes just being outside in the fresh air is a good thing.
That's right. Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right, maybe you've seen it, the hashtag 5 to 9. It is the latest TikTok trend with almost 60 million views. Users post their morning routines before they start work.
Now, these videos include activities like yoga, gym workouts, journaling, and they're meant to be motivational. But some critics actually say it makes rest and unproductive time seem like a weakness. So, here to explain the impacts of social media trends is habit researcher Dr. Gina Cleo. Dr. Cleo, first off, thanks for joining us, all the way from Australia, no less. Give us a sense, though, why is this trend gaining popularity right now? And frankly, are there benefits to it?
Yeah, this TikTok trend is how it became famous. The hashtag 5 to 9 has nearly 60 million views right now. And we think that it's more popular now because people are working more from home. And so they have a less commute time and more personal time in the mornings. And there certainly are risks and there are benefits. Some of the benefits include making the most of your waking hours. Creating that healthy morning routine can help set you up for a healthy and productive day.
Doctor, a lot of people are comparing this trend to the girl boss era of the 2010s when it was really considered cool, women working all hours of the day. Then later on, that was really criticized. So talk to us about the downsides of promoting constant productivity.
Yeah, so some of the potential harms can include sacrificing sleep for productivity, trying to fit in too much in a day when we know that rest is a key pillar to maintaining our health. But if we become too focused on our routine, we can consequently neglect listening to our body's needs. And I think this trend has also impacted people by setting up hyper productivity as a badge of honor. It's almost a way to boast about having your life together, but and being a superhuman, when in reality, the goal should be balance.
And give us a sense, though, doctor. I mean, what then becomes the answer? Sort of how can people find a healthy balance between actually being productive, but also giving themselves the necessary rest time that they need to recharge?
I mean, creating a routine that works for you and your lifestyle should be the focus. And if that means being productive in the evenings or on the weekends and sleeping until 8 a.m., then do that. And the key to creating healthy habits is to start small, make your routine achievable, and be consistent. I always say consistency is the secret sauce to creating new habits.
The secret sauce, and also sometimes put this guy down, the little phone.
Yeah.
We don't need to keep scrolling and scrolling and comparing. Habit researcher Dr. Gina Cleo, thank you so much for joining us from Down Under. We appreciate you.
And you'll definitely want to stay tuned for our next guest, worldwide superstar Ashanti, joining us to talk about a new project that might surprise you, plus a very new single coming out soon. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All All right, so today is the perfect day to jumpstart reading a book to your child.
It is the annual Read for the Record Day, where millions of adults and kids read the same book on the same day to help foster children's literacy. And one of this year's returning literacy champions is a face that I know that you know and you probably love. With us is Grammy Award-winning singer and songwriter Ashanti. You may also know her from films like John Tucker Must Die and Coach Carter. First, thank you so much for being with us. This event is organized. It's so good to see you. This event is organized, or it's sponsored by the organization Jumpstart, which also works to provide children in underserved communities across the U.S. with hundreds of thousands of high-quality books. Talk to us about what is driving your passion to promote children's literacy.
It is so important to put the battery in children's backs. I used to actually work at a daycare center, and I saw what it did reading a book to a child. You know, they become so intrigued and so engulfed in story time. So it's so important, and it matters so much in just early development and learning how to articulate and express yourself. And, you know, the concepts that are in most of these books are about encouraging kids and giving them that confidence. And I feel like that is so important.
Ashanti, Morgan here. I totally agree with you. It's so important. And you are someone who has used your words for power and art. Talk to us a little bit about this year's Read for the Record Day book. Why specifically was that book chosen?
I think that book was chosen because it encourages kids to be able to dream big. And we're talking about talking to the moon and what's bigger than the moon, you know what I mean? And kind of just expressing themselves and not being scared. You know, when Nigel talks about going up to the teacher and he kind of second guesses himself and he's like, well, I'm not sure if I want to talk about my dreams. And, you know, my parents might not have the same jobs as my classmates, but he gets this boost and he becomes encouraged and he articulates and he expresses himself, you know, and I think that that is so important.
Ashanti, we have about 45 seconds. Talk to us about your own new children's book that just came out called My Name is a Story. What was the message behind that book, and why is representation so important for our little ones?
Well, here's mine. My name is a story. I feel like it's so important. My name is Ashanti, and it's very unique. And growing up, it was kind of hard. You know, sometimes people couldn't pronounce it, and my name was different. And I wanted to kind of give the message to kids that have unique names to be okay and celebrate being unique and celebrate being different. There's a story behind everyone's name, especially when your name is unique. So I didn't want kids to feel hindered or embarrassed if the teacher couldn't pronounce their name correctly the first time around. You know, that happened to me quite a few times. So I wanted kids to feel amazing, you know, about their uniqueness.
Well, it's a beautiful and powerful name, and I just have to take a moment, Ashanti, to fangirl. You were the soundtrack to my entire high school and 8th grade experience. Girl, I thought I was going through some things, singing Foolish, Rock With You. Never had a boyfriend, never even kissed a boy, but I thought I was singing to the choir. So Ashanti, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. And
you
tomorrow,
are what?
I'm so excited. My new single is
We
called
love
Falling
it.
For You.
We
It'll be
love it.
available
You're watching
every
NBC News Daily.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the news Rihanna fans have been waiting on for 6 whole years. The singer finally dropping some new music.
She's been busy. She got makeup line, clothing
She had a
line,
baby.
all that stuff. Exactly. For all the dirt on this, here's entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, so good to see you as always. So let's talk about Rihanna's return. So it's Rihanna. I know people call her Rihanna.
I know it's hotly debated. Like Rihanna has introduced herself as Rihanna, so I'm going to go with Rihanna.
All right.
Feel free to tweet me.
She says it. I love it.
Right.
So
Rihanna
we're going to talk
herself
about Rihanna, and also please bring in some.
We have to bring some Taylor in. So Rihanna's been busy for the past 5-6 years making herself a billionaire, but she just teased a little bit of a new song that's coming out tomorrow as part of the Black Panther Wakanda Forever sequel. It's called Lift Me Up. And when I say it's a tease, she doesn't even sing in the tease. She's like humming, but there's no lyrics. So I'm like, okay, you got us, but it'll be out tomorrow. Widely rumored believe that she's going to have a new album out in January, but not confirmed because we know that she's performing in the Super Bowl.
Right.
She has been busy, you know, doing her lingerie line, her makeup line, making tons of money. So she does it on her terms, and I love that.
Yes.
And another score for Taylor Swift. This is great. She's the first person in 5 years to sell more than 1 million units in a week. And I should correct myself. She actually sold 1.2 million in 3 days. Right?
Wow.
So, and here's what I love about this. Almost 500,000 of those units were vinyl.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Back.
Albums, like actual physical albums.
Tangible albums. People want to hold, they want to touch it. They want that tangible thing, which I think is really cool.
That is fascinating, making a comeback.
Right?
So also, I know that a lot of people have been binge watching this week and lots of shows. Maybe I know someone who hasn't, maybe has been watching Love is Blind, like, you know, I don't know.
Asking for a friend, asking for a friend, right?
What are people watching?
Okay, you know, true crime, the scripted recreations of true crime. It used to be the docs and then like the kind of recrees of those things. Now it's scripted versions of true crime. The Watcher just hit a milestone of their own, 148 million hours of viewing in just a week, right? And this is actually surpassing the Dahmer one, which has now reached 700 million hours in a month.
Watcher's that creepy.
You know,
right. This is Ryan Murphy, right? Could you imagine dating Ryan Murphy?
In the studio, he's been telling me to watch Dahmer. Joey, you've been telling me to watch. I know, I'm about to put him on this jib. And Joey's been vouching for Dahmer.
I'm a friend of the Family Guy. That comes out every week. It dropped today. So well, the newest episode dropped today. That's on Peacock. And that's just another scripted version. There was a TV conference, though. You'll notice that these are all stories about men doing terrible things. There was a new TV conference about what producers are looking for now, and the next things are going to be really focusing on women. Yes. Although The Truth About Pam was one of those that did very well.
So good.
But lately now you're seeing a lot of the men, and the next in a year or so you're going to see a lot of them be about women.
Well, let's talk about 6 Degrees of Separation. Kevin Bacon coming to the Marvel Universe now. What's this all about?
Right, kind of an unlikely guest star kind of cameo in an upcoming Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special on D+. It's hard to explain, so let me just explain it by showing you a clip. Let's take a look.
We're looking for the legendary Kevin Bacon.
We're looking for the legendary Kevin Bacon.
I just said that, Drax.
Your voice is small and mousy. I think maybe he didn't hear you. You're coming with us. As a Christmas present.
Are you confused?
It's him as himself.
He's as himself, and the storyline is that they're trying to cheer up Chris Pratt's character Star-Lord by, I guess, gifting him Kevin Bacon.
Wow.
And
Bring Bacon to you.
They're not from this country, this world, so they don't understand Hollywood and how this works. So they're like, well, Kevin Bacon's popular. Let's go get Kevin Bacon. So why wouldn't you, right?
Okay, so talk to us about the Fyre Festival comeback. I mean, this was kind of the story that kept on giving a while ago.
Oh my God, I was captivated by this. That's Billy McFarland, who was behind so much of the drama and disastrousness of Fyre Festival. And he just posted a TikTok. He just got out of jail for wire fraud. That's what they got him for 4 years. He posted a TikTok, which was then deleted, saying he's back. Then he posted another one that's saying he's got something bigger coming, bigger than he's ever done. I'm not sure that's a good thing.
I'm going to hold on to my checklist. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that.
And he's drawing on a map of the Bahamas and Florida. So I don't know. You're welcome to join. And you know, you guys should do a live shot from whatever that is.
You let me know how it goes.
Okay.
It's one of those fool me once,
Will do.
shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right?
Exactly.
Going back to the Bahamas with you? No.
Not happening. All right, entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Aaron Gilchrist is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, October 27th, 2022, Walker pushes back. The Georgia Republican now fighting claims he urged a second woman to get an abortion. What the allegation could mean with just days to go before Election Day.
Rapidly running out, the so-called triple-demic, maxing out hospital beds across the country. The drastic measures doctors are taking to combat the flu, COVID, and RSV.
Electric shock Tesla is reportedly facing a federal criminal investigation. Why the Justice Department may slam the brakes on the company's claims their cars drive themselves.
And the right steps, new research that shows why a workout could provide major benefits for people diagnosed with cancer.
It is 11 a.m. in Portland, Oregon, 1 p.m. in Wichita, 2 p.m. here in New York. And we begin with the rapidly approaching midterms. Now 12 days away, but who's counting? President Biden and his team are hitting the campaign trail today, making the case to voters.
That's right. The president is in upstate New York promoting one of his top bipartisan wins over the last 2 years. More than 14 million Americans have already cast their midterm ballots. That includes more than 1 million early ballots in Georgia alone, nearly doubling the number of early votes cast during the last midterm election.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is down in Georgia. Senior political editor Mark Murray's in Washington, and correspondent Josh Letterman is outside the White House for us. Ellison and Mark, let's start with you. Ellison, Georgia's Senate race, obviously one of the most high profile in the country. Now Republican Herschel Walker facing new allegations that he funded an abortion, a claim he's denying. And we should note that NBC has not independently verified that. But what are voters saying about that allegation?
Well, Walker's supporters seem largely unfazed by it. This is his second campaign stop of the day, and you can see a little bit behind me. There's a very large crowd here, at least 200 people. At his campaign stop earlier this morning, it was the same situation, at least 200 people at a campaign event midday on a weekday. That's a pretty high number, and his supporters, they were very energetic at that earlier event. We're already starting to see the same thing here. Walker, he has adamantly denied these allegations. He made a statement shortly after we first heard of them at a campaign stop in Dillard, Georgia yesterday. Here's what he said.
I'm going to just say right now, you know, guys, I'm done with this foolishness. I've already told people this is a lie, and I'm not going to entertain, continue to carry a lie alone.
And Walker's opponent, incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock, was quick to respond to the latest allegations, tweeting this, quote, Herschel Walker once again proved he has a problem with the truth and taking accountability for his own actions. He should be forced to answer for his actions, from his lies about the most basic facts of his life to his pattern of violence against women. Kate, Savannah.
Hey, Mark, let's bring you in here now. So races crucial to both parties are tightening the country, but there has been some of this conversation about momentum shifting toward Republicans. What signs do we have of that across the country?
Yeah, that's come from the polls over the last couple of weeks, with the generic ballot as well as measures of enthusiasm seeming to point in the Republican Party's direction. And that conforms to a lot of the normal kind of midterm dynamics, that the midterm elections are usually really tough on the party that controls the White House as well as Capitol Hill, and that means the Democrats. But I think it's important to note, to kind of be humble about this stage of the race and seeing the poll numbers. It was just 2 years ago in 2020 where all the polls were definitely pointing in the Democrats' direction. And while Joe Biden ended up winning the White House, 2020 wasn't good for all Democrats up and down the ballot. And so we still have a ways to go, and we're not going to really get those indications until the real ballots start coming in.
All right, something we'll all be watching. Mark Murray and Ellison Barber, thanks for kicking us off this hour.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Josh Letterman now. Josh, President Biden is not technically campaigning for anyone today, but he is on the road talking about his accomplishments. That's obviously got to be on purpose.
For sure, Kate. One of the peculiarities about this campaign cycle from the president's point of view is the fact that there's very little distinction really between his campaign events and his official events, because in both he's very squarely focused on the one issue that we all know is top of mind for voters in this election, which is, of course, the economy, these inflation concerns. The president trying to highlight, as he has been in all of these various stops in states where there are battleground races, the economic accomplishments, bringing back jobs and manufacturing, including high-tech jobs to American areas. And the president will also be appearing at that event in New York today with the current governor, Kathy Hochul, who herself faces a much closer race than many Democrats had anticipated. That's something the president hopes he can help with as well.
Yeah, President Biden is getting some welcome economic news today, right? The GDP, the gross domestic product, is up 2.6%. That's outpacing expectations. Still, you mentioned, Josh, inflation worries are one of the top issues that voters cite. How is the White House addressing that?
Yeah, and if you look in the recent top lines from the New York Times Siena College poll, in terms of what voters actually are caring about the most right now, and you add up the economy and inflation, you've got about half of the country saying that is the most important issue, far more than issues like abortion that we thought might play a pivotal role in this election, still is likely to play a large role. But the president trying to focus on what he knows that so many Americans are concerned about, calling today's new GDP numbers a great economic report. He says there's more progress coming as well.
All right, Josh Letterman at the White House for us. Josh, thank you. At this hour, urgent concerns about a triple virus surge extending to both coasts now.
Yeah, it's actually being called a potential tridemic. That's cases of COVID, flu, and the dangerous respiratory virus RSV, and they're being seen across the country. The greatest concern is for kids, as pediatric hospital beds in certain cities on the East and West Coast are at or near capacity.
COVID-19 combined with a potentially bad influenza season, and now we're seeing RSV going up at the same time. That obviously makes us concerned that we might get into this triple pandemic situation.
NBC News medical reporter Aria Bendix joins us now to discuss this more. Good to have you with us. Thanks for being here. So first, I want to go through some of these numbers. In Arizona, 87% of these beds are being used. In Texas, that number's 91%. At Seattle Children's Hospital, they tell us they're at 200% capacity. What is a contingency plan here if those beds are full and these kids are still sick?
Yeah, Savannah, as you mentioned, this is happening in hospitals already. They're having to implement these contingency plans. Sometimes it means if a patient hasn't arrived yet, they're sending them out of state. They're trying to free up space for emergency patients in specialty wards from kids recovering from surgery. They're discharging people straight from the ICU and then telling parents how to treat them at home, assuming that kid is recovering. So kids aren't receiving improper care, but it's certainly a less than ideal scenario.
Well, and this is the thing about RSV, as I understand it, there's no vaccine for that, right? So what is a parent to do to protect their kids?
Yeah, that is correct. So luckily, all the measures that do work for COVID and flu also work for RSV in terms of hand hygiene. That's really important because we know that direct contact with a sick kid or anyone who's infected can spread the virus. And so masks, staying home if you're feeling ill, those are our best tools right now.
RSV can spread on surfaces too, right? I think I read that.
It can, but
wash the hands.
Wash the hands, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
some
you,
of those
Aria.
tips we've heard for a while now, right?
I know, right?
Yeah.
We should all have this down by now.
Exactly. Thank you. Now, the electric car company Tesla may be facing backlash over claims its vehicles can drive themselves. The Justice Department reportedly launched an investigation last year after more than a dozen crashes involving Tesla vehicles happened. Some of those crashes were deadly. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk is looking into this for us right now. Hey, Steph, so walk us through the details of this investigation as well as the timing in particular of this report.
Yeah, sure, Savannah. First of all, this is a Reuters report. It's important to note that the Department of Justice does not announce investigations and it does not update investigations. But according to Reuters, this investigation started last year. It was prompted by more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal. And they're looking specifically at the messaging from Tesla about this autopilot, about the self-driving features that are in the car and whether they're being overstated by the company and whether people relied on some of those statements, and that then led to crashes where perhaps the autopilot failed. It's important to note that Tesla tells people that they have to be vigilant, they have to be ready to take over the car at any moment, but does that reconcile with some of the things that the company has said in advertising, as well as Elon Musk himself saying at one point that it's, quote, probably better that autopilot than a human driver.
Yeah, exactly. And everybody just calls them self-driving cars, so that's exactly how you think of them. Right. I know this isn't the only challenge, though, that Tesla's facing. Tell us about other legal challenges.
Yeah, so you have the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration looking into a number of crashes as well and the cause of those crashes. You also have the California Department of Motor Vehicles that filed 2 complaints claiming that Tesla had misrepresented or even told untrue statements about its autopilot. That's being kicked up through the state. That could actually potentially affect whether or not the company is able to sell cars in the state of California, which is, of course, a pretty big market.
Oh, yeah, with a lot of people in that state on wait lists for Teslas right now. All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much.
A major newspaper's website is hacked, and the artist formerly known as Kanye West escorted out of Skechers headquarters.
That's right. Frank Holland joins us now with our CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Frank.
Well, hey, guys, let's start with Facebook and its parent company of Meta. Just 16 months ago, it had a market value of $1 trillion. Well, today, it doesn't even make the list of the country's 20 most valuable companies. And today alone, it lost $80 billion of market value after it reaffirmed plans to spend billions of dollars to create a quote-unquote metaverse, even as profits and revenues continue to fall. And they face some increasingly tough competition from the likes of TikTok and many other social media companies out there. Also today, the New York Post is blaming an employee for racist, violent, and sexually explicit headlines that very briefly appeared on its website and on its Twitter account. And last but not least, the sneaker brand Skechers say that Ye, the rapper formerly known as Kanye West, was escorted out of its LA headquarters after he showed up, in its words, unannounced and uninvited and was engaged in quote-unquote unauthorized filming. The shoemaker says it will not work with Kanye West, condemning the anti-Semitic comments that led Adidas and many other companies to end their partnerships with Kanye West. Back over to you.
Yeah, it's been one headline after the next on that story. Frank Holland, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, inside a state with a lot of rules that block some residents from voting and what advocates are doing to fight that. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. When voters head to the polls in less than 2 weeks, roughly 4.6 million Americans will not be able to cast a ballot. That's because almost every state has policies in place that block people with felony convictions from voting. CNBC's Shamari Stone takes us inside a state with some of the toughest restrictions in the country.
I like to regain my vote, then I'll feel complete as a citizen.
Because of his criminal record, Roy Harness doesn't have the right to vote.
It makes me feel sad because of everything's going on. I can't make no decisions.
The Vietnam veteran says he became addicted to cocaine in 1977. He says he owed drug dealers money, wrote bad checks, and in the late 80s was convicted of forgery, spending nearly 2 years in prison. When he got out, Harness says he turned his life around, earning a bachelor's and a master's degree in social work from Jackson State University. He now helps veterans overcome drug and substance abuse.
I made a change in my life. I became a productive citizen, and I'm paying taxes, and I feel like I need a chance again.
But the state isn't giving him a second chance. According to the 1890 Mississippi Constitution, people convicted of lesser crimes such as forgery, theft, and embezzlement are permanently banned from voting. The law was amended in 1968 to add rape and murder to the list, but the rest remain.
We have a law still in effect in Mississippi's Constitution that is a relic of white supremacy.
Robert McDuff is an attorney with the Mississippi Center for Justice, a civil rights organization. He sued on behalf of Harness several years ago to challenge the law, but the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld it.
It was adopted for discriminatory reasons, and it is still there because it was adopted for discriminatory reasons, and it's time to strike it from the Mississippi Constitution once and for all.
Do you think you'll be able to vote again one day?
I hope so before my time is up. I would love to be able to vote so I can have part of the outcome of the elections.
CNBC's Shamari Stone reporting there. And in the battleground state of Arizona, some election officials are stepping up security near ballot drop boxes after allegations of voter intimidation. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Amid complaints of armed mass groups wearing tactical gear and recording voters, the sheriff in Maricopa County, Arizona, has now stepped up security near ballot drop boxes.
It troubles me that suddenly others feel compelled to act out in a way that is potentially criminal intimidation or criminal threats, trying to undermine democracy under this cloak of patriotism. And in doing so, what they're doing is they're destroying the most important institution in our nation, the freedom and the right to vote.
He also says his office is investigating this incident captured on cell phone video where a woman tried to take a picture of one of their license plates and was pushed. We spoke to the woman. She asked us not to use her name or show her face for fear of backlash.
A lot of people are intimidated, and when people are standing around, with handguns on them and sometimes tactical gear, it really does scare the average person.
At least 6 complaints of alleged voter intimidation here have now been referred to the state attorney general's office and the Department of Justice. Across the country, election threats are ramping up ahead of the midterms.
A lot of these threats are fueled by mis and disinformation.
Law enforcement nationwide is on alert.
The Justice Department has an obligation to prevent, to guarantee a free and fair vote.
Back in Arizona, where early votes are already being counted, Republican election officials have called these armed drop-box watchers uninformed vigilantes.
As a Republican, how frustrating is it to you that some of these groups have latched onto conspiracy theories?
Well, it's been an interesting last 2 years, and for the party of facts and logic, at times we have fallen short from, in my estimation, on facts and logic.
Voter rights organizations have now sued to temporarily block at least some of these groups from monitoring these ballot drop boxes. Back to you.
Gabe Gutierrez reporting there. Well, did you hear about this? The Queen of the Court is not ruling out a return.
Yeah, that's right. 23-time Grand Slam champ Serena Williams, have you heard of her, says she's not retired. Well, Williams made the comments while promoting her investment company in San Francisco this week. She says the chances are high she will, in fact, be back on the court.
In August, she wrote an essay and she said she was, quote, evolving away from tennis, but she never officially, technically announced a retirement. The tennis world speculated that the 2022 U.S. Open was going to be the last, but maybe not.
Maybe not. I mean, we've seen this a few times now.
Yeah, right?
Yes. I mean,
Brady.
it's like a trend.
Yeah. It definitely is. I talked to Shaun White, the snowboarder, after the Olympics when he retired, and he said it's really hard to retire, right? Because it's your whole life. Yeah. So you can see why maybe she wants to go back. We'll be right back.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
So we were talking about doctors sounding the alarm over the possibility of a tridemic. Well, you might be wondering then, how safe is it to work in your office?
Absolutely, a conversation we've had over the last few years. Well, Joel Grover from our LA station looks into a high-tech way one company is working to make sure the air at work is in fact clean.
On the front door of this West LA office building is a new seal of approval from UL, the same seal you see on your toaster or blender. From the legendary testing lab, which for over 100 years has tested and verified the safety of household products. Now UL is putting its stamp of approval on air quality in buildings that pass a rigorous test, proving the ventilation and filtration systems are removing airborne viruses.
I feel protected coming here every day.
Tracy Childress manages that West LA building, one of the first to earn UL's air quality seal of approval.
What does that seal on the door say to people coming into this building?
It shows that we are keeping the building safe and that we have a ventilation system that will keep them safe.
To get that air quality rating, UL is partnering with a biotech company called Safe Traces, which has used its high-tech method to test indoor air at airports and at a long list of schools and offices around the country. Safe Traces allowed the I-team to watch as they tested the air in high-density areas of that West LA building, which is co-owned by investment bankers Goldman Sachs and Ocean West Capital, co-founded by Ted Bishak.
In this ongoing pandemic, is it hard to get workers into the office?
Yes, I think there's a lot of legitimate concern about safety.
To test the air here, a Safe Traces technician first sprays a harmless DNA aerosol into the air.
So our aerosol tracer can simulate any type of airborne pathogen, whether it's COVID or the flu or the common cold.
Then for an hour, this machine collects air samples to determine something called air change. That's how many times the air in a room is completely changed every hour through the building's ventilation and air conditioning. That's a good indication of how viruses would be filtered out of the air.
And that's been the number one concern, is that somebody sneezes in the other side of the office. Am I going to get sick as a result of that?
No government agency has yet set standards for air change, but the Harvard School of Public Health says there should be at least 4 complete air changes in a room per hour to prevent the spread of infectious viruses. The Safe Traces test showed the air in that West LA building was being completely changed at least 5 times an hour in the rooms that were tested, which they say means at least 99% of the aerosol particles simulating viruses were being filtered out. That earned the building the UL Air Quality Seal of Approval.
How important is that UL Seal of Approval?
UL is an industry standard. Turn over your toaster, you're going to find a UL label on it. It will become the gold standard in terms of whether or not your building is safe with respect to the recent outbreaks.
Indoor air quality is such an important issue that just last week the White House held a summit on it.
It is now widely recognized that clean indoor air is the key to getting workers safely back to workplaces, students safely back to schools.
There are a lot of ways to improve air quality to make it safer for everyone in the workplace. Sometimes it's simple fixes like adding portable HEPA filters to rooms, or more expensive upgrades of air conditioning systems, like the owners of that West LA building did which helped them get that UL seal of approval.
It's a higher level standard of ventilation in the building.
And just like the UL seal is now on thousands of household products, Safe Traces and UL hope the seal will eventually be on thousands of buildings that have passed those air quality tests.
So interesting. You and I both went, oh, I've seen that on my toaster.
Absolutely,
right,
on the bottom
definitely.
of lots of electronics. But imagine if it's just right on the door as you head in somewhere.
And for my kids, thinking about schools and kids, I think it would be so important to be able to test the air quality.
Absolutely, and know it's safe, yeah. All right, up next, new body cam footage from the Uvalde school shooting. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now, and here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
An arrest has been made in connection with a break-in at the campaign headquarters of Katie Hobbs. She's the Democratic nominee for governor of Arizona. The break-in took place Monday night at Hobbs's office in Phoenix. Neither police nor the Hobbs campaign are providing details about what, if anything, was stolen.
Everyone on board a New York City bus is now okay after a man hijacked it this morning. Police say a man with a fake gun got on board the bus and demanded to drive it. The driver let him and later escaped out the window. The hijacker drove the bus for a few blocks before crashing it into a utility pole. He is now in custody, and none of the passengers were hurt.
And for the first time in the nation's history, all of Mexico's 32 states have legalized same-sex marriage. In 2015, the Mexican Supreme Court declared that state laws preventing same-sex marriage were unconstitutional. And now, nearly 8 years after that ruling, the last state in Mexico that had banned gay marriage has finally changed its laws. The president of the Mexican Supreme Court tweeting, "The whole country shines with a huge rainbow."
Now, the midterm elections are just 12 days away, and key races across the country are tightening by the day.
In Wisconsin, the race for governor there is now polling within the margin of error, meaning it could go either way, right? In a race certain to have national implications. It comes as Republicans are making a major push to attract minority voters in the hopes of tipping the scales. Let's begin our coverage this half hour with NBC's Shaquille Brewster. He joins us now from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Shaq, you've spoken to both Democratic Governor Tony Evers and Republican Tim Michels. What did they tell you about the outcome of the race and how that could reverberate nationally?
Good afternoon there, and it's a question I put to both of them because of the style in which they're campaigning in these closing days. We've seen both Tony Evers just about an hour or so ago with the Secretary of Labor, Marty Walsh, campaign to kick off his bus tour, and then yesterday we saw the Republican candidate Tim Michels out with Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. So there's been national attention on this race, and I asked, what are the national implications? Listen to what they told me.
The idea that somehow we're going to change our voting rights here in Wisconsin, make it more difficult to vote, that's going to make a big difference in 2024, no matter who's running for president or for Senate.
I think it's a great indicator of the future of politics in the United States. Are we going to elect a businessman, an outsider, someone who has real-life experience and can take that to Madison and apply that to government? Or are we going to elect a failed Tony Evers who has been in education and government his entire life?
You know, you guys both mentioned the idea of it being close in Wisconsin, this race being extremely tight. And that's something I noticed as they were both talking to their supporters separately. They said, hey, I know there are sometimes moments where you don't want to talk about politics, but not only should you go out and vote early, you should talk to folks about politics and get them out to vote.
Absolutely. Shaq, of course, a big question here will be turnout, especially in a race as tight as this one. Early voting began this week in Wisconsin. Do we have a sense of how many people have already voted?
We do, Savannah. We heard yesterday that more than 300,000 people have voted early in the state of Wisconsin. That includes about 30,000 people who went out on the first day to vote in person absentee. But we expect those numbers to spike this weekend, especially when we see former President Obama make his visit to Wisconsin. That was something that Governor Tony Evers told me in that one-on-one on his campaign bus, that he thinks that is going to help boost turnout in this election.
And easier for folks to get out on the weekend, too, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Shaq Brewster, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Shaq. Now, as political campaigns work to reach voters from every demographic, there's one outreach program that's been quietly expanding across the country. They're called Minority Outreach Centers, and they're all part of a Republican strategy to court minority voters. Here's NBC's Morgan Radford.
Here in Gwinnett County, just outside of Atlanta, David Martinez is all dressed up for a neighborhood event. But the organizer for this local get-together isn't a person. It's actually the Republican National Committee.
So were you always involved in politics?
No, actually, I was never involved in politics until recently.
So are you saying this center, the creation of this center, sort of inspired you to get more involved in politics?
Yes, yes, it did.
This is the Hispanic Outreach Center, one of 37 minority outreach centers that the RNC has opened across the country in the last year and a half, focused on Black, Asian, and Native American voters, along with 21 locations geared toward Hispanic voters alone. Supporting them with free family events, movie nights, even free citizenship classes.
We're engaging with diverse communities more than ever.
It's all part of a multi-million-dollar strategy by the RNC to shift the margins among non-white voters just enough.
Why did you all decide as a party to invest in these brick and mortar sites instead of, for example, putting that money in ads, social media, television, radio?
Because we have done that, and we're not refraining from doing what we used to do. We're doing just something additional.
It's a plan the RNC says is working. While Democrats still have an advantage among Hispanic voters, recent polls found a 14 percentage point swing towards Republicans since the 2020 election, with a similar shift to the right among Black voters.
I'm Carrie Lake. As governor, I will issue a declaration of invasion.
This while Republican candidates across the country focus on the border and immigration as central campaign issues.
You know, we've seen dozens of ads and interviews from Republican candidates calling southern border crossers, for example, an invasion. So are these centers enough to counter that type of rhetoric?
Okay, that rhetoric is wrong. We're not against immigration. It's not that we hate the people that is in the other side of the border. It's that we love the people that is in this side of the border, and we have to protect them.
One of the fascinating things about these centers is how inconspicuous they are. Here at this shopping mall, there's a beauty salon, there's a dentist's office, there's an urgent care clinic, and it's that low profile that has some progressive strategists concerned.
Does it make me feel good that they're doing it? No. Is it going to be super effective? I hope not, but it still is worrisome for Democrats to see Republicans showing up in neighborhoods that used to be safely ours.
A strategy Martinez says he hopes will continue through Election Day.
Is it working? Have you seen more people come through the doors, fewer people come to the events?
I have seen more people come through and everything. They want to see change.
Our thanks to Morgan Radford for that report. Now, in Mexico, there are growing protests calling for an end to colorism and racism, both in the streets and online, with a growing hashtag. Their fight is now highlighted by the recent ousting of LA City's Council President Nury Martinez after a leaked audio tape showed her making racist statements. NBC's Nayela Charles spoke with one activist on the ground, and Nayela joins us now. Hi, Nayela.
Hi. Well, Mexican activists are telling us these conversations didn't happen often before they brought a name to it. And that name, they say, is #Whitexican.
Es hora de que despiertes, México. Tenemos mucho que hacer en contra del racismo.
Mexican protesters are raising alarms about racism in their country, flooding social media feeds in a way never done before. The tension within the Hispanic community highlighted recently north of the border in Los Angeles. Nury Martinez, LA's first Latina city council president, resigned after leaked audio recorded her making racist statements to two other Latino council members against black people and indigenous Mexicans, calling them ugly and saying this.
I see a lot of little short, dark people. Yeah.
The broader issue now going viral under #Whitexican.
Mucho también a partir de que en 2020 pues se abrió la conversación en la sociedad mexicana.
Protesters say Mexicans have been conditioned to believe racism doesn't exist. But in reality, they say the country is plagued by a system that discriminates based on skin color, rewarding those with lighter skin.
A partir del 2018, que surge como una parodia justamente para retratar a la élite normalmente blanca, pero no necesariamente blanca, ¿no? La blancura, que es básicamente el fenotipo blanco asociado al europeo, es muy diferente a la blanquitud. La blanquitud básicamente es esa forma de ser y de posicionarse hacia el mundo, en donde siempre ponemos por arriba lo europeo, ¿no? Lo estadounidense.
In Los Angeles, the growing Oaxacan community is proud. The indigenous group hails from the southern region of Mexico. They don't make this in Spain.
They don't make this in Spain.
In the 90s, Oaxacans started to migrate to South LA in huge numbers to flee the racism and lack of opportunity in their homeland, opting for the black neighborhoods instead of the existing Mexican ones. Luis Lopez Resendiz moved to the United States from Mexico when he was 12. How are indigenous people treated in Mexico?
You know, people will pass and they'll hit you out of nowhere just because you're indigenous to call you names.
Basically shunned in society.
Yes.
Mexico's census doesn't even categorize race or ethnicity. What does that say about the country as a whole?
A lot of Latinos, when they are asked to identify by race, they say, well, I'm not black, I'm not white, what should I check?
In 2020, the census allowed Mexicans to identify by customs and traditions as black for the first time. More than 2 million Mexicans did. The range of hues of its people, critics say, not reflected in Mexican film and TV, where casting is largely white. Tinoco Huerta, an indigenous Mexican actor, speaks about the industry's discrimination often.
Siempre que nos hablan de violencia y marginación, siempre indudablemente vamos a ser los morenos los que estemos ahí.
But perhaps a sign of progress, as Huerta will portray a king in the upcoming Black Panther movie. A far cry from the many stereotypical roles he's been offered in the past. And it's not just Mexico. From the moment the Europeans colonized the Americas, heritage and skin color became ingrained in every Latin country.
Hay una frase muy famosa en donde dice, México ama a los indios muertos, pero desprecia a los indios vivos.
For living natives like Luis, Mexican history begins with them.
We are the original Mexicans. Mexico needs to have a conversation about racism.
And on social media, we're seeing anti-racism protests in Guatemala, Colombia, and Brazil. All of those movements, they say, are inspired by the George Floyd protests that happened here. Savannah?
All right, Nyla Charles, thank you so much.
A viral TikTok challenge possibly turning deadly. 4 teens were killed in upstate New York while they were driving a stolen Kia. Investigators say that tragedy could be linked to the Kia challenge, as it's known, a viral social media trend that shows you how to steal a car using something as simple as a cell phone charger. Here's NBC's Morgan Chesky.
4 teens killed in a deadly upstate New York car crash involving a stolen Kia that police say may be linked to a popular TikTok challenge. Among the victims, 14-year-old Ajane Harper and 19-year-old Marcus Webster.
This is a terrible, terrible outcome for such young kids that have their entire lives in front of them.
The crash happened early Monday morning. All 5 passengers in the car were ejected from the stolen Kia. The sole survivor, a 14-year-old girl, is still in a hospital, authorities say.
We need to do a thorough investigation to find out what happened and what the appropriate charges are against the driver.
Police say the 16-year-old Kia driver has now been charged with unauthorized use of a vehicle and criminal possession of the stolen property.
They are very easy, unfortunately, to steal. You can look up the information that's been put out there.
He's talking about the viral sensation dubbed the Kia Challenge, an internet trend that shows how to steal Kias and Hyundais built in the last decade with something as simple as a cell phone charger or even USB cable.
Pull it down and then break it down.
And getting away in seconds. Earlier this year, a group known as the Kia Boys, wreaking absolute havoc in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Stealing cars, then going on reckless joyrides. Motor vehicle thefts in Milwaukee have surged in the last 2 years, more than double 2020, with nearly 7,000 car thefts so far this year. In a 2-week window in July, nearly half of the 56 cars stolen in St. Petersburg, Florida, were Kia or Hyundai models, according to police.
They tell us they learned it on the internet or they learned it from another friend. It just continues to spread like wildfire.
Police say St. Paul, Minnesota is experiencing similar problems. As of July of this year, 212 Hyundais and 248 Kias have been stolen. Last year, just 39 Hyundais and 24 Kias. This summer, video showed a Kia Forte that was reported stolen, driving erratically and dangerously as a police helicopter followed throughout the city. The car eventually struck the center concrete median twice before becoming disabled. All 4 occupants ran off, but were later arrested by authorities. All teenagers, the victims caught off guard.
It was kind of shocking. I thought, I thought with the newer cars that you had to have the key.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Up next, a new tool in the fight against cancer. What doctors are now recommending to more patients. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, we're taking a closer look at the benefits of exercise for people who have cancer.
Yeah, it's an important report. Here's NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal.
Erica Aleman was gearing up for the Chicago Marathon when she got some devastating news.
The only thing I thought is about my daughters, how I'm going to tell my daughters that their mom is dying.
She was diagnosed with stage 2 triple-negative breast cancer.
I didn't know if I was going to be able to continue running.
And would need both chemotherapy and surgery.
She said, I would like to run the Chicago Marathon. Can I do that?
Hi, Erica.
Dr. Regina Stein, an oncologist at Northwestern Medicine, gave Erica the hope she needed.
I said to her, your goal is something that we can achieve. You maintaining your conditioning, your running, will actually benefit you.
She's part of a growing group of doctors starting to encourage more activity during cancer treatment, an emerging field known as exercise oncology.
There was literally a 300% increase in the number of trials between 2010 and 2020.
Catherine Schmitz, a leading researcher in the field and author of the book Moving Through Cancer, predicted this new shift in medicine.
We have the data now that tell us that people living with and beyond cancer should be physically active as well.
Research has shown that exercise can improve fatigue, quality of life, and even help your heart and lungs during cancer treatment. It can be as simple as putting on comfortable shoes to get the blood flowing.
We know that as little as twice weekly walking for 10 minutes is enough to really make a powerful impact.
A good starting point is to aim for 30 minutes of moderate exercise at least 3 times a week, including both cardio and weight training. But don't be discouraged if this seems like too much.
So what was the hardest part of the marathon for you?
I couldn't walk. There were days that I couldn't even put my shoes on.
After 16 bouts of chemo, she kept putting in the miles.
I used to get chemo on Wednesdays, so I woke up really early and 5:45 a.m. I ran before my chemo.
Until race day, 5 days before her surgery.
I honestly ran with my heart. When my body was giving up, I just used my heart, and that got me through the finish line.
So impressive, Dr. Akshay Sayal reporting there. Well, a new report finds climate change is having a profound impact on our mental health. According to the medical journal The Lancet, rising temperatures can increase the likelihood of anxiety disorders, schizophrenia, even suicide risk.
Yeah, we spoke to one of the report's authors about the threat.
Poor air quality. We found that in children, that's associated with decreased cognition. We also report on recent research that links poor air quality with dementia, anxiety, depression, and suicide in adults. There's even evidence that exists that notes that extreme heat can render inactive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, a father's love for his son was captured in one viral video.
Yeah, this
viral
is so
photo.
cool. The coal miner was seen sitting next to his 3-year-old at a college basketball game, still covered in dust from the day. Here's NBC's Jacob Soboroff.
It's just all mind-blowing. I never imagined it.
Disbelief and excitement. Michael McGuire and his wife Molly are awestruck at the attention that this one photo garnered in a matter of days. On Saturday, McGuire rushed from the coal mines to Pikeville in order to take his 3-year-old son Easton to his first in-person college basketball game.
Easton has took a huge interest in sports. So it was the perfect time to buy tickets for Michael and Easton to start that.
Working long hours underground and up to 6 days a week, family time is precious to McGuire. With no time to spare, not even to clean off the coal mine dust that powdered his face and clothes, he got to the game in the nick of time.
Didn't want to miss it. I've had to miss quite a few stuff.
The sight of McGuire and his son moved head coach John Calipari, who posted this picture on Instagram, writing, "My family's American dream started in a Clarksburg, West Virginia coal mine, so this picture hits home." Adding, he wanted to gift the family VIP tickets to Rupp Arena. Calipari wasn't the only one touched. Comments on the post included, "You just won me over, coach. Being an ex-coal miner myself, I know this all too well." Another user writing, "This is Kentucky in one photo." The annual blue-white scrimmage is one of UK's biggest fan favorites ahead of the regular season. But it was especially important this year, held in Pikeville, because it raised over $162,000 to help victims of this summer's deadly floods in eastern Kentucky. Floyd County, where McGuire's from, was one of the worst hit areas.
We had some friends that lost a lot. That's when we looked at each other and was like, all right, let's do what we can.
The check was presented by the Wildcats to Kentucky's governor during halftime. As for the McGuire's time at the game,
Easton was dancing and everything.
It's been a fun experience for us as a family.
So neat.
I know they said they're going to go to other games in the future as well.
Yeah,
So cute.
Awesome. All right, now a new statue is riding into history.
It's making a 1,000-mile journey to its new home by motorcycle. NBC's Jay Gray explains.
Horsepower replaces the sound of hooves for this cavalry of modern-day Buffalo soldiers, riding Harleys and Hondas, continuing a journey that began more than 150 years ago, honoring their heritage and riding escort to history.
There's 7 horses on top. We want to squeeze as many as possible so it looked like a cavalry.
History immortalized by sculptor Becky Alt and a team of artisans at their foundry in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
We did nothing but think about this day and night for several years.
The better part of 3 years, designing and creating a memorial to the original Buffalo soldiers, the first all-black regiments recognized by Congress as part of the U.S. Army in the 1800s.
These gentlemen fought for our freedom.
The bronze statue highlighting the 10th Cavalry, heroes of the 1898 Spanish-American War.
These guys were a team. They watched each other's back, and I wanted to have that strength, that dynamic of several soldiers together.
With the artwork complete, a convoy of new Buffalo soldiers, members of the nation's largest African-American motorcycle club, gathered to take it home to Lakeland, Florida, where the soldiers lived in tents while they trained, traveling more than 1,000 miles across 7 states for 2 days. Their journey ends at Veterans Memorial Park in Lakeland, with a crowd gathering for the installation.
Truly, truly emotional. I have not yet today been able to find the words to accurately describe the feeling. That's how deep it is, because it has so many meanings.
The formal dedication is set for Veterans Day weekend. It's a statue honoring soldiers many say history has ignored or forgotten, with a message for generations to come.
To me, the message is unity. There are so many different people involved with this project, so many different opinions and so many different ideas. Like I say, for me, it's a symbol of unity, of people working together. That's going to always be here.
Like the legacy of the men it remembers.
Buffalo Soldiers! You're watching NBC News Daily.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Aaron Gilchrist is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, October 27th, 2022. On the brink, hospitals on both coasts are running out of beds for young patients. What's behind the problem and how doctors are trying to respond.
Electric shock. Tesla reportedly under federal criminal investigation over claims about its self-driving cars. What it could mean for the company and Elon Musk.
Florida's recovery. It's been 1 month since Hurricane Ian devastated that state. The problems Floridians are still dealing with and what you can do to help.
And burning through money. Why this season's winter heating bills could be much higher than normal. And what you can do to save a buck.
Welcome, everyone. We begin with growing concerns of the triple virus threat overwhelming hospitals nationwide.
Yeah, we're talking about the combination of COVID, the flu, and RSV. That's that severe respiratory virus that's targeting kids specifically. Cases of all three are being detected from coast to coast, and that's fueling fears of what's being called a tridemic this winter, threatening to overwhelm America's hospitals.
COVID-19 combined with a potentially bad influenza season, and now we're seeing RSV going up at the same time. That obviously makes us concerned that we might get into this triple pandemic situation.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now. Dr. John, we've been talking about hospital beds on the East Coast filling up. Now we're seeing that on the West Coast. I want to just show the numbers real quick. In Arizona, 87% of pediatric beds are being used. In Texas, it's 91%. Seattle Children's Hospital says they're at 200% capacity in their emergency room. So what do those numbers mean for those hospitals? Put that in English for us. How do they care for patients?
And Kate, what that means is those hospitals are getting stretched thin, but what they then do is reach out to the community, to other hospitals that aren't as inundated, and start putting patients in those areas. Typically, a hospital's ICU, particularly a pediatric ICU, they don't like to get above much more than 85% of their beds filled, because that gives them that buffer zone, that 15% capacity in case they need them for emergencies or traumas or anything like that. But in this case, as you mentioned, some of these are filled beyond capacity and sometimes even double capacity. And in cases like that, they do a couple of things. One, they get these children out to other community hospitals and get them to take care of them. And the other thing they do is try to bring in more help. And that obviously drains the facilities, drains the people that are taking care of them, because you can imagine shift after shift after shift after shift, having much more workload than you're normally used to can really take its toll in time. And so again, this is something they're dealing with, but they can't deal with it for a very long time.
Absolutely. Also, I want to talk specifically about RSV. It's really concerning because it's targeting kids who, in most cases, are too young to have that robust immune system. So what do parents need to know about how this spreads, how to keep their kids safe, especially when they're hearing hospital beds are full and it sounds scary?
And RSV is very contagious, Savannah. It's one of the most contagious viruses out there. And most kids end up getting it before the age of 2 because of the pandemic. They didn't necessarily get it. So now we're looking at double the amount of kids that potentially could be getting it and could be getting hit very hard with it because their body hasn't seen it before. And it's spread by aerosol, by basic respiration, just like COVID, just like the flu. So the best way to protect them is to keep them from other people that might be sick, and to make sure if you're sick that you stay home as well. Of course, getting your vaccines can help protect everybody in your community and your family, so important as well, Savannah.
Dr. John Torres, important information for all of us. Thank you so much.
You bet.
New data released today shows the U.S. gross domestic product up 2.6%. That's beating expectations, and it's welcome news for the White House. But President Biden says more progress still needs to be made. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, the midterms, we keep saying it, 12 days away now. Inflation and the economy are on top of mind for 44% of voters, almost half of voters, according to one recent poll. What's the president's message to try to ease those concerns?
Well, Kate, that new GDP report today is giving the White House an opportunity to try to make the case that things are starting to get better, that essentially their plan is now working, and that American voters can expect more improvements to happen if they sort of stay the path of what President Biden and Democrats have done over the last couple of years. The president's chief of staff, Ron Klain, on Morning Joe earlier today, pointing out that, look, it's not just this one GDP report, that we've seen gas prices fall dramatically, well over $1 since, earlier in the summer, that we've seen some indications that inflation may start to be easing. So all of those things that the voters say they most care about in that New York Times Siena College poll are the things that the White House is now trying to say are starting to improve and would only go in the reverse direction if congressional Republicans were to take over and do things like try to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. One bit of news that I want to bring to you that we learned just as the president was heading to New York from his press secretary on the plane. There's been all these questions about some of the states where President Biden is not campaigning, the fact that his campaign schedule has been so much lighter. We now know that on Tuesday, President Biden in Florida will be campaigning with Charlie Crist, the gubernatorial candidate, as well as Val Demings, the Democratic Senate candidate. He also plans to travel out west to New Mexico on Thursday. He'll appear there with Governor Grisham. Kate?
All right, Josh Letterman for us. Josh, thank you.
Now, as President Biden makes his case for Democrats, early voting is already underway across the country. And get this, nationally, more than 14 million early and absentee ballots have already been cast.
More than 1 million of those votes are in Georgia, nearly double the total early votes cast during the last midterm elections 4 years ago. All eyes are on that state's Senate race in Georgia, where Republican Herschel Walker is facing new allegations that he funded an abortion, claims that he denies, and we should note that claims that NBC has not independently verified. Joining us now is NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, this is the final stretch, really, before the midterms, and polls are showing momentum turning toward the GOP a bit. You've been talking to people in both parties. How are they feeling? What are they saying?
Well, Kate, you just said it. We can't say it enough. With just 12 days to go until Election Day, both Democrats and Republicans are hoping to motivate voters to turn out in big numbers for their party. Now, Republicans I've been talking to, they're feeling more and more confident in their chances of taking control of the House and the Senate. They point to a number of polls that show the GOP with a slight lead on generic congressional ballots, and to voters being increasingly concerned about inflation and the economy as their top issues. Republicans also point out that history shows the president's party, which of course course, is Democrats in this case, often loses ground in midterm elections. But Democrats, they tell me they are ready for this fight. We've seen President Biden and a number of Democrats making the recent argument, really, that the GOP would cut Medicare and Social Security, shut down the government, and send the economy into a tailspin. So they're really leaning in on that sort of new messaging about the economy and what Republicans could do to it. They're also hoping to motivate voters by talking about abortion rights and threats to democracy, saying that, of course, in their minds, women's privacy would be on the line, as well as the idea that this American Constitution would be put to a test if Republicans were in office. All in all, we're in for a chaotic and busy few days as both Republicans and Democrats rally across the country, and they're bringing out big names, ladies, surrogates, including former Presidents Obama and Trump. Kate and Savannah.
That's right. Chaotic and busy 12 days, I think, to go still. Lots to do. We know you'll be on it for us. Thank you, Yamiche.
Well, more than 5 months after the shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, the state's top cop says the Texas Department of Public Safety did not fail. His comments come as our NBC affiliate in San Antonio obtained some new police body cam video from the shooting, which, of course, left 19 students and 2 teachers dead. NBC's Morgan Chesky's been following this. Morgan, let's start with that new body cam video. What does it reveal?
Yeah, Kate, the new body cam video is stunning, and it shows multiple angles for nearly an hour of this shooting response or lack thereof outside Robb Elementary. And one of the first things that stands out is that we see a glimpse of Sergeant Juan Maldonado being approached by multiple officers near the entrance to Robb Elementary. That's important because Maldonado was the first trooper fired as a result of this ongoing internal investigation. That announcement came last Friday when his termination was made official, and you can hear officers asking each other what they should do at that point in time. Then there's another angle from inside the school where body cameras capture officers questioning each other. What are we waiting on? What should we do right now? And I think that having been released within the last 24 hours, only frustrated parents who came here to this public meeting today for an update on the investigation that has left this community of Uvalde in perpetual mourning. Kate?
Yeah, Morgan, we were seeing, I don't know if you can see air, but we were seeing some of the chyrons, the subtext there of what people were saying to each other. And they're saying, how many kids are in there? Are there kids in there? It's really astounding. Today was that, as you just said, public testimony from the head of the Texas Department of Public Safety. First time he's spoken, I think, publicly since the summer. And he did face some of the relatives of the shooting victims. What did he say?
Well, the calls for his resignation have only gone up in the past several months, Kate, because earlier in this investigation process, he essentially told the parents of the Uvalde children who were lost in this shooting that if DPS failed as an institution, he would resign. And following several parents calling for that, this is how he responded just a short time ago. Take a listen.
If DPS as an institution failed the families, failed the school, or failed the community of Uvalde, then absolutely, I need to go. But I can tell you this right now. DPS as an institution, right now, did not fail the community, plain and simple.
Well, Steve, the time is now. If you're a man of your word, you'll resign. We're not waiting any longer. Our families, our community, our state has waited long enough.
And as the agency's director left that meeting today, I did have a chance to ask him just a couple questions. And I said, Director, with one officer already having been fired and multiple facing potential termination as a result of this ongoing investigation, when do you plan to announce your resignation? And he said, not right now. Kate?
Morgan Chesky, thanks for being there. Appreciate it.
All right, major automakers are backing away from self-driving cars, and video game prices may go up after the holidays.
After the holidays. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with CNBC's Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hello, but I actually want to start with Elon Musk right now because he's always making news, and now he's trying to reassure Twitter's advertisers. He's expected to complete his $44 billion purchase of the social media platform tomorrow. Musk has been saying he thinks Twitter's content restrictions are too tight, unnerving some ad buyers. But today, in a tweet addressed specifically to those advertisers, he said Twitter will not become what he called a free-for-all hellscape where anything can be said without consequences. We'll see what happens with that. Ford has decided that creating a fully self-driving vehicle will take too long and cost too much. So it's shutting down a joint venture with Volkswagen that was working on developing that technology. And lastly, right for the holidays, Microsoft says it plans to raise the price of its Xbox video game console, but that price increase will come after the holidays. Further incentive to get you to buy, right?
Yeah. So I spent last year on a list waiting for one of those.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And?
Like through all of Christmas and into the new year, and it took.
And you didn't get it?
I did eventually, but it was like 6 months later.
That was one of the best Christmas gifts I ever got when I was younger, an Xbox.
Yeah. Well, all right.
Mine was a Nintendo.
That's cool, too.
She's younger than us.
I just never played it.
Yeah, there we go. Or me. I should say me, Christina. I'm not going to throw you.
The first version.
All right, when we come back, more about automakers Tesla under fire, why claims about their self-driving vehicles have reportedly led to a federal investigation. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Tesla may be in trouble over their claims that their electric cars can drive themselves.
The Justice Department is reportedly looking into whether the company misled consumers and investors. Here's NBC's Stephanie Gosk.
Hey there. According to Reuters, the U.S. Department of Justice reportedly launched this previously undisclosed probe last year in the wake of more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during those accidents.
Autopilot changes the way you relate to your drive.
Tesla, famous for its attention-grabbing tech innovations, has long touted the Autopilot feature in its cars.
Designed for highway use, Autopilot assists you with the routines of daily driving, whether you're cruising or crawling.
The company could be under fire for that technology. Reuters reporting the electric car company is facing a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice for its claims that its cars can drive themselves, examining whether Tesla misled consumers. According to Reuters, citing 3 sources familiar with the matter, quote, the U.S. Department of Justice launched the previously undisclosed probe last year following more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during the accidents. Tesla has always maintained that its Autopilot features require constant monitoring, and drivers need to be ready to take control at all times.
You must be fully attentive and have your hands on the wheel at all times while driving.
regardless of what features are active.
But the company and CEO Elon Musk have promoted the self-driving features. A video currently on the company's website says the person in the driver's seat is only there for legal reasons. He is not doing anything. The car is driving itself. In the past, Musk has described Tesla as probably better than a human driver. Reuters reporting just last week, Musk told shareholders that Tesla would soon release an upgraded version of full self-driving software, allowing customers to travel to your work, your friend's house, to the grocery store without you touching the wheel. NBC News has reached out to Tesla and to the Department of Justice, but has not received a response. Elon Musk did not respond to written questions from Reuters seeking comment. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Stephanie Goss. Well, scientists say that they can track future outbreaks in a unique way, but it starts with a trip to the sewer. Our colleagues at LX News and NBC News New York went to check it out.
Each time you take the gloves off, it's harder to put on the next pair. It's hot down here also.
What if we could predict the future? What if we could predict future pandemics and outbreaks? COVID today, perhaps polio tomorrow, something novel next year? Scientists say we can. The answer's right here, in our sewers.
By sequencing and continuing to monitor wastewater, that can give you weeks of lead time before a particular strain or disease becomes widespread in the community. And so they can effectively function as an early warning system, which of course is important to allow that community to get prepared for that outbreak.
We're under Elmhurst Hospital in Queens, New York, with Queens College research assistants Justin and Sharon. The main wastewater from this hospital system runs through these pipes.
We have a system in place where we set what we call a contraption that kind of just gathers all the viral particles in the water flowing through.
The contraption is placed inside the pipe to collect wastewater for 24 hours. A mesh traps the viruses.
Just let it drain, and then we look for influenza. We look for, obviously, coronavirus. I believe we're starting to look into monkeypox now.
The wastewater surveillance program started with NYC Health and is now spread to 11 hospitals across the city.
The biggest challenges around processing wastewater samples is that it's a much more involved task to collect those sets of samples. It's not as simple as swabbing a person. You're actually collecting this from wastewater.
Interesting look there. All right, Ian's aftermath 1 month later, coming up inside the hardest hit parts of Florida. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
The two fishermen caught at the center of a viral cheating scandal are pleading not guilty. You might remember this story, this viral video from earlier this month that appeared to show their tournament-winning catch stuffed with lead weights. And nobody was happy about it. Remember that? NBC's Gadi Schwartz joins us now. Gadi, we were laughing about this story when you first told it, but there's a lot that's happened since then.
Yeah, that's right. Now, I don't know about you, Kate, but as soon as I heard the alert for their court appearance, I immediately heard that viral moment that you just talked about. We got weights in the fish. So I guess let's just start there. That was about a month ago. Two fishermen that had been going around winning tournaments were busted when the organizer of the Lake Erie Walleye Trail Tournament got suspicious because he felt something hard in the fish's belly. So he opened it up in front of everybody. Inside, he found 10 pounds of weights in those walleyes. Now, in the video, you see people surrounding one of the fishermen. They are demanding an explanation. But fast forward to today, Kate, we still don't have an explanation. The two men are now facing a bunch of criminal charges, but are staying silent in court, not answering any questions other than entering a not guilty plea.
Okay,
Kate?
so that's what I thought. They pled not guilty. What are the charges exactly that they're facing?
They're facing fifth-degree felonies of cheating, attempted grand theft, possession of criminal tools, as well as unlawful ownership of wild animals, which is a fourth-degree misdemeanor for the fillets they also stuffed in those fish. And while this investigation goes on, they've lost their bass boat as well as their trailer.
And this is big business, right, Gadi? Like, this is lots of money on the line.
A lot of money, yeah. If they would have won that, if they wouldn't have been disqualified, they would have walked with about $28,000. So definitely some real money at play here, especially when you consider that before this tournament, one of the men was reportedly bragging about bringing in close to $300,000 in recent prize money from some other tournaments. Kate?
Gadi Schwartz on the Fisherman Beat for us. Gadi, thank you.
Yeah, that's the story that keeps on giving, isn't it? Now, researchers are getting an inside look at some of the most dangerous storms with the help of floating robots. They're called sail drones and are powered by the sun. Here's CNBC's Contessa Brewer.
This is footage filmed from inside one of the most dangerous environments imaginable. A Category 4 hurricane caught on camera.
During Hurricane Sam, we saw wave heights of up to 100 feet, and that is like 3 times the size of this building.
Richard Jenkins is the founder and CEO of Sail Drone.
What time are we leaving the dock?
It should be right about noon.
Great.
The company uses a fleet of high-tech, self-sailing research vessels to explore and collect climate data in places too risky for manned missions.
Normally, ships require a lot of maintenance, a lot of fuel to get them from A to B. We're able to go into the ocean for up to a year at a time and sail back for servicing.
These bright orange floating robots are powered by the sun, propelled by the wind, and filled with more than a dozen sensors feeding back weather data in real time.
All our vehicles have cameras. This is exactly what it looks like at about 2,000 miles offshore right now.
Richard says the secret to the craft's durability is this, the main sail. Built out of reinforced fiberglass, it looks and functions more like an airplane wing than a traditional sail.
This has never been done before in terms of the amount of data.
Dr. Greg Foltz, a scientist for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, says they're actively using these sail drones this hurricane season, and they've already collected valuable measurements from multiple monster storms, including Hurricane Ian and Fiona.
This is a really unique data set, so we're really excited about analyzing it and hoping ultimately to improve intensity forecasts.
Dr. Foltz tells us sail drones can also help better predict another deadly byproduct of hurricanes, storm surge.
A different class of sail drones, it's called the Surveyor, and that measures the bathymetry, so it measures the depth of the ocean.
The shallower the water, the higher the storm surge, which results in more catastrophic damage, like the kind Southwest Florida just saw from Hurricane Ian. Jenkins says he believes these autonomous research vessels will transform our understanding of hurricanes, ultimately giving people on the ground more time to get out of the way.
I really believe our data is saving lives. I think if we keep doing this, more vehicles, more storms, we'll get a very, very good picture of how they work and how they affect human lives.
How much does all this valuable weather data cost? NOAA tells us a 3-month mission is $250,000 per drone. That's just to own the data collected, not the drone itself. Back to you.
Wow. All right, Contessa, thank you. Up next, the late-breaking details about a break-in on the campaign trail. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
22-year-old man commuting to work on his scooter is now in a medically induced coma. Sam Kesselman was on his way to a meeting in Washington, D.C. last week when he was hit by an SUV. The driver of the SUV sped off after hitting Kesselman. Police are asking for the public's help or any information about the driver.
Several people were hurt after a train derailed at an amusement park in Missouri. The 6 park-goers and an employee were all taken to hospitals with minor injuries. The park is back open today. The train line is still being repaired. It's unclear what caused that train to derail.
After a review of evidence, the Department of Justice says it will not pursue federal civil rights charges against 2 deputies involved in the death of a South Carolina inmate. Jamal Sutherland died after he was pepper sprayed and repeatedly shocked with a stun gun in January 2021. 5 months later, the Charleston City Council unanimously settled a lawsuit with Sutherland's family for $10 million. Now, the midterm elections are just 12 days away, and key races across the country couldn't be tighter. Candidates for Congress and governors' mansions are making their final pushes on the campaign trail. This comes as millions of Americans are taking advantage of early voting.
2 of those battleground states we're watching, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. They could decide the balance of power in Washington, but there's another closely watched campaign, Wisconsin's race for governor. We're going to talk to NBC News political analyst Elise Jordan in just a moment, but let's begin with Shaquille Brewster in Milwaukee. Shaq, you've spoken to both Democratic Governor Tony Evers and Republican Tim Michels. What are they saying about the race?
Good evening. Well, they're both or good afternoon, I should say. I'm getting ahead of myself. They're both acknowledging the idea that there are national implications to what happens here in Wisconsin. I just left an event where we saw Governor Tony Evers campaigning with the Labor Secretary after we've been seeing a lot of national powerhouses come into this state. So I asked them, why is it getting national attention, and what should people from outside Wisconsin take to what happens and understand what happens here with this race? Here's what they told me.
The idea that somehow we're going to change our voting rights here in Wisconsin, make it more difficult to vote, that's going to make a big difference in 2024, no matter who's running for president or for Senate.
I think it's a great indicator of the future of politics in the United States. Are we going to elect a businessman, an outsider, someone who has real-life experience and can take that to Madison and apply that to government? Or are we going to elect a failed Tony Evers who has been in education and government his entire life?
You saw the Republican candidate there with the governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. Later this weekend, we'll see former President Obama in the state of Wisconsin. It's just a sense of the national attention this race is getting.
Yeah, for sure. And Jack, early voting began this week in Wisconsin. Do we have any sense of how many people have already gone to the polls?
Yeah, we just got updated numbers from the Wisconsin Elections Commission. We learned that more than 350,000, you see that number there, 353,000 people have cast the ballot early. That includes about 65,000 who came up and showed up in person to file that absentee ballot. Early voting just started on Tuesday, so we can only expect that number to increase, especially once we get to the first weekend of early voting coming up this weekend.
Yeah, polls are showing a lot of enthusiasm this time around for this midterm election. Shaq Brewster, thank you.
Let's now bring in NBC News political analyst Elise Jordan. Elise, great to see you. So you recently went to Pennsylvania. I know you did these series of roundtables speaking to voters. One of those issues is one that's been topping a lot of polls in terms of what voters care about, the economy. What did you hear?
Well, Savannah, we set out to do what political campaigns do with focus groups, and that is to hone in on a specific sector of the electorate and hear what their mood is about conditions that are going to decide the election. So we spoke to voters from all sections of the electorate in Pennsylvania, and they did have a degree of agreement on the economy. So let's hear what they had to say about the economy and how inflation is influencing how they're going to vote.
I mean, we're sinking. It's so concerning. I mean, it's like the stock market. I'm like 6 years away from retirement. It's so concerning.
Yeah, you go to the grocery store and it's $130 and there's still no meat in the cart. It's hard to fathom that that's where we are.
As much as Trump was a loudmouth, I mean, I think I've never seen my 401k as great as it was doing.
You can really get the sense of how the economy has impacted these voters and is going to swing them one way or the other when they go to the polls. And clearly the Biden's economic recovery message just isn't resonating with those voters. And then we also heard from voters on abortion. And this was a surprising issue because for all of the partisan rancor and politicians who are extreme on both sides, Pennsylvania voters, no matter how they lean, they have some commonalities. So let's listen to those voters now.
Could you see abortion being completely banned in Pennsylvania in the near future?
You know, not to make it a race issue, but a lot of Caucasian women would fight. They are the strongest proponents against this.
I don't have or shouldn't have the right to comment or tell a woman, what she can do or not do with her body. So as far as the time frame, as a man, I feel like it's, I don't really have that much of a say.
I don't think men should be making dumb decisions about women.
So men around the country clearly have gotten the message that they should not be commenting on abortion, which is what we heard from a Trump male voter back in Georgia when we did similar focus groups in May. So Savannah, no one said that they were going to vote strictly on abortion. That ranged from the swing voters to the Trump voters, and they all favor some exceptions, even if they identify as pro-life, in the case of rape, incest, and life of the mother. So there is common ground in America. You just wouldn't know it listening to politicians.
Yeah, such an important conversation here. Of course, it's what the voters think that actually matters in a couple days. Elise Jordan, thank you so much.
And we're following some breaking news out of Arizona this hour. A person has been arrested for burglarizing the campaign headquarters of the Democratic gubernatorial candidate there, Katie Hobbs. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard's following that story for us. He joins us from Phoenix now. Vaughn, what do we know about this break-in and the suspect?
Yeah, this break-in, we are told by Phoenix police, took place about 2 nights ago, Monday night, and it was reported yesterday morning by the Katie Hobbs campaign. This is a situation in which an individual has now, as of this morning, been apprehended, been arrested. The individual that Phoenix police believed to be the individual that broke into the campaign headquarters here. The big questions, though, are, number one, what items were actually took from the campaign headquarters? And the natural second question to it is, was this politically motivated at all? The Hobbs campaign had suggested that, Katie Hobbs, the current Arizona Secretary of State, has come under fire over the last year and a half. Threats, more specifically, from folks not only here in Arizona, but around the country in her position of overseeing the 2020 election here. Of course, Carrie Lake aggressively pushed back on any insinuation that her or any of her allies were somehow a part of this break-in. Kate?
Okay, Vaughn Hilliard for us out in Phoenix. Vaughn, keep an eye on that for us. Thank you so much. Well, tomorrow marks 1 month since Hurricane Ian, I can't believe it's been a month, made landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast.
That's right. The Category 4 storm left behind utter devastation all across the state, and at least 135 people died. Several remain missing. Many more are only beginning to recover.
NBC's Sam Brock is near Sanibel Island, Florida, one of the hardest hit areas in that storm. Sam, you were on the ground when Ian made landfall. We talked to you over and over again a month ago. How have things changed in this month?
As you look at the video, Kate and Savannah, of what the initial after effects, what it really looked like on the ground in Fort Myers and Sanibel Island in the immediate aftermath of the hurricane, it's shocking to look now and see how similar it is. Over my shoulder, this is one of those homes that actually can be repaired. There's folks active right now putting a tarp over this roof. So many homes that I saw today, there's no chance of that. When you're on Fort Myers Beach, you could throw a rock in pretty much any street in that entire stretch, which houses about 7,000 or 8,000 people, maybe more than that, and all you see are empty lots and homes that are potentially compromised. Some 3,000 plus homes that were assessed just for damage on that one barrier island. And so, yes, the stacks of debris might not be as high. If you look to my right here, you'll see this one is about 5 or 6 feet. That's actually a reduction from where we were a month ago. You'll just see these massive accumulations of debris in huge lots all over Southwest Florida. Trees with trunks the size of my entire body still standing upright in the middle of streets. There are still boats sitting in streets, boats that are halfway submerged in the water. Half is out, half is below. I spoke with one woman who said it's kind of a metaphor for how we're feeling right now. People see the pain on the outside. Under the water, there's still so much that is not exposed. That encapsulates how folks are doing right now. There has been some progress, but the devastation still goes really beyond articulation.
Absolutely. Sam, I think especially when we have a story like this and people know families' homes were impacted, their lives, of course, impacted, people just feel helpless and they want to know, what can they do to help? What is it that people there need?
So earlier today, we spotlighted Rebuilding Together, which is an organization that actually efforts essential repairs to homes. That is a great organization. The American Red Cross, certainly. But I'll give you some insight. When it comes to the actual businesses, it's their GoFundMe pages that really would actually make the biggest difference. And I'll give you an example. The Green Cup Cafe, which is in downtown Fort Myers, I interviewed the owners. They lost somewhere, guys, in the neighborhood of $80,000 to $100,000 worth of equipment. They just got through COVID, had to take out loans for that. So now when you're talking about a FEMA loan, yes, it's helpful, but it's still a loan. What these businesses need right now is sheer unattached assistance to try to get back up on the ground again. The silver lining to all of this, that restaurant that I mentioned, they posted a picture to Facebook about what they're going through. With everything else going on here in this area, there were dozens of people that showed up the next day. Everyone, like a perfect synchronicity, moving debris, cleaning floors, and it really restores your faith in humanity, even in the middle of so much darkness right now.
Yeah, that's for sure, Sam. I've noticed that, unfortunately, in a lot of natural disasters, you really do get your faith restored, that people help each other.
Yeah.
Sam Brock, glad you're there again. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Well, heating costs are soaring as temperatures dip. Coming up, how you can save no matter how you heat your home. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
You know, we haven't even handed out candy to trick-or-treaters yet, but over the last few weeks, a lot of us have gotten a preview of winter. And now new data suggests no matter how you heat your home, it's likely going to cost you more to stay warm. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
From the Northeast and Midwest to parts of the South, Mother Nature has already given millions of us a sneak peek at what's ahead. And this morning, the forecast for America's collective wallet this winter may also be a bit frigid.
It's a very, very high bill.
Across the board, energy costs are expected to be higher than last year. The federal government expects the biggest jumps for customers who use heating oil or natural gas to stay warm, up 27% and 28%. Two factors are driving the spike: the global market affected by Russia's war in Ukraine and OPEC's plan to slash production of crude oil. The supply of heating oil in New England is also about a third of where it typically is.
We are operating right now at unacceptably low inventory levels.
Still, and this is important, experts say that is not cause for concern.
Supply is tight. That is undeniable. We have enough fuel to supply people's needs at this time. And for over a century, our industry has never failed.
Right now, the cost for a gallon of heating oil is about $5.70 per gallon. That's up more than $2 from last year, with 8 states paying even more.
There are people that are going to have to choose between feeding their families or heating their home. And that's scary. You know, it's really scary.
Experts say the best ways to save: check windows for leaks and seal or replace if needed. Adjust your thermostat when you're sleeping or out of the house, and schedule routine services to maintain your heating systems.
This will heat about 2,000 square feet.
Donna Huber in Rhode Island is among many Americans looking for alternatives to stay warm, recently installing a wood stove in her home.
I bought 3 cords of wood for under $800. If I wanted to heat my house solely on the wood, that would take me through the season. That's less than half of a tank of oil.
Now, while it might not save you money on your heating bill, there are some surprising ways to put a few bucks back in your wallet, from sharing a club membership to apps that offer award-winning content for free. Here's NBC's Vicki Nguyen.
With rising costs on essential needs,
inflation is awful. Everything costs so much.
It's time to get smart about saving.
We're all trying to figure out ways to save money and to be super impactful with our spend, especially as the holidays approach.
And the discounts are out there. A simple library card can actually save you from hefty streaming subscriptions. Apps like Overdrive, Hoopla, and Canopy offer catalogs of content for free. And one surprising trend now among young people, signing up for benefits from the AARP.
Contrary to popular belief, you can be any age to join AARP. And the benefits are awesome.
The Wall Street Journal finding 20-somethings as new card carriers in an effort to snag discounts amid inflation, showing it's not just for the 50 and older crowd.
In my head, it was always something for senior citizens.
28-year-old Marissa Schwartz says she learned a lot about AARP benefits through TikTok and couldn't help but join in on the savings, and even convinced her parents to do the same. In a similar fashion, a AAA membership can also land you deals from food, entertainment, and travel, while wholesale clubs are a popular way to save in bulk.
I paid about $200. I think there's way more than $200 worth in this basket.
I mean, it's just crazy how expensive it all is, and it just adds up.
Maximize your wholesale membership by sharing with another person to cut costs. Alone, Costco's memberships can run $60 a year, $120 if you're looking at the executive level, while Sam's Club is $50 per year, $110 for its Plus membership. And before you sign up, check out sites like Groupon, Retail Me Not, and Slick Deals for discounts on the membership itself.
I think people love a deal. It's the idea that the buy one, get one, the 10% off, the 15% off, you really feel like you're gaming the system.
But buyer beware of signing up for too many costly memberships. Experts suggest narrowing down the necessities first to determine which ones will be the most impactful and avoid getting overrun by the club fees.
You have to be really thoughtful with these memberships, because if you're going to spend money to join a membership, then you need to really make sure it's worth it on the back end.
Good tips there. Well, it has been 5 years since the Me Too movement first began shining a light on sexual abuse and harassment.
That's right. And actress Rosanna Arquette was at the forefront. She was one of the first women to publicly accuse Harvey Weinstein of sexual misconduct. Take a listen to part of an interview I just had with her.
So when you just think about the fact that it's been 5 years since the start of the Me Too movement, what's just your first reaction to that, 5 years passing?
Galvanized the movement amongst globally around the world for women and all survivors. I'm proud of it. Look where we are now. So much work to do, but it was a really important time in our world. It was a seminal moment in contemporary history.
I'll have much more with Rosanna Arquette on a special episode of Meet the Press Reports tonight at 10:30 Eastern on NBC News Now.
Looking forward to that. Great conversation. There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A fashion designer is going viral after being forced to make a quick change.
Yeah, his mom is now the face of his brand and even on a billboard in Times Square.
Yay, Mom.
NBC's Morgan Radford has the story.
Ready for the set. I never had a vision or dream to ever have my own business.
At just 23 years old, Travis Terry is making a name for himself in the fashion world with his brand, IMB.
Have you ever had any inclination towards fashion historically when you were a kid?
I think I'm a little fly guy.
Little fly guy. It's a dream that started less than 3 years ago in his dorm room at Clark Atlanta University. While getting ready for a spring break trip, he realized he didn't have a bag for his clothes, but he did have a refund check from his student loans and an idea.
I'm not wasting my money. I'm starting my own business and I'm trying to create bags.
From there, IMB was born,
I got the name from the word in my bag, and I took the first letters of each word, and the meaning is get to the bag, which means get money.
Still in college, Travis worked at a local deli in his hometown of Hartford, Connecticut to fund his dream. The business finally gained traction once he started designing and manufacturing his own bags.
This is a 4-in-1 bag, so you'd be able to take the bag off. Clutch comes off.
Wow. Oh, she's cute.
Cheering him through it all, Travis's biggest supporter, his mom, Laverne.
The neighborhood we came from, the kids that he grew around, a lot of them don't make it out.
When you say a lot of kids don't make it out, what happens to them?
Drugs, death. There's a lot of shooting with the young generation now.
But Travis was different. He was determined to make it work. So when his usual model, his sister, couldn't make it to a photo shoot, Travis turned to his mom. Together, their photo shoot, inspired by Cardi B, went viral.
That shoot was the Grinch shoot, and ever since then, it was a wrap.
It's what put you on the map.
Put me on the map. It got recognition from Cardi B.
Now, Laverne is the face of her son's brand.
Did you have modeling experience before this?
Never.
Even making it onto a billboard in New York City's Times Square.
I'm 61 now. I've never been this happy in my life, so this is like a new start of whatever God had for me.
Was there ever any doubt about your age?
No, because age is nothing but a number. I'm still 23, 32, 45.
And 61 and fabulous.
Yes.
For Travis, bringing his mom on board was a way to show his love.
I feel like I want to change the narrative of honoring your parents. She doesn't look like what she's been through, and that's the best end of it all. She holds herself high and such a beautiful woman.
How do you feel hearing that?
Oh, yeah, right. It's, you know.
I try not to cry.
With Travis's right-hand woman by his side and in front of the camera, IMB Products caught the attention of his local museum and was even spotted on some celebrities.
It's a pinch me moment, but it's kind of like I need somebody else to pinch me, right?
What is your definition of success?
When Beyonce get the bag, when I see it, I'm like, not even believe she got it.
So Beyonce is the standard.
Well, I don't know, because, you know, I love Beyonce too, but it's all the way up to the top.
To the top.
To the top.
How cool is
great
that?
stuff.
And she looks like she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, totally, right?
Amazing. All right, finally this hour, some of the stories trending right now.
So Skechers says Ye, the rapper formerly known as Kanye West, was escorted out of its Los Angeles headquarters. The shoe company says Ye and his team showed up, in its words, unannounced and uninvited. Skechers also says it will not work with Ye, condemning his anti-Semitic comments that led to other companies like Adidas to end partnerships with him.
If you didn't win last night's Powerball jackpot, don't worry, because no one else did either. The jackpot is now worth an estimated $800 million. It's the second largest in the history of the game. The next drawing Saturday.
And guess what? Prince Harry's memoir finally has a release date. Write this down, January 10th. The book is titled Spare. Many believe that's a reference to the heir and the spare. You know, people use that for Harry being the spare and his older brother William being the heir. The book is expected to touch on his mother, on Princess Diana, on her death, on his time outside the royal family. Who's not going to read this book is what I want to know.
Sounds like it's filled with a lot of royalty, so I will be. Oh my goodness.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
If it's Thursday, it's the economy. President Biden touts better than expected GDP growth amid growing recession fears, as Democrats face an increasingly uphill battle in their fight to keep control of Congress. Plus, Democrats respond to GOP attacks on the issue of crime, as the Bidens, Obama, Liz Cheney, and Trump all gear up to hit the trail, stumping for candidates in crucial races. And 5 years later, new reporting on the future of the Me Too movement, in particular, Gen Z. They speak out on the movement's impacts and early legacy. Hello there. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. As Democrats race to avoid losing the House and possibly the Senate, the White House's East and West wings appear to be moving into economic damage control mode. President Biden has hit the road to try to reassure anxious voters about the state of the economy and that he is actually focused on dealing with it, as the First Lady prepares to hit the campaign trail in an effort to boost some high-profile Democratic incumbents who find themselves fighting for their own political lives. All of this comes as Democrats are trying to regain that lost midterm momentum from September, in large part due to the party's struggles with its messaging around economic issues, but frankly, due to the actual economic data that is sitting out there. It's not just about messaging, it's the economy itself. Today, Democrats did get some welcome headline relief, if you will, thanks to the news that the economy grew faster than expected in the last quarter, with GDP rising by 2.6%. Now, you know, with all of these economic releases, there's always a but, as some economists pointed out. And this but's an important one. When you look under the hood of those numbers, there's still plenty of cause for concern. Consumers are starting to spend less, and everything is costing more. But one of the reasons for this growth is people still have money in their pockets. Now, it's less all the time, but they still do. That said, parts of the housing market are collapsing due to rising mortgage rates. The Federal Reserve tries to fight soaring inflation, potentially tipping the economy into recession. And whether or not they can engineer a so-called soft landing is a question that could impact millions of workers, voters, homeowners, renters around the country. President Biden is trying to address some of those economic concerns this afternoon in upstate New York. Call it a version of I feel your pain type of messaging. We do expect him to speak in a few minutes when he's up there. It's an official visit, but as you know, the state of New York is a hotbed for competitive House races these days, particularly Democratic House seats that are vulnerable. Joining me now outside of the White House is NBC correspondent Josh Letterman. Also with me, CNBC economics editor Jeff Cox. Jason Furman is a former economic advisor from the Obama years. He's a professor of economic policy at Harvard. And we have economist Omer Sharif, founder and president of Inflation Insights. Josh, let me start with you. You know, I still think back to Nancy Pelosi saying 2 weeks ago, hey, we got a message on the economy better in the last 3 weeks. You sit there and you're like, what can you do or say in these final weeks to somehow reassure voters that are not happy about the economy? But what is the White House's plan?
Well, certainly they're going to do everything they can to highlight positive developments like this new GDP report, better than expected, at least for a little bit, easing some of the fears about that big R-word recession that is on the minds of so many voters. But, you know, the reality is they have to play with the cards that they have in this campaign. Those cards are some of these, you know, modest successes, this GDP report, the reduction in gas prices that they have been touting, and some of these, you know, tentative signs that inflation may be easing. But at the end of the day, what they are up against is how people feel about the economy. People are going to be voting more based on whether they feel secure and whether they feel like they're able to afford the things they were in the past than they are by economic reports that get published in the Wall Street Journal. And that is the challenge that Democrats and President Biden on the campaign trail are really up against as they try to sell to Americans steps that they have taken on the economy that so far a lot of people aren't personally feeling in their own pocketbooks.
And selling what they've done, are they talking about any new actions that they may try to take after the election?
Well, certainly they're talking about doing a lot more of the same. It's more about stay the course and allow some of these major pieces of legislation they've already passed to then take effect and be implemented well. And then to contrast that, Chuck, with what President Biden has been saying that Republicans will do on day one if they do take over the House, which is to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. So bring things in the opposite direction. But we haven't heard a full-throated voicing of a major new economic plan that's coming just on the other side of the election. I think partly because Democrats realize that the chances that they are going to retain both houses of Congress after the election are not that great.
Josh Letterman at the White House for us. Josh, thanks for getting us started. Let me bring in Jeff Cox here. So, Jeff, the GDP number, and it feels like every economic indicator that we get, if it looks good on the top line, there's a but. You got to see this stuff. And if it looks bad on the top line, there's always, hey, but it's better under here. So these GDP numbers, is this a good headline for a bad economy, or is this a reminder that the economy is better than we think?
Well, Chuck, look, as you say, there's a lot of alchemy and economic voodoo that goes into the way these numbers are formulated. I think if you were looking at this report today for kind of the all clear on the economy, this wasn't that. I mean, there was still a lot of questions that this report raised today. One of the big things is that the headline number boosted almost completely because of a big rise in exports, which were up over 14% on the quarter. That simply is not sustainable. In fact, if you separated and just subtracted out the net export number from this report, it actually would have printed slightly negative. Other areas of concern is that we saw a drop-off in consumer spending, the pace of increase there falling, of course, as prices continue to rise, and residential investment, that just basically means home building. We all know that the real estate market is not doing well right now. Those numbers reflected today. So a lot of questions. And then, of course, on the periphery is the Federal Reserve. They've been moving interest rates up in large increments. They're expected to do that again next week. And that's really scaring a lot of people, scaring the markets.
What are the chances that we're going to have a growth in the fourth quarter? I mean, you basically have painted a picture that says it's hard to imagine that we would have growth in the fourth quarter, but you tell me.
Most of the economists I speak to, Chuck, are expecting basically a flattish number in the fourth quarter. The one big positive for the economy right now is the jobs market. People are still able to get jobs. Wages are still continuing to rise. So that's a good thing, and that's keeping the economy afloat. Now, what I'm hearing, though, from most economists is that going into 2023, at some point early, mid-2023, we will, in fact, be in recession.
Jeff Cox from our partners over there at CNBC. Jeff, thank you. Let me bring in our two economists here, Jason Furman, Omer Sharif. You both are pretty blunt speakers here. Jason, let me start with you. Is the Federal Reserve engineering a recession too quickly?
I think that the Fed has this roughly right. They're in a really difficult situation. The job market is really strong, which is terrific. Inflation is way too high. They've done a lot of tightening. That only affects the economy with a lag, but it is starting to affect the economy. You just heard the housing number was down quite a lot in Q3. That's partly due to the Fed. So even with the Fed already affecting the economy, inflation hasn't budged. I think we're going to start to see inflation come down. When it does, they can sort of let off on their interest rate increases and wait and see. But I think they have to see some tangible evidence that inflation comes down before they shift to the wait and see mode.
Oh, Mayor, is part of the problem here, and the reason why there's been a bit of a lag, even more of a lag maybe than expected, is Americans had too much money, still had plenty of cash to absorb inflation for longer than maybe the Fed thought.
Yeah, look, I think that's certainly part of it when you talk about some of the fiscal stimulus we had in late 2020, early 2021. That certainly contributed to some of the inflation that we're seeing today. I tend to be more on the side of, there was a lot of supply shocks to the economy that I think just stuck with us a lot longer than anybody had really anticipated. And then you had some of these exogenous shocks, like Russia and Ukraine, for example, that's just sort of exacerbated the situation. But I would say that I think, I agree with Jason that as inflation starts to come off, they can probably pause and see where things are headed. Right. I'm of the opinion that that's going to start relatively soon. You talked about housing slowing down. Even the labor market has started to cool off a bit. So I'm on sort of in the camp of let's sort of wrap it up by the end of the year and see where things evolve next year before maybe you run the risk of over tightening.
Yeah, I want to stick to this, Jason, and I know you feel as if the Fed's getting this just right. I think if we didn't have a war and we didn't have Europe on the brink of an energy crisis, maybe it would feel easier to handle. But how much should that factor into the Fed thinking, look, we've got some issues here in this global economy that are kind of out of our hands, and we need to protect the American economy here a little bit more?
Yeah, look. Part of the inflation we're seeing is because of that war. It is because of food and energy. But if you take food and energy out of it, inflation is running at about a 5% rate. The Fed would like to see it at a 2% rate. I actually don't think that war has impacted that so-called core inflation rate, the ex-food and energy. And so they're about 3 percentage points from where they want to be. Now, that's less far away from where they want to be than the headline. Headline inflation is 8. That says they're way far away. Still 3 points away. 3 points away is going to take a lot more than just, the 3% interest rate that we have right now. That's just not that high an interest rate to deal with that big a problem.
Omer, if we had a functional political system on our legislative branch these days, and the White House and the executive and the legislative branch got along pretty well, how could they help Jay Powell here? How could they help speed up essentially deflation?
I think the most bang for your buck you really get in terms of fiscal policy, I think, is if you want to really have a direct and immediate impact, is really through kind of the medical care system, because they control reimbursement rates to Medicare and Medicaid. That's about 40% of medical care within core inflation. So that's a big part of it. And they set those rates, essentially, the CMS does each year. So that's a pretty direct way to try to slow down the growth of healthcare costs. I mean, the Inflation Reduction Act, I think it's well intended, but it's something that doesn't really kick in till 2025. So you don't really get a lot happening in the near term.
Jason, if you were at this White House, look, your job in the White House was to be the economic truth teller internally. Looking at the situation now, what would you be telling President Biden about how he should be preparing for the next 6 months?
Look, I mean, there is a big picture point here, and it is the truth that a couple months ago, all sorts of people were talking about us being in a recession already. This number obliterates that view. The low unemployment rate obliterates that view. That's not to say there aren't risks going forward. I think there's one thing President Biden is doing really, really well. He's talking about the Fed in a very responsible way, respecting its independence. That avoids
Can you imagine what Donald Trump would... I want to interrupt you. I've thought about this, right? If Donald Trump were president right now and the stock market were tanking because of interest rates, how much would he be browbeating Jay Powell?
Exactly. And look at Liz Truss. That's part of why the markets freaked out in the UK, was she campaigned against the Bank of England, and people weren't sure. Should we be looking to the Bank of England? Should we be looking to the government? Which one's calling the shots here? That type of confusion is never good. I think this White House has been excellent on that. I think some additional deficit reduction is the main way they could help on inflation. But, they're not about short-run macro management. I mean, the reality is they should continue to focus on strengthening our economy in the medium and long run. It's just hard to break through with that when everyone just is focused on the short run.
And Omer, internationally, is there anything look, the United States tried to convince OPEC essentially to soften things a bit in the energy markets. Are there other things that could be done with diplomacy here that might help the economic situation?
You know, I think we've tried to do some stuff internally, the CHIPS Act, to try to bring semiconductor manufacturing, you know, closer to home. That could potentially help in the long run. But again, short run, it's hard to see a lot, you know, that they can do to really help on the inflation front. You know, right now, I think it's really the Fed is sort of in the driver's seat when it comes to inflation and what they're able to do there. And just one quick final point I want to make. Yes, you know, you mentioned savings and the lags. There's also lags in the way that we measure inflation. We've seen the rental market turn down already in the spring by any measure you want to look at. Rent growth has slowed. That's going to show up with the lag in core inflation probably around the spring of this year. That's going to help a lot, I think, in terms of bringing core down next year. And the Fed knows that. And that's another reason why, you know, my preference is to say, look, let's get to sort of 4.5% by the end of the year and take a breather there.
Well, I'm sure the Democrats now wish that the midterm elections were in, I guess it sounds like June of next year when inflation has settled down anywhere. Omer and Jason, really appreciate the two of you offering your expertise for us. Thank you. Coming up, the campaign ad wars. Rising crime and Republican attacks put Democrats on the defensive in particularly 3 key states on this front: Oregon, New York, and California. All of this in the final 12 days before the election. The latest and what it means with my panel next. Plus, new developments from the campaign trail. Democrats scramble to defend a key governor's seat in battleground Wisconsin, and Republicans rally around their embattled Senate candidate in Georgia. We'll hit the road. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now. NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. It is not just the economy that has Democrats on the defensive 12 days out from the election, as Republicans continue to hit Democrats on the issue of crime on the airwaves, particularly in House races in 3 states that have 3 interesting cities that have had some issues: Portland, Oregon, New York City, and San Francisco. Take a look at our little montage here.
Mark Kelly's made Arizona unsafe. I'm Blake Masters, and I approve this message. Arizona police endorse me because we've got to protect Arizona families.
You're looking at actual violent crimes caught on camera in Kathy Hochul's New York. And it's getting much worse on Kathy Hochul's watch.
And if you're wondering whether these attacks are weighing on Democrats, well, there's a few ways you could tell. Speaker Pelosi circulated a Dear Colleague letter yesterday highlighting her party's commitment to public safety, saying it's Democrats that have taken action in the House to fund the police while ensuring accountability. And speaking of the airways, we're now seeing a lot more Democratic ads that are featuring police officers that play up the Democrat support for law enforcement. Take a look.
The attacks on Sean Patrick Maloney are lies. Sean took on those who wanted to defund the police. He's tough on crime. Sean got us millions to hire and train local police officers, and he passed bipartisan laws to crack down on gun violence.
I know what law enforcement needs to keep people safe. And trust me, Sharice Davids has law enforcement's back. Voting for equipment and training plus hundreds of new officers to keep violent criminals off the streets. Congresswoman Davids has kept us safe. Anyone who says different is just making things up.
Well, joining me now on set, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. He's my partner on First Read every morning. Simone Sanders-Townsend, former senior advisor to Vice President Harris and host of Simone on MSNBC, and Republican strategist and former NRCC communications director Matt Gorman. You know, Mark, we had the milk ads where it was, first we had gasoline ads, we had milk ads, now we're having the cop ads on this one. It does, like I say, I know we had an Arizona spot in there. It does feel like it's most impactful in the congressional districts in New York, Oregon, and some parts of California.
Yeah, if you're actually feeling the crime there, or you actually heard about it on your local news. And Chuck, the other reason that I think that Republicans are turning to this is that this is an issue where they just have the advantage. You look at our own NBC News poll from September, a 30-point advantage. So when you feel like maybe you're on the defensive on an issue like abortion or other things, hey, let's turn to crime, because at least the public at least buys our message more than the Democratic message.
Matt, you guys are, I think I've seen the phrase cashless bail in, I don't know, 50 ads. It is astonishing. It feels as if the Republican Party has taken everything that was said in and around the George Floyd protests, and it's in every ad in the country.
Look, when I see those ads that Patrick Maloney's doing or Sharice Davids, I am grinning from ear to ear because I know it's working. Like, that's when when they're responding like that. And look, I'll even say it's bleeding a little bit upward, too, in smaller cities. My old stomping grounds in Northwest Connecticut, they're running ads a lot on crime there. I think it's a toss-up race where it wasn't before. I'll tell you right now, crime, especially also in Pennsylvania, if Oz wins that race, it's going to be on crime. It's bleeding out just beyond those cities, too.
Simone, this feels like, there's some issues that are real issues, that the data backs it up, the economy. What was interesting on the crime issue in our poll is that when you actually ask people, is crime a major problem, minor problem in your area? It wasn't really a minor problem for most people. There's certainly some high-profile examples.
Yeah.
This feels like a perception problem the Democrats have more than a substance problem.
I think it's a perception problem, but I think if you also ask business owners, frankly, what is a key issue for them in a number
Here
of
in
these
this
top
city,
cities,
they'd say it, yeah.
In this city, they would say that it is
Yeah.
crime. If you live anywhere across the country in a major metropolitan area, I think, and you watch the local news, the perception, I think, is real. It is a concern, even though nationally violent crime is down. I think the reality here is though the Democrats some people have been caught flat-footed, others have not. I mean, you look at Sherry Beasley, very not so flat-footed at all. She's hit back very
Raphael Warnock saw this problem,
Warnock, exactly.
I'd say a campaign ago, he was on top of this.
He was talking about it. But then you've got other folks who, like Mandela Barnes in Wisconsin, got hit on crime on these ads for 2 weeks before there was a forceful response. And there are some people in Wisconsin that
Did you
still
see it coming? I mean, I don't mean to, it was, Simone, it's like finding out the sun rises in the east.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, that one just a head scratcher.
I think that there is strong ground for Democrats to stand on here, and I think Nancy Pelosi was trying to help give congressional Democrats a roadmap. But the reality is that there have been a number of votes. If you were running against an incumbent Republican, there have been a number of votes that Republicans refused to take or voted against in the House. So there's something here.
Let me ask you this: if this is seen as one of the reasons Democrats lose the House, and they don't, is there going to be a big fight between the establishment and progressive wing because it's defund the police, cashless bail, progressive prosecutors that are being tagged to the party.
Right, but I do think how we talk about it matters, right? We talked about this on my show the other day, and the reality is I think the crime conversation is a little bit like the open border conversation right now. Largely, by and large, Democrats don't believe in open borders, right? But because Republicans, or my Republican friends, are very good at what they do in terms of the messaging, we are having a conversation about immigration in
a couple
their frame.
people at a presidential debate raised their hand.
Crime,
yeah, right.
exactly.
Yeah.
We're having the crime conversation as though all Democrats want people to just be running around free. That's not true.
All right. We're all now in get out the vote session, and I got to ask, we're seeing the ex-presidents. Not surprised seeing Barack Obama. What was interesting, Matt, is the Donald Trump schedule. Because we know that Trump is going to places where he's asked, it appears. Sioux City, Iowa, when you look at Grassley's numbers, that actually makes a lot of sense. Latrobe, Pennsylvania, that area of the state makes sense. Miami, I think that feels a different troll. We'll talk about that in a minute. And Vandalia, Ohio, that makes sense. It does seem as if Trump's actually being a team player here.
Yeah, and it goes back to, remember, he didn't go to Virginia during Glenn Youngkin's time, right? They're smarter than you give him credit for. And even, they were talking in the Washington Post, he understands where he could be a liability or could be blamed and when he can put the base out.
But the Grassley and Vance stuff is sort of interesting, the fact that he's having to go to Iowa and Ohio this late.
Well, I think part of it's to raise the base out, and these are states where it's a red tint. They're not ruby red, even Florida, right? Like, it's fairly safe. It's Marco, too. He'll win by, 5 to 8 points, if not a little more. So it's areas where he could make a difference, but it's not a toss-up.
All right, Mark, let me put up the Obama travel calendar here. It begins tomorrow in Atlanta. He's got Detroit and Milwaukee on Saturday, Las Vegas on Tuesday. There's some cities that are not on here, and I'm questioning I assume it's a yet. Philadelphia would be a yet. Charlotte.
Yeah.
That'll be an
definitely
open question.
There is some reporting that he is going to be doing something with President Biden in Pennsylvania, either in Philly or Pittsburgh. That hasn't been nailed down just yet. But yes, there is kind of an absence on why not North Carolina. Chuck, you and I have had this discussion. Is it better for Democrats to go all in on North Carolina? Or if you are going to win it, do you actually try not to nationalize it and lower? I think there's a legitimate debate on what you end up doing.
Simone, I just think if Barack Obama's going around the country to help turn out, is he not going to campaign for Sherry Beasley?
The question is, did Sherry Beasley's campaign ask? I'm sure that they did.
Wouldn't you assume?
Right, I assume they asked. Who did they ask? Did they ask the DSCC? And then were they the liaison to the Obama team? I could imagine that President Obama sees these numbers, his team sees what is happening, and knows that North Carolina is in fact.
By the way, before you jump in here, Matt, I do want to play. We did a lot of mashups today, and I'm pretty proud of them. Here's the Obama's also cutting TV ads. Take a look.
Wisconsin, you've got a big responsibility this year. Control of the Senate is in your hands. That's why I'm proud to endorse Mandela Barnes, someone with humble roots who understands the challenges folks are facing. Elections are always important, but this year, the future of our country really is on the ballot. And New Hampshire could decide control of the Senate. That's why we have to do everything we can to re-elect Maggie Hassan. So when the fate of our democracy and a woman's right to choose are on the line, I know John will fight for Pennsylvanians. You can count on John Fetterman.
How important, can Obama move the needle here?
I think that turnout is the name of the game here. In many places across the country, early vote has already happened, and early vote is already underway. And turnout, people like President Obama. He is exciting for Democrats. And if you go to an Obama rally, you see him in your state, you might catch him at the coffee shop, it might encourage you to go on right over to the polls to your early vote location and cast a ballot for the Democratic candidate.
Matt, what kind of help do you guys worry that Obama's going to provide?
He could increase turnout. I mean, it's depending on where he goes. I mean, look, if again, giving advice, if I were Sherry Beasley, I'd want him to sneak in the weekend before. So that way it couldn't be a huge thing for several days in advance, but he can maybe get a little turnout boost.
A little souls to the poll on Sunday?
A little bit, but look, I think...
They allow that there?
No, North Carolina, I don't think so.
You know, look, I think he's going to also... get going Republicans, too, just like that Trump.
Well, that's the one question I have on Trump. It's sort of like, are you waking people up in Iowa at the wrong time, right? Like, that's one of those, I don't know.
But those are the states where even if Democrats really turned out, Republicans still have the advantage.
Yep, Chuck, in our poll, though, we did find, and it was just one poll, that African-American enthusiasm is a little bit down. Now, again, it'd be interesting to see what other surveys and our final poll ends up having. But to me, there is that is why former President Obama would actually go in to be able to really fire up African-American voters.
And I noticed he's not in Phoenix yet, and yet he could become a owner of the Phoenix Suns. I would assume Mark Kelly's going to be reminding him of that. Liz Cheney campaigning for Alyssa Slotkin. She said she was going to campaign against election deniers.
Chuck, the perfect realignment of our politics today that we're seeing in real time. And of course, those of us who followed former Vice President Dick Cheney, his wife Lynn Cheney, and actually now see Liz Cheney going to campaign for Alyssa Slotkin. I mean,
literally the most
the realignment is complete. Yes.
Midwestern battleground state. I mean, wow.
Will it make a difference, though? The question is, who is Liz Cheney speaking to, and where is she going, and what is she doing? It doesn't make a difference for base Democrats. Right?
Democrats loving Cheney, I can't really see that.
We don't. We love people standing up for democracy now, but she's a real Republican.
It's really interesting. Her numbers are pretty. They're great with the Democrats, but does it move the needle with the middle? We'll see. This was fun. Thank you, guys. Mark, Matt, and Simone. Up next, Wisconsin's incumbent governor Tony Evers speaks to NBC News as he fights for his re-election. And embattled Senate candidate Herschel Walker reacts to some new allegations. We'll have some live reporting from the trail next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's hit the trail for a few minutes here. We're 12 days out. There's plenty of action happening every day in these key races. Georgia, Republicans continue to rally around embattled Senate candidate Herschel Walker. He appeared with Republican Senators Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz this morning. A real base strategy that the Walker campaign is embracing here. Marjorie Taylor Greene the other day. All of this after having to deny a new allegation that he encouraged a former partner to pay for an abortion in the early 90s. NBC News has not independently verified these allegations that were first presented at a press conference. Anonymous, the person kept anonymous, but hired the lawyer Gloria Allred yesterday. And in Wisconsin, Democratic Governor Tony Evers campaigned for re-election on the issue of the economy, pairing with President Biden's Labor Secretary Marty Walsh in one of the closest watched races this cycle. And yesterday, his Republican challenger, Tim Michels, stumped with Virginia Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin, who's become a pretty popular guest on the national campaign trail for governors around the country. Ellison Barber is in Monroe, Georgia, following the Walker campaign. Shaq Brewster is up in Wisconsin, where he actually just talked to Governor Evers. And that's where we will begin, Mr. Brewster. You ran into Governor Evers. I have found, of all the races, I just want to frame this up a little bit. If you're looking for a canary in the coal mine on Joe Biden's reelect, I always look at Tony Evers. Here's a guy who won essentially the same way Biden won, by not being the other guy. This was Evers beats Walker, and now he's got to run on his own. Biden beats Trump, and he's got to prepare to run on his own. Evers is kind of a quiet guy. Biden's kind of a quiet guy. What did you see? What did he say to you?
The one other factor I'll throw in there, Chuck, is the fact that they're dealing with Republican legislature, that strong Republican legislature here in this state. So not having a Congress or a legislative body that would actually work with the governor. So you're seeing that dynamic here as well. But, you know, one thing to note here in Wisconsin, I spoke with Governor Tony Evers today as he was out starting his bus tour. And yesterday I spoke with Tim Michels. And the one similarity that you hear is that they're nationalizing this race for different reasons. For Tim Michels, it's because this will send a national message of Democratic leadership in some of these states and how Republicans can win in a state like this, talking about him being a businessman and some of his economic proposals. For Tony Evers, it's about things like abortion and voting rights and the national implications of what will happen here in Wisconsin if a Republican takes over the governor's mansion. So both of them acknowledge that this is getting high national attention, and that goes into why we're seeing all of those national figures. Yesterday, Elizabeth Warren, Glenn Youngkin. Today, Secretary Marty Walsh, and then on Saturday, former President Barack Obama. And that is something I asked about with Governor Tony Evers. What does he hope to get from that? Listen to a little bit of that exchange. What do you hope to get from the former President Obama's visit?
Well, he's always right on. I mean, we had him 4 years ago, and he was outstanding. And people will be energized, and they understand what a great world leader he is. And I expect that we're going to get more people out to vote. That's the bottom line. This race is close, and the more people that we get out to vote, the best chances we have to win.
Look, part of this is about the timing. This weekend is the first weekend of early and in-person voting. Already more than 350,000 people have already cast their ballot. So it's about driving turnout, and that's something you're seeing on both sides of the aisle, Chuck.
Shaquille Brewster catching up on that bus tour with Governor Evers. Shaq, thank you. Let's move down to Georgia. That's where we find Ellison Barber. She's covering the Walker campaign. And I keep coming back to, you know, Ellison, we had a new allegation yesterday. It is fascinating to me who Walker is keeping company with, not just who's keeping company with Walker, but who Walker's keeping company with in a battleground state. People that you wouldn't normally associate with swing voters. Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, I mean, look, they really seem to be leaning into having some of the big names in the National Republican Party come on the campaign trail with them. And I have to tell you, even in the last, 24 hours, we are seeing this increase of energy, if you will, at a lot of Walker's events. They are people who were already going to vote for him to begin with. They already are voting Republican. Most of the people we speak to, they say they will vote straight ticket. But they are excited by hearing from someone like Senator Graham or Senator Cruz. And they are coming out. And we saw two events today that Walker had, one here in Monroe, another in Cumming, Georgia. It's midday, a weekday, and each of these events had over 200 people, which is nothing, particularly given that it is a weekday. And one thing that I find interesting when you listen to the speeches that these national Republicans are making, right? They're not necessarily trying to reach out to the independents, the small sliver of perhaps swayable voters, but what they are drilling down on is the importance for Republicans to get out and vote right now. And the argument that we keep hearing from Senator Graham when he is on the campaign trail with Herschel Walker is he says, I'm tired of my vote being canceled out by your two Democratic senators here. So they make this big picture argument of if we want bigger change, if we want control, that's why you have to vote for this guy versus going into specific policies that make Herschel Walker a unique candidate that they should support. It's very much this national level of we need to take control of the Senate, and this is the way to do it, and that's why we are here.
And I guess, Ellison, what I'm so focused on this is that it seems as if the Walker campaign has made a bet that if they just drive up base turnout, they can get a big enough number to force a runoff. It's almost as if they've abandoned a strategy to get to 50%.
Yeah, it's interesting because in some ways it does seem like they are hyper-focused at this point on turning out the vote among their supporters. A dark horse in this race is the Libertarian candidate Chase Oliver, who in internal polling for Herschel Walker's campaign has consistently been polling 4 to 5% in recent weeks, taking away voters that would go to Herschel Walker. But in terms of those kind of swayable voters, I don't think we are seeing as much of an aggressive reach out, if you will, on Herschel Walker's side. You are seeing them kind of really cater to the base here and trying to generate enthusiasm. And I have been surprised in recent days by how many people at Herschel Walker events have told me that they have gone out and voted early because they think it's important to do that and encourage their friends to vote as well, even if they say typically we're election day voters.
Yeah, it sort of raises the question, is Georgia a swing state with swing voters, or is Georgia a swing state because it's so polarized? I guess the Herschel Walker theory of the case is it's a swing state because it's polarized. We shall see. Ellison Barber, fascinating report. Thank you. Before we go to break, we have a bit of breaking news as a federal judge has just handed down one of the longest sentences yet to a January 6 rioter, sentencing Albuquerque Head, who dragged D.C. police officer Michael Fanone into the crowd, to a 7.5-year prison sentence. Prosecutors had been asking for an 8-year sentence, so they almost got everything they asked for. Head will get credit for about 18 months that he's already spent in custody. Judge Amy Berman Jackson called Head's actions, quote, some of the darkest acts committed on one of our nation's darkest days. Officer Fanone suffered a heart attack and traumatic brain injury in that attack. He wound up resigning from the D.C. Police Department. After the break, control of Congress is on the line, and it could all come down to a handful of competitive districts. I'm going to talk to the Democratic nominee running in one of the closest congressional races in the country. North Carolina's 13th. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If somehow the tide turns again and there's a single-digit margin this November for control of the House of Representatives, it all could come down to a few toss-up districts. And one of them that fits into the swingiest of swing categories is a fairly new district that may only exist for a cycle. It's North Carolina's 13th district. Democrat Wiley Nickel, Republican Bo Hines, they're battling for a district that stretches from Raleigh out into more rural areas outside of Raleigh. Let's give you a taste of the ad messaging that's driving this race. Democratic ads against Hines paint him as an anti-abortion, anti-cop extremist.
Bo Hines supports a national ban on abortion. I know how unsafe that would be because I had an abortion before Roe v. Wade.
Bo Hines is dangerous. Hines wants to defund the FBI. And Hines sides with extremists over the cops who defended our Capitol on January 6th.
And the ads supporting Hines tie Nickel to Democratic leadership and the country's economic woes.
Remember when you could afford gas, groceries, and electricity? When store shelves were stocked? When children were educated, not indoctrinated? When our borders were secure, our streets safe, and our economy was healthy? Ordinary Americans can't fuel their cars, heat their homes, or feed their families. And thanks to Joe Biden, it's still getting worse.
I'm joined now by the Democratic nominee for North Carolina's 13th district, Wiley Nickel. Mr. Nickel, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much, Chuck.
So let me start with what was our lead today, because I look at your ads. You're hitting them on issues like threats to democracy, abortion rights. The ads hitting you are hitting you on the economy. And it looks like nationally, Democrats are trying to help provide some better air cover for candidates like yourself on the economy. You tell me, how acute is this economic situation in your district?
I mean, the economy is always the top issue in any election. That's my job as a state senator, and someone who's worked for 2 White Houses, to make sure we have a healthy economy. And, in our race, we're talking about that all the time. And frankly, Washington is just not working for North Carolina families. We got to do so much more to bring down those costs. Mm-hmm. The cost of housing, the cost of healthcare, the cost of groceries and gas at the pump. But, our campaign's talking about solutions. We have a 30-point inflation action plan visible on our website. The other side, all I hear is complaining about the issue, right. And plans to cut Social Security and Medicare. That's not going to work for folks in this district.
You said something in your statement there. You said Washington is just not working well for folks in your district. Someone's going to say, well, the Democrats are in control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. So if you're not happy with how Washington works, why should they vote for you?
What I am talking about is partisan gridlock. I want to go to Washington, Chuck, to stand up to the extremes in both parties, to do what's right for our state. We don't have enough people who go to Washington to work across the aisle and deliver results for their district. And in this race, you've got a clear contrast. As a state senator, I've, worked to do what's the right thing, whether it's a Republican idea or a Democratic idea. And on the other side, we have a far right extremist. You don't see people like my opponent in a 50-50 race like this. Mm-hmm. The Madison Cawthorns and Marjorie Taylor Greens, they usually stay in those Republican plus 20 districts. But this one is really unique because we have a 27-year-old trust fund kid who's never had a job, running as someone who's 100% pro-Trump. He wants to go to Congress to be a MAGA warrior, and folks are tired of the far right and the far left extremists. That's the message that I think you're going to see out of this district on election night.
A lot of Democrats nationally are trying to figure out, you've got a unique district here that's a little bit suburban and a little bit rural. Democrats have really had a problem winning over voters in rural areas. What are you learning from this process in this district? And what do you think is the best way for Democrats to talk to rural voters?
Well, number one, it starts with showing up. I was just in Harnett County talking with farmers, Democrats, Republicans, Independents yesterday. But this district is what districts should look like. This was a district that was gerrymandered by the courts for competition. It's a 50-50 seat. and that's what they wanted it to be, so that you have the best ideas winning. And there's just so few seats that are like this. I mean,
Are you meeting swing voters? I'm curious, because this district, look, the district fascinates me because of that. I actually think we got to be careful being angry at gerrymandering. The only way to get competitive districts might be to gerrymander. But let me ask you this. Are you finding swing voters, or is this just a perfectly 50-50 district between Team Red and Team Blue?
No, I mean, this is not your, typical Republican, kind of, a Democrat kind of race. I'm somebody who's worked, with both parties as a senator, and we have a far right extremist. So, if you're looking for the race where you have, a normal Republican, this isn't it. This is somebody that, our opponent at least is somebody who is far, out of the mainstream on the issues that matter in this district. And, we're talking about the economy, but we're also talking about women's rights. Got an opponent who wants a federal ban on abortion with no exceptions. That's absolutely out of step with the values of this district, whether it's urban, suburban, or rural.
Tactically, do you feel like the Democratic Party has given you enough resources, given Sherry Beasley enough resources in North Carolina?
Yeah, absolutely. We are, doing very well in this district. We are ahead in a seat that, elected Donald Trump in 2016, but voted for Joe Biden in 2020 because, we've been talking about bringing our country together, changing the tone in Washington. You just don't have enough folks who talk about that and want to go to Washington to do that.
How awkward is it that this is basically a district that's only going to live for a year? The courts drew it, or do you hope it doesn't? Do you hope that maybe, hey, you like this 50-50 district, keep it?
I think this is what every district should look like. Gerrymandered for competition. This is a great thing, and what the maps look like in 2 years is going to be up to the voters in this election. And we've got two incredibly important races for the Supreme Court that I think will determine whether, we have fair maps for the next, decade in North Carolina.
In the final days, do you need a President Biden? Do you want former President Obama? Would you like to see them in Raleigh? Do you think that helps?
Anyone who wants to help us win, we want them to be here. We've had a ton of great support in this race, though. Last week, we had Congressman Jim Clyburn from South Carolina campaigning for me. We have an incredibly popular, governor in Roy Cooper who's been campaigning with me. So we're not lacking for folks, coming out to talk about, why this race is so important. And it's close. Every vote is really going to matter in this one. So we're trying to hit that message as much as we can.
Well, I'm glad I had a few minutes with you. I watched so many TV ads of all of these campaigns. If you watch all the TV ads and that's all you did, you wouldn't vote for anybody these days. Anyway, Wiley Nickel, Democrat in the 13th Congressional District of North Carolina. Thanks for coming on and spending a few minutes.
Thanks so much, Chuck.
And of course, we have and will continue to reach out to his opponent, Bo Hines. Still to come, the Me Too movement and Gen Z, how social media has changed the fight over feminism. We're going to have a look at the reporting behind this week's season finale of Meet the Press Reports after a quick break.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. It has been 5 years since the start of the hashtag #MeToo movement, when groundbreaking reporting on sexual abuse and harassment at the hands of Hollywood mogul Harvey Weinstein set off a wave of women sharing their own experiences with workplace sexual harassment and abuse. In this week's Meet the Press Reports, we dive into the legacy of that moment and the movement, and how Gen Z, who was coming of age when this began, is having to conduct themselves in a post-MeToo world. In tonight's episode, my colleague Savannah Sellers sat down with Rosanna Arquette, one of the first Weinstein accusers, and some Gen Z college students. Take a listen.
So when you just think about the fact that it's been 5 years since the start of the Me Too movement, what's just your first reaction to that, 5 years passing?
Galvanized the movement amongst globally around the world for women and all survivors. I'm proud of it. Look where we are now. So much work to do, but it was a really important time in our world. It was a seminal moment in contemporary history.
Days after Arquette made her accusation, the hashtag #MeToo took off on Twitter, and people around the world shared their own experiences of harassment and assault. It seemed to impact all industries, and it seemed to make real progress. According to a New York Times analysis in 2018, the Me Too movement brought down 201 powerful men, and nearly half of their replacements were women.
The younger generation, you are much wiser. You have a lot more than what we had now, the tools to take it to the next level, and, and please do.
So we wanted to know, 5 years in, what impact did this huge cultural moment and movement have on the generation to follow in its wake? We talked to students from coast to coast, and it turns out, for Gen Z, Me Too is kind of a so what.
Do you think the Me Too movement did something substantial?
It's like we only heard about Me Too when celebrities were involved.
These young women at Coastal Carolina University say, in many ways, things haven't really changed.
It was never Me Too when, something happened on a college campus. It wasn't Me Too when someone just went to work at a regular corporate office. It's not Me Too when maybe it's a black man saying that he was assaulted.
When domestic violence and sexual assault and different crimes happen on college campuses, I think they are lessened in a way. I think that you're told you shouldn't go out, with your girls, or you shouldn't dress like this.
But then something happens, and you can't say Me Too, because nobody's going to listen.
So to you, it really didn't have much impact on your life?
Absolutely not. It couldn't have. If it did, wow. Okay, someone doing something for black women, that's even hard to believe there. That's shocking. I would be jumping for joy if Me Too would have done anything. But
Well, Savannah Sellers joins me now. Savannah, look, I think your report was outstanding, the entire episode that my team put together. I'm very pleased with it. Let me ask you this. 5 years ago, where did you think we would be today?
Absolutely. Well, first, Chuck, thank you. You're the boss, so that's good to hear that you're happy with it. I appreciate it, and it was incredible to really get to dive in on this. I mean, look, I was surprised by what I heard here. I talk to Gen Z. I have a show on Snapchat. I do the news for Gen Z. I'm in a constant conversation with them, and I thought 5 years in that they would have felt like the world had changed in such a way where them saying something, like something happened to me on my college campus, they would be believed, and they just simply didn't feel that way. I asked some questions to kind of understand, maybe were you so young when this started, or maybe you were shielded from it, that they didn't really understand ways in which it had changed. And they did give a little bit. Sure, we hear people talking about their experiences on platforms like TikTok, and maybe we would not have before, but I still don't feel believed. And something else that I thought was interesting is those women that you saw there, as well as the several others, and in the full piece tonight, there's quite a few other students, they were from all sides of the political spectrum. They have totally different beliefs in a lot of ways, but they all felt this way about this particular topic.
You know, 5 years ago, we were talking about the physical workplace experiences. I think what, to me, was the most alarming part of your report is how the threat has shifted in the blurred world, particularly for Gen Z. You know, online and physical life all go together. And the online world is more misogynistic, not less, than it was 5 years ago.
And it's terrifying, Chuck. And as you said, we'll get into this tonight, and I think it's really going to shock some people. There is content online, as we get into in the piece, that does things like normalizes rape. These videos have billions with a B of views. These hashtags have billions with a B of views. And there's these different groups online that some of our viewers might not have ever heard of. There's what's called a pickup artist. What they do is they make content online that they're hoping that women see that demoralizes women, that criticizes them, so that a woman's confidence is undermined, and therefore it's easier for them to pick them up, as their name suggests. Incels is something that somebody may have heard of before, but what that stands for is involuntary celibate. And essentially what that is that's men online who are upset about their rejection by women, and then find this sort of united community, that is what it is online, of similar people who have been rejected and then are united in their rage. And what's really scary about that is we've seen violence from that spill over into real life. And we do have somebody in the piece who kind of fell down that rabbit hole. He tells us how, he tells us why, and also how he got out of it.
Savannah, as I said, this is not a history. This is not a story that looks backwards. This is a story that's looking forwards. And hopefully it sounds the alarm that we got a bigger problem we got to deal with when it comes to the online world. Anyway, Savannah, thank you so much. Catch more of Savannah's reporting tonight. Watch the season finale of this season's Meet the Press Reports. It's tonight. It's on NBC News Now. You can then stream it on demand starting tomorrow on Peacock or wherever you get NBC News programming. Hallie Jackson picks up News Now coverage right now.
We're coming on the air with President Biden on the road officially to talk jobs, unofficially trying to help Democrats keep theirs in what's a kind of closing argument for his party 12 days out from the midterms. What he's up to on a day when good GDP numbers are out, plus tarmac moment captured on camera you might want to see. And speaking of the midterms, Arizona police say they've got the person who broke into the campaign headquarters of the Democrat running for governor there. She's not saying much about it, but we will. And this broader threat to elections officials since 2020. Plus, never-before-seen body cam footage showing how some Texas officers hesitated to confront the gunman at Robb Elementary, as the state's top cop says his department, in his words, did not fail in its response. Wait till you hear how the victims' families are responding. And mixed messages from a new cancer report out today, why deaths are going down, but more young people are getting the disease. And then our backstory, we go behind the scenes on our team's interviews with Gen Zers who say the Me Too movement didn't go far enough later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and in just the last hour or so, President Biden is laying out his closing economic message to the country ahead of the midterms, and on the heels of some good news, right? That actually maybe there's good signs ahead, even though it might not feel that way right now. You got the president pumping up today's GDP number that shows the country's economy grew by about 2.5% after half a year of decline that got everybody talking about maybe a recession. And today at this microchip factory in Syracuse you're about to see, the president said that number is proof that what he's doing works. And he says it's a lot better than what the other side's proposing.
It's a fundamental shift, and it's working compared to what the very conservative Republicans are offering these days.
It's a bit of a blur between politics and official business today as he makes this full court press that includes all of his cabinet secretaries getting out on the campaign trail. They are fanning out across the country in states that are going to really matter come, obviously, Election Day. And the where of today's speech, pretty interesting, too. Almost as interesting as the what and why for a couple of reasons. First, we're just 12 days until voting ends, and the president's spending time in New York, a state that voted for him by 23 points. Not like a battleground for him. Why is he there? Well, Governor Kathy Hochul, who you see him with there, may need some help. Polling averages show her race for governor went from kind of a sure thing a month ago to still pretty sure, but hey, a little boost isn't going to hurt. The other reason is that this factory is in what the Cook Political Report describes as a toss-up district, a race that could swing either way. It's one of 10 toss-ups held by a Republican right now, John Katko, who's retiring. Sounds like a lot, so you see Democrats have 23 of them, and it doesn't take much to lose the House right now. Just 5 seats in the red direction will make Kevin McCarthy the next Speaker of the House. Our resident Biden whisperer, Mike Memoli, joins us now. A lot to get to, Mem, and let's start with what we're hearing from the president. This is framed, and it was, as a kind of closing argument ahead of the midterms. It is technically official business. That means the president is there in his White House capacity, as I can see the event still going on behind you. But there is also obviously a political context and backdrop to this, as the president is hoping to boost Democrats around the country.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. Let me just explain what's happening behind me. You know the old expression, the most dangerous place to be is between Chuck Schumer and a television camera? Well, that was me until about a second ago when the majority leader just finished speaking after President Biden. You hear him again now introducing some of the other speakers on stage, including Kathy Hochul, right? This is an example of both the White House trying to go on offense with a really tough message, hitting Republicans, laying out what he thinks is the contrast at stake in the election in a district they hope that they can actually flip from red to blue. But also Kathy Hochul, who's now speaking behind me, she has a much tougher than expected race than any Democrat would have thought in a deeply blue state. So the president doing everything he can to really help her out. But the message was pretty clear that the White House feels that they have a strong economic argument to make, but that's not enough. The president likes to say, don't judge me against the almighty, judge me against the alternative. And he thinks voters need to hear what's at risk if Republicans take over.
Listen to you, ma'am, moderating your tone from the golf whisper to the overclap yell. I mean, that's like expert stuff right there. I want to play a little moment when the president, because listen, you've laid out, I think, the key reason why the president is there today and the key thing that he's talking about, which is the economy. But as you look at the backdrop of the midterms, there's this kind of interesting moment on the tarmac that got captured on camera. You can't hear it really well, but Chuck Schumer basically is talking about that Pennsylvania debate, the one that happened a couple of nights ago between Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz. Very tight race in Pennsylvania. It is basically neck and neck. You're going to see the president here, I think, in a second. He kind of holds up his fingers and crosses his fingers kind of in this, like, will hope after Schumer said to him, it probably won't hurt us too bad. I mean, this is like everybody's talking about what's going on in Pennsylvania and in Georgia and elsewhere around the country, and the president is no exception on that, ma'am.
And think about it, President Biden hasn't had the chance to really talk with Senator Schumer in person in a while, right? The Senate has been out of session for quite a while, and there is no doubt that if Democrats do not win that race in Pennsylvania, they have very little hope of keeping the majority in the Senate. So Chuck Schumer would lose his job as the majority leader. President Biden would lose really an opportunity to do more legislating and would be put in a position of having to go on serious defense, even potential impeachment hearings that would potentially be launched. So the president was asked, talking with Senator Schumer about how really that debate performance that everyone's been talking about played out. And Senator Schumer indicated it wasn't as bad as we thought. So this is an interesting moment, as you highlight, that's really been going viral, lighting up on Twitter. And it really speaks to just how Democrats are walking on eggshells at these moments, really looking for any sign of good news that they can find to balance out with a lot of difficult polling and headwinds across the board.
But also, ma'am, they may still be walking on eggshells even after election night, right? Because Pennsylvania is one of those states, and I think it's important to set the table to this now, 12 days before election night, that we may not be sitting here, Memoli, saying, hey, Pennsylvania went one way or the other. The Senate control is one way or the other on election night. In fact, we very well might not be doing that for a couple of days after the election. If you look back at 2020, and our political unit has broken down these numbers, there were multiple key states, Arizona among them, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, for example, where we didn't have all the vote total on election night, meaning we may be bracing for election week a week and a half from now.
This is very familiar territory for me and for the president, Hallie, because I stood in a parking lot in Wilmington, Delaware for about a week after Election Day in 2020 before we were able to call President Biden the winner. So this is familiar territory. You know what's interesting, though? The president is going to be getting on Air Force One just a few days after Election Day to go to Asia. Important high-stakes summit, the G20 summit in Bali. He might even be meeting face-to-face with President Xi of China and crossing paths with President Putin of Russia. So he's going to have other fish to fry as Democrats really try to closely monitor what could be challenges in those election weeks to come.
Mike Memoli live for us there, right in the thick of it, on the kind of campaign trail, kind of, White House unit official business. Appreciate it, ma'am. So as we talk about economic messaging, let's get into those GDP numbers more, because the president did. Look at the Dow, right? Up earlier on the news. It's now closing just about 200 points ahead. You can see the numbers from the big board there. The S&P and the NASDAQ are down. That's actually because of some tech stuff. We're going to talk about that in a second. Big picture, though, the macro numbers may seem good. The micro numbers, Listen, you know this. Everything is more expensive. Prices are up for a whole bunch of stuff, about 8% over the last year. And guess what? That includes mortgage rates, which have now hit 7%, the highest rate since Lose Yourself by Eminem. That classic single topped the charts back in 2002. For context, if you put 20% down on like a median priced home last year, your monthly payment was about $1,300. Now, it's $2,300, just about. Let's talk about it with Jake Ward. This is an interesting thing here with the GDP number growing after 6 months of decline. Why did it happen now, and is it going to be a trend, or is this a one-off?
You know, unfortunately, Hallie, it really does look like a one-off. The economists that I've been speaking to mostly attribute it to the change in the trade deficit, right? That's that difference between what we as a country export versus what we import. And the narrow difference between those two things at this very moment counts toward our GDP. That's why we're seeing this 2.5% increase in GDP over the last period here. You know, the difficulty, of course, is that nobody really expects that to stick around. It really does seem to be a one-off thing. And as we see interest rates continue to go up, that's going to probably crush consumer demand. There's going to be all kinds of bad stuff on the horizon. And that's why the people I'm talking to still say that we should be watching for signs of a recession, possibly as early as next year, Hallie.
Timing-wise, though, early next year isn't going to be necessarily what members of the Democratic or Republican Party are going to want before Election Day, which is only 12 days away, you know?
Well, that's absolutely right. I mean, you know, unfortunately, it is the president's bad luck that it is on his watch that all sorts of big macro and microeconomic trends are coming together, right? We're seeing the very good likelihood that exports are probably going to begin fading away. We've seen Saudi Arabia go back on what the White House said was its word to increase production in oil to offset the trouble in Russia. You know, we're seeing all of the forces of aging populations and climate change which are going to necessitate huge amounts of spending on the parts of governments across the world. And of course, we're seeing this just pesky inflation problem, which means that the central banks have nothing better to do, but, you know, no better option basically than to try and crush our ability to borrow money by raising interest rates. So you're going to see companies and individuals having a harder and harder time borrowing the money we need in our economy to basically buy the stuff we need. So you're going to see people buying fewer houses, buying fewer consumer goods. All of that is happening while the president is in office. And so unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be any way of dodging the train that's coming down the track at him.
Real quick before I let you go, we showed the graphic. The Dow, the big board, right, was up today. The NASDAQ was down. That's because it focuses on tech stocks. And, like, not to be indelicate, but some of them are in the toilet after their earnings reports. Now, Amazon today, we saw Meta yesterday. What is up?
Well, these are obviously the tech stocks that we once upon a time held up as the shining example of the bulletproof American economy, right? But unfortunately now we're seeing that they are not immune, right? Meta, the parent company of Facebook, seeing a dismal ad revenue picture, right? That whole industry is falling apart. And that's why they're in trouble. That's why Alphabet's earnings are in trouble. You're seeing even Microsoft, you know, that staid tech stock, even it is having trouble, some of the worst trouble it's had in about 5 years. And then Amazon, at this point, really its only profit center seems to be its cloud business at this point, because of all of these headwinds we were talking about. It costs more to borrow money, it costs more to buy gas, and people are buying fewer things. So even Amazon seeing its stock about 19% down at this hour. So all of this bad news overall for the economy, Hallie.
Jake Ward, good to see you. Thank you. Some new developments now in Texas on the Uvalde school shooting coming into us today with new body cam footage showing Texas public safety troopers responding to that just horrific massacre. The officers talk about having to confront the gunman and their fears about being shot. I want you to watch.
What's the safest way to do this? I'm not trying to get clapped out.
We need to go in there. I wonder if I can get in there. That's what I was thinking too. And maybe open that door.
It comes as today. The Texas Department of Public Safety director says his department did not fail the community as he faced parents who lost their children, whose children were murdered, who want him to resign.
I can tell you this right now. DPS is an institution that right now failed the community, plain and simple.
Hundreds of officers responded within minutes to the shooting at Robb Elementary School that day. 19 kids and 2 teachers were killed. Law enforcement waited more than an hour. They waited 77 minutes before actually going into the classroom. Morgan Chesky is joining us now. So let me sort of work this backwards, Morgan, and start with what we heard from the public safety director, who in this just incredibly emotional with the relatives of the victims of the shooting, facing them basically. They were furious. All they want is for him to resign. You heard him say we didn't fail the community, he thinks. That's not going to happen. Where does this go?
Yeah, Hallie, very good question. And what's so interesting about these calls for resignation is that they're not coming from a random place. It was some time ago that Director McCraw, who leads the Texas DPS agency, told those families in Uvalde that should DPS be proven to have failed as an institution, he would then have no choice but to resign. And I think a lot of the frustration and confusion on behalf of the parents today came from the fact that we're now at a place where at least one trooper has been fired as a result of this internal investigation. At least 6 or 7 others are facing potential termination, and they simply do not know what else it will take to create that resignation. And here's what one of the parents had to say face-to-face with the director himself. Take a listen.
If you are a man of your word, then you would retire. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you're going to do that because you keep talking in circles and doing all that mess and everything. And listen, you can get irritated all you want. I lost my damn son. Your anger is not going to outmatch mine, man.
Wow.
Yeah, and that father, far from the only parent, just really expressing their frustration, their sadness. This is a town that, as this investigation has deepened, really faces a future of perpetual mourning here. Allie?
The other, I think, humongous headline where you are in Texas, Morgan, is that body cam footage that we showed. We played a little bit of it in the introduction here. You hear one of the officers, one of the troopers, say something like, "I'm not going to go in. I don't want to get clapped out," right? Like concern for their own safety, even as these little kids are getting brutally murdered inside that building. There is, it seems as though there has been real fury over that factor because it plays into people's biggest fears, right? That like the people who are supposed to protect you will not in fact do that.
Yeah, Hallie, it absolutely does. And this video that has been obtained by the NBC affiliate WOAI in San Antonio has been out for about 24 hours now. And already we have heard from families of the victims in Uvalde, one of them calling it nauseating and disgusting, since when you hear the audio in that video, it confirms the fact that at least some of those officers were, as you mentioned, more concerned for their own safety than that of the children, that of the teachers who were inside that building. The body cam video that has been obtained shows angles from outside the school, from inside the school, at one point just feet away from the very classroom where the gunman was able to open fire indiscriminately on the children and the teachers. And so it is, you know, if there has been any sort of emotional closure whatsoever, this really only opens up those wounds that people are working so hard to move on from, with this confirming some of these parents' worst fears in that response. Allie?
Morgan Chesky, live for us in Texas. I know that is a tough story to continue to report on. Morgan, thank you. Down to Georgia, because Herschel Walker, the Republican candidate for Senate, is back on the campaign trail, talking a little bit less about that allegation we brought you last night, that a second woman has now anonymously accused him of pressuring her into having an abortion. Walker is denying that as he hits back at his Democratic opponent, Raphael Warnock.
All of a sudden, you're going to try to throw this abortion thing on me like you think you know what you're talking about.
NBC News cannot independently verify the allegations. That one plus another woman who had previously come forward and said Walker pressured her into an abortion or paid for one in 2009. Walker has denied both of those. As a reminder, he is a candidate who has campaigned largely on a strict anti-abortion platform. Republicans aren't backing away from him. You see these two folks here down in Georgia to help out, boost turnout for Herschel Walker today. And it's a close race, right? Polling averages show Walker trailing Warnock by just a fraction of a percent inside the margin of error overall. Ellison Barber is in Monroe, Georgia. Let me start with Herschel Walker, because in many ways, Ellison, what we have seen is his campaign kind of outsourcing his defense to others in the party, big names, I should say, in the conservative party.
Yeah, I mean, we had this denial, this statement that he made to reporters at a campaign stop yesterday in Dillard, Georgia. And then Walker had an interview with Fox News. And in that interview, he was asked whether or not he knows who this woman is, Jane Doe. And he, in his answer, said, "I'm not going to get into any sort of guessing game. I've said this is a lie, and I've moved on." And when you look at the way that he has campaigned today, we were with him at both of his campaign stops. He really has not gone into any detail or touched much on these allegations again at all as he's speaking with supporters. And he's had very lengthy speeches today, and there's really been little to nothing in terms of him commenting on these allegations and aggressively pushing back on it. What we are seeing, though, are his allies kind of picking up that bullhorn, if you will, for the campaign. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham talked a lot about it at the first campaign stop today, essentially arguing that this is all politics. He basically said this is nonsense, it's California nonsense, and we've seen this sort of thing before. And he had a kind of lengthy rant focusing in on that and pushing back on these allegations. But right now, from the Walker campaign and Herschel Walker specifically, it seems like unless there is some sort of new evidence that Gloria Allred brings forward, that we're not going to really hear him get into any more details about this on the trail or with reporters. It seems like he is taking that approach that he said in the Fox News interview yesterday, and that he said it's a lie, and he's moving on. Hallie?
I was in Georgia earlier this week, down in Savannah on the campaign trail with Senator Raphael Warnock, obviously Walker's opponent. And what was interesting, Ellison, and you know this from being on the trail with him too, Warnock will respond to questions when he get asked, right, about Walker. But what is we've seen in the last 24 hours since the second allegation came out is it seems a sharper tone from his campaign in trying to make this an issue from Herschel Walker.
A very big shift. I mean, I was looking at Senator Warnock's Twitter just before we came on here to talk to you, and since this allegation came to light, he has tweeted attacking Herschel Walker by name 5 times. He also posted a new digital video laying out some of the personal controversies about Herschel Walker. That is so abnormal for Senator Warnock. Throughout this entire campaign, he and his campaign have sort of tried to stay above the quote-unquote messy side of politics. They've let outside groups largely do it. A week ago, we saw them release their first campaign paid ads where they even touched on these controversies surrounding Herschel Walker. And now with this new allegation, hearing from the campaign repeatedly, hearing from the candidate himself, it really seems like they are shifting and taking a much more aggressive posture here. And when you look at those polls, it makes sense why. I mean, neither candidate, Hallie, is above the 50% threshold required to avoid a runoff in this state. And we're 12 days away.
Ellison Barber in Monroe, Georgia. You're going to, I'm sure, be on that campaign trail real hard over the next 12 days. Ellison, thank you so much. Breaking news coming into us here from D.C. as we're coming on the air. The January 6th Select Committee is now finished with their review of more than 1 million documents that the Secret Service handed over. This is according to a source familiar with the committee's plans. Earlier this month, remember, a Secret Service spokesperson told NBC that those documents did not include text messages, but they did include emails, other messages sent electronically. We know the committee has said it plans to re-interview 2 key Secret Service agents who were brought up in some of the past public hearings. They're also considering calling more witnesses to learn more about the agency's work around the events leading up to January 6th. Remember why this is important, right? Because the Secret Service, those agents were around, not just Donald Trump, but Mike Pence, at the time that the Capitol was being invaded on January 6th. That is why the committee wants to know more insight into what was former President Trump trying to do, what was going on as it related to Mike Pence, et cetera. Keeping an eye on that story. As it relates to January 6th, we're also looking at a D.C. judge today handing down one of the longest sentences yet related to the insurrection. Albuquerque Casper Head will serve 7.5 years behind bars after he dragged former D.C. police officer Michael Fanone into the crowd on the steps of the Capitol. Fanone had a heart attack. He had a traumatic brain injury. He's since resigned his position as a police officer. It comes as a jury in the same courthouse is heading home for the second straight night, apparently deadlocked on a verdict for a Capitol police officer who was charged with obstruction for telling a January 6th rioter to take down a Facebook post about being in the Capitol. Joining us now is Ryan Riley. Ryan, a busy day for you at court, I know. Thank you for scrambling over as it closed. Let me start with this, I don't want to say Fanone verdict, but the one that involves Michael Fanone, because he was there today for the sentencing. And he said, I would trade all of this attention, the attention that he's got because of this attack, to return to policing. He says, but I can't do that. Talk about why this judge gave this defendant so many years.
Yeah, so this was the defendant who actually drug him into the crowd, and he sort of tricked Mike Fanone. He said, you know, hey, I'll help you. And in the moment, Mike Fanone said, thank you. And then as he pulls him out, he says, I've got one, and gives him over to the mob. Shortly thereafter, there's a stun gun driven into his neck. So a really, brutal attack. And this is basically what set it off. And they talked about him being sort of the nexus for this. If he hadn't dragged him out into the crowd, none of this other stuff would have happened. So this is a very high-level defendant. So 7.5 years, significant sentence held on there. And I think the judge had some pretty strong words for the defendant, and just speaking more broadly about the lies that we've heard about the 2020 elections and the consequences that we've seen for some of these defendants who actually believed those lies that Donald Trump was telling.
Did it surprise you how intense the judge got?
She's said some things before along those lines. I think that she has sort of made very clear that, she's frustrated with the fact that people aren't being held accountable for what they've said, And she's talked, in fact, about how a lot of people have turned their anger, a lot of Trump supporters have turned their anger on Mike Fanone, and because he's gotten these voicemails, he's gotten these threats.
He's also been public. He's done television. I've talked to them. Other people around networks have talked to him. I mean, he's not been shy about sharing what he's experienced.
Not at all, but there's a bunch of vitriol aimed at him instead of, as she said, the person who summoned all of these folks to the U.S. Capitol.
As it relates to a different officer, this is a Capitol Police officer, Michael Riley. He's this officer who apparently tipped off a rioter to take down some videos on social media feeds to show him going into the Capitol January 6th. We knew last night on the show that one of those verdicts was back, but we couldn't report it because we didn't know what the verdict was. And we still don't know because they're still deliberating. This is a really long time, right, for a jury to be thinking about a verdict in a J6 case.
It is, and we found out a little bit more today because at the end of the day, we got this note that said that the deadlock, which refers to one individual, right? So there's one person who is sort of holding this up. So we don't know where they've come down to that. The prosecutors, I can tell you, are very anxious to get that verdict. They've been pushing to say, hey, can we just get the partial verdict here? Can we figure it out? Because ultimately, it actually won't, if they convict him on one, it won't matter in terms of sentencing. But, if it's not guilty on
if it's
one,
an acquittal,
then different. Yeah, that's a whole different ballgame.
Well, maybe we'll talk tomorrow. See if that verdict ends up coming back. Brian Riley, thank you. Good to see you. A deadly shooting incident on the set of the movie Rust is now in the hands officially of the Santa Fe County District Attorney. You've got the DA's office in a statement saying what comes next is this really thorough review of the info, the evidence in this investigation. It's now going to be up to the DA to decide whether Alec Baldwin or other people could face charges in this whole thing. The Santa Fe sheriff combed through a lot of evidence to put together this very long-awaited case report. It comes just a little over a year since Baldwin fired a prop gun on set, killing cinematographer Helena Hutchins and hurting the movie's director. Baldwin has said the gun went off accidentally and that he did not pull the trigger. Rust Movie Productions has declined to comment to NBC News. We obviously still haven't seen ourselves that case report. The second we do, we'll bring you the headlines. Coming up here on the show, RSV cases are up more than 300% in one state compared to what it usually is. So what are they doing about it? How can you stay healthy? What does it mean for your kids or your friends' kids? Plus, while your Thanksgiving turkey is probably going to be a little more expensive this year, and it's not just because of inflation. That's in our 5 things.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Scientists are warning folks on Hawaii's Big Island to get ready for maybe a volcano going off. Why they're so worried? Coming up in the 5 things. But first, tomorrow is the last day you can get those Treasury Department bonds that are paying more than a 9% interest rate. That is bananas, people. Think about it. Like, think about a return on your money. You can't get that in the stock market right now. You can't get that at like a high-yield savings. You got to get it through Treasury. It's kind of a pain in the behind to do it. Can we be real? You got to buy these Series I bonds and get your confirmation email tomorrow to lock in this rate. You've got to go onto Treasury Direct. There's only one specific way you can do it. That website apparently crashed because there was such high demand. Starting in November, rates are going to drop about expected to, probably down to like 6.5%. So, hey, think about it. Assess it. Does it make sense for you? Let's go to some other stunning new numbers now, telling us how big of an impact this respiratory virus is that we've been talking about. In Arizona, you've got RSV cases up 344% over what's considered a typical season. That is bonkers, 344% higher than what they usually might see. It's happening as new numbers show us that in 16 states, including D.C., hospital beds for kids are at least 80% full, even in states where the temperatures haven't dropped that much yet and kids are still able to be outside. It is still only October. Normally, we see this kind of thing later on in the winter, but doctors say that they are seeing this kind of spike now. Cheyenne Childers' 2-month-old Ryder was one of those patients. He had to stay at the hospital overnight because he had RSV. Here's what his mom said about watching her little baby go through this.
Terrifying. It's a serious illness, you know, with him being this young. He doesn't have an immune system to fight it off.
Dr. John Torres is here now to talk more about this. So we know, Dr. John, hospital beds have been filling up with kids. Even states like Arizona, right? Warmer climate, kids can be outside a little bit longer into the year, et cetera, is now seeing this wild spike in RSV. Talk about when this may get better because of how unusual this is.
Well, this is unusual because it's happening so early, and it's not necessarily the numbers, it's just when the numbers are happening, because they typically, the peak season is December through February. We're a month and a half before that. So what we don't know is what's going to happen over the next month and a half. Are cases going to continue to go up like they have been, or will they finally plateau and even start to come down at some point? And so that's the thing that has people concerned. Like you mentioned, 80% of the hospital beds are full, but if you look at the ICUs in some places, it's in the 90% that they're full. Anytime they get above 85%, that's when they start getting worried and they start doing contingency plans to get children out to other areas and to bring extra staff in. So they're getting to that point in a lot of areas right now. We just don't know where it's going to go from here.
It's not just RSV, right? COVID, the flu is the reason why experts have talked about, as we've talked about on the show, a triple-demic. Are we seeing any signs over the last couple of days here that we're starting to get a handle on some of this?
Yeah, and we're not seeing signs on that because we're seeing flu go up. We're seeing RSV go up at this point. Now, COVID is the one part in this that hasn't gone up as much as the other ones, but we're starting to see new subvariants move in that we think could get around some of our vaccines and some of our protection. And so that's the worry there as well. You know, we have these ICUs filled with all 3 of these, like you mentioned, the triple-demic. We don't know where it's going to go, but hopefully we get some of these under control.
Dr. John Torres, thank you very much.
You
Let's
bet.
get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, same-sex marriage is now legal in Mexico, across that country. The last holdout state on the northeastern border has approved it. Mexico's Supreme Court said state laws preventing same-sex marriage were unconstitutional back in 2015, but it's taken years for some states to conform to that ruling. Number 2, officials in Hawaii are warning folks on the Big Island that Mauna Loa is sending signals it could erupt. It's the world's biggest active volcano. Scientists don't think an eruption is like about to happen, but there's been a spike in earthquakes at the volcano summit recently. They want people to get ready. Experts say it could take just a few hours for lava to get to people's homes if it erupts. I covered a lava flow on the Big Island several years ago, 2015 maybe. It moves slow, but it is scary. It is hot. It really affects people's lives. Number 3, ever try to deposit a check and then it bounces and then you get a bounce check fee? Well, the Biden administration is cracking down on what it's calling junk fees ahead of the midterms, part of a bigger effort to try and lower costs for Americans, these kinds of pesky costs. The new measures would limit overdraft fees, bounce check fees, and some other penalties, too. Number 4, we're learning more about Prince Harry's new memoir. Is this in all your group chats? Because it's in all of mine. It's called Spare, which some folks think is a reference to that sort of moniker as he is the spare heir, since he is the younger of the two brothers. Comes out January 10th. Publisher says it's more than 400 pages. Harry says proceeds will go to British charities. Royal watchers have been speculating about this book since it was announced last year. We already have our book club set. Number 5, Thanksgiving is less than a month away, and it looks like turkeys are going to be more expensive. And it's not just because of inflation. Bird flu has killed more than 6 million turkeys across the country. That's like 14% of the total population here, according to the Agriculture Department. Fewer turkeys means the ones who are left are going to be more expensive. Prepare your budget. When we come back, Russia's president says the world is facing the most dangerous decade since World War II. What he's now saying about using nuclear weapons in Ukraine, next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Russian President Vladimir Putin saying today he is not going to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Just a day after we saw him monitoring some nuclear drills near Moscow, he says there's no political or military point to using them. It was interesting because it was his most forceful rejection yet of the possibility he could use nukes in Ukraine at a time when tensions are obviously incredibly high because of Putin's invasion of Ukraine. In this big foreign policy speech today, rare, it was like nearly 4 hours, right? We see Putin do this occasionally, but not a ton. He also says Russia is not an enemy of the West. He blasted the U.S. and allies and again called Ukraine, in his words, an artificial state. So he thinks the fighting is like a civil war. It is obviously not, as the West sees it. Today, Russian lawmakers also moved to expand a law banning what they call LGBT propaganda. It had applied just to kids, but now it applies to everyone. Under this bill, anything that they say promotes LGBTQ plus values could lead to people getting fined. Human rights groups say it's another attempt to oppress sexual minorities, to basically wipe out the culture in this community. Cal Perry joins us now. So Cal, let's start. This Putin speech here is really interesting. He talked a lot. He went after the West. That's not unusual. He was sort of feisty, angry, defiant. But he did, no regrets on Ukraine, not that we expected him to have any regrets about invading Ukraine, but he did denounce the idea or say he wouldn't use nuclear weapons because it doesn't make sense.
Right. And look, I think there will certainly be some people here who are happy to hear that. I mean, everybody should be happy to hear that. The question is who's going to believe him, right? I mean, so many people in this country say this is a man. A lot of things he does,
people argue, don't make sense, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And one of the problems here is, you kind of laid this out perfectly, is then he kind of goes off the rails with the crazy societal stuff. And so people don't know what to listen to. Like, should they take him at face value? Or is this somebody that they just can't listen to at all? The other thing that's happening here is I think people would love to pull something from this speech that's valuable. But so many people here look at it as just more of the same from Vladimir Putin. And your point is an excellent one, by the way, which is that he views this as a possible civil war because Ukraine isn't even a country. Everybody here feels that way. Everybody who's fighting in this war feels like Vladimir Putin doesn't believe this is a real country, that this is a place that is looked down on by Russia, that this is a place that has been abused by Russia for some 8 years. And so I think that bit of the speech people here are going to point to and say, finally, a little bit of truth, Hallie.
Talk about the situation on the ground, Cal, because we've talked about the key city of Kherson there, kind of the gateway to Crimea, and it feels like Ukrainians and Russian troops both are bracing for what could be a pivotal battle in that city.
Yeah, and there's a lot of confusion over exactly what's happening in that city because there's a media blackout and because it's just impossible to get there with how fierce the fighting is. So the Russians have withdrawn to the western side of the river. Now, the Ukrainian army initially said, oh, they're pulling back, they're retreating. Now they're saying, well, maybe they're actually reinforcing their lines. The other thing that's happened here is that Russia has taken away all the civilians. And they've said anyone who remains is an enemy and basically can be targeted. So the Ukrainian army, again, is faced with an absolutely impossible task of either leveling the city to get rid of the Russians or leaving the Russians there and hoping they'll withdraw on their own. Either way, what I think so many people in this country wanted to see was video of Ukrainian troops going into this city and liberating civilians. And unfortunately, as you see on your screen, the civilians were loaded onto ferries and taken towards Russia.
Cal Perry, live for us there in Kyiv. Cal, thank you. Good to see you. Coming up, a new warning about threats to elections officials and elections workers. What we're seeing just a couple weeks out, not even 12 days out from the midterms. Plus, the FDNY making history with its new commissioner, the fire department in New York. We'll talk about that later in the local.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
So a little bit of good news today from a milestone cancer report, finding out that the number of people dying from cancer is actually going down. It's down 2% for both men and women in the last few years. The report basically lays out the trends for new cancer cases and cancer death rates for the country between 2015 to 2019. And it found that not only are cancer deaths down, they're also dropping at even higher levels for lung cancer specifically and for melanoma, down 4% and 5% respectively. So that is objectively, right, good news. Those percentage points represent humans, right, people who are loved by other people. There is a flip side, however. The report found that deaths did go up for the cancers of pancreas, brain, and the uterus among women. It also found cases are going up for younger people, teens, young adults. They're up 9% for people between the ages of 15 to 39. Dr. Natalie Azar is joining us now. Why is that, Dr. Natalie? Do we know why, even though cancer rates are down overall, they're up for younger folks?
You know, I don't think there's one explanation that experts have, unified, Hallie, and said this is definitely why. The incidence of thyroid cancer has definitely increased, and I think that's largely driving that. But I think at the moment, the explanation very likely has to do with obesity, because we know that there are certainly many cancers that are related to that, as well as lifestyle factors. You know, the diets that we eat and the foods that, that we eat and the beverages that we drink, they all play a role in that, Hallie.
What about specifically for some of these cancers versus others? For example, pancreas versus lung.
Yeah, so that those are not the cancers that are driving the increase in younger folks necessarily. We know, and our viewers know this too, pancreatic cancers are notoriously difficult to diagnose at early stages where they are curable. But yes, we have certainly seen that the mortality has increased for pancreatic, for breast, for uterus, especially in women, and for bone cancers and brain cancers, as well as pancreatic and liver in both groups. And again, a lot of that probably has to do with obesity in that age group, older age group, as well as, dietary factors.
So should people be, is there any takeaway that we can have? I mean, as somebody who's under the age of 39, right? I mean, not that the numbers are all that thing. What should a takeaway be?
So the problem here, Hallie, is that there's not a lot. Let's put it this way. There's about 200 different cancers that the American Cancer Society recognizes. How many cancers do we all get screened for? A handful, right? Women get mammograms and pap smears and colonoscopies. We have improved screening for lung cancer, but there are things like, if we're talking about pancreatic, if we're talking about liver and bile duct cancers, for the average risk individual, there is no protocol to screen for that cancer. If you have a family history, if you have a genetic mutation, very different. Then your oncologist is going to, or whoever's taking care of you, is going to tailor screening a little bit differently, right? And it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. But that's the problem, because a lot of the cancers that we did see an increased incidence of, there is no protocol for screening.
Dr. Natalie Azar, it is an important report. I'm glad you're here to break it down for us. Thank you.
You bet.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Western Bureau, more human remains have been found at Lake Mead. The National Park Service telling our Las Vegas affiliate that a dive team found what appeared to be a human bone last week. The Park Service said it did its own search and it found skeletal remains. MPS does not suspect any foul play. Keep in mind, you probably remember this. We've talked about it on the show. This is at least the 6th set of human remains found at the reservoir in the past few months. Because the drought is keeping water levels low, that's why this stuff's getting found. Out of our Southeast Bureau, Miami Beach is banning race-based hair discrimination in housing, employment, and access to public services. The city says this applies in cases where hair is, in their words, commonly associated with a particular race or national origin, like Black communities. It's not clear what penalties people could face for violating the new rule. From our Northeast Bureau, the Fire Department of New York has its first female commissioner ever. Laura Kavanaugh, sworn in as the new head of the country's biggest fire department today. She's served as acting and deputy commissioner already. Kavanaugh will oversee the agency's 17,000 employees. Still to come, our Savannah Sellers talking with some Gen Z college students about living in a post-Me Too world. She's going to take us behind the scenes on this reporting. Coming up in just a sec.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Police in Phoenix say they've arrested somebody in connection to a break-in at the campaign headquarters for Katie Hobbs, the Democratic nominee for governor in Arizona. But Hobbs herself isn't really saying too much about it, at least not when our Vaughn Hilliard asked her. Watch.
What was taken from your campaign office?
I'm not talking about the break-in today. I'm not talking about.
It's kind of a big deal, though, that your campaign office was broken into.
I think access to safe and legal abortion is kind of a big deal, and that's what we're here to talk about.
Do you have reason?
Now, later today, the Hobbs campaign did release a statement, not backing away from this implicit suggestion that perhaps their opponent, Republican Kari Lake, had something to do with it, or that the energy around her campaign had something to do with it. Here's the statement. You can see it for yourself, saying that Kari Lake's preposterous allegation that this break-in was staged is unfounded, and her refusal to condemn the threats that have become common in our politics continues to stoke chaos. Lake has said allegations that she incited threats are absurd. It comes as in New York City, police are raising red flags, warning extremists could target poll workers, political officials, rallies, and voting sites. The DOJ says since 2020, nearly 60% of all physical threats to poll workers were in the states you see there, where results were contested. Joining us now is Ken Delaney, and this is such an important graphic that we just showed, Ken, because it is the backdrop to what is going to happen on Election Day, right? And the context to this moment when voters are already starting to vote. Let me sort of start big picture broadly on that point, this idea of threats to elections workers, the people who are doing the jobs of actually getting votes counted.
Yeah, and it's a huge problem, Hallie. I went to a briefing, an FBI briefing on this a few weeks ago, and officials told us that they had received or reviewed around 1,100 or 1,000. I think it was about 1,000 complaints, and 11% of them became criminal investigations. But the problem is these are really hard to solve because many of these threats come in anonymously through email or in phone calls. And so there have been very few prosecutions, and that has led to a lot of frustration among election officials who feel like this is not being given the proper law enforcement attention. The message from law enforcement is they're trying, but it's really hard. And this is about as awful as it's been on this score in a really long time. And it's just a troubling kind of testament to how ugly our politics have become.
Well, on this break, we don't know much about the break-in at Katie Hobbs' campaign headquarters, right? We actually know, like, other than that it happened and somebody was arrested, I think we know literally that's it, right? Like, nothing else beyond that at this point. But Hobbs' team has said they faced hundreds of death threats of violence throughout the campaign, right? Leading to the suggestion that there was some sort of political motivation here.
Yeah, and of course, that's the big question, and so far we don't have an answer, although hopefully we should have one soon because the police have made this arrest. You know, it's really hard to know what to make of this incident until we learn more. As you mentioned, the Hobbs campaign blaming the Lake campaign for inciting threats and violence. The Lake campaign suggesting the incident might have been staged. I think all we can say at this point is that it's the sort of thing none of us ever wants to see in our politics. If it does turn out to have been a Lake supporter or somehow related to the Lake campaign, obviously that candidate will have something to answer for.
We talked about the threats to elections workers. The Brennan Center NYU found that 1 in 3 elections officials knew somebody who left a job because of it. I just spoke with the Secretary of State out west for a story that we're going to see next week, who told me that it is a huge concern. She's been working in this business 20 years. She happens to be a Republican who is not an election denier, does not believe that there was widespread fraud in 2020 because there was not. And she was saying this is basically a 5-alarm fire here, metaphorically, at this point. In addition, there's a set of legal challenges, right? 100 of them plus already, which is the most ever before an election, targeting mail-in and early voting rules, among other things. This is thorny and complicated as it relates to the way that there have been concerns lodged by some on the right about this election.
Yeah, there's lawsuits, litigation, both coming from the right and on the left. As you said, experts are saying this is the most sort of pre-ballot litigation that they've ever seen. I think if there's a silver lining here, though, Hallie, it's that what we learned in 2020 is that the courts are the last bastion of sanity. In all those challenges in 2020, the courts decided on the facts and the law, not on rumors and disinformation. And whether the judges were appointed by Republicans or Democrats, the courts took in the evidence and made the rulings as appropriate, and democracy carried on in large part because of that, and we can only hope that that happens again with this election.
Ken Delanian, thank you. Appreciate it. Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, taking a look at Harvey Weinstein, his accusers taking the stand in his LA trial this week, 5 years since the Me Too movement that brought him down really gained traction. In an exclusive interview with one of the first people to publicly accuse Weinstein, Rosanna Arquette told Savannah Sellers she's happy to see the impact that this movement has had.
Galvanized the movement amongst globally around the world for women and all survivors. I'm proud of it. Look where we are now. So much work to do.
But for some people in Gen Z, Savannah found that Me Too didn't go far enough.
It was never Me Too when, something happened on a college campus. It wasn't Me Too when someone just went to work at a regular corporate office. It's not Me Too when maybe it's a Black man saying that he was assaulted.
Savannah Sellers is joining us now. And Savannah, one of the things that I think people know about you is that you host Stay Tuned on Snapchat, which has a younger audience, right? And I should say, it's lovely to have you on for the backstory, which is really a behind-the-scenes look. Like, it's how did this reporting happen? How did you get to do this reporting? And what was the impetus for this reporting in the first place? Was it the fact that your Stay Tuned audience, are members of Gen Z? Did people give you tips on this? Like, how did this come up?
So it partially came up because we wanted to look at this particular moment 5 years in, just at the impact of Me Too. You know, 5 years into a movement that obviously was global, sparked this hashtag, and in many ways did seem to make real change. You know, there are a lot of stats about numbers of executives that were out of a job and then women that replaced those jobs, things like that. But 5 years in, what does it really mean? And so we actually talked through a bunch of ideas. Honestly, Hallie, you know, how do we investigate this in a way that's going to kind of tell us something new or something that might be sort of interesting, something you wouldn't expect. And we thought, you know what, why don't we talk to the generation that's coming in its wake, the generation that was maybe young when it happened, maybe even shielded from it in some ways when it happened. But what do they think now as they're on college campuses, as they're getting their first jobs? I was so surprised to hear, seriously, Hallie, almost literally every single person we talked to, which was a lot of young people across the whole country, say they did not feel that Me Too did anything for them, that maybe they see more conversation in some ways on places like TikTok about things like this, but not actually that they feel more confident in coming forward if they have a story of their own.
So you talked about being surprised to hear that, like, are you a Gen Z or are you millennial? Are you young millennial?
I'm a millennial, yeah.
You're a young millennial. Like, I wonder from like, because I'm old millennial, right? And the perspectives sometimes are generationally so different, right? And I wonder how much that came into play as you were having these discussions with these Gen Z folks all across the country.
Well, you know what? One of the biggest things was social media, and it was both the positive and the negative of it. And hearing them say, you know, sure, I guess I sometimes see someone talking about their experience on a platform like TikTok, which sometimes surprises me. It still doesn't necessarily feel like the door is open for me. But then where we actually went, and what you'll see in this story tonight that is just pretty dark, that I think a lot of people don't know about, is they are also, which wasn't true necessarily even for me as a millennial. Yes, I grew up with some amount of social media, but not like Gen Z, who grew up with a phone in their hand the whole time, as you know, of course. But they see so much dark content, so much more. It's not just apathy about the movement, Hallie. It is total misogynistic content, content that goes as far as things like normalizing rape. And they have had to see that. And I think that has a lot to do with it, is the prevalence of social media in their lives and the way that it can be used in this negative way. And tonight we actually dig in also even on the male side of it with somebody who was pulled down that rabbit hole, and then them talking about how they got out of it.
Savannah Sellers, I know there's that exclusive with Rosanna Arquette that we talked about too. Thank you for talking to it with us. And you mentioned tonight, we're going to look for more of your reporting tonight on Meet the Press Reports, 10:30 Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. Our thanks to Savannah Sellers. By the way, that's going to be on demand tomorrow on Peacock as well. That does it for us this hour. We happen to be out of time already. We'll have more for you here tomorrow, and we have a whole new fresh hour to begin with. Same time, same place. Good to see you. Coverage picks up right now. We're coming on the air with President Biden on the road officially to talk jobs, unofficially trying to help Democrats keep theirs in what's a kind of closing argument for his party 12 days out from the midterms. What he's up to on a day when good GDP numbers are out, plus tarmac moment captured on camera you might want to see. And speaking of the midterms,